"Yes, master," the black-backed tortoise said with a nod. It was still able to stand its ground against Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the others, but it was truly helpless against those sharks. As they were all native to the ocean of exiled stars, they knew the strengths and weaknesses of each other very well. Had it not left the vacant sea, it would have already died. Not only are they at the semi-divinity realm, they are also stronger than me. I specialize in defense, whereas they specialize in offense. If that semi-divinity realm cultivator who stalked and fought me earlier was encircled by them, I doubt that he would have even lasted 3 breaths before he breathed his last, the black-backed tortoise said. Xianxia's eyes narrowed into slits upon hearing those words. Bai Xianxing might not have been the strongest among the heads of the 6 sects, but he was not the weakest either. For someone of his prowess to be unable to survive even 3 breaths before those sharks, it seemed like they were indeed fearsome adversaries. "Master, why don't we just drop the idea? It won't be too late to head there after you achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm," the black-backed tortoise pleaded desperately. Even though its master had many tricks up his sleeves, and the little yellow chick was a formidable beast, it still could not help but feel a little insecure. After all, they were going to face 3 semi-divinity realm beasts at once. Even if the little yellow chick was able to swallow one of them, they would still have to deal with the other 2. Xianxia paused for a moment before saying, "You should return to the tamed beast sack for a moment. I'll head there discreetly. I'll just take a look and leave without alarming them." He had already gone all the way there, so how could he leave without properly investigating the matter? The black-backed tortoise did not specialize in stealth, so it was easy for any other semi-divinity realm beasts to detect its presence. On the other hand, he could conceal his aura just by driving the heavens path divine art. He was confident that he would be able to hide himself even from those 3 sharks that the black-backed tortoise spoke of. Seeing that it was impossible to convince its master otherwise, the black-backed tortoise returned to the tamed beast sack with a helpless sigh. After that was done, Xianxia quickly reined in his aura and erased his presence before warily proceeding in the direction that the black-backed tortoise had pointed out to him before. He held his breath carefully as he allowed the water currents to carry him across the murky seabed. Fortunately for him, the seabed of the vacant sea was filled with taller seaweed and coral, making it easier to him to hide his silhouette. As he proceeded forward, he wondered if Luo Ruoxin was the one who had entered the azure from here through a breach in the dimension barrier. Who received her? If the young lady whom the black-backed tortoise spoke about was referring to Luo Ruoxin, who was the one who had summoned her? So far, the only ones he knew that were capable of conducting rituals to summon deities and gods were the otherworldly demons. But why did this person summon her? And how did she sustain wounds so heavy that she lost so much blood, changing in the ocean? Everything regarding Luo Ruoxin revolved within his mind like an unsolvable memory, leaving him feeling deeply frustrated. He was starting to find it hard to understand the young lady whom he loved. Sighing deeply, he took out the crimson pendant hung in front of his chest. He closed his eyes and focused his consciousness on the spiritual energy within. Slowly, he could feel it becoming warm. It seems like this has something to do with her, Xianxia thought as he continued speeding ahead. 10 minutes later, he finally came to a halt in a trench at the bottom of the ocean. Based on what the black-backed tortoise had said, this trench was where the base of the 3 sharks was located. Xianxia peered in and noted that the color of the water was even redder. At the same time, the spiritual energy felt even more abundant. Lush plants intercrossed one another as they crept out from within, creating a dense shroud. This must be where the bulk of the scattered god blood is. The concentration of spiritual energy there was greater than the surroundings, hinting that it was where the spiritual energy was originating from. Furthermore, he could feel the pendant growing hotter. If he wanted to investigate the matter further to see if Luo Ruoxin was tied to it, this would probably be it. Of course, given that it was highly likely that there were 3 semi-divinity realm immortal beasts inside, Xianxia was in no rush to charge right in. Instead, he hid behind a boulder outside the trench to observe the situation. The dense shroud of greenery blocked much of what he could see, but vaguely, he could still see innumerable life forms swimming about. However, There were no clues that indicated where the base of the sharks was at. He had spoken with the blackback tortoise on the way here, and it seemed like the latter had been attacked by those three because it had refused to become their subordinate. If not for its tough shell and swift speed, it might have died to them. Even though they had fought before, the blackback tortoise did not know much about the base of those three sharks. As such, it was unable to provide any useful details. There's no helping it. Seeing no merit in biding his time there, Xianxia stealthily walked alongside the walls of the trench and slipped in. The trench was reminiscent of a mountain valley that extended into unknown depths. The sunlight was unable to reach in there, so it was pitch black. With Xianxia's current cultivation as a high immortal and his eye of insight, he was able to navigate within such darkness without a problem. Leaning close to the walls of the trench, he gradually proceeded deeper in. The trench was eerily quiet. At some point, all the aquatic creatures that he had seen previously seemed to vanish from sight, as if he had proceeded into some kind of death zone. Xianxia was confident that he could hide his presence even in the face of semi-divinity realm beasts, so he did not pay it much heed. He continued observing his surroundings closely and advanced deeper in. It might have been due to the effects of the god blood lingering in the area, but the plants in the area were both thick and resilient. Even someone of Xianxia's fighting prowess was unable to easily pull apart a casual vine lying around. In other words, its resilience was already on par with an average true immortal tier artifact. The effects of the god blood are indeed formidable. Not only does it allow high immortal realm beasts to reach a previously unreachable level, even the plants have also been significantly strengthened. The deeper he proceeded in the trench, the more concentrated the surrounding spiritual energy became. He could feel his cells leaping in excitement, craving to devour the energy lingering around. However, he knew that he would be immediately discovered if he acted as such, so he made sure to hold himself back. After swimming another 2,000 meters deeper, he finally arrived at the seabed. Moving alongside the walls of the trench, he noticed a massive cavern. He activated the Eye of Insight and examined it closely before nodding. This should be the base of the three sharks. There was a particularly oppressive aura coming from within, and this aura somewhat resembled what he felt from the blackback tortoise and pavilion master Wuxia. Most likely, the three semi-divinity realm sharks were inside. He touched the crimson pendant hanging in front of his chest once more and realized that it was burning hot. The heat only further intensified as he approached the cavern. Could it be that there is still god blood here that hasn't been devoured by those sharks yet? The rule behind the response of the pendant seemed rather straightforward. The higher the concentration of god blood, the more heat the pendant would emanate. Given how hot the pendant was, it seemed very likely that there was still some god blood that had not been assimilated. If he could find it, he might just be able to find a way to confirm whether it had come from Luo Ruoxin or not. There's no choice. I can only take this risk, Xianxia thought with gritted teeth before slowly swimming toward the cavern. The cavern was roughly several hundred meters wide. After proceeding a little further in, he noticed quite a few aquatic creatures lined up in neat formations within the massive cavern. Taking a closer look, he realized that even the weakest of them was at the heavenly true immortal realm. As for high immortals, there must have been at least several hundred of them. Several hundred high immortal realm beasts. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Was this formation not already stronger than that of any one of the six sects? With the strength of our kings, we'll be able to rule over the ocean of exiled stars and ensure that no humans are able to encroach on our territories. That's right. Our kings have already reached the semi-divinity realm, a level comparable to the leaders of the human six sects. Once they pass down the command, we'll slaughter all humans who dare to invade the ocean to show them who's boss. Several beasts cried out passionately. Xianxia looked at the very front of the formation and saw three massive thrones erected in the deepest depths of the cavern. Three sharks were seated on the thrones, each of them emanating tremendous pressure. Semi-divinity realm experts. Each of them possessed strength greater than that of the blackback tortoise. If even each of them was that powerful, it was terrifying to imagine just how powerful their collaboration would be. The reason we have gathered all of you here today is to warn all life forms that the ocean belongs to us. For many years, humans have encroached on our territories and stolen our resources. We shall let those thieving scoundrels know that we shall tolerate their acts of transgression no more, and any trespassers will be massacred without any mercy whatsoever. The shark sitting in the middle spoke with a voice that reverberated loudly throughout the entire cavern. Our king speaks nothing but the utmost truth. The ocean belongs to us. We have to stop the tyranny of the sixth sex, especially that of Starchaser Palace. Those sentiments were echoed by the rest of the aquatic creatures, and they cheered fanatically in support of the movement. Are they planning to formally create their own power? Xianxia thought with a frown. There was no doubt that there were many powerful aquatic creatures in the ocean, but none of them had reached the semi-divinity realm before. As such, they did not have the strength to oppose the sixth sex. However, with 3 semi-divinity realm experts suddenly appearing, the ambitions of the high immortal realm aquatic creatures could not be suppressed anymore. Thus, they intended to rally the aquatic beasts together to construct a power that could stand against the sixth sex. That would explain why he had seen so many aquatic creatures earlier, but they simply vanished from sight later on. Most likely, he must have caught them while they were answering the summons and rushing over. Our first target should be Starchaser Palace. Their Starchaser Island is located at the center of the ocean of exiled stars. I have discussed this with the other 2 kings, and we intend to launch a surprise assault to let them know that we, the aquatic creatures, aren't to be trifled with. As long as we can show sufficient might, none of the sixth sex will dare make a move on us. The shark seated on the middle throne said imposingly. The ocean was rich with resources, and the beast cores of many of the aquatic creatures were beneficial to a cultivator's breakthrough. As such, despite the dangers lurking in the area, the sixth sex dispatched their disciples for hunting missions from time to time. This was especially so for Starchaser Palace. Living on a lone island, it was inevitable that they were reliant on the ocean around them for resources. If they wished to rally all the aquatic beasts together and command deference from the sixth sex, there was no better target than Starchaser Palace. A catfish with multiple ears voiced its concerns regarding the issue. My king, it would be most convenient for us to make Starchaser Palace our first target, but I believe that there's a need for us to think things through first. Based on the results of my investigation, the person who summoned that young female god 2 months ago was none other than Palace Chief Du Qingyuan of Starchaser Palace. She's the one behind that matter? The shark seated on the middle throne was somewhat taken aback by that news. Are you certain of it? The reason the 3 of them had been able to achieve a breakthrough was due to the blood droplets of the young female god falling into the sea. My king, I dispatched my 100,000 subordinates to look into the matter, and I am absolutely sure of it. The catfish replied affirmatively. The shark in the middle took a while to calm itself down before harumphing. Humph! So what if she's able to summon a god? Based on what I saw that day, shortly after entering the Forsaken Continent, the god broke open the surrounding space to head somewhere else, and she hasn't appeared ever since. As long as a god doesn't get involved in the battle, we still stand a good chance in a war against the sixth sex. Our big brother is right. Even the gods who have descended to the Forsaken Continent find their strength significantly lowered here. The shark seated on the left remarked smugly. It's for this reason that no gods will descend and interfere in the affairs here other than the Hall of Gods. Even if Starchaser Palace is able to communicate with the gods, it's unlikely that they have the ability to rally the gods to fight on their behalf. Since that's the case, what do we have to fear? No matter how powerful the head of Starchaser Palace is, she's nothing more than an individual. With the combined prowess of us 3, killing her will be a walk in the park. The fact that the heavens have allowed us to achieve a breakthrough shows that fate is starting to favor us oceanic creatures. We should seize the day instead of allowing this rare opportunity to slip through our fingers. The shark seated on the right added in agreement. Our era is swiftly arriving. How many of us aquatic creatures have those humans slain in the past? We shall return the favor twofold. We'll let them know that we aren't to be belittled. We aren't to be belittled. Those words immediately sparked the blazing passion among the aquatic creatures. Be it the prawns, octopuses, crabs, oysters. All of them trembled in agitation upon hearing those words. For the past several thousand years, the sixth sex of the humans had held the dominant position on the Forsaken Continent. As a result of that, the aquatic creatures had not dared step on land easily for fear of getting killed. But now that they had the backing of semi-divinity realm experts as well, they had nothing to fear anymore. Hiding at the back, Xianxia murmured with a frown, "The head of Starchaser Palace?" Starchaser Palace had been founded by the otherworldly demonic tribe. Considering that Luo Ruoxin was the spirit god, it was only natural for her to answer their summons. If what was said about Luo Ruoxin was right, it was likely that Palace Master Du Qingyuan had summoned her down to the Azure. Right after that, Luo Ruoxin had descended further down to the Master Teacher continent in order to snatch the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. From the looks of it, getting in touch with Palace Master Du Qingyuan will be the crux of learning the truth behind everything. He had rushed over there after deducing that the Godblood Rock had something to do with Luo Ruoxin, but it seemed like his focus had been wrong. If Du Qingyuan was the one who had summoned Luo Ruoxin, how could she not know who and where the latter was? I should return for now, Xianxia thought to himself after learning of this critical piece of information. Putting aside the fact that there were 3 semi-divinity realm beasts there, just the several hundred high immortal realm ones were enough to overwhelm him. The main reason he had sought the true origin of the Godblood was to verify if Luo Ruoxin had really been to the Azure and, from there, determine where she had gone. Since he had been able to acquire the news from Palace Master Du Qingyuan, there was no need for him to remain there anymore. After all, there was no need for him to expose himself to needless danger. So, Xianxia slowly backed away, and just as he was about to retreat from the cavern, he suddenly felt a pulsation of spiritual energy coming from within. This pulsation of energy caused the pendant around his neck to tighten a little. A frightening amount of heat was being emanated from it. He quickly turned around and saw the shark seated at the centermost throne bringing out a crimson droplet of blood before all the aquatic creatures gathered there. The droplet of blood was roughly the size of a sesame seed, but even so, the amount of energy that it emanated was alarming. It was as if an entire world had been compressed into it. If such an amount of energy was released, the entire ocean would immediately descend into turmoil. "This is the god blood," the centermost shark said as it rose from its throne. "This is the key that allowed us to reach the unattainable semi-divinity realm. Pledge your loyalty and serve us with devotion, and you will not be let down by what you receive. My king, we are willing to pledge our lives to you." The appearance of the god blood caused the eyes of the aquatic creatures to light up as they roared in excitement. Even a droplet of blood from a true god was enough for them to push for a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm. There was no doubt that it held great allure to all life forms. Seeing that it had managed to rouse the morale of the aquatic creatures, the centermost shark nodded in contentment. Through a mixture of fear tactics and incentives, it was confident that their subordinates would serve them loyally. Those who have reached semi-divinity realm really mustn't be underestimated, Xianxia thought warily. Their strength was one thing, but he had never thought that the sharks would be so skilled in the art of commanding as well. It seemed like human cultivators had really been underestimating the intelligence of other life forms all this while. I should leave. There was no doubt that Xianxia was interested in the god blood, but he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain it given his current strength. The risk was too great for him to bear. Besides, there was no need for him to make a move personally. There was no doubt that Starchaser Palace and the rest of the Sixth Sex would deal with the 3 sharks once they learned of the matter. They could not risk the aquatic creatures forming a power of their own. By then, he could simply lend them a hand in dealing with the sharks. "Who is it?" Boom! A deafening voice reminiscent of rumbling thunder tremored through the entire cavern, causing rock fragments and dust to fall to the ground. Following that, 3 boundless auras burst forth. What's going on? Xianxia thought with a frown. He had been suppressing his aura the whole time, such that it should not have been possible for the other party to notice him easily. Besides, even if the other party did notice him, it should have happened as soon as he entered the cavern. Why would such a thing happen just as he was about to leave? Perplexed, Xianxia turned his head around, only to nearly faint in horror. At some point in time, the god blood that was floating right before the eyes of the aquatic creatures had vanished without a trace, causing a huge panic within the cavern. The three semi-divinity realm sharks flew into a fit of rage. They released their powerful auras, displaying their determination to rip the culprit into shreds. There! A voice echoed in the air all of a sudden. In response to that, a shot of water current burst forth and struck the ceiling of the cavern, causing rock fragments to fall to the ground. Tracing the shot of water current, Xianxia lifted his head to take a look. What he saw nearly caused his to keel over. In the corner of the cavern, a little yellow chick was frantically flapping its wings to maneuver through the water. At the same time, loud burps were escaping from its mouth. The energy of the god blood could be felt pulsating within its body. It was obvious who the culprit who stole the god blood was. I'm not going to accompany your suicidal tendencies. What else could Xianxia do in a situation like this other than turn tail and flee? This fellow was really an idiot. There were 3 semi-divinity realm beasts and several hundred high immortal realm aquatic creatures there, and that dumb chick had still gone forward to devour their god blood. Was that any different from committing suicide? Master, wait for me! Before Xianxia could get far, the little yellow chick cried out loudly, and the next moment, it had already caught up with him. The might of the god blood is greater than I thought. I am at my limit and can't really move anymore. I'll need to rest for a while. Who? Right after saying those words, the little yellow chick dived right into his tamed beast sack. Looking around him, Xianxia saw a whole army of aquatic creatures staring at his revealed profile with stunned looks on their faces, and he nearly burst into tears. My heavens! Just what did I do so wrong to deserve such a punishment? You sure have it easy going to sleep and dumping all the responsibility to me. What am I supposed to do now? Xianxia cursed beneath his breath. He really wanted to roast that damn chick alive. But he knew that it was only possible if he got out there alive. Without any hesitation, he immediately executed his Heaven's Path movement art and fled. If he waited any longer, he would lose his life. Capture him! How dare a human come here and steal our god blood? Kill him! Let's make meat paste out of him to feed the dogs. You buffoon, we don't have dogs underwater. You can feed him to me instead. The aquatic creatures bellowed in frenzy. It was not too long ago that they had declared confidently that they would expel the humans from the ocean, yet a moment later, one of them infiltrated their nest and stole their god blood. It was inevitable that they were infuriated. Boom, boom, boom. As Xianxia fled, innumerable surges of energy kept exploding around him, leaving goosebumps rising all over his arms. He really wanted to burst into tears. I am just an innocent bystander. I swear that I'm not the culprit behind this. Why won't any of you believe me? The gray shark seated on the lift throne rose up and scoffed in fury. Did you think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please? With a whip of its tail, it appeared right before Xianxia to block his escape. There was no doubt that Xianxia's Heaven's Path movement art was formidable, but his movement speed was severely impeded due to the viscosity of the water. On the other hand, the opponents that he was facing had spent their lives in the water, and their physiques were adapted for gliding through the water. As such, he had no speed advantage whatsoever before the other party. You thieving human, you shall pay for your foolishness. The gray shark whipped its powerful tail toward Xianxia with crushing might that caused even the surrounding space to collapse. There was no doubt that even the current Xianxia did not have the ability to withstand such a powerful strike. The threat of a semi-divinity realm beast that specialized in offense was indeed far greater than that of the blackback tortoise. In this moment, Xianxia panicked a little. He had always been proud of his speed, but in the water, it was as if he was a crawling snail competing against a sprinting hare. Turning to take a look, Xianxia saw that the huge army of high immortal realm aquatic creatures was glaring at him ferociously. The other 2 semi-divinity realm sharks had also darted over to him with killing intent flaring from them. Xianxia's reaction was quick, but it was inevitable that he was handicapped against the aquatic creatures in a race underwater. Before he knew it, he was already tightly encircled. Go! Knowing the urgency of the situation, Xianxia flicked his wrist. Hoo 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 hoo. 5 heavenly high immortal tear swords appeared before him. With an upward flick of his finger, these 5 swords, imbued with the god's sword intent, pierced toward the tip of the cavern. The semi-divinity realm shark before him was simply too powerful, so there was no way he could afford to face it directly. At the same time, he would be pushed back into the cavern, thus losing all chances of fleeing. Thus, he could not afford to be bogged down here, since he was surrounded from all 4 directions. The only way he could escape was through the ceiling of the cavern. If he could knock a way out for himself, he would be able to get to the trench, and utilizing the cover of the plants, he might just be able to get away safely. It would be hard to find his tiny figure amid the massive ocean filled with all kinds of huge creatures. As long as he could get out of this cavern with his disguising ability, there was a good chance that he would be able to make a successful escape. Boom! The 5 heavenly high immortal tear swords released their god's sword intent simultaneously, their combined might surpassing even that of his sea-severing sword. In an instant, a passageway that he could escape through was drilled in the ceiling. Xianxia immediately made his way in. As soon as he dived into the passageway, a loud explosion echoed beneath him. The space where he was standing at previously had been utterly decimated. I need to hurry up. Xianxia knew that his time was limited before those aquatic creatures beneath caught up with him. Thus, he infused his energy furiously into the 5 swords, turning them into drills that reduced the ceiling to dust upon contact. It did not take long for the water to turn murky. Where do you think you're going? Boom! A furious howl echoed through the passageway, and Xianxia could feel the entire cavern tremoring. The sharks clearly did not expect Xianxia to dive right into the ceiling. Nevertheless, they quickly pursued him. Due to Xianxia's small stature, the passageway that he had dug out was not big enough for the sharks to pass through. As such, they had no choice but to use their own strength to ram their own way out. It took 3 breaths and a continuous infusion of Jinqi for Xianxia to escape from the other end. As soon as he broke out, he swiftly stowed his swords away before charging right into the coral and vines in the trench. Before he could get too far, a resounding explosion echoed from the cavern beneath. Amid the murky waters mixed with sediment, a shark charged out furiously. It opened its mouth and spat out a jet of water. Boom! The jet of water dashed upward with astounding momentum, tearing apart even the plants that Xianxia thought were incredibly resilient with ease. Parry! Seeing that it was impossible for him to evade the jet of water in time, Xianxia took out the Tongshang sword and slashed his blade down furiously with a livid look on his face. The sword chi collided with the jet of water current, causing Xianxia to feel a tearing pain between the webbing of his finger. While he did manage to deflect the enemy's attack, it had also left him with a stifling ache in his chest, causing him to tumble backward uncontrollably. Powerful! Xianxia's body stiffened a little. This was the first time that he had faced off with a semi-divinity realm expert in the truest sense. Even when he tamed the blackback tortoise previously, he had tapped into the strength of the little yellow chick in order to subdue it. It was one thing to see a semi-divinity realm cultivator in action, but it was another matter to experience it firsthand. Even though he had managed to achieve a breakthrough to the lesser high immortal realm, and his physical body had managed to reach the heavenly high immortal realm, he felt like he still could not withstand a single attack from the enemy. Xianxia quickly regained control of his tumbling body before dashing outward once more. If even facing a single semi-divinity realm expert was so fearsome, he could not imagine having to deal with 3 of them at once. Furthermore, there were still several hundred high immortal realm aquatic creatures lying in wait for him. His only option was to run. From the moment you dared steal our possession, your fate was sealed. A thunderous roar echoed from above. Alarmed, Xianxia raised his head, only to see another shark charging at him with its mouth wide open, revealing innumerable sharp teeth that emanated cold glints. While one of the sharks was pursuing him, the other 2 had dashed out from the cavern with even greater speed to block his way from the front. At the same time, An even more powerful jet of water shot toward him from above. Knowing that he was in a terrible position, Xianxia did not dare hold back. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the semi-divinity artifact that he had tamed previously and compressed it together to form a massive barrier. A deafening explosion happened right after. The shockwave blasted all the surrounding plants and rocks into dust. Under the recoil, Xianxia felt both of his arms going numb, as if he could not raise them anymore. While the semi-divinity artifact did allow him to withstand their offense, the attack had still jolted his innards, causing him to sustain severe internal injuries. What the hell was that? Xianxia felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had only gone there to scout out the area, not to alarm the enemy, and he had indeed managed to achieve what he had set out to do. The saying was really true. All it takes is a lousy teammate to bring down an entire team. A semi-divinity artifact? Seeing the shield that Xianxia had brought out, the eyes of the sharks shone in excitement. A droplet of god blood in exchange for a weapon. I guess that's not too bad a deal. As powerful as the god blood was, all they needed was a single droplet of it in order to reach the semi-divinity realm. Beyond that, it was not of much use. However, if they could tame a semi-divinity artifact as well, there was no doubt that their fighting prowess would rise by leaps and bounds. Boom, boom, boom. The three sharks continued bombarding the shield from all three directions, determined to break it down. Even though Xianxia was still holding on for the time being, he felt as though he was going to be paralyzed under the series of impacts. He immediately bellowed, "Blackback tortoise, hurry up and get me out of here." Who? The blackback tortoise of roughly 100 meters in length abruptly materialized, and as soon as it appeared, it dashed directly upward with Xianxia on its back. Its speed was much faster than that of Xianxia's, but it was still unable to outrun the three sharks. The three sharks continued pouring attacks down upon them, and it felt like the entire ocean would be destroyed at this sheer. Old tortoise, I never thought that you would choose to submit to a human instead of us. You are truly the black sheep of all aquatic creatures. I would have understood it if you submitted to an expert, but he's only a lesser high immortal. It's as if you are regressing with time. What a fool. We let you off, but you chose to come back. Since that's the case, don't expect us to show any mercy. You can be buried here together with that new master of yours. Cold sneers echoed all around them. Seeing how their old foe, the blackback tortoise, had submitted to the young man before them, the three sharks could not help but mock it. As the blackback tortoise sustained more and more damage, its speed reduced visibly. Before they could even get out of the trench, it had already sent a telepathic message over. "Master, I fear that we won't be able to get out of here at this rate." The reason it had been able to escape previously was because it had escaped as soon as the confrontation started, and the three sharks had no intention of going that far against it. But this time, its master had stolen the sharks' god blood and reduced their base to a pile of rubble. There was no way that the sharks would let them off. "You're right. It doesn't seem like we'll be able to get away at this rate," Xianxia murmured in agreement as he quickly assessed the situation around him. While they were clashing with the three semi-divinity realm sharks, the high immortal realm aquatic creatures that he had seen in the cavern earlier had already moved to seal all possible escape routes. In other words, they would be tied down no matter where they headed to, and eventually, they would come under the tight encirclement of the three sharks. "What should we do?" the blackback tortoise asked worriedly. It had warned its master time and time again not to go there, but he just would not listen. In the end, disaster really did strike. Was it really going to die at the hands of the three sharks that it had gone through so much in order to escape from previously? "Since it's impossible for us to get away, we'll just have to make a stand," Xianxia said as he stood up on the back of the blackback tortoise. The opponents might be three semi-divinity realm experts, but he had a semi-divinity realm artifact, a semi-divinity realm tamed beast, a clone, and many soulless metal humanoids. They would not be able to bring him down easily. "You wish to fight against them?" The blackback tortoise shuddered in fear. "How? I can only hold back one of them for a short while." "It's fine. Just hold back one of them while I try to kill the other. As long as we can kill one of them swiftly, we should be able to make them hesitate," Xianxia bit his lips. The three sharks had allied themselves with one another and proclaimed themselves as brothers, but he was betting that their relationship was one of convenience rather than true kinship. If that was really the case, as long as he could slay one of the sharks, the other two, as well as the several hundred high immortal realm aquatic beasts around, would have to think twice before making a move. That would provide him an ideal opportunity to make his escape. In any case, his goal was to get out of there safely rather than to get rid of all his opponents. Very well then. Gritting its teeth, the black-backed tortoise retracted its neck and limbs into his tortoiseshell before charging right toward one of the sharks. At the same time, Xianxia morphed his shield into a massive web of metal chains as he charged forth along with it as well. Your opponent is me. But before he could get far, a shark charged right in his direction and swept its tail toward him. Xianxia immediately converged the web of chains together to deflect the attack, but the powerful impact still slammed him into the wall, creating another huge depression in the trench. Humph! Wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his lips, Xianxia brought out a soulless metal humanoid and commanded it to charge toward the shark. You have a helper? Ha! Without any hesitation, the shark opened its mouth wide and crunched down on the soulless metal humanoid. What you have here isn't a helper but food. That depends on whether you are able to digest it or not. Xianxia smirked. Boom! The soulless metal humanoid exploded on the spot. Pooh! Due to the massive explosion, the shark spurted a mouthful of blood and threw out one of its sharp teeth, leaving it in an unkempt state. How dare you hurt me? I'll tear you apart. Feeling a stinging pain within its body, the shark was infuriated. It had not sustained such injuries since reaching the semi-divinity realm. So, it charged right toward Xianxia with its mouth wide open, seemingly intent on devouring him. On the other hand, Xianxia's eyelids were twitching in disbelief. That darn shark's still fine after suffering an explosion within its body? That was a heavenly high immortal realm soulless metal humanoid, and its explosion should have destroyed everything within a radius of 100 meters. The explosion had occurred within the body of the shark, but all it had done was to spurt a mouthful of blood and shed a single tooth. Were semi-divinity realm beasts really that resilient? Xianxia immediately morphed the metal chains into a massive shield in order to block the shark's bite. He was just about to toss yet another soulless metal humanoid into the other party's mouth when he saw the final shark circling behind him. Damn it! I guess I can only use my clone. Xianxia knew that it was impossible for him to face two semi-divinity realm experts simultaneously in his state. He could very well die at this rate. Desperate, he was thinking of bringing out his clone and Vicious as well to support him when the shark behind suddenly came to a halt. Following that, a resounding voice echoed across the entire trench. Halt! Boom! The one who had made the command was the shark that had sat on the centermost throne back in the cavern, the strongest among the three. The shout made the shark, which was intent on swallowing Xianxia whole, retreat slightly, and the other one that was battling with the black-backed tortoise also paused its offense. Big brother, this human dared barge into our territory and steal our god blood. This is an unforgivable crime. We have to teach him a lesson. The shark that had lost a tooth cried indignantly. Big brother, I agree with our second brother. Why should we show these bastards any mercy? They might have many means up their sleeves, but with our combined might, we should be able to destroy them easily. The other shark facing the black-backed tortoise exclaimed in agreement. Shut your mouths! The shark that the other two addressed as Big Brother bellowed. After silencing the other two, it turned to Xianxia and assessed him carefully with its massive eyes. Perplexed by the current situation, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and warily drove his jinchi, fearful that the other party was just buying time to assault him. But the next moment, the massive shark before him suddenly kneeled down and exclaimed, Your humble subordinate pays its respect, master. Master! Humble subordinate? The black-backed tortoise and Xianxia glanced at one another, completely taken aback by the abrupt twist. The sharks had been dying to tear them apart a moment ago, so why would one suddenly turn into his subordinate? The ones who were shocked by the situation were not just limited to those two. The other aquatic creatures swarming the area were stunned as well. Their kings had always hated humans with a passion, such that there was no doubt that they would have incited a genocide if they could. Just a moment ago, they had even been discussing a scheme to teach the sixth sex a lesson. Why would one of the kings suddenly change its mind? Not to mention, its body was bent perpendicular as if it was a set square, and it even called the human that stole their god blood its master. Big brother, why are you acknowledging this measly being as your master? The other two sharks could hardly believe what they were hearing. Shut your mouth! The big brother shark roared angrily. Get over here right now and pay your respects to master. Those two sharks had no idea what their big brother was up to, but they dared not disobey its command. With a shake of their tails, they swam all the way up to Xianxia. They shot a hesitant glance at their big brother once more, and after seeing the look on the latter's face, they trembled fearfully and hurriedly bowed down. Your humble subordinates pay its respects, master. This? Xianxia had no idea what to make of the current situation. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Acknowledge me as your master. Regardless of whether they were putting on an act or not, they would no longer be able to do anything once they were bound by soul contracts. Yes. To Xianxian's surprise, the big brother shark offered its blood essence without any hesitation. As for the other two, they were indecisive for a moment, but after a piercing glare from the big brother shark, they quickly offered their blood essence. Xianxia accepted their blood essences and completed the soul contract. As telepathic connections were formed among them, he realized that the sharks really were not plotting anything at all. They were earnestly acknowledging him as their master. It was just a moment ago that they had been trying to tear one another apart when all of a sudden, they had become his tamed beasts. This peculiar situation left Xianxia feeling deeply confused. Could it be that he was actually very charismatic, such that they could not help but submit to him after witnessing his splendor? But he had not intentionally released any imposing aura or the like. The big brother shark noticed Xianxia's bewilderment and explained, It's all due to the bestowment of the god blood that we were able to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Master, you carry a token of the god with you, so it's our duty to serve you. A token of the god? Xianxia subconsciously lowered his gaze to look at the crimson pendant hung around his neck. He would usually place it within his clothes, but due to the intense heat from reacting to the god blood, he had hung it outside his clothes instead. That's right, the shark replied respectfully. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. He had guessed previously that the god blood was related to Luo Ruoxin, and this verified his guesses. It was through consuming the fresh blood that Luo Ruoxin had spilled into the ocean that these tortoises had managed to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. As such, they held natural deference toward anything related to her. Regardless of how that happened, it was a huge relief that he was finally out of danger. He quickly drank a bottle of chicken soup to heal his injuries before turning to the big brother shark. Dismiss the others. There are a few questions that I would like to ask you. The sharks quickly passed down the orders. The high immortal realm aquatic creatures could sense that their previously agreed-upon plans would go awry if they scattered right now, and they felt incredibly indignant about it. However, they did not dare go against the semi-divinity realm sharks, so they could only leave the area with reddened eyes. After all the aquatic creatures evacuated the area, Xianxia turned to the three of them and nodded wisely. Since you have submitted to me, I should bestow names upon you so that I can better address each of you. You will be Shark 1, you will be Shark 2, and you will be Shark 3. The three shark brothers were befuddled. Paying no heed to the constipated looks on the trio's faces, Xianxia continued grimly. I want you to recount to me in detail how the head of Starchaser Palace conducted a ritual to the heavens to summon a god, how the god descended to the world, and where the god eventually went. It all happened 2 months ago. Shark 1 began to recount what happened that day. The head of Starchaser Palace suddenly appeared in the vacant sea. Back then, we didn't know it was her. We were only furious to see a human trespassing into our territory, so we assaulted her. Due to the disparity in strength, we were all defeated. Considering how they were all only at the heavenly high immortal realm back then, it was inevitable that they were not a match for Palace Master Du Qingyuan. Following which, she used our fresh blood as a tribute for her ritual to tear apart the heavens and summon a god. Her first attempt failed, so she pushed herself to her limits and tried a second time. She probably expended all her energy in the midst of doing so as her appearance swiftly withered to that of an old granny, and it looked as if she would pass away from her frailty. All of us thought that it would be the end like that, but who could have known that a god would really appear at that moment? As Shark One spoke about the god, its body trembled uncontrollably. It was hard to tell whether its reaction was out of fear or agitation. I can't really say for sure, but it seems like even the second ritual was only a partial success. Perhaps it was due to the lacking strength of the head of Starchaser Palace, or the dimension barrier was simply too resilient, but the god was still unable to pass through it and descend upon our world. So, the god forced her way through the dimension barrier, and she succeeded in the end. However, she ended up paying a heavy price for it. Her forceful actions resulted in a severe backlash from the heavens of the Forsaken Continent, causing her to lose a fair bit of blood. As tributes for the ritual, the three of us were in the vicinity when the god breached the dimension barrier and came over. When we saw the blood from the god dripping in the ocean, we thought that this might be a golden opportunity for us. Thus, we drank a droplet of blood each, and before we knew it, we fell into a deep sleep. So, we don't really know what happened after that. You don't know what happened afterward? Earlier. Didn't you say that the god left afterward? Xianxia frowned. I was the one who saw that. Shark 3 spoke up. I was more timid than the other two, so I hesitated quite a bit before swallowing the god blood. I vaguely saw the god placing her hand on the body of the head of Starchaser Palace, and the latter slowly reverted to her youthful form. They exchanged a few words, and shortly after, there seemed to be another ritual elsewhere summoning the god. Another dimension rift appeared, and the god left the Forsaken Continent through it. There was another ritual elsewhere? Xianxia fell into deep thought. If that was the case, it was very like that other ritual was conducted by Sovereign Chen Yong to summon Luo Ruoxin to the Master Teacher Continent. Thinking back, it could be due to the backlash from consecutively breaching two-dimension barriers that Luo Ruoxin's strength had been severely limited when she first descended to the Master Teacher Continent. As a result, she had been forced to impersonate a 6-star Master Teacher until she finally regained her strength. Of course, this was just speculation. As for the exact circumstances, he could only verify it with the head of Starchaser Palace in person. Xianxia took out Luo Ruoxin's portrait in order to verify with the 3 sharks if they were the same person, but just as had happened with the black-backed tortoise, even though the 3 sharks could vaguely remember what had happened, they were unable to recall the physical characteristics of the god other than her gender. Then, how did you know that this is a token of the god from back then? Xianxia asked with a frown. The god used that pendant to force her way through the dimension barrier back then. It was as bright as the sun. All of us witnessed it clearly, so there's no way we wouldn't recognize it, Shark One replied. They might have forgotten the physical characteristics of the god, but they could never forget the splendor of her might. Given that the ritual was incomplete, it should have been impossible for the god to descend upon the Forsaken Continent. It was by using the might of the pendant to rip open the dimension barrier that she managed to pass through eventually. It was for this reason that they felt deep fear toward the prowess of the pendant and dared not make a move. Even a droplet of blood from the god was enough for them to make a breakthrough. Considering how this young man had a token of the god in his possession, it was likely that he had deep ties with the god. If they wished to reach anywhere higher than semi-divinity realm in the future, this young man would be their greatest bet. Pride and backbone? All of that meant nothing in the face of the superior might commanded by the gods. Does this pendant have the ability to tear open the dimension barrier? Xianxia wondered as he held the crimson pendant tightly in his grasp. Still felt warm. He tried infusing his jinqi into it, but nothing happened. He tried using the Godblood Rock, Eye of Insight, and his own jinqi on the crimson pendant, but there was simply no response. If not for the wonders it had displayed from time to time, he would have really wondered if it was just an ordinary pendant. It might be because my cultivation is still lacking. Xianxia shook his head as he thought about the time his cultivation went berserk. Given that Luo Ruoxin had entrusted this artifact to him, there was bound to be something extremely important about it. The fact that it was able to suppress the inner demons that threatened to collapse even the Library of Heaven's Path spoke a lot about it. Since the three of you have submitted to me, you will be following me from this day onward. There are many things that I'll require your help with, and you can rest assured that you'll be handsomely rewarded for your service. Xianxia said as he tucked the crimson pendant safely back inside his clothes. With the loyalty of these three sharks, he would be under the protection of 4 semi-divinity realm beasts. Adding in the semi-divinity artifact in his possession as well, even the Hall of Gods would have to think twice before making a move on him. Xianxia took out a bottle of chicken soup and passed it over to the injured shark for it to recuperate from its injuries. After that was done, he continued asking them a few questions regarding the god blood. He learned that of the entire vacant sea, the only ones who had successfully made a breakthrough were the 3 sharks and the black-backed tortoise because they had been the closest when that incident occurred. Shark 1 had acted quickly back then to store an additional droplet of god blood, but that had eventually ended up as chick fodder. As for the rest, they had diffused all over the vacant sea. While the diffused god blood did strengthen the aquatic creatures and plants living in the region, it was not sufficient for them to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Xianxia had intended to study the remaining god blood to double confirm the issue, but since there was none left, he could only drop the idea. Another option was for him to force little Chick to spit it out, but that did not seem viable. Following that, Xianxia procured quite a bit of blood from the 3 sharks and fed them to the serpentine dragon, 9-headed fiery phoenix, and the rest, but they were still unable to make a breakthrough. It seemed like it was not that easy to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. It would take a lot more than the blood essences of other semi-divinity realm experts in order to take that final step forward. After that was done, Xianxia moved Shark 2, Shark 3, and Blackback Tortoise into the tamed beast sack before riding Shark 1 back to Starchaser Island. While Xianxia was exploring the vacant sea, the group from the Myriad Beasts Hall, which was still on the way to Starchaser Island, received a message from the 7-star pavilion. Elder Qin Yuan, what's wrong? Elder Liao asked. With his eyes still fixated on the communication jade token in his hand, Elder Qin Yuan replied, I received a message saying that the 7-star pavilion has just chosen a new pavilion master. Elder Liao was surprised by the abrupt news, and he asked, Who is it? It's a young man named Lu Yang. His cultivation is at the lesser high immortal realm, but he managed to master all the battle techniques of the 7-star pavilion within a very short period of time. His talent in the field of martial arts is said to be unrivaled, and his cultivation is exceptional, Elder Qin Yuan said. Who would have thought that shortly after they found a highly talented hall master, the 7-star pavilion would find a worthy successor as well. As the saying went, heroes rise in times of trouble. Perhaps this was a premonition that a huge crisis was awaiting them in the near future. Lu Yang, I don't think I have heard of that name before, Elder Liao muttered contemplatively. The same news had reached the ears of the group from the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion rushing toward Starchaser Island as well. The group consisted of only Han Jianxiu, First Elder He Tian, and a few others. One thing of note was that the adolescent youth, Wu Chan, who had traveled all the way to Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion in search of Xianxia, was part of the group as well. Not too long after we established Xianxia as our new sect leader, the Myriad Beasts Hall and the 7-star Pavilion rushed to do the same as well. Han Jianxiu shook his head after receiving the news. Rushed to do the same as well? What do you mean by that? First Elder He Tian asked doubtfully. A few days ago, the Myriad Beasts Hall nominated a middle-aged man named Zhang Yang as their new hall master. Just a moment ago, I received a message from the 7-star Pavilion saying that Kuei Xiao has stepped down, and he has passed his position on to a young man named Lu Yang. Han Jianxiu said. Xianxia, Zhang Yang, Lu Yang. Hearing those 3 familiar names, a bad premonition gripped Wu Chan as his lips began twitching uncontrollably. With a look of disbelief on his face, he murmured, It can't be that. They are all the same person? There must be at least billions of people on the Forsaken Continent, so it was inevitable that some of them would share the same names. But for the other two rising stars of the other sects to have the same names as Xianxia's direct disciples? There was no way such a coincidence could possibly happen. While others on the Forsaken Continent might not know of Xianxia's direct disciples, Wuqian was familiar with them. It was no easy feat to ascend to the Forsaken Continent. It was already incredible that Xianxia had been able to make his way up there with his own strength, so how could he possibly be able to bring his direct disciples along with him? Not to mention, it was hard to believe that even his direct disciples would grow as monstrously fast as him. In other words, he suspected that Zhang Yang and Lu Yang were Xianxia's aliases. Thinking back to the days on the Master-Teacher continent, Xianxia had always liked to take on new personas, such as Yang Xian, Luo Tianya, and Sun Chang. What better way was there for a humble bragger to humble brag than this? Sharply catching Wu Chen's murmurings, Han Jianqiu turned his gaze over and asked, "They are the same person? What do you mean by that?" "No, it's nothing much." Wu Chen shook his head. "It was just a casual remark." "I see." Han Jianqiu nodded a little before remarking, "It seems like there will be a commotion at the Azure Bridge this time. I wonder how Zhang Xian will fare against Zheng Yang and Lu Yang. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing those three geniuses going against one another in the dueling ring. It will indeed be an interesting match." Elder Liao nodded in agreement. Wu Chen's eyes darted downward, and he murmured with an even softer voice that only he could hear, "It's indeed something worth anticipating. It's just that I wonder if the person in question feels the same way." Half a day later, Zhang Xian arrived back at Starchaser Island. Paying respects to Pavilion Master Lu, Kuei Xiao clasped his fist. He had thought that the young man had just gone around touring the area, oblivious to the fact that he had just made a round trip to the highly dangerous vacancy. Pavilion Master? Zhang Xian frowned at that title. "I have just instructed the elders to officially relay the message to the other 5 sections. From this day onward, you will officially be the incumbent head of our 7-star pavilion," Kuei Xiao said with a cheery smile. "There's no need to worry, though. I'll be supporting you as an elder." Zhang Xian did not expect everything to proceed so swiftly, and he could not help but shake his head. However, since he had already given his word to Kuei Xiao, he would not back out anymore. Besides, his influence as the head of the 7-star pavilion would make it much easier for him to move around the Forsaken Continent. He would just have to leave the black-backed tortoise with them before leaving the Forsaken Continent in order to repay them for this favor. "How is the relationship between the 7-star pavilion and Starchaser Palace?" Zhang Xian asked. On the whole, Starchaser Palace doesn't really have friendly relations with any of the other 5 sections. The 7-star pavilion liaises with Starchaser Palace regarding business matters, but other than that, I'm afraid that we don't have any informal connections with them, Elder Kuei Xiao replied. "In other words, we aren't close to them at all?" Zhang Xian asked with a deep frown. "It wouldn't be wrong to say that." Elder Kuei Xiao nodded. "However, it doesn't mean that it's impossible to bargain with them. As the head of the 7-star pavilion, as long as what you request isn't overboard, they will still try to accommodate your request to uphold some basic formalities. Even if the 2 sects were not close with one another, as fellow heads of the 6 sects, they still had to give each other some leeway. After all, there was no saying when they would require each other's help, especially since there was a greater threat looming above them. It would be unwise to cause a fallout over minor issues. "I wish to pay a visit to the head of Starchaser Palace to ask about some matters," Zhang Xian said. "If you are just asking some questions, it shouldn't be too much of a problem." Elder Kuei Xiao nodded. "As long as it doesn't involve their rituals and the gods, I don't see any issues in that. As you know, Starchaser Palace's greatest strength is its ability to reach out to the gods. Naturally, that's a confidential matter to them, and it would be unwise to ask them to share such sensitive matters." Back then, when the heads of the 6 sects were gathered together to discuss their plans for the Azure Bridge, Hall Master Qin Yuan had just broached the subject a little, and that had nearly landed them in a fight. As long as the young man did not touch this sensitive topic, everything should be fine. This, Those words left Xianxia completely wide-eyed. Those two were the exact things that he wanted to ask the head of Starchaser Palace about. Taking the young man's response into sight, Elder Kuei Zhao's eyes widened as well as he carefully asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, do you intend to ask them about that?" "Well, there is something extremely important to me that I really need to verify with Palace Master Du," Xianxia replied hesitantly. "Do you know how I can get into contact with her?" Even though Elder Kuei Zhao had already discouraged him, he still wanted to give it a try. If he visited her and asked her in his capacity as the head of the Seven-Star Pavilion, it was more likely that he would receive a favorable response compared to him probing around as a disciple. Seeing that the young man's mind was made up, Elder Kuei Zhao rubbed his temples in exasperation. It was just a moment ago that he had officially announced that he was passing down his position to this young fellow, and this young fellow was already starting to stir trouble. Eventually, though, out of consideration that the young man was already the pavilion master, he still spoke up. "It's not too difficult to get in contact with her. I should be able to help you arrange a meeting. However, Pavilion Master Lu, you must exercise the utmost prudence. Palace Master Du is a very hot-tempered person. If you get into a verbal disagreement with her, I will have to ask you to calm down and consider the interests of our sect." To be honest, he was not too worried about the young man's safety. Du Qingyuan was a formidable cultivator, but their new pavilion master had a semi-divinity artifact and the black-back tortoise with him. If a battle really broke out, the one who would be in a disadvantageous position might not necessarily be him. That being said, it was still best to avoid a conflict altogether. As heads of their respective powers, their relationship with one another would dictate the future relationship between their respective powers. "Rest assured, I would just like to ask some basic questions. I have no intention of burning bridges," Xianxia said with a smile. He had always gone with the mentality of an eye for an eye. He would not cause trouble if the other party did not provoke him, not to mention that the relationship between the two sects was at stake. "That's a huge relief." Elder Kuei Zhao patted his chest in relief upon receiving that promise. "All right then, I'll help you contact her right now." After that, he took out a communication jade token and tapped it lightly. A few moments later, he raised his head and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, she has agreed to a meeting with you. However, she requests for the meeting to be in Starchaser Palace." Xianxia nodded in response. The location did not matter to him. Under Elder Kuei Zhao's lead, the two of them quickly made their way through the island, and soon enough, they were already standing right before the massive gates of Starchaser Palace. Unlike other sects, Starchaser Palace appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary palace. It was located at the center of the massive city, just like the Seven-Star Pavilion, but its form was nowhere near as imposing as the latter's 7 towers. However, if one took a closer look, one would realize that the spiritual energy within millions of li was surging endlessly toward this very palace, forming an enormous formation. It was probably due to such a firm foundation that the Starchaser Pavilion had been able to thrive despite being surrounded by powerful aquatic creatures. Elder Kuei Zhao handed the greeting scroll over, and the two of them were immediately granted entry to the palace. Led by a female attendant, they were taken from corridor to corridor before eventually being settled within a spacious guest hall. They waited for a short while before another female attendant entered the guest hall and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, our palace master wishes to have a private meeting with you. I'll have to ask Elder Kuei Zhao to rest here for the time being." "I understand." Elder Kuei Zhao nodded. He knew that the young man had something confidential that he had to discuss with Du Qingyuan, so it was not convenient for him to be listening in as well. Thus, Elder Kuei Zhao told the young man to take care of himself before settling back down in the chair. Xianxia followed the female attendant out of the guest hall, and passing through the corridor, he soon arrived before a private chamber. The interior of the chamber was deathly silent, and there was a massive veil at the center of the room that hindered one's sight. A calm voice sounded from beyond the veil. "To what do I owe this visit, Pavilion Master Lu? I just received news regarding your inauguration, and I didn't think that you would come knocking shortly after. The Seven-Star Pavilion has always been a trading partner of Starchaser Palace. I reckon that a matter that requires Pavilion Master Lu to request a meeting with me so urgently is something of vital importance. I'll try my best to fulfill your request as long as it's something within my means. Xianxia was slightly displeased to see that the head of Starchaser Palace was putting on airs with him by facing him through a veil. He had never heard that Du Qingyuan had such a habit, so he could not help but think that the latter was trying to test or mock him. Nevertheless, he clasped his fist and said, I do have an urgent request that requires your assistance, Palace Master Du. The person beyond the veil nodded. Feel free to speak your mind. Palace Master Du, I heard that you have conducted a ritual 2 months ago for a god to descend upon the Forsaken Continent. I would like to ask some matters regarding the god, Xianxia said. Since he was already there, he was determined to clarify the doubts in his mind. I have no idea where you received the news from, Pavilion Master Lu, but I am unaware of what you are speaking of. Given so, I fear that there's nothing I can tell you. The person beyond the veil replied coldly. A frown appeared on Xianxia's forehead, and he said, I have visited the vacant sea personally to investigate the matter, and there are witnesses stating that you visited the area 2 months ago. You conducted a ritual in order to summon a god, and the ritual failed, resulting in the god incurring some severe injuries while trying to barge her way through. Pavilion Master Lu must have heard wrongly. I have been cooped myself in Starchaser Palace for years, and there's no way I could have been at the vacant sea. I'm afraid that I know nothing of what you are saying at all. The person beyond the veil replied. If you are here to grasp at straws, I'm afraid that I don't have time to accompany you, Pavilion Master Lu. Shao Qing, send off our guest. The female attendant from before immediately walked over and gestured outward. Pavilion Master Lu, this way please. Since you are reluctant to share about that matter, Palace Master Du, I will have to ask you to pardon my discourtesy. Without even sparing a glance at the female attendant, Xianxia harumphed coldly before abruptly rising to his feet. He knew that there was a chance that Du Qingyuan would feign ignorance of the matter, but since this matter concerned Luo Ruoxin, even if he had to flip the entire Starchaser Palace upside down, he was determined to uncover the truth. He might still have thought twice in the past, but with 5 semi-divinities protecting him, he definitely possessed the means to force the other party to speak. He was more than willing to wait for any other matter, but for this single issue, he could not allow himself to wait any longer. Discourtesy. The voice beyond the veil turned wintry. Pavilion Master Lu, are you intending to make Starchaser Palace your enemy? I have no intentions of doing so. All I wish is for you to satisfy this little bit of curiosity of mine, Palace Master Du. Xianxia replied with a wave of his hand. Hula. The 4 semi-divinity realm beasts appeared in the room simultaneously. Invite Palace Master Du over here. Yes, Master. Even though the 3 sharks and the blackback tortoise were aquatic creatures, having reached their current cultivation realm, they were more than capable of surviving on land as well. It was just that their strength would be slightly crippled as a result. Hong Long, with the 4 aquatic creatures releasing their might at once, a tremendous energy burst right into the clouds. Audacious! The person on the other side of the veil clearly did not think that the new head of the 7-star pavilion would be so brazen as to make a move in her own territory. Voila! Several heavenly high immortal realm elders burst into the room, causing a powerful burst of wind to sweep inward. Send out those intruders, Xianxia ordered calmly. Pung 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 pung. All the elders who had just entered flew outward simultaneously and crashed to the ground, sustaining severe injuries. There was simply too huge a gap between high immortals and semi-divinities. Even though these aquatic creatures were only able to bring forth at most 80% of their strength on land, they were still a force far surpassing what those heavenly high immortals could deal with. Who? While Shark 1 knocked those heavenly high immortals back, Shark 2, Shark 3, and the blackback tortoise dashed forward to encircle the figure beyond the veil. With their combined strength, they swiftly bound the other party and brought her before Xianxia. You aren't Palace Master Du Qingyuan? Who are you? Facing the young lady before him, Xianxia questioned her with a deep frown. The young lady before him was dressed in a light purple dress, and she boasted a curvaceous figure. Her appearance was reminiscent of that of a 25 years old, so her actual age was definitely beneath 100 years. Furthermore, her cultivation was only at the lesser high immortal realm. Of course, someone of Du Qingyuan's means would be more than capable of concealing her age and cultivation. But it was obvious that the young lady before him harbored great fear of him despite the bravado that she was putting on. How could she possibly be the head of Starchaser Palace? Not to mention, Du Qingyuan was rumored to be an expert even stronger than Elder Kuei Xiao. Even if she was not the strongest within the six sex, she would definitely rank within the top 3. You dare wreak havoc in Starchaser Palace? Are you trying to incite a war? The young lady roared with a reddened face. She never would have thought that the newly inaugurated Pavilion Master Lu of the 7-star Pavilion would be so unreasonable, completely disregarding the etiquette between sex and capturing her without any hesitation. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up upon hearing those words. He took a step forward imposingly and glared at the young lady coldly. I don't think your audacity is anywhere beneath mine. I earnestly sent a request for an audience with Palace Chief Du, but you tried to play me off with a mere substitute. Is this a provocation directed toward the 7-star Pavilion? Are you trying to incite a war? No matter what, he had come as a representative of the 7-star Pavilion, having made a formal request and submitted a name scroll at the entrance. Yet, it was one thing for Palace Master Du not to meet him, but they had even tried to hoodwink him with a fake. Was this not as good as making a fool out of him? It was no wonder they refused to allow Elder Kuei Xiao to come along with him. It was obvious that they were taking advantage of him for being green and not knowing the real Du Qingyuan. You? The young lady trembled fearfully. She seemed to have many words on the tip of her tongue, but nothing came out of her mouth. She knew that Starchaser Palace was at fault. Where is Palace Master Du? Get her to meet me right now, and I'll drop this matter. Otherwise, if this matter blows up, none of you will be able to take responsibility. Xianxia harumphed as he swept a threatening gaze across the room. He was not too sure of the reason, but it seemed like Du Qingyuan was unwilling to meet him. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her subordinates to play such a trick on him. Given so, it was apparent that talking would not suffice, so he chose to put up a strong front in order to force Starchaser Palace to bring out Du Qingyuan. No matter what, he was determined to acquire information regarding Luo Ruoxin. The young lady clenched her teeth tightly, but she did not say a word at all. Keeping silent, aren't we? If that's the case, I won't be standing on ceremony anymore, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. The 4 semi-divinity realm beasts immediately released their auras, crushing the surrounding cultivators to the ground. As powerhouses of the Sea of Exiled Stars, these 4 beasts had their hands stained with fresh blood. Their auras carried frightening killing intent that left the weaker-willed panting for breath. Pavilion Master Lu, please quell your rage. At this moment, a voice sounded from the distance. Right after, a heavenly high immortal realm old lady dressed in a robe flew into the private chamber. I am the first elder of Starchaser Palace, Zhao Yu. This young lady over here is our palace master's direct disciple, Chu Yin. Please pardon her if she has offended you in any way. Xianxia gazed at the old lady intently, indicating for her to go on. Palace Chief Du has some matters to attend to, so she isn't in Starchaser Palace at the moment. We feared that there might be unease if those coming here from the other sects learned of the matter, so we chose to suppress the news for the time being. I beg for pardon for this matter. First Elder Zhao Yu clasped her fist. Those words caused a frown to be etched on Xianxia's forehead. It should not be anything much for the head of a sect to not be in, so was there really a reason to conceal such a trivial matter? On the contrary, such a move would only lower Starchaser Palace's credibility if it was exposed, thus achieving the opposite effect. Besides, even if the head was not in, there were still many elders to attend to administrative affairs. With the mechanisms driving the daily functions of the sect still present, it was unlikely for any mishaps to occur. It was not as if other powers would send in their troops to wreak havoc as soon as they realized that the head of the sect was not around. First Elder Zhao Yu noticed Xianxia's doubt, and she clasped her fist with a bitter smile. We have our own reasons for coming up such a flawed solution. I humbly ask for Pavilion Master Lu's understanding. Reasons? Xianxia asked. Pardon me, but it isn't convenient for me to speak about this matter. Since our palace master isn't present at the moment, I would like to ask you to come back on another date, Pavilion Master Lu. Our sect has indeed made a mistake, and you can be assured that our palace master will offer you a satisfactory explanation when she returns. First Elder Zhao Yu said. Xianxia looked intently for a moment longer to assess the sincerity of the other party's response before eventually nodding. It's fine. I don't intend to take the matters that happened today to heart. However, I would like you to inform me as soon as Palace Master Du returns to Starchaser Palace. He was just there to inquire about Luo Ruoxin. He had no intention of turning Starchaser Palace against the 7-star pavilion. Since the other party had already lowered their stance, it would only seem petty of him to continue pursuing the matter. With a wave of his hand, he returned the 4 semi-divinity realm beasts to his tamed beast sack. Farewell. After that, he turned around and left the private chamber. As soon as he returned to the guest hall, Elder Kuei Shao immediately stood up and walked over anxiously. I felt pulsations of energy coming from where you were earlier. What happened? He was afraid that the young man before him had come to blows with Palace Master Du Qingyuan, and this had left him feeling deeply uneasy. I'll fill you in on the details once we return, Xianxia said instead of explaining on the spot. With this, the two of them left Starchaser Palace. However, after they had flown just a short distance away, Xianxia abruptly came to a halt. Pavilion Master Lu, noticing that the young man's complexion did not look quite right, Elder Kuei Shao asked in bewilderment, "Just what in the world happened earlier? Did you meet Palace Master Du? What was with that pulsation of energy earlier? Could not be that they had really come to blows, right? Pavilion Master Lu, you promised me that you wouldn't act recklessly. I didn't meet Palace Master Du." Xianxia shook his head. He filled Elder Kuei Shao in on the entire story. You said that Palace Master Du wasn't in the sect, so her direct disciple impersonated her and met you in her stead? Elder Kuei Shao was stunned by the turn of events. It was not too rare for a sect leader to be out. The fact that the two of them were at Starchaser Palace at this very moment served as a perfect example. Was there really a need for them to get someone to impersonate her? Something really felt amiss. It did not make sense for a sect with millenniums of history behind it to not know the common protocols and end up making such a foolish move. I also think that something is off. Elder Kuei Shao, you should return to the 7-star pavilion for the time being. Meanwhile, I'll head back to Starchaser Palace to scout T. He's situation, Xianxia said. No matter how he looked at it, it was clear that something was happening within Starchaser Palace. The situation that had happened just a moment ago was simply too baffling. It was something that never should have happened in the circle they were in. Palace Master Du was the only person who knew about the details regarding Luo Ruoxin's descent, so he had to find her no matter what it took. I'll go with you, Elder Kuei Shao said worriedly. I'm afraid that something might happen while we are away. Someone needs to be there to take charge of the situation in case something occurs. Xianxia replied grimly. Hearing those words, Elder Kuei Shao did not insist. All right then. You must take care. If Starchaser Palace was acting so weirdly in their own headquarters, something major must really be happening. It would indeed be unsafe if there was no semi-divinity realm cultivator in the 7-star pavilion to stand guard. Without any hesitation, Xianxia leaped into a remote alley, and when he walked out once more, his appearance had already changed completely. He was no longer Lu Yang. After completing his disguise, he quickly made his way back to Starchaser Palace. This time, instead of walking in through the main entrance, he snuck in stealthily. His concealment would allow him to hide from semi-divinity realm experts, let alone the bunch from Starchaser Palace. It did not take him long to return to the private chamber that he had entered previously. He discreetly flew in and hid among the beams in the ceiling. The elders whom he had knocked out of the room had disappeared, and even the traces of battle had vanished. The only ones left around were Elder Zhao Yu and Chu Yin. First Elder, this really won't do. If even Pavilion Master Lu was able to see through my disguise, those people will definitely be able to do the same, Chu Yin said worriedly. I am able to put on my teacher's voice, but I am unable to imitate my teacher's disposition and aura. I know that it's impossible for you to imitate our palace master impeccably, but we have no other choice. We can only stall for as much time as possible, the First Elder said. I understand. What should I do then? Chu Yin bit her lips nervously. This is a jade token containing our palace master's Xianxia. As long as you hold it in your palm and activate it, you'll be able to bring out the aura of a semi-divinity realm cultivator, similar to that of our palace master. First Elder Zhao Yu said. I'll try my best then. Chu Yin nodded hesitantly. She held the jade token in her grasp, and the next moment, her aura changed. It was as if she had turned into another person. Her disposition became extremely cold. Keep others a distance away from her. At the same time, a power that the ordinary would not dare think of approaching burst forth from her. No matter what happens, you might make sure to rein in your emotions. Don't worry if you find yourself in a tight spot. I'm there to support you if need be, First Elder Zhao Yu added. Before she could finish her words, a powerful aura suddenly materialized in the courtyard, just in front of the private chamber. The First Elder's voice trailed to a halt as her face darkened. She hurriedly urged Chu Yin to the other side of the veil. Barely after they were done with that, a calm voice echoed across the courtyard. May I hear Palace Master Du's decision? A few figures walked over with deliberate footsteps. There were 5 people in total. The one leading the group was a gray-robed, middle-aged man whose cultivation felt like the boundless ocean, making it nigh impossible to gauge the extent of his strength. Glancing at the guests outside, Xianxia's body trembled a little from disbelief as he murmured, Hall of Gods! He had crossed blows with those from the Hall of Gods twice and even slain a couple of their heavenly high immortal realm cultivators. As such, he already had a deep understanding of them. The 5 fellows in front of him emanated a unique aura that felt both sharp and disconcerting. With just a glance, there was no doubt that they were from the Hall of Gods. A semi-divinity realm cultivator accompanied by 4 heavenly high immortals. What a lineup! Xianxia's eyes narrowed into slits. The cultivators from the Hall of Gods possessed extraordinary strength, such that even their heavenly high immortal realm cultivators wielded strength that allowed them to withstand the might of semi-divinity realm experts. As such, it did not take too much imagination to fathom just how formidable a force this group of people was. Even if Palace Master Du was there, she would probably have had difficulties dealing with them. Of course, that was not to say that she would not be able to win the battle. They were in the heart of Starchaser Palace after all, her territory. It was just a matter of how high a price she would have to pay for victory. The accumulation of the 6 sects over their thousands of years of existence was not to be underestimated. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, for example, only had one semi-divinity realm expert, Han Jianxiu, so it might seem like the current force that Zhang Xian commanded could easily overwhelm them. However, if he really dared invade the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, the one who would end up dead in the very end would be him. Just the countless sword intents stored in the Compendium of Sword Wisdom would be more than enough to overwhelm his 4 semi-divinity realm beasts. Not to mention, the sect was protected by the Founder's God's sword intent as well. This was why the Hall of Gods dared not cross the 6 sects easily. While its strength was a notch higher than that of the 6 sects, it was not so absolute as to be able to destroy the 6 sects with ease. Of course, the 6 sects would not use these trump cards easily too, especially since most of them were only one-time use. If the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion tapped into the prowess of the Compendium of Sword Wisdom, it would effectively be destroying their own heritage, preventing the knowledge of the predecessors from being passed down to the later generations. For this reason, unless it was in a time of crisis, no one would think of utilizing these trump cards. For Starchaser Palace to be able to survive despite not being on friendly terms with the other 5 sects, there was no doubt that they had such trump cards as well. Just their ability to communicate with the gods was one perfect example. While it would be far too arrogant to expect the gods to fight for them, The gods might have granted them powerful artifacts in return for their offerings. I have already thought it through, and it'll be difficult for Starchaser Palace to accede to your request, replied the voice beyond the veil. Her voice was much more stable than before, carrying the weight that a sect leader should have. Difficult. The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods chuckled lightly to himself. You should be aware that there's a limit to the patience of the Hall of Gods. If you don't grasp this opportunity now, you will have to face the consequences in the future. Is that so? There's one thing that I am very curious about that I hope you can enlighten me on. The Hall of Gods has always been a lofty existence, never interfering in the secular affairs of the Forsaken Continent. Why are you seeking out our Starchaser Palace at this juncture? There's no need for you to ask any questions. You'll know what you need to know. We are just carrying out the orders of our master. The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods replied without the slightest change in his expression. Don't delude yourself. The Hall of Gods always gets what it wants. Even if you turn us down, we have plenty of means to achieve our goals. The only reason we gave you a day to consider the matter is because we don't wish to dye your beautiful island crimson. I advise you not to test us. There was a brief moment of silence in the air before the voice beyond the veil sounded once more. I don't deny it. We won't stand a chance against the powerful Hall of Gods. However, if you make such a big move, the lofty reputation of the Hall of Gods will be tarnished. Are you worrying about us? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods burst into laughter. Reputation means nothing to existences like us. Even without it, who would dare question our authority? Starchaser Palace might have its trump cards, but make no mistake, it wouldn't take us too much effort to crush you beneath our feet. Reputation was only important between equal existences. To behemoths whose every footstep quaked the world, what did the mere opinions of ants count for? Before absolute strength, those doubtful voices meant nothing at all. What airs the Hall of Gods is putting on? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he gazed upon the happenings from above. Those words sounded very jarring to his ears, but he knew that there was a sliver of truth in them. It reminded him of the Manchu in his previous life. Those who dared keep their hair would not be able to keep their heads. Through absolute force, they forced the territories that they annexed to bow to their culture. It was clear that this was the stance that the Hall of Gods was going with. This was a world where the strongest fist reigned mighty. Do you really intend to make a move against Starchaser Palace? The person beyond the veil clearly did not expect to hear such words, and her voice began to quaver a little. We don't need to make a move personally. All we have to do is kill you, the backbone of Starchaser Palace, and I believe that there will be many sects who will be more than willing to deal the finishing blow so that they can replace you. The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods pointed out coldly. If Starchaser Palace lost its semi-divinity realm expert, it would gradually lose its say in the matters of the world, and it would be forced to compromise again and again. Eventually, it would come to a point where it fell out of the top echelon. This was simply reality. You! The person beyond the veil fell silent. A moment later, she said, I'm willing to make compromises, but the item you requested is the foundation of our Starchaser Palace. Even I don't have the right to make such a decision individually. What Palace Master Du means to say is, give me another day. I'll discuss the matter with the elders of the sect and give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow. The person beyond the veil said. You want another day? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods sneered coldly. Even if I give you another day, I doubt that a fake like you will gain the authority to make the call. Isn't that so? Hula. Right after those words were spoken, a surge of sword chi burst forth and sliced the veil in two, revealing Chu Yin's silhouette. You! Seeing that she had been exposed, Chu Yin's body trembled in fear. She had thought that her impersonation was close enough to fool the other party, but it seemed like the other party did not fall for it at all. Are you wondering how I knew that you were a fake? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods harumphed coldly. Chu Yin could not help but clench her fists tightly as she stared anxiously at the person before her. And First Elder Zhao Yu's body stiffened in horror as well. Yesterday, when Palace Master Du said that she would give me an answer a day later, I knew what you lot were up to. Did you really take us, the warriors of the Hall of Gods, for fools? The middle-aged man scoffed. I was just playing along with you to see how far you'd go. That being said, I must admit that I am impressed. Despite your young age, you can impersonate Du Qingyuan rather well. I can tell that you have put quite a bit of effort into it. If you knew from the start, then... Chu Yin was taken aback. Since they had known right from the start, why did they still agree to give them an additional day to discuss the matter? Why did they choose to reside in Starchaser Palace for another day instead of forcing them to hand over the artifact? It's very simple. I wanted you to hand the item over yourselves. We already knew of Du Qingyuan's departure, and we have dispatched our men to deal with her. Most likely, that palace master of yours has either been captured or killed, the middle-aged man replied. The reason we chose to stay here is just to numb you all. Did you really think that such cheap ploys would work on us? Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu's faces turned utterly pale as they subconsciously retreated several steps. If that was the case, did it not mean that their palace master was in danger? Seeing that words were unnecessary at this juncture, the middle-aged man waved his hand and ordered, "Capture them all!" The 4 heavenly high immortals behind him immediately marched forward. "Protect the First Elder." In response, more than a dozen heavenly high immortal realm elders rushed into the private chamber from all directions. 3 minutes later, all the elders from Starchaser Palace were lying on the ground, every single one of them incapacitated. Despite being fellow high immortals, the warriors from the Hall of Gods were simply much more powerful than ordinary sect elders. They simply were not on the same footing as one another, so the outcome of the battle was decided right from the start. At the same time, Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu were captured as well. Bring them back. It would be best if we can capture Du Qingyuan, but if they fail, we'll use these 2 as hostages to force her to submit, the middle-aged man ordered before turning around to leave. Meanwhile, Xianxia slowly drove his Jinqi as he prepared to make his move to save the crowd from Starchaser Palace from the hands of the Hall of Gods. He had refrained from making a move so far in hopes of seeing what trump cards the group from the Hall of Gods was capable of. After all, this was the first time that he would be facing a semi-divinity realm expert from the Hall of Gods, so he knew that he should only make a move when he was confident of victory. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to save the rest, he would also place himself in deep danger. Unfortunately, the group from Starchaser Palace never managed to force the semi-divinity realm expert into making a move. Despite the uncertainties involved, Xianxia knew very well that he could not allow the Hall of Gods to take away these people. For one, it would put Du Qingyuan in danger, and that would make it difficult for him to acquire the information he required. Not to forget, he had a grudge with the Hall of Gods. He was not too sure what the Hall of Gods was up to yet, but there was no harm getting in the way of what they were doing. Xianxia discreetly took out the Tongshang sword and the other 4 heavenly high immortal tier swords. He was intending to quickly assassinate the 4 heavenly high immortal realm cultivators from the Hall of Gods before focusing on the semi-divinity realm expert. But before he could make a move, a sharp gust of wind sounded from the distance, and right after, an overwhelming pressure crushed down on the private chamber. Another semi-divinity realm cultivator? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. He quickly halted his circulation of Jinqi and continued concealing his aura. Who is it? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods also noticed the intruder, and he quickly scanned his surroundings intently. A warm and soothing voice filled the air. Friend, don't you think you are going too far a little? I'll have to ask you to free those from Starchaser Palace. Following that, an old man dressed in green descended upon the entrance of the private chamber before making his way in. This old man appeared to be in his 60s, and he had a flowing beard that gave him a sagely presence. Just like what Xianxia had perceived earlier on, his cultivation was at semi-divinity realm, and his aura felt incredibly deep, reminiscent of peering into the abyss. It was likely that he was stronger than even Han Jianxiu. Is he from the evanescent immortal sect? Xianxia frowned. He had met 4 heads of the 6 sects thus far, leaving only the faces of Palace Master Du and the sect leader of the evanescent immortal sect a mystery to him. The only reason Shark 1, Shark 2, Shark 3, and the blackback tortoise were able to achieve a breakthrough was due to the god blood, and given the nature of the Hall of Gods, it was not too surprising for them to have semi-divinity realm cultivators in their ranks. Other than them, the heads of the six sects should have been the only semi-divinities in this world. It was clear that the old man who had just appeared was not an ally of the Hall of Gods, and bewilderment could be seen reflected in the eyes of Chu Yin and First Elder Xiaoyu. So, the only one that was left was the head of the evanescent immortal sect. The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods harumphed coldly. "You want me to free them? You'll have to prove yourself worthy of uttering those words first." "Who?" Two of the heavenly high immortals from the Hall of Gods raised their swords and drove them right toward the old man. Even though the two of them did not intentionally coordinate with one another, their sword intents seemed to fuse together, producing a force that ripped a void in the space before them. In terms of mastery of swordsmanship, these two would not pale in comparison to First Elder He Tian and the others from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Sensing the pressure produced by those two, Xianxia could not help but clench his fists tightly. He had made great advancements in his cultivation recently, making him nearly invincible among all high immortals. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the might produced by the two of them was indeed formidable. If used well, it could have potentially forced him into a corner. Even a semi-divinity realm beast like the blackback tortoise would have some difficulties dealing with it. Thus, Xianxia focused his attention on the old man, wanting to see how the latter would deal with a situation like this. "Who?" In his eyes, he could see a hint of a smile creeping onto the lips of the old man as he made a move. The old man raised his palm and waved it lightly. Pong! Pong! The two heavenly high immortals from the Hall of Gods were immediately sent crashing heavily onto the ground. Their faces turned ghastly pale as fresh blood spurted from their lips. It was just a single move, but those two had already sustained severe injuries. Xianxia widened his eyes. He had thought that the old man was only slightly stronger than Han Jianqiu, but it turned out that he was underestimating the other party a great deal. It was hard to believe that what had appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary wave of a hand boasted such unbelievable might. After knocking out the two heavenly high immortals, the old man quickly advanced toward the other two heavenly high immortals holding Chu Yin and First Elder Xiaoyu before waving his hand lightly once more. It was a deceptively simple move consisting of innumerable transformations. The two heavenly high immortals tried to retaliate, but everything they tried was easily countered. Pong pong! With another two hollow thuds, those two were sent crashing onto the ground as well with severe injuries. Judging from their wounds, they would not be able to participate in the battle in the short term. "There's no need to worry anymore," the elder said with a smile as he freed Chu Yin and First Elder Xiaoyu from the energy binding them with a flick of his finger. "You have our deepest gratitude for saving our lives." The two of them hurriedly bowed deeply. "It's what I should do," the old man replied with a faint smile before finally turning his gaze toward the middle-aged man standing in the room. "You can make your move. You aren't too weak after all," the middle-aged man remarked with narrowed eyes. He did not expect that the intruder would actually have the ability to incapacitate his heavenly high immortal realm subordinates so easily. Even he would have taken some time before he could incapacitate them. Before he could give this matter any deeper thoughts, the old man before him had already begun charging right toward him. In response, the middle-aged man darted forward to receive his blows. Boom, boom, boom. The duel between the two semi-divinities caused innumerable rifts to appear in the surrounding space. It was fortunate that there was a formation protecting the private chamber, or else the whole of Starchaser Island would have been riddled with innumerable holes by the time they were done with their battle. Xianxia knew that it was hard to come by a battle involving two such powerful experts, so he activated his Eye of Insight and observed the situation closely. The middle-aged man's moves were sharp, forceful, and fatal, but the old man was able to deflect them through ingenious maneuvers. In a few moments, they were already engaged in an intense fight against one another, and surprisingly, they seemed to be equally matched with one another. But why do the moves executed by this old man seem so familiar to me? Xianxia pondered with a frown. The moves of the old man appeared to be simple on the surface, but they were all aimed at the crux of his opponent, making them incredibly hard to defend against. It was clear that the old man lost out to the middle-aged man in terms of strength and Jinchi purity, but as the battle continued, it was the middle-aged man who was forced back again and again. It was clear who was in an advantageous position by now. The old man's battle techniques are a little similar to the simplified Heaven's Path battle techniques, consisting of the condensation of profound concepts within simple moves in order to draw out greater prowess in battle, Xianxia thought. Slowly, he realized that the feeling of déjà vu stemmed from the similarities in their battle techniques. His fighting style was also centered around searching for and striking his enemy's weaknesses. It looks like he's going to win. Xianxia nodded. Barely after such a thought appeared in Xianxia's head, the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods was struck squarely in his chest, forcing him to retreat several steps. "You bastard! Let's see how you will deal with this then." With a furious roar, the middle-aged man took out a sword and channeled his sword chi into it before charging forward at an incredible speed. Judging from the momentum, this seemed to be the strongest move that the middle-aged man had in his arsenal. He was determined to bring down the old man with this. With a grim look on his face, the old man was just about to make his move as well when the silhouettes before him abruptly blurred. The middle-aged man, along with the 4 heavenly high immortals, vanished from view simultaneously. "I'll spare you this once. Pray that you never meet me again." With those words lingering in the air, the group from the Hall of Gods escaped from Starchaser Palace. This, taken aback by the use of such a cheap feint from the lofty Hall of Gods, the old man chuckled quietly beneath his breath before shaking his head lightly. He flew into the air to observe the surroundings a while, and only after confirming that the group from the Hall of Gods had left the area did he return back to Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu's side. "Elder, thank you for saving our lives." The two of them clasped their fists and bowed deeply. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. I only came to lend my aid to Starchaser Palace under the orders of our Hall Master." The old man replied with a smile. "Hall Master?" The two of them glanced at one another in confusion for a moment. The first elder clasped her fist once more and asked, "May I have the honor of knowing your name and the sect you are from?" As the first elder of Starchaser Palace, Zhao Yu knew all the top experts from the 6 sects. Yet, she did not recognize the old man before her. Furthermore, despite being a semi-divinity realm cultivator, the other party still was not the leader of the power he was in. Just how formidable would the organization behind him be? "Of course. I am Fu Qinzi," the old man said with a hint of pride as he stroked his beard. "I am an elder from the Ethereal Hall." "The Ethereal Hall?" Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu were taken aback. Despite all their guesses, they did not think that the old man would actually be from the Ethereal Hall. Xianxia was taken aback as well. He knew that the Ethereal Hall founded by Kong Shi was filled with many experts, but who could have known that the semi-divinity realm experts in their ranks would actually be this powerful? As expected of a power that had received an entire god character. Indeed, Elder Fu Qinzi nodded. Hall Master Kong has been keeping a close eye on the movements of the Hall of Gods, and noticing that it was intending to lay its hands on Starchaser Palace, he sent me here as support. It is truly fortunate that I came in time, or else the consequences would have been dire. It's indeed a huge relief. Elder Fu, I'll have to trouble you to relay our gratitude to Hall Master Kong as well. First Elder Zhao Yu clasped her fist. "You are too courteous," Fu Qinzi replied with a nod. Switching to a more serious look, he looked at First Elder Zhao Yu and said with a hint of confusion, "The Hall of Gods has always steered clear of secular affairs. Pardon me, but may I know the reason they have chosen to approach Starchaser Palace at this juncture?" This, First Elder Zhao Yu hesitated a little. Noticing the look of difficulty on the other party's face, Fu Qinzi added, "Treat it as if I never asked that question if it's not convenient for you to speak. It's just that I'm a little worried about Palace Master Du. It'll be hard for me to make a move without knowing the exact details of the current situation. First Elder, Elder Fu is our savior." Chu Yin looked at First Elder Zhao Yu. Their current priority should be to save their Palace Master. There was no way they would be able to do it with their current strength, so they could only rely on the old man before them. Thus, Chu Yin could not understand why First Elder Zhao Yu was still hesitating at this moment despite their current plight. I guess we have no other choice. First Elder Zhao Yu nodded with a wry smile. Since Elder Fu is an expert from the ethereal hall, there's no harm in filling him in on the details. Even though the ethereal hall was a mysterious entity on the Forsaken Continent, it had always moved with the interests of the continent at heart. There had never been any rumors about it being affiliated with the Hall of Gods, and it had never acted improperly. As such, it should be safe to assume that the other party was trustworthy. In truth, the Hall of Gods has approached our Starchaser Palace in hopes of obtaining our greatest treasure. Your greatest treasure? Fu Qinzi asked with a frown. Indeed. It's the altar that Starchaser Palace uses for its rituals. First Elder Zhao Yu explained. Altar? Fu Qinzi's eyebrows shot up. The reason Starchaser Palace was deeply feared by the other sects was due to its ability to communicate with the gods through its rituals. Such rituals would require not just appropriate offerings but an altar to hold the offerings as well. To think that the Hall of Gods would attempt to take this away from Starchaser Palace. The altar is the very foundation of Starchaser Palace, so how could we give it away to others easily? Thus, our palace master tasked us with the responsibility of stalling for time, while she finds a suitable place to hold a ritual in order to report this matter to the gods, so that they can redress our grievances. Chu Yin explained. I see. Fu Qinzi nodded in realization. Hiding on the beams in the ceiling, Xianxia's eyes widened in comprehension as well. He had been wondering why Starchaser Palace would have a disciple impersonate Du Qingyuan all along, and this turned out to be the real reason. With the Hall of Gods keeping a close eye on Starchaser Palace, there was no way it would allow Du Qingyuan to hold a ritual to report the incident to the gods. Thus, the latter could only find a remote location to conduct the ritual. In order to buy time for her, they chose to have Chu Yin impersonate her in hopes that the Hall of Gods would not notice anything amiss. It was just a pity that the Hall of Gods seemed to have seen through them right from the start. Elder Fu, it's likely that my teacher is still being pursued by the warriors of the Hall of Gods. I beseech you to save her. Chu Yin kneeled down and implored. I will not hesitate to help her if I am able to, Fu Qinzi replied grimly. However, you'll have to tell me where she has headed to and where she intends to hold the ritual. Or else, I'm afraid that there's nothing I can do. This. Knowing the severity of the matter, Chu Yin looked at First Elder Zhao Yu, and the two of them fell into deep thought. Their palace master's destination was confidential, and the latter had instructed them not to tell anyone prior to her departure. The Hall of Gods has already uncovered your goal, and most likely, they have already dispatched their men to apprehend Palace Master Du. She's likely in deep danger. I won't be able to help her until I know where she currently is, Fu Qinzi said grimly. I believe you should know better than anyone the importance of Palace Master Du and the altar to Starchaser Palace. If you lose both of them, there's a good chance that Starchaser Palace will fall to ruin. This is not something that the Ethereal Hall wishes to see. Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu clenched their fists tightly. They knew that there was some truth in what Fu Qinzi had said. Losing their altar would be as good as losing their greatest trump card. That would be equivalent to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion losing its God's Sword intent. If something happened to their palace master at such a time, Starchaser Palace would definitely fall into turmoil. The aquatic creatures that it had offended over the years would make use of this opportunity to massacre everyone on Starchaser Island. Thus, no matter what happened, they had to make sure to protect their palace master and the altar. First Elder Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment longer before carefully speaking. Elder Fu, it's not that we don't trust you, but revealing the whereabouts of our palace master can have severe consequences. We have to consider this matter carefully. Fu Qinzi looked at the two of them silently for a moment before slowly nodding. Since this is the will of Starchaser Palace, I'll keep my hands out of this matter and return to the Ethereal Hall. Following which, he turned around to leave the private chamber. The abrupt departure of Fu Qinzi caused First Elder Zhao Yu to panic. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Please wait for a moment. If something really happened to their palace master, this old man before them was their greatest hope. If he left just like that, There was a good chance that their palace master might really lose her life in the hands of the Hall of Gods. Fu Qinzi halted his footsteps and looked at the duo. Elder Fu, may I see your identity token? First Elder Zhao Yu asked carefully. I understand your apprehension. That isn't a problem at all, Fu Qinzi replied as he whipped out a token. Inscribed on the back of the token were the characters Shahua Shan Tongsun, ethereal. These characters carried a deep conceptualization behind them, such that even painters at Zhang Xian's caliber would not be able to imitate the calligraphy. It's indeed the elder token of the ethereal hall. First Elder Zhao Yu visibly heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Elder Fu. Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu clasped their fists as they voiced their gratitude. I should follow him to take a look. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian drifted out of the private chamber like a light gust of wind before quickly heading in the direction that Fu Qinzi disappeared. His goal at Starchaser Palace was to find Du Qingyuan to uncover the truth behind Luo Ruoxin. Since the latter was likely in the city of collapsed space, there was a need for him to make his way over there as well. Otherwise, if the latter was killed before he could even meet her, he would really lose the final clue linking him to Luo Ruoxin. Fu Qinzi's traveling speed was formidable. By the time Zhang Xian left Starchaser Palace, the other party had already completely vanished from sight. I have insight. The next moment, the slight disturbances in the air that Fu Qinzi left behind as a result of his movements appeared clearly before Zhang Xian's eyes. Zhang Xian hurriedly followed the trail. It did not take him long before he was out of the perimeters of Starchaser Island. As he proceeded, several more trails appeared before his eyes. It seemed like there were a few others trailing Fu Qinzi as well. These trails are from those 5 fellows from the Hall of Gods. Weren't they incapacitated by Fu Qinzi earlier? Zhang Xian frowned. Did they use some kind of secret art that allowed them to swiftly recover? In any case, the fact that they were following Fu Qinzi did not bode well. I have to quicken my pace, Zhang Xian thought anxiously. Whether those 5 had been camping in wait to follow Fu Qinzi to where Du Qingyuan was or something else. One thing was for sure. Du Qingyuan's whereabouts had already been leaked to the Hall of Gods. Knowing that his speed was severely lacking compared to those semi-divinity realm experts, Zhang Xian quickly brought out Shark One and urged it to rush forward. Half a day later, after traveling for over 1,000,000 li, the trail suddenly vanished. Zhang Xian instructed Shark One to come to a halt and return to the tamed beast sack before he began examining the surroundings. He was in the midst of a barren desert. Yellow sand filled his entire sight, and it seemed as if there was no end to it. The trail stops here. Could it be that the city of collapsed space lies within the yellow sand? Zhang Xian wondered. The fact that the trail stopped there likely meant that he was not too far from the city of collapsed space anymore. Thus, he tried to recall the details regarding the city of collapsed space from the books. The city of collapsed space is an ancient domain that has existed ever since the time where the indigenous population ruled the entire Forsaken continent. It's hidden amid a vast desert. Zhang Xian hurriedly sieved through all the information in his head. The books in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and 7-Star Pavilion all had some records regarding that place. It should be in the vicinity then. Zhang Xian surveyed the area around him, and all of a sudden, his eyebrows shot up. He began walking in a certain direction, and before long, he was standing before a sand dune. To the naked eye, it would seem as if there was nothing peculiar about this place. However, if one perceived the surroundings carefully, one would feel a prehistoric aura hidden beneath the yellow sand. A world that had vanished from the eyes of the world was hidden under his feet. Zhang Xian slowly took a walk around the sand dune as he carefully examined it. Then he took a step forward toward it and stomped his feet down forcefully. Hoo! A powerful suction force appeared, causing him to instantaneously fall through space. Zhang Xian quickly steadied his figure before breaking his fall to float in the air. By the time he looked at his surroundings once more, he found that he was no longer in the desert anymore. Right before his eyes was a massive, dilapidated city suffused with a breath of history. It was almost as if he had stepped into a brand new world. The area was completely barren. There were no plants thriving in the area, and beneath him was a murky swamp. It felt as if he would have been swallowed whole if he had fallen in earlier. This is the city of collapsed space? Xianxia's expression turned grave. He had long heard that this place was fraught with dangers, and from the looks of it, that was indeed the case. What was surprising to him was that he had envisioned the city of collapsed space to be an actual place on the Forsaken Continent, but it turned out to be in a folded space in the desert instead. He quickly took a sweeping gaze around him. The path that he had entered through had already vanished without a trace. Even with his sensitivity towards space, he was unable to find any traces of it. In other words, he was trapped in the city of collapsed space. He had to find a different exit if he wanted to get out of there. I'll just have to deal with it when I get to that. For now, I should focus my efforts on finding Duqing. Xianxia thought as he tossed aside all of his negative emotions. Looking at the massive city before him, he slowly made his way in. Wang! Before he could even reach the city, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling sensation behind him. The next instant, a surge of sword chi burst out of the marsh toward his chest. At the same time, another burst of sword chi fell from the ceiling. It was clear that these two were coordinating with one another to kill him in a single move. An ambush? Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been so focused on following Fuchenzi that he did not expect that he would fall into an ambush here. The Hall of Gods, huh? Xianxia immediately identified his assailants. The disconcerting killing intent and the sharp precision that seemed as if it had been carefully measured with a ruler. These were traits that were unique to the sword practitioners of the Hall of Gods. More importantly, the angle, positioning, and attack timing that they had coordinated with one another were truly sharp, such that even semi-divinity realm experts would find it hard to avoid their offense. The only ones he could think of that were capable of such a feat were those from the Hall of Gods. Only two heavenly high immortals, eh? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. 10 days ago, he would have been completely helpless against such a lineup, but to the current him, they were no longer a problem for him to deal with anymore. However, while there were only these two on the surface, there was no saying that the semi-divinity realm middle-aged man was not lying in wait around as well. Thus, Xianxia sent a telepathic message to the 4 semi-divinities in his tamed beast sack to prompt them to be ready to strike at any moment. At the same time, he brought out the Tongshang sword and released the God's sword intent to seal away the surroundings. God's sword intent? You are the new sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Xianxia. Those two assailants were alarmed, and the one above immediately turned tail to flee. If the young man before them was still at heavenly true immortal realm, he would have given it his all to take him down. However, the young man had already reached high immortal realm. Taking into consideration that the previous 2 assassinations had failed as well, it did not take him long to figure out that the opponent standing before them was not someone whom they could defeat. What he had to do right now was inform their leader of the news as soon as possible. If he could capture this young man, the merit he would earn would be far greater than acquiring the altar of Starchaser Palace. It's too late, Xianxia remarked lightly. Xianxia's sword descended like a gust of wind. It appeared to be slow on the surface, but that single move effectively sealed away all his routes of escape. He was trapped. Pooh! A bloodied slit appeared on the glabella of the heavenly high immortal above, and just like that, his soul dissipated, sealing his fate. Pooh! Xianxia quickly grabbed his falling corpse and threw it into his storage ring. All in all, from the moment those two attempted to assassinate him till the heavenly high immortal above was killed, not even a single breath had passed. At the same time, though, the sword chi from the heavenly high immortal below had arrived right before him. Ding! Just as it seemed as if the sword chi was going to pierce through Xianxia's chest, a gourd suddenly materialized right before him and blocked the sword chi. Damn it! Break! With gritted teeth, the heavenly high immortal below drove his Jinchi to his limits, hoping to pierce through the gourd. However, it was as if the gourd was as resilient as a fortified city wall. Even when pouring in his full strength, he was still unable to breach it. Could that be a semi-divinity artifact? The heavenly high immortal jolted in fear. He was at the heavenly high immortal realm, and the sword in his hand had reached the same tier. Given so, It should have been impossible for any heavenly high immortal tier artifact to stop his attack. Yet, a mere gourd managed to block him from advancing any further. He dared not imagine just what tier the artifact was at. It's impossible. There's no way I can defeat a monster like this. I need to get away right now. Knowing that it was impossible for him to pull off the assassination alone, he immediately turned tail. But before he could even turn around, his vision suddenly went dark. A gourd was flying right toward his face. With just a single strike, the shape of the gourd was imprinted right into the head of the heavenly high immortal. With indignation reflected in his eyes, his body began falling helplessly downward. To think that a heavenly high immortal realm expert like him would die to a mere gourd. Who? Xianxia quickly threw his body into his storage ring as well. Despite having defeated 2 heavenly high immortals, he did not show the slightest hint of joy. Instead, he scanned his surroundings warily. A few breaths passed, but there were no movements at all. Slowly, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like these 2 are the only ones lying in ambush. There was a possibility that the entire group that he had encountered earlier would be lying in wait for him. But since they had not appeared after so long, it appeared that there was no one else. Otherwise, they surely would have exploited the opening that he had shown while he was dealing with those 2 heavenly high immortals to strike. These 2 might have been left behind to serve as sentries to alert them in case anything happens. If that's the case, the others must have gone on ahead to find Du Qingyuan and the altar. He pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. I made sure to seal the surrounding space before killing these 2, so I doubt that any energy pulsation or information has managed to get out. If so, the others shouldn't have noticed my presence yet. Who? An identical figure swiftly appeared by his side. It was his clone. After taming those 4 semi-divinity realm beasts, he had passed some of their blood along to Vicious and his clone. Due to the lack of a cultivation technique, Xianxia was unable to continue his cultivation. However, such a problem did not apply to his clone, and the latter had already reached the heavenly high immortal realm. Needless to say, his clone was stronger than him yet again. You'll take one while I'll take the one, Xianxia said. All right. Catching Xianxia's drift, his clone nodded. The next moment, he had already morphed his appearance to match the heavenly high immortal who had his head smashed in with a gourd. While his clone did not have a disguise amulet, the 9 Hearts Lotus granted his body a property reminiscent of water. He could freely morph into any form that he wanted. That was also why he could easily reform his body even when it had been dented inward. After changing his appearance, his clone quickly put on the other party's clothes before suppressing the pulsation of his soul energy to the minimum. On the other hand, Xianxia took on the appearance of the other warrior. With 2 light taps of his finger, he made the 2 swords of the heavenly high immortals submit to him. His disguise was flawless, such that it was impossible for one to see through even if one checked his bloodline. However, there was still some degree of discrepancy regarding his clone's disguise, such as his soul aura. Nevertheless, the mere fact that they were holding onto the swords of the 2 heavenly high immortals should be enough to make up for that. Heavenly high immortal tier artifacts were known to possess their own spirits, making them extremely hard to tame. As long as they saw that they were wielding the swords of the 2 heavenly high immortals, it was unlikely that they would conduct a thorough check. After they were done, Xianxia double-checked their disguises and made some additional adjustments. It was only when he was unable to see any more loopholes that he finally gave a nod of approval. He took the lead forward, and his clone quickly followed behind him. In order to ensure that these 2 heavenly high immortals would be able to find them afterward, the semi-divinity realm middle-aged man who had left earlier made sure to leave some marks behind. Thus, it was not too difficult to trace them. Proceeding ahead, it did not take too long for them to enter the ancient city. The dilapidated city walls emanated an air of degeneration, leaving one with a heavy feeling on the inside. The environment felt inexplicably stifling, leaving those walking in the area with some difficulties breathing. Even someone of Xianxia's caliber felt his cultivation being suppressed significantly, rendering him incapable of exerting his full might. A thought came to Xianxia's mind, and he slit a small incision on his arm. Tzzzzzz. As soon as the incision was made, the air of degeneration in the surroundings immediately corroded the area of the wound, hindering his recovery. Xianxia quickly drove his Heaven's Path Xinqi to ward off the air of degeneration and heal his injury, but some time later, he shook his head helplessly. Usually, such minor injuries would take less than a breath to heal up entirely. Yet, even after driving his Heaven's Path Xinqi for a few minutes, the incision was still showing no signs of recovering at all. There was indeed something deeply unnerving about this place. It was no wonder Elder Bai Yi was unable to recover from his injuries, leaving him with no choice but to wait for his death. Most likely, it was the work of this air of degeneration. Xianxia took out a jade bottle and poured out a bit of chicken soup on his wound, and a trail of black smoke immediately rose from it. Following that, the incision quickly healed up. It seems like I should proceed carefully here and try my best not to get hurt, Xianxia thought grimly. Other cultivators were not as privileged as him in having little chicks broiled soup. In other words, once they got injured, their bodies would immediately be assailed by the air of degeneration, causing their injuries to progressively worsen. Eventually, they would die a tragic death. I'll pass you a bottle just in case, Xianxia said as he tossed a bottle over to his clone. Since the Heaven's Path Xinqi did not work for him, it was likely the same for his clone. It would be a great deal of trouble for his clone if he got injured. His clone caught the jade bottle, but he did not store it right away. Instead, he looked at Xianxia with a disdainful expression before slicing his arm with a surge of Xinqi from his fingertip. Puha! A glaring, deep laceration immediately appeared on his clone's arm, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Xianxia frowned upon seeing this situation. He had no idea what his clone was up to. The next moment, however, his clone began driving the Xinqi in his body. Tzzzzzzzzzz. A trail of black smoke was expelled from the laceration, and the wound swiftly healed up as if nothing had happened in the first place. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. I don't need this thing. Placing his hands behind his back, his clone looked at him and shook his head. Weakling. Xianxia, would you die if you stopped bragging for a day? Feeling deeply stifled on the inside, Xianxia decided to ignore his clone and proceed ahead. Despite the air of degeneration within the ancient city, there was still some lush greenery in between the ruins. It felt like a new spring was gradually setting in on this land of devastation. Life sprouting in a land of death. It was as if the world was displaying the power of nature to wash away all devastation and heal the lands. These medicinal herbs growing amid the air of degeneration possess exceptionally potent medicinal energy, and they are remarkably diverse in terms of their types. It's no wonder so many experts are drawn to the city of collapsed space despite the dangers involved. If one forged a pill out of the medicinal herbs that were found there, the pill would surely be far more potent than usual. While tracing the footsteps of those from the Hall of Gods, Xianxia did not neglect to collect the medicinal herbs that were conveniently within his reach. Not too long later, a cluster of collapsed buildings came into sight. This place was different from what he had seen previously. The places that he had walked through earlier were tattered from the wear and tear of age, but this cluster of collapsed buildings had many fresh imprints on it. It felt as if someone had just laid waste to it. A battle has just happened here, Xianxia remarked. With his sharp eye of discernment, he could tell that these imprints were at most an hour old. Otherwise, under the air of degeneration lingering in the area, even the fresher imprints would swiftly have become worn out, making it impossible to tell the difference. Could it be that the lot from the Hall of Gods have managed to catch up with Fuqinzi? Or did they manage to find Palace Master Du? Xianxia wondered worriedly. The fact that there were fresh signs of a battle there meant that two parties from different factions had encountered one another. Xianxia halted his footsteps, wanting to take a closer look at the marks to see if he could acquire any useful information from them. However, he suddenly felt cold sweat raining down his body. A powerful burst of energy had descended from above. Xianxia quickly backed away as he brought out 6 swords to form a protective layer around his body. Ding 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 ding. A series of sounds reminiscent of the pitter-patter of rain echoed in the air. Lowering his head, Xianxia saw a large group of black shadows diving out from the ground, like an army of specters escaping from the depths of hell. The dark shadows before him appeared similar to mist, as if they had no tangible form. However, their strength was not to be underestimated. They would be able to stand their ground even against Xianxia's sword qi. With a grim look on his face, Xianxia muttered, "Could they be degeneration beasts?" He had read about degeneration beasts in the books before. It was a unique life form in the city of collapsed space, rising and nurtured from the air of degeneration lingering in the area. They were known to be extremely vicious. Those that encountered one would find the air of degeneration seeping into their body, corroding their organs and even jinqi. To make matters worse, it was nigh impossible to expel the air of degeneration from one's body. Elder Bai Yi had likely been wounded by a degeneration beast back then. "Let me see how powerful you are." After confirming the other party's identity, Xianxia brandished his Tongshang sword and launched dozens of surges of sword qi right toward the degeneration beasts. Waves of swords. This was a sword art that was not too difficult to grasp. As long as a cultivator had sufficient jinqi, they should be able to learn it easily. But as one advanced further in this technique, one would realize that there were many technical details that one had to take note of while executing the sword art, and these details could only be refined slowly by the sword practitioner themselves through endless trial and error. As such, it was known to be one of the hardest sword arts to master. In the long history of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, there were not many who had managed to master this technique, but Xianxia was definitely one of them. Carrying might greater than that of ordinary heavenly high immortals, the dozens of surges of sword qi fell on the degeneration beasts. Pong pong pong. The degeneration's beasts were immediately blasted into bits, and the collapsed buildings behind them were further devastated. It doesn't seem like they are very powerful. Seeing how he was still able to kill each of them with a surge of sword qi, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could even lower his sword, the black shadows before him began wriggling once more. The dissipated degeneration beasts swiftly reformed and continued with their offense. Complete physical immunity? Xianxia's face darkened. He did not think that these degeneration beasts would be capable of regenerating so swiftly, such that his sword qi was completely useless against them. Are they more vulnerable toward soul-related attacks? He quickly drew his soul out from his body and executed a palm strike against the degeneration beasts. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. This was the ultimate art of ancient sage Qiu Wu, but he had modified it to be far stronger than the original. It was one of the rare battle techniques that combined physical offense with soul offense. Its prowess would be greater enhanced when executed in his soul state, allowing him to deal irreparable damage to souls. His palm strike successfully tore the degeneration beasts apart, but just like before, it took only a few breaths for them to recover fully. Xianxia took a deep breath. He tried a few more means, but nothing was effective on the degeneration beasts. This time, he was at a complete loss. If these beasts were able to regenerate no matter what he threw at them, there was no way he would be able to defeat them. Eventually, even his seemingly boundless jinqi would be worn down as well. Eye of Insight. After activating the Eye of Insight, he finally saw what was wrong. Every time a degeneration beast was killed, the surrounding air of degeneration would nourish it, allowing it to regenerate and come back to life. These degeneration beasts can be said to be the very manifestation from the air of degeneration lingering in the city of collapsed space. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. As long as the air of degeneration continues lingering in the area, it'll be impossible to defeat these degeneration beasts. No wonder he was unable to eliminate these things despite all the means he had utilized. Rather than saying that they were beings thriving on the air of degeneration, it would be more accurate to say that they were the air of degeneration itself. Unless one completely rid the area of the air of degeneration, these beings would be indestructible. If that's the case, the only way to deal with these degeneration beasts is to distract them. He released another barrage of sword qi once more, but this time, his target wasn't the degeneration beasts, but the already tattered buildings around them. Boom! Rock fragments scattered around the area as the buildings collapsed further, causing new marks to appear on them. As soon as the new marks appeared, the air of degeneration immediately concentrated around them in order to corrode them as well. Making full use of this opportunity, Xianxia quickly slaughtered the degeneration beasts with a few bursts of Jinqi. This time around, just as he had expected, they were not able to regenerate. More precisely, the rate of their regeneration was much slower than before. I should quickly press on. It won't take long before new degeneration beasts form, and they will be in greater quantities than before, Xianxia remarked. There was really something weird about the city of collapsed space. Even though the new marks on freshly destroyed buildings would swiftly draw the air of degeneration to them, the problem was that this method could not be used too many times. Furthermore, as the corrosion spread, the air of degeneration would grow stronger and stronger, causing the number of degeneration beasts that lingered in the area to increase. In other words, while it was possible to escape from a crisis by breaking some of the buildings, it also meant placing those who came after in greater danger. The air of degeneration would simply grow stronger and stronger till no one was able to deal with it anymore. I really wonder where the air of degeneration originates from. This has already surpassed the comprehension of high immortals and even that of semi-divinities. Xianxia quickly shook the thought out of his head before proceeding onward. With his previous experience with the degeneration beasts, Xianxia and his clone flew forward stealthily. They did not even dare pick the medicinal herbs on the ground anymore. After advancing for another 10 minutes, they suddenly sensed a furious outpour of Jinqi ahead of them. It seemed like there was a fight going on. Xianxia shot a glance at his clone before carefully proceeding forward. Circling around the wall, they saw two figures ahead of them. They were the other two heavenly high immortals who had barged into Starchaser Palace with them. Of those two, one of them had lost an arm, whereas the other one had a glaring wound right across his chest. Due to the corrosion from the surrounding air of degeneration, their wounds had started festering, resulting in a pungent smell filling the entire area. To hell with you, you bastard! I'll rip you into shreds. The two of them roared furiously as they brandished their swords against one another. They were of roughly equal strength to one another, so it was hard to tell who held the upper hand in the battle. Why are they fighting one another? Xianxia frowned. He had thought that it would be either Fu Qinzi or Du Qingyuan, but who would have thought that these two heavenly high immortals had started fighting one another instead? Not to mention, they were even dealing such vicious blows against one another. This was hard to comprehend. Xianxia widened his eyes and exclaimed, "No! It's likely that they have fallen into an illusory formation." He had encountered quite a few cultivators from the Hall of Gods thus far, and they were known to be perfectly rational, never allowing emotions to get in the way of their work. Yet, these two were frenziedly trying to rip one another apart, directing every attack at each other's vitals. It was clear that there was something influencing their minds. Chances were that there was an illusory formation in the area. Xianxia quickly activated his Eye of Insight and scanned the surroundings, but soon, his eyebrows shot up in bewilderment. As a veteran formation master, his comprehension of formations definitely ranked among the top in the Forsaken Continent. If there was an illusory formation in the area, there would have been some disturbances in the surrounding spiritual energy. There was no way he would have missed that with his Eye of Insight. Yet, everything was serene in his Eye of Insight. There was no disturbance in the surrounding energy, and he could not find any formation flags or a formation core. Without formation flags and a formation core, it can't be an illusory formation. If so, what else could it be? Xianxia quickly scanned the surroundings once more, and soon, his attention fell upon several uniquely patterned flowers not too far away. These flowers were dyed a bewitching red, and they were scattered around the ruins in radial symmetry. Through the Eye of Insight, he could see the flowers breathing in air of degeneration from the surroundings. These are Inner Demon's flowers. Inner Demon's flower was a legendary plant that emanated a unique aura that gave birth to inner demons within one. It was similar to the blood-soaked stone in terms of effects. Under normal circumstances, however, These flowers would not take effect even if a cultivator came in close proximity to it. It would only react when it came under attack. Could it be that these cultivators launched an attack on these inner demons' flowers, leading to the flowers retaliating against them? But as warriors of the Hall of Gods, they should not be so foolish as to indiscriminately attack other life forms, especially in a place as dangerous as the city of collapsed space. No, that isn't right. Xianxia examined the situation closely for a moment before coming to a conclusion. It's a trap someone set up beforehand, and these two simply stepped into it. He noticed several spheres of energy implanted right before these inner demons' flowers, such that if someone approached the region, these spheres of energy would swiftly blast apart, drawing the aggression of the flowers. It was likely that these two heavenly high immortals had fallen for that trick, thus landing them in their current state. Is it the doing of Du Qingyuan? Du Qingyuan knew the dangers that lurked in the city of collapsed space, but she still insisted on coming over. This suggested that she might be familiar with the environment here, and she intended to utilize it to her advantage in order to get rid of her enemies. Regardless of the truth, it's good news for me anyway. Having made sense out of the situation, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He continued ahead, but he made sure to make a detour to avoid the inner demon's flowers. However, barely after flying several meters forward, he suddenly halted. This won't do. It's a huge waste to leave just like that. Those two were going to die anyway, so I might as well just do it. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia released dozens of surges of Jinqi into the surroundings. Wang! With a stomp of his foot, a spherical barrier appeared around the two heavenly high immortals, protecting them from the aura of the inner demon's flowers. Slowly, the two heavenly high immortals were freed from their unnatural states, and the crimson tinge in their eyes gradually faded. What happened? Just what were we doing? Regaining their wits, the two of them stopped their swords. While the two of them were still in a daze trying to figure out what had happened to them, Xianxia, disguised as a warrior of the Hall of Gods, walked over and said, "You were fighting against one another due to the effects of the inner demon's flowers in the area." Inner demon's flowers. Realizing how close they had come to killing one another, the injured duo felt cold sweat pouring down their heads. They had heard about the fearful reputation of the inner demon's flower as well, but they had never thought that they would fall prey to it. I'm afraid that the effects of the inner demon's flowers might still be lingering in your bodies. In order to prevent the two of you from hurting anyone else, I'll have to ask you to pass your swords over to me for the time being, Xianxia instructed firmly. Those words brought frowns to their foreheads. Hurry up. If you succumb to the inner demon's flowers once more, all of us might just end up dying here. Xianxia berated furiously as he reached out to snatch their weapons. The two of them had already been severely weakened due to their earlier battle, so they did not even manage to react when Xianxia snatched their weapons. Before they knew it, their weapons in his hands. You! Seeing how the other party had snatched their weapons forcefully, a displeased frown appeared on their faces. I didn't want to make such a move either. I'm doing this so that we can all get out of this darned place alive. Xianxia chucked their swords into his storage ring before patting their shoulders to console them. Afterward, he leaped into the air and flew away, leaving the dumbfounded duo with a few last words. All right, the two of you can have fun here. Pop! The barrier that Xianxia had set up earlier burst apart, allowing the aura of the inner demon's flowers to slip in once more. What are you doing? Sensing the changes in their states of mind, the two warriors of the Hall of Gods were completely flabbergasted. Did that fellow not go there to save them? Why would he suddenly expose them to the aura of the inner demon's flowers once more? Furthermore, what did he mean by having fun? What was fun about their situation? But those thoughts only lingered in their minds for a moment before they were brought into an illusion once more. Before long, their eyes turned red, and they began charging at one another again. Pung 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 pung. Even without weapons, they were not pulling their punches. Every single strike they dealt was deadly, such that it could take the other party's life if their moves connected. Poo pew pew. Before long, the two of them spurted a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground simultaneously. From the looks of it, they were already goners. Even at their deaths, they could not figure out why their comrade would leave them to kill each other after taking away their weapons. There's nothing to watch. Let's go. Knowing the outcome that awaited them, Xianxia could not be bothered to waste his time with them and proceeded straight ahead. Since they were going to die, it would be a waste to leave their weapons there. As for their corpses, he already had plenty of heavenly high immortal bodies in his storage ring, so he did not have to top up at the moment. Proceeding forward, it was obvious that Xianxia's clone had toned down quite a bit. It was not showing its usual smugness and narcissism at all. It seemed like the eeriness of the city of collapsed space had surpassed his expectations as well. It was little wonder why few would dare venture in here. Just the air of degeneration lingering in the area would already be fatal to most cultivators. Through the eye of insight and library of heaven's path, Xianxia was able to foresee most dangers in advance and circumvent them, thus sparing him from much trouble. Nevertheless, over the course of less than 10 li, he had still ended up being attacked thrice and nearly fallen into a trap twice. That being said, they overcame the challenges and marched on. Soon, they sensed an intense pulsation of energy just ahead of them. Xianxia and his clone exchanged glances before stealthily advancing. A vast square came into view. On the left was a lady dressed formally with a copper mask on her face. There was an altar floating quietly not too far away from her with sky-blue flames blazing on it. It seemed like the ritual had already begun. Her hair was fluttering in the air as she infused all her jinqi into the altar, causing the surrounding space to distort. On the right was a familiar face, the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods. He was staring at the altar with utterly cold eyes. Fuqinzi? Not too far away, there was a figure lying diagonally on the ground. Fresh blood was spurting from his chest, indicating the severity of his injuries. It was none other than Fuqinzi from the ethereal hall. Xianxia had guessed that Fuqinzi might have encountered the middle-aged man along the way, but who could have thought that the latter would have sustained such severe injuries? Could that copper-masked lady be Palace Master Du Qingyuan? Xianxia thought as he looked over. He could not tell what the ritual was for, but he could sense overwhelming jinqi surging through the copper-masked lady's body. Judging from her strength, it was apparent that she had already reached the semi-divinity realm. The only lady of the sixth sex who had reached this realm was Du Qingyuan, so the person before him was likely her. The middle-aged man gazed at Fuqinzi coldly and said, "Does your master intend to make an enemy out of the Hall of Gods as well?" Xianxia was a little perplexed. He had not watched the entire battle earlier, but should Fuqinzi not be stronger than the middle-aged man? It was true that anything could happen in a battle, but considering that he was joining hands with Du Qingyuan now, it was hard to believe that he would end up sustaining such a severe injury. Otherwise, could it be that the middle-aged man had intentionally admitted defeat so as to allow Fuqinzi to lead the way? Such was not completely implausible. Through his interactions with them, he felt that the Hall of Gods was unscrupulous in the means they resorted to in order to achieve their goals, and even sacrificing themselves was not beyond them. It was not unthinkable for them to use such a ploy. If you could do anything, cough cough, to our hall master, you would have long made a move. One Fuqinzi scoffed coldly as he coughed out blood, following which, he turned to the copper-masked lady with difficulty and warned, "Palace Master Du, you must be careful. He has a semi-divinity artifact with him." The copper-masked lady did not bother responding to Fuqinzi's warning. Instead, she continued looking at the middle-aged man with cold-killing intent in her eyes. Who? A massive palm that cast a shadow over the lands suddenly appeared in the sky, crushing down with incredible might. Great Azure Palm. Not bad. The middle-aged man laughed loudly as he charged forth with a sword in his hand. Ding! Holding back the massive palm in the sky with the sword in one of his hands, he raised his other hand and thrust a palm strike right toward the nearby altar. "You are courting death," the copper-masked lady spat coldly. In retaliation, she thrust a flurry of palm strikes toward the middle-aged man. As a result of her relentless attacks, the surrounding space was strained into distortion, making it seem as if the entire area was going to explode from the shockwave. However, with speed as swift as lightning, The middle-aged man was able to skillfully maneuver through her palm strikes without sustaining any damage. Palace Master Du, you seem far weaker than how the rumors made you out to be. Is it the effects of the ritual? Well, regardless of what it is, it's a fact that you aren't a match for me in your current state. Hand over your altar obediently, and I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for not going easy on you. The middle-aged man smirked. Known to be one of the strongest experts of the sixth sex, Du Qingyuan's strength was so great that even the middle-aged man was not entirely confident that he would be a match for her. Yet, for some reason, even though the other party's attacks seemed powerful on the surface, it felt like there was no substance behind them. Could she have depleted her strength due to the ritual and resorted to putting on an act to scare him off? In any case, this worked in his favor. As long as he could successfully obtain the altar, the contribution that he had made to the Hall of Gods would surely earn him an advancement in his cultivation. On the other hand, the copper-masked lady paid no attention to the middle-aged man's words and continued her offense. The flames burning on the altar were growing more and more brilliant by the moment, as if a connection was swiftly being forged with the firmament. Since you don't know your place, don't blame me for not going easy on you. Seeing how the copper-masked lady refused to give up on the ritual, the middle-aged man sneered coldly as he raised his palm. Who? A halberd materialized right in his hand. With a powerful leap, he pierced the halberd toward the other party furiously. Ooh! A massive tear in space appeared along the trajectory of the halberd. After being infused with the energy of a semi-divinity realm cultivator, the tip of the halberd emanated a menacing glow, as if it would reduce anything before it to dust. A semi-divinity artifact? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He could tell that the halberd was no ordinary semi-divinity artifact. Even the metal chain that he had with him was a notch weaker than it. It seemed like it was still possible for there to be huge disparities in the might of semi-divinity artifacts. Sensing the tremendous power behind the halberd, the copper-masked lady could not keep her cool anymore. With narrowed eyes, she abruptly turned her head and glanced at the altar not too far away from her. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. With a furious roar, she reached out toward the altar and grasped at it. Hula! The sky-blue flames on the altar shot over and formed a blazing wall of fire right in front of the copper-masked lady. If the middle-aged man wanted to get to her, he would have to first destroy the altar. However, the mission that his master had passed down to him was to acquire the altar, so the altar would have been completely useless once it had been destroyed. Thus, he could not possibly choose such a course of action. He pulled back his halberd and glared at the copper-masked lady with narrowed eyes. You darned spinster! You can rest assured that I'll destroy the altar with my own hands before I die. I'll be letting my predecessors down, but I believe that they wouldn't want to see the treasure of our Starchaser Pavilion falling into the hands of a bunch of beasts. Just try me. The copper-masked lady laughed manically. In terms of strength, she was definitely no match for the middle-aged man before her. To make matters worse, the middle-aged man even had a semi-divinity artifact with him. There was no way she stood a chance. Since that was the case, the least she could do was ensure that the other party did not get what he wanted. She knew that he wanted the altar, and that meant that she was able to caution him using it. Humph! With tightly clenched fists, the middle-aged man glared at the copper-masked lady with a terrifying look on his face. A moment later, however, the frown between his brows loosened, and a sadistic smile crept onto his lips. Since that's the case, perhaps I should start with him first. Hong Long. The halberd immediately changed its target toward the old man lying feebly on the ground. Fu Qinzi's face paled. He tried to gather his strength to protect himself, but due to the severity of his injuries, he was unable to even push himself off the ground. With a desolate look on his face, he turned to the copper-masked lady and cried out, Palace Master Du, hurry up and leave. With the altar in your hands, he won't dare make a move on you. There's no need to worry about me. The copper-masked lady clicked her tongue in irritation before grabbing the altar and dashing in front of Fu Qinzi. Continue what you were doing if you really want the altar to be destroyed, so... Who? The halberd halted in midair. You bitch! The middle-aged man was so furious that he could have exploded on the spot. Tremendous might crackled around the halberd, causing a shockwave to ripple into the surroundings. Even though he had halted his attack, the sheer momentum of it had already caused the ground around him to crack. Pong! At this critical moment, the face of the copper-masked lady suddenly turned ghastly pale. A spurt of fresh blood escaped from her lips, and she fell forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. With a look of disbelief in her eyes, she turned around and saw the severely wounded Fu Qinzi rising to his feet, wiping away the blood trickling down his lips. My sincere apologies, Palace Master. We can't afford to allow the altar to be damaged in any way, so we could only resort to trickery. I hope that you can understand where we are coming from. With a swift series of movements, Fu Qinzi extinguished the sky-blue flames on the altar and sealed it with his jinqi, making it impossible for the copper-masked lady to control it anymore. After that, he stowed the altar into his storage ring. You bastard! The copper-masked lady cursed furiously. Even the lofty ethereal hall has decided to bow down to the Hall of Gods as well? Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that even Fu Qinzi, who had pitted his life to protect her earlier, would actually be in cahoots with the Hall of Gods. Everything that had just happened was an act. Even Xianxia, who was hiding to the side, could not help but recoil a little at the sight. He had thought that it was weird how the middle-aged man had allowed Fu Qinzi to defeat him so easily back at Starchaser Palace. His initial assumption was that the middle-aged man was taking a step back to bait Starchaser Palace into making a move so that he could track them down and eventually get to where Du Qingyuan was. However, the issue with that hypothesis was that there was no guarantee that Fu Qinzi would be heading to where Du Qingyuan was and that Starchaser Palace would even make a move at all. After all, this was a battle of time. If Starchaser Palace could last long enough for Du Qingyuan to complete her ritual and acquire the protection of a god, the tables would be turned. The middle-aged man did not have the luxury to be wasting time on an uncertain possibility. This drew his attention to Fu Qinzi's words and actions. After all, without Fu Qinzi's intervention, the middle-aged man would not have been so successful in finding Du Qingyuan. He had a feeling that Fu Qinzi had been playing on the worries of Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu back then in order to pressure them into revealing Du Qingyuan's whereabouts, and that had brought up a sliver of doubt within him that Fu Qinzi might have been working together with the Hall of Gods. However, he had swiftly tossed the notion away because he did not think that an elder of the ethereal hall would have colluded with the Hall of Gods. Since the altar is already in our hands, there's no reason for us to keep her alive any longer. The middle-aged man harumphed. Indeed, Fu Qinzi nodded in agreement. He channeled his energy into his palm to execute a decisive blow on the copper-masked lady. But at this crucial moment, footsteps suddenly echoed in the air. Hoo-hoo! 2 figures appeared in the square. They were 2 of the 4 heavenly high immortals subordinated to the middle-aged man. Have you cleared away that pest who was following us? The middle-aged man asked nonchalantly. That pest is extremely cunning. He seemed to know that we were lying in wait for him, so he fled before we could even make a move. One of the heavenly high immortals replied awkwardly. He fled? The middle-aged man asked with a hint of displeasure in his tone. If I'm not mistaken, that person seems to be the new head of the 7-star pavilion. It won't be too easy to get rid of him, Fu Qinzi said with a shake of his head. The new head of the 7-star pavilion, the middle-aged murmured with a frown. I felt that his rise was a little too abrupt, similar to that of Hall Master Zheng Yang and sect leader Xianxia. As such, I tried looking into his background, but I haven't been able to gather anything so far, Fu Qinzi said grimly. However, we don't have to pay him any heed. Let's take the altar back to our master first. We'll deal with that fellow in due course. Yes, this matter takes priority. The middle-aged man nodded. He shot a glance at the copper-masked lady once more and said, Let's head out after you get rid of her. Very well. Fu Qinzi nodded. The 2 heavenly high immortals suddenly stepped forward at this moment and said, Please allow me to do it. I wish to redeem myself for failing to capture Pavilion Master Lu Yang. Following which, one of them quickly moved over to the copper-masked lady's side, whereas the other one remained beside the middle-aged man. I'll leave it to you then. The middle-aged man nodded before turning around to leave the area. Who? All of a sudden, two powerful surges of sword chi burst forth simultaneously. They were directed right toward the backs of the middle-aged man and Fuchenzi respectively. The two heavenly high immortals, who were Xianxia and his clone in disguise, had made their moves. The middle-aged man and Fuchenzi were completely caught off guard by this assault, such that the sword chi pierced a gaping hole through their bodies in an instant. You! Not expecting their own subordinates to assault them, the faces of the middle-aged man and Fuchenzi warped in disbelief. Kill him! Xianxia roared. Even though the middle-aged man and Fuchenzi had been inflicted with fatal wounds, as semi-divinity realm experts, if they were allowed to regain their footing, they would still be able to bring devastating might upon them in an instant. Thus, Xianxia unhesitatingly opened his tamed beast sack. Voila! The semi-divinity metal chain immediately flew forth and bound the middle-aged man tightly. At the same time, the blackback tortoise and Shark 3 charged toward the middle-aged man, whereas Shark 1 and Shark 2 moved to support Xianxia's clone in dealing with Fuchenzi. While their strength was diminished on dry land, the fighting prowess they displayed was still extremely terrifying. In an instant, many bloodied punctures appeared all over the middle-aged man, and his arms were jolted apart by the powerful body tackle. Everything happened so abruptly that the middle-aged man was overwhelmed by the current situation. Nevertheless, he swiftly recovered from his shock and made his move. With powerful killing intent gushing out of him, he summoned his halberd to knock away 3 semi-divinities encircling him. Puha! Unfortunately for him, the movements of his halberd abruptly came to a halt as a heavenly high immortal realm corpse suddenly blocked its way. Clenching his fists tightly, the middle-aged man willed his halberd to pierce right through the corpse and come to his aid. But before that could be done, a tremendous of energy abruptly bubbled within the corpse. Boom! The corpse blew apart, causing the halberd to be jolted back by the shockwave. It wavered uncontrollably in the air as it struggled to regain its balance in the midst of the frightening gale. The semi-divinity halberd was indeed a force to be reckoned with, but the sheer force from the explosion from a heavenly high immortal still jolted its spirit, confusing its senses for a moment. It took it quite a lot of effort for the halberd spirit to regain itself, but just as it was about to rush forward to help, another corpse appeared and exploded right in its face. After facing 3 consecutive exploding corpses, the halberd spirit finally reached its limit and fell from the sky. It seemed like it would temporarily be incapacitated. These explosions did not cause any harm to the semi-divinity halberd at all, but the spirit inside had already been worn out, such that it was no exaggeration to say that the weapon had been ruined. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was continuously being struck by the 4 semi-divinity beasts. Finally, with a decisive ram from the blackback tortoise, his head sank into his shoulders, and his body fell to the ground with a loud thump. All in all, from the moment that the battle started to the moment that the middle-aged man dropped dead, only 3 breaths had passed. It was indeed an incredible feat to be able to defeat a semi-divinity realm expert from the Hall of Gods within 3 breaths. But one had to know that Xianxia had expended 3 heavenly high immortal corpses and mobilized a semi-divinity artifact and 2 semi-divinity realm beasts for this battle. Xianxia was probably the only person in the world who could make such an extravagant move. While they were dealing with the middle-aged man, over on the other side, Shark 1, Shark 2, and the clone were charging right toward the collapsed Fuchenzi. It did not matter whether Fuchenzi was from the ethereal hall or the Hall of Gods. Since he had already bared his fangs at Du Qingyuan, there was no need for them to hold back. Who? The clone rushed right up to Fuchenzi and wrapped the latter tightly in his embrace, making sure to lock all his joints so as to prevent him from moving. Meanwhile, Shark 1 and Shark 2 rained ferocious attacks down upon the old man. Xianxia flicked his wrist to bring out 7 heavenly high immortal tier swords, and these swords swiftly moved to encircle the other party, forming what was reminiscent of a silvery net around him. FSH, 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 FSH. Sword chi rained down on Fuchenzi furiously. Before he could even recover his footing in the battle, his body had been sliced apart, leaving slabs of meat and a pool of fresh blood on the spot where he had formerly existed. Xianxia had not bided his time in vain. He had observed the earlier battle carefully and analyzed all the weaknesses of Fuchenzi and the middle-aged man, which had allowed him to design a plan that would allow him to take these two semi-divinity realm experts down swiftly with the least cost. Seeing that everything had worked out fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. His glance moved toward Fuchenzi's corpse as he murmured, "Did this fellow betray the ethereal hall?" Having used the Library of Heaven's Path to check on Fuchenzi, there was no doubt that the latter was an elder of the ethereal hall. If so, why would he help this middle-aged man who was a warrior of the Hall of Gods? Did they have some kind of secret deal, or was he actually a spy from the Hall of Gods that had been tasked with infiltrating the ethereal hall? There was also the possibility that the ethereal hall might have submitted to the Hall of Gods, but Xianxia did not think that the possibility was too likely. After all, the ethereal hall had already acquired an entire god character, and there was nothing that could shake their position on the Forsaken Continent anymore. There was no reason the ethereal hall would collude with the Hall of Gods. Not to mention, Kong Shi was the current head of the ethereal hall. Xianxia had thought of keeping Fuchenzi alive in order to interrogate him, but he dared not take any chances when dealing with semi-divinity realm cultivators. If he did not kill them while he had the chance to, there was no knowing what they would pull from their pockets later on. He could not risk them getting away and revealing his other identities and trump cards. Knowing that he would not receive any answers just by pondering over the matters like this, Xianxia turned toward the severely wounded copper-masked lady and clasped his fist. "Palace Master Du, I am the new head of the 7-star pavilion, Lu Yang. Allow me to treat your injuries." Fuchenzi had dealt the other party a fatal blow, and if she was not treated quickly, she could very well lose her life. Xianxia took out a jade bottle, but just as he was about to pass it over, the copper-masked lady suddenly thrust a sword right toward him. "What?" Xianxia was taken aback. He hurriedly retreated, but the next instant, the copper-masked lady suddenly dissipated into a layer of mist, vanishing completely from sight. Knowing that the other party was executing some sort of movement art, Xianxia shouted, "Palace Master Du?" However, it was already too late. The copper-masked lady was no longer around. "She is probably afraid that I would harm her as well." Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Considering how the other party had just been backstabbed by Fuchenzi, whom she was trying to protect, it was inevitable that she would be wary of him as well, even if he had just saved her from the two experts from the Hall of Gods. He might attempt to exploit her at a time like that. Given that this was a critical period for Starchaser Palace, she could not afford to take that risk. After all, the 7-star pavilion could not be said to be in friendly relations with Starchaser Palace, but he still took the risk to venture into the dangerous city of collapsed space to save her. Not to mention, he had even brought out a semi-divinity artifact and 4 semi-divinity realm beasts. It would be hard for her not to be skeptical. Just that, the altar was still there. She had put her life on the line in order to prevent the altar from falling into the hands of the other party. Why would she abandon it now? With a helpless sigh, Xianxia walked over to the middle-aged man whom he had just killed, took his storage ring, and claimed possession of it. Only then did he finally walk over to take a closer look at the altar. The sky-blue flame was still burning on it. It emanated an aura that made one tremble, almost as if it was forging a connection with a god from the firmament. This made Xianxia frown. Based on what he had seen thus far, the copper-masked lady was in the midst of conducting a ritual when she was attacked, and she had not had a chance to complete it yet. So, the ritual should have come to an immediate halt as soon as she fled. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the sky-blue flame was still burning with fervor. This was as inexplicable as a flame still blazing on even though there was no longer any firewood for it to feed on. "Extinguish!" With a flick of his finger, Xianxia put out the sky-blue flame. With his eye of insight, he examined the altar that was famed for being able to reach the gods, such that even the Hall of Gods would go to such lengths to acquire it. At first glance, it looked similar to the altar that Sovereign Qinyong had used back then to summon a deity from the azure. It had a very old aura to it, indicating that it was an ancient artifact that had been passed down from generation to generation. Xianxia reached out to touch it. His eyes first widened a little before he helplessly burst into laughter. To think that they've all been fooled by that fellow. Xianxia chuckled as he shook his head. He wanted to see just what was so precious about the altar that Fu Qinzi and the middle-aged man would go to such lengths in order to acquire it. But to his amusement, the altar was actually a fake. It seemed like Fu Qinzi was not the only good actor after all. That being said, he had to admit that the altar was indeed really well made, such that he was unable to see through it with his eye of insight. If not for the Library of Heaven's Path, he might not have noticed the anomaly. Shark One waddled over and said, "Master, there's god blood smeared on the surface of the altar." Hearing those words, Xianxia took a closer look and saw a layer of faint crimson inscriptions on the surface. Vaguely, he could hear a faint hum echoing from the inscriptions that quivered his soul. Xianxia took out the crimson pendant and placed it close to the inscriptions. As expected, the pendant began to heat up in resonance with the inscriptions. "It's indeed god blood." Xianxia exhaled deeply. It was no wonder they were unable to see through the altar. Starchaser Palace had gone to the extent of using the invaluable god blood to create the effect of an ongoing ritual so as to confound their senses. But if this altar is fake, where's the real one? Xianxia frowned. Considering how Du Qingyuan had put her life on the line in order to distract the Hall of Gods from pursuing the real altar, where could the real one be hidden? Forget it. There's no point thinking about all of this right now. My priority at the moment should be finding Palace Master Du Shi is my only clue to Luo Ruoxin. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia stowed the altar and the corpses of the two semi-divinity realm experts into his storage ring. Then, together with the 4 semi-divinity realm beasts and his clones, he quickly darted in the direction that the copper-masked lady had disappeared in previously. Palace Master Du has sustained severe injuries, so it's unlikely that she will have been able to get too far. Help me search for her together, Xianxia instructed. Just like that, the group of 6 quickly combed the area. Due to the rubble lying all around the city of collapsed space, there were many spaces where one could hide. If Xianxia had to search the place all alone, who knew how long he would have to take? Considering the dangers lurking in the area, it would be wise for him to quickly get it over and done with so that he could leave the area. "Master!" Around 3 minutes later, the black-backed tortoise came before him and pointed in a direction. The group headed in said direction, and through the eye of insight, Xianxia quickly noticed that something was amiss. There were no distinctive marks left in the area, but the spiritual energy there was considerably more concentrated than elsewhere. Not only so, the spiritual energy also felt as if it had been refined. She should be in the vicinity. It's likely that she's unable to control her strength from leaking out due to the severity of her injury, Xianxia said with a nod. The copper-masked lady had been struck in her vitals, causing her to be in a very precarious state. She had made sure to conceal her tracks properly, but she was still unable to control her cultivation properly in order to stop her Jinqi from leaking out of her body. Considering that the air of degeneration lingering in the area, her injuries would only continue to worsen. At this rate, she would really die. Thus, it was of paramount importance for him to find her as soon as possible so as to ensure her survival. Otherwise, everything would have been for naught. Xianxia quickly scanned the surroundings, but he was unable to find anything at all. Searching for her like this won't do. Since she's wounded, it's likely that she'll draw the surrounding air of degeneration to her. We should be tracing the movement of the air of degeneration instead. This, Xianxia waved to his clone and said, "Hey, come here." With a deep frown, his clone came over. "Stay very still and make sure not to move at all," Xianxia said as he took out the Tongshang sword and pierced it right into his clone. Puha! A gaping hole immediately appeared in his clone's chest. "I need you to walk around the area to test out the concentration gradient of the air of degeneration. The quicker the wound corrodes, the higher its concentration is," Xianxia said. Xianxia's clone was speechless. "The heck? You are the one who wants to find the concentration gradient of the air of degeneration, so shouldn't you be stabbing yourself? Even if you are afraid of pain, you have so many tamed beasts with you too. Why the hell are you stabbing me?" "Well, None of us have the ability to expel the air of degeneration from our bodies. Xianxia shrugged casually. You are the only one who wields this amazing ability, so it goes without saying that this task should fall to you. This matter is completely decided based on our expertise, and not because you pissed me off with your bragging earlier. I'm not the type of vindictive person who would settle personal grudges through such despicable means. The lips of Xianxia's clone twitched. Well, you look exactly like the type of vindictive person who would settle personal grudges through despicable means to me right now. All I did was brag a little bit, right? Do you really need to go to such lengths? As he spoke, black smoke was flowing out from the clone's wounds. Just like before, his body was automatically expelling the air of degeneration that had seeped into his wounds. What a pity that such wounds don't last too long on my body. I don't think that I'll be able to determine the concentration gradient of the air of degeneration for you at this rate. Ah! With a cry of agony, the clone lowered his head, only to see Xianxia's sword lodged in another part of his body. You don't need to worry about that. It'll be tiring, but I'm willing to take up the responsibility of ensuring that there are plenty of wounds on your body so that you can get the job done, Xianxia said with a smile. With veins bulging at his temples, the clone felt tempted to smash Xianxia's head in. With a helpless sigh, he dragged his wounded body around the area to test the concentration gradient of the air of degeneration. Just as Xianxia had guessed, there was indeed a visible difference in the concentration of the air of degeneration in the area. It did not take the clone too long to find the region where the concentration of air of degeneration was the highest. What was surprising was that it was located in a region that had very little rubble but plenty of plants. Thick vines could be seen creeping up the walls and covering the roofs. Having narrowed down the location, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly scanned his surroundings for a moment before bringing out over 100 formation flags with a flick of his hand. With a tap of his finger, all the formation flags flew out and planted themselves in the surroundings, forming a wind wall. After this was done, Xianxia flew up into the sky and shouted, "Palace Master Du, I am Lu Yang, the head of the 7-star pavilion. I don't have any ties with the Hall of Gods or the Ethereal Hall. I know that you are somewhere below, and I implore you to show yourself so that I can treat you. Otherwise, you won't even last an incense's time under the corrosion of the air of degeneration. If I'm not wrong, your innards and meridians are already starting to collapse under the corrosion, such that even breathing isn't easy for you. With the severity of the copper-masked lady's injuries, she would find it hard to survive even outside, let alone in the city of collapse space. Once the air of degeneration seeped into her wounds, it would slowly corrode her innards as well, destroying her vitals. If her condition persisted, she would not last too long even if she was a semi-divinity realm expert. Hong Long. The vines suddenly exploded, and the copper-masked lady flew out from within. Her body was trembling non-stop due to the excruciating pain. However, her body still remained upright despite her current condition, and she was staring at Xianxia warily, seemingly still unwilling to trust him. She was afraid that this young man was yet another card prepared by the Hall of Gods in order to lure her out. Most likely, this young man should have already noticed that the altar she had left behind was a fake. The warriors from the Hall of Gods were beings devoid of feelings. To them, there was nothing more important than accomplishing the missions that they were tasked with. She knew just how valuable the altar was, and it would not surprise her if the Hall of Gods was willing to sacrifice a few semi-divinity realm experts in order to acquire it. Besides, even though it appeared that the young man had killed those two, who could say for sure that it was not just another illusion to trick her? As such, she was unwilling to trust the young man before her. She could not allow Starchaser Palace to fall to ruin due to her misjudgment. I have already hidden the altar in the depths of the city of collapse space. None of you will be able to find it, so there's no need to keep up with the pretense. If you wish to kill me, I suggest you get it over and done with. You won't be getting anything out of me, the copper-masked lady scoffed. You are really misunderstanding my intentions, Xianxia said with a sigh. He flicked a jade bottle over and halted it right before her. Drink the recovery medicine inside here. Otherwise, even if I don't make a move, there's no way you'll get out of here alive. The copper-masked lady scanned her surroundings and confirmed that there was no way she would be able to escape quickly. Seeing that there was no way around this, she reluctantly took the jade bottle and drank it. The young man was right. Her innards had been corroded by the air of degeneration, and her energy had nearly dried up. The severity of her injuries was much worse than those of Elder Bai Yi back then. If not for the fact that she had reached the semi-divinity realm, she would have already died. Any escape routes had been sealed by the formation set up in the area. Regardless of whether what was in the jade bottle was poison or an antidote, it made no difference to her. At the very most, she would just explode her cultivation and bring the young man down with her. After drinking the jade bottle, her face suddenly began twitching. A moment later, she spurted a mouthful of blood. However, the blood was not red in color but pitch black. As it landed on the ground, black smoke swiftly evaporated from it and dissipated into the surroundings. The copper-masked lady widened her eyes in incredulity. She knew about the situation in the city of collapsed space very well, and it was for that reason that she had set up the formation involving the inner demon's flowers in advance to whittle down the forces of the Hall of Gods. For many years, everyone had believed that one's fate was sealed once the air of degeneration seeped into one's body. Yet, she was cured just by drinking a bottle of water. "Who are you?" the copper-masked lady asked with narrowed eyes. It was impossible for those from the Hall of Gods to be so kind as to treat her of her affliction. Besides, she had never heard of the Hall of Gods possessing the means to expel the air of degeneration from one's body. The very fact that several warriors of the Hall of Gods had died here in the past proved that. Given so, it was highly likely that the young man really was not in cahoots with Fuchenzi and the others. "I told you earlier. I am Lu Yang, the new head of the 7-Star Pavilion. I have come here in search of you not to find the altar but to inquire about some personal matters." Xianxia clasped his fist. "You wish to inquire about some personal matters?" "Indeed. I heard that Palace Master Du conducted a ritual above the vacant sea to summon a god. May I know if that god was Luo Ruoxin?" Xianxia asked nervously. However, the copper-masked lady simply looked at him quietly with a frown. Sensing some wariness from the other party, Xianxia pulled out the crimson pendant and said, "You should recognize this artifact, right? Considering how Shark 1 and the others were able to recognize this pendant despite having only seen it once. As the one who had summoned Luo Ruoxin down to the azure, Du Qingyuan should be very familiar with it." "This is a possession of the spirit god?" The copper-masked lady's eyes widened as she staggered backward a little. With an incredulous look on her face, she asked, "Could it be that you are sect leader Xianxia?" "Indeed." Xianxia nodded as he quickly cancelled the effects of the disguise amulet to revert to his original appearance. The copper-masked lady quickly kneeled down and greeted. "Elder Zhang Yao of Starchaser Palace pays respects to sect leader Zhang." "Zhang Yao." Xianxia frowned. The copper-masked lady took off her copper mask and revealed the appearance of a middle-aged lady. With her gaze lowered deferentially, she explained, "We received intelligence that the Hall of Gods intended to snatch the altar, so our palace master instructed me to disguise myself as her. I would come to the city of collapsed space and find a way to kill them while she hid the altar at a discreet location." This? Xianxia blinked. It seemed that Du Qingyuan was an extremely meticulous person. Considering that she was up against the Hall of Gods, it was only right for her to go this far. And her efforts had paid off. It was clear that she was the victor in the war of wits after all that had happened. Most likely, she might have guessed that First Elder Zhao Yu and the others would not be able to keep silent about the matter for too long, so she had intentionally leaked fake news to them so as to lure those from the Hall of Gods over to the city of collapsed space. This would buy Du Qingyuan more than enough time to complete her ritual. "But your cultivation realm," Xianxia remarked questioningly with a frown. Based on what he knew, Starchaser Palace should not have any semi-divinity realm experts other than Du Qingyuan. After all, the only way they could advance their cultivation to the realm was through the Centennial Azure Bridge. So, how could the other party possibly have reached the semi-divinity realm as well? "It's the god blood," Zhang Yao explained. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. Even a few droplets of blood from the god was enough for the black-backed tortoise and the 3 sharks to make the final step forward. As the person who had summoned the god, Du Qingyuan should have been able to acquire quite a few droplets of god blood. With that, it would not be too much of a surprise for some semi-divinity realm experts to appear in the ranks of Starchaser Palace. However, as such an occurrence would shake the balance of power among the 6 sects, Starchaser Palace had chosen to hide this matter. Most likely, the reason Zhang Yao had been chosen to consume the god blood was because she was a close confidant of Du Qingyuan, similar to what Elder Feng was to Kuei Xiao. After confirming that Zhang Yao knew nothing about Luo Ruoxin at all, Zhang Xian asked with a frown, "May I know where Palace Master Du is at the moment? Our Palace Master instructed me that to treat you with the utmost respect and fulfill all of your requests unconditionally." Sect Leader Zhang. "However, I'm afraid that I don't really know," Zhang Yao said with a bitter smile. Sect Leader Zhang? Zhang Xian frowned. He was slightly perplexed by the address. It was true that he was the Hall Master of the Myriad Beasts Hall and the Pavilion Master of the 7-Star Pavilion. But Sect Leader? Where did that title come from? Yes. Zhang Yao was slightly surprised to see that Zhang Xian was confused by her manner of address. "You are the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." The entire continent was aware of this matter, so it was not possible that the person in question was unaware of the matter, right? Zhang Xian's lower jaw slackened, and his mouth remained agape for a long while. Then he sighed deeply and said, "Let's put that aside for the moment and leave the city of collapse space. I'll need you to help me contact Palace Master Du and inform her that I am looking for her. I believe that I should be able to help her deal with the threat coming from the Hall of Gods." Knowing that the young man before her wielded great authority in his hands, Zhang Yao hurriedly nodded. "All right." Thus, Zhang Yao quickly led Zhang Xian toward the exit. The city of collapse space was a sinister region filled with all sorts of menace, but Zhang Yao was familiar with the terrain, and Zhang Xian was able to spot threats from a distance with his eye of insight. This allowed them to circumvent most danger along the way. Even if they were unlucky enough to encounter some danger along the way, they were strong enough to get past them without sustaining any injuries. Just like that, they were able to successfully return to the desert after an hour of travel. Tension finally escaped from Zhang Yao's body as she finally stepped out of the city of collapse space. She turned to Zhang Xian and said, "I'll try to get in touch with our palace master." She had been prepared to lose her life in that dark, eerie place. So when she felt the warmth of the sun embracing her body once more, she felt like she had just been born anew. Taking out her communication jade token, she quickly set up a formation in order to extend the device's range. A moment later, she said, "I have already sent a message to our palace master. Let's return to Starchaser Palace for now. Our palace master will head there as well once she receives my message." Zhang Xian nodded. Riding on Shark One, the two of them quickly headed back to the Sea of Exiled Stars. In a distant space-time, the head of Starchaser Palace, Du Qingyuan, was standing in front of an altar, muttering softly beneath her breath. In response to her mutterings, the altar was emanating a divine aura, causing the flames on top to blaze furiously. Some time later, an illusory figure gradually materialized atop the altar. "Priestess, state your affair." The voice of the figure was distinct yet distant, almost as if it had traveled across dimensions in order to reach here. "I wish to meet the spirit god." Du Qingyuan kneeled to the floor. "The spirit god has already departed," the figure replied. Du Qingyuan was silent for a moment before she spoke once more. "There is something that I would like to report. The Hall of Gods has made a move against the 6 sects, and the timing for the descent of the Azure Bridge has been arbitrarily changed. I suspect that something might have happened with the Hall of Gods." The figure frowned. "Do you know of the reasons behind those changes?" "I do have a conjecture in mind, but I'm not too sure about its veracity," Du Qingyuan replied. "To be able to incite the Hall of Gods to interfere with secular affairs and attempt to snatch the altar, I suspect that it has something to do with..." Boom! Before she could finish her words, the space-time behind her suddenly distorted, and yet another person appeared within this dimensional plane. Pa! With a light flick of his hand, the figure atop the altar dissipated into fleeting mist. The person walked straight toward the altar to grab it, and in retaliation, the altar released a powerful burst of energy. However, the person dispelled the burst of energy with a flick of his finger. Just like that, the altar fell into his hands. Seeing how neither the god nor the altar was able to stop the person, Du Qingyuan's eyes narrowed in utter astonishment. She was just about to make a move when the other party suddenly turned to look at her with a faint smile on his lips. Palace Master Du, we meet once again. As I thought, it's really you? Du Qingyuan felt as if her heart had been plunged into the depths of an icy river. An incense's time is roughly 15 minutes. It took half a day for Xianxia and Zhang Yao to return to Starchaser Palace. First Elder Zhao Yu widened her eyes in disbelief upon seeing Zhang Yao. She had thought that their previous parting would be eternal, but the latter had managed to return alive. It's all thanks to sect leader Zhang Xian's help, Zhang Yao explained. Sect leader Zhang Xian? Are you referring to the new head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? First Elder Zhao Yu was stunned. Zhang Yao nodded before asking, Is our palace master back yet? First Elder Zhao Yu shook her head. That's weird. I sent a message to our palace master after I was safe, so she should have returned right after receiving my message. Why isn't she here yet? She did not know exactly where Du Qingyuan had headed to, but it should not be as far off as the city of collapsed space, so she should have been able to return ahead of them. Let's just wait a bit more. Our palace master might have been held up by something else. Given her strength, it's unlikely that anything bad will have happened to her. First Elder Zhao Yu replied. Zhang Yao nodded. She settled Zhang Xian down in one of the accommodations before pacing around the main hall, waiting for Du Qingyuan to return. However, even after half a day, Du Qingyuan was nowhere to be seen. This caused the two elders to start to panic. Let's head to the ritual palace and try to get in contact with our palace master through a ritual, Zhang Yao said with a frown. They had been with Du Qingyuan for over 1,000 years, and they knew the latter's temperament very well. The latter should have rushed over as soon as she received the news. She was not the type to allow anything else to hold her up when it came to urgent business. Yet, she was not even responding to their messages. Could she have met with some kind of danger? Worried sick, Zhang Yao and First Elder Zhao Yu headed to Zhang Xian's accommodation to urge him to come along with them before rushing to the ritual palace. In the massive room, an altar similar to the one that Zhang Xian had seen back in the city of collapsed space stood at the very center. The two elders of Starchaser Palace quickly placed several offerings on the altar, and a moment later, a sky-blue flame seedling suddenly appeared on it. It was a known fact that the altars of Starchaser Palace could even cross dimensions to establish a connection link with the gods, so reaching a person within the same dimension should not pose a problem at all. The sky-blue flame seedling flickered slightly, seemingly trying to summon someone. Zhang Yao dripped 3 droplets of blood onto the altar, and a powerful blaze rose up from the flame seedling as it morphed into the form of a person. The silhouette of the person became more and more distinct, but all of a sudden, with a resounding pop, the flame abruptly burst apart. Watching the entire process from the side, Zhang Xian frowned. Having lived in the capital of the Master-Teacher Continent's otherworldly demonic tribe for some time, he had browsed through their massive collection of books. As such, he had some understanding regarding the rituals they conducted. This occurrence did not mean that the ritual had failed. On the contrary, the ritual had succeeded. It was just that the person they were trying to reach could not be summoned. In other words, something has happened to our palace master. Zhang Yao and First Elder Zhao Yu muttered with utterly pale faces. Zhang Yao turned to Zhang Xian and anxiously explained, Usually, the ritual would forge a connection link with our palace master's consciousness, allowing us to communicate directly with her. The abrupt dissipation of the flames means that either our palace master is rejecting the connection link, or she's in no state to accept the connection link. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed into slits. Even after all the countermeasures that Du Qingyuan had prepared to distract the Hall of Gods, she was still caught by them in the end? If that was really the case, The Hall of Gods was far more terrifying than he had thought. What should we do now? Zhang Yao asked First Elder Zhao Yu anxiously. In view of her safety, Du Qingyuan did not inform anyone of their whereabouts prior to her departure, so no one knew where she had gone. Given everything that she had done, it went without saying that she would have made sure to conceal her trail properly. So, it would be nigh impossible for them to find her. First Elder Zhao Yu suddenly thought of something, and she hurriedly took out a jade token from her storage ring. Before our palace master left, she told me to crush this jade token if she didn't return. Right after saying those words, she immediately crushed the jade token. Wang! There was a flash of light, and a line of words appeared in the air. Should I fail to return to Starchaser Palace, the one who will take my place as the palace master will be Xianxia from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Regard him with the utmost respect and obey his commands unconditionally. This, reading the words in the air, First Elder Zhao Yu and Zhang Yao exchanged gazes before hurriedly turning to look at Xianxia. Xianxia was also flabbergasted by the matter. Du Qingyuan had left a will behind to appoint him as the next head of Starchaser Palace. What was going on? Taking a closer look, he realized that there was an illusory figure right next to the message. His eyebrows shot up as he hurriedly pointed at the figure and asked, "Is that lady over there your palace master?" That illusory figure was the deity who had appeared on the master-teacher continent back when Sovereign Chen Yong conducted the ritual to summon Luo Ruoxin. First Elder Zhao Yu nodded. That's indeed our palace master. As I expected. Xianxia nodded slightly before a bitter smile crept onto his lips. He had guessed as much when he realized that the indigenous population living on Starchaser Island were from the otherworldly demonic tribe. He was just a single step away to learning the truth. But who could have thought that a mishap would occur at this moment? That person was likely the only one on the Forsaken Continent who knew of Luo Ruoxin's true identity, as well as where she had gone afterward. If something really happened to her, his only source of information would be severed. He had initially been a little surprised that Du Qingyuan would nominate him to be the next palace master. But after some thought, he could understand the rationale behind her decision. The only power who wielded the ability to force her, one of the strongest semi-divinity realm experts on the Forsaken Continent, into a corner was the Hall of Gods. And the only one who really wielded the strength to go against the Hall of Gods was him, the new sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who had comprehended the God's sword intent. On top of that, while the names Lu Yang and Zheng Yang might have sounded foreign to others, as the one who had saved Wu Chan, it was likely that Du Qingyuan might have heard a thing or two from him and guessed that they were actually all him. It was probably in view of his current power and influence on the Forsaken Continent that she wanted to entrust Starchaser Palace to him, so as to help it tide through this difficult period. Sect Leader Zhang. Zhang Yao turned to Xianxia and clasped her fist. We believe that our palace master has her reasons for issuing such an order, and we are willing to heed her commands. May I know what your view on the matter is? The two of them had personally witnessed Zhang Xian's 4 semi-divinity realm beasts, so they had no doubts regarding his abilities. Furthermore, Du Qingyuan was a wise and discerning person. They trusted her judgment. Since Palace Master Du trusts me so, I'm willing to take on the position as the new head of Starchaser Palace. Xianxia nodded. He had thought that it was just a great deal of trouble to lead a sect initially, but the Hall of Gods had turned out to be a much more difficult opponent than he had expected. In order to counteract them, the 6 sects would have to unite together, but they would need someone to rally under. If he could become the head of Starchaser Palace, that would definitely give him much more credence. More importantly, Starchaser Palace held the means to contact Luo Ruoxin, even if Du Qingyuan was missing at the moment. Thank you, Sect Leader Zhang. First Elder Zhao Yu bowed deeply. We'll make preparations for the inauguration ceremony right now. For the time being, please do have a good rest at the accommodation we prepared for you. You must be exhausted after the trip to the city of collapse space. Those from the other 5 sects should only be arriving tomorrow. Those from the other 5 sects had gathered together in order to discuss the details of how they would deal with the Azure Bridge. It would be good to hold the inauguration ceremony with the other 5 sects as witnesses to build prestige. They had no idea why Du Qingyuan would nominate the incumbent sect leader of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion as her successor, and to be honest, they had some qualms regarding the issue. However, they were also aware of the benefits it would bring. Having a common leader would create a firm foundation for an alliance between the two sects, thus granting them more power to deal with the Hall of Gods. I understand. Xianxia nodded. For the time being, I wish to take a look at the library of Starchaser Palace. Even though he had already reached the high immortal realm, he was unable to advance his cultivation any further until he gathered sufficient cultivation techniques to compile the high immortal realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. Of course, allow me to lead you there, First Elder Zhao Yu said. She quickly led Zhang Xian over to the library before leaving to arrange the upcoming inauguration ceremony. So, Zhang Xian quickly collected all the books within the library. Half a day later, he left the library and headed to an isolated chamber. As expected of a power that could communicate with the gods, Starchaser Palace had a massive collection of cultivation technique manuals that surpassed even that of the Seven-Star Pavilion. This was especially so when it came to books relating to souls. The soul-related books in the other sects could only be considered elementary compared to what they had. Compile. With a jolt of the Library of Heaven's Path, all the soul-related books were compiled into a high immortal realm Heaven's Path soul art. Shortly afterward, he moved on to compile all the high immortal realm cultivation techniques that he had gathered so far. With trembling fingers, Zhang Xian nervously flipped open the compiled book, and after taking a look, he heaved a sigh of relief. There are still 3 more flaws, but they can be resolved by using items as catalysts. Even though Starchaser Palace's collection of high immortal realm cultivation techniques was limited, it was fortunate that they had collected quite a lot of insights and cultivation experiences of high immortals over the years. Water of heavy silver, metal of luminescent star, and grass of biting leaf. Each of these 3 items would resolve one of the flaws, but they were incredibly invaluable, such that they were worth even more than the diamond that the Seven-Star Pavilion had used earlier in the Ocean of Exiled Stars. I managed to obtain some grass of biting leaf back in the City of Collapsed Space, and its potency is even greater than that of normal ones, so that's fine. Zhang Xian quickly ran through the various items that he had at the moment. The City of Collapsed Space was fraught with dangers, but the natural treasures that thrived in that environment still managed to convince many cultivators of each generation to brave the dangers. Back then, before he encountered the degeneration beasts, he had grabbed all the medicinal herbs that he could find, and fortunately, the grass of biting leaf was among them. As for metal of luminescent star, what luck! There happens to be one in by Xuanqing's storage ring. Zhang Xian had secretly taken Citadel Lord by Xuanqing's storage ring before, and he had quickly checked on the contents earlier. There were all sorts of valuable things in there, 2 heavenly high immortal tier weapons, all sorts of precious medicinal herbs, ores, and cultivation resources. The metal of luminescent star was among them, too. Thus, all he was lacking was the water of heavy silver. He had read about this item in the books before. Similar to the Northern Sea Dragon orb, it existed in the depths of the ocean, making it extremely difficult to find. Even the Seven-Star Pavilion, which had a massive information network and all sorts of connections, did not have a clue as to where to source one at the moment. Maybe I should take a look in the Ethereal Hall. It would be best if I could buy one straight away, but otherwise I could try putting up a bounty. Since it was recorded in the books, it meant that there was someone in the world who had used it before. The only power that boasted a greater information network and more connections than the Seven-Star Pavilion was the Ethereal Hall. The Ethereal Hall had branches all over the Forsaken Continent, and most cultivators accessed the Ethereal Hall frequently. While he harbored some doubts regarding the Ethereal Hall after the encounter with Fu Qinzi, he felt that this was a risk that he had to take. Otherwise, there was no saying when he would be able to find the water of heavy silver. If he could advance his cultivation to the heavenly high immortal realm, he would be in a much better position to deal with the warriors of the Hall of Gods. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian left his room and quickly looked for First Elder Zhao Yu. Here is a high immortal realm ethereal token. Starchaser Palace is located on the remote Starchaser Island, so we didn't isolate Starchaser Palace from external ethereal halls. As such, you can enter the ethereal hall here. First Elder Zhao Yu said as she passed an ethereal token over. Thank you, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. On the other hand, Jiang Yao gazed at Zhang Xian with a conflicted frown before eventually saying, Be careful. I don't have any concrete evidence, but I'm not sure if the ethereal hall is trustworthy anymore. I know. I will be careful. Zhang Xian nodded grimly before taking his leave. He headed back to the isolated chamber and sat down. Holding the ethereal token tightly in his hand, he stared at the wall before him contemplatively. Thinking back, I was connected to the ethereal hall those 2 times before I was assassinated by the warriors of the Hall of Gods. Will it be the same this time? It was right after he had visited Wuhai City's ethereal hall to purchase some superior immortal pills that he had been assaulted by them. It was the same for the second time around at Bun City. He had thought that it was weird that the Hall of Gods could accurately identify him back then, and he had even tried to loiter around the area to confirm once more if the Hall of Gods was really able to see through his disguise. Could something have happened to the ethereal hall? Even an elder of the ethereal hall, Fu Qinzi, had ended up colluding with the Hall of Gods. This was a huge cause for concern. Kong Shi's deeds on the master-teacher continent showed that he was a benevolent man who constantly had the welfare of the masses in mind. There was no way someone like that would collude with the Hall of Gods and incite chaos on the Forsaken Continent. However, the same could not be said about those who were continuing his legacy. After all, several thousand years had already passed since the founding of the Ethereal Hall. There was no doubt that the primary intentions for the founding of the Ethereal Hall were good, but as the organization expanded and developed through the years, for better or for worse, it was inevitable that it would begin to change. But all of this is speculation. I'll have to give it a try to know for sure if I'm right or not, Zhang Xian thought as he activated the ethereal token and immersed his consciousness into it. The high immortal realm ethereal hall looked rather deserted compared to the other ethereal halls. Considering the low number of high immortals in the world, this was only to be expected. Zhang Xian walked right up to the front receptionist and said, Is it possible to purchase water of heavy silver here? Water of heavy silver? The attendant asked with a slight frown, confused by the unfamiliar name. Give me a moment, I'll check. He quickly flipped open a book, and a moment later, a smile broke out on his face. Customer, even though the water of heavy silver is very rare, our ethereal hall happens to have some of it in stock. However, it might be a little pricey. How much does it cost? Zhang Xian asked. Around 5 million ethereal coins, the attendant replied. That was way beyond pricey. I don't have that many ethereal tokens with me at the moment, but is it possible for me to exchange this for a portion of water of heavy silver? Zhang Xian took out 3 jade bottles and placed them on the table. The attendant doubtfully uncorked one of the bottles, and concentrated spiritual energy immediately gushed out from the bottle. With a look of disbelief in his eyes, the attendant uttered, Isn't this the blood essence of a semi-divinity realm expert? Is it enough? Zhang Xian asked. Yes, of course. Definitely, the attendant replied anxiously. I'll make the price estimation right now. There were only so many semi-divinity realm experts on the Forsaken Continent, which made their blood essence priceless treasures. Every single droplet of it harnessed tremendous energy. Furthermore, it would be difficult for a semi-divinity realm expert to produce 3 bottles of blood essence even over several decades without hurting their foundation. Some time later, the attendant returned and passed 5 jade bottles over. Customer, here are 5 bottles of water of heavy silver. Zhang Xian nodded in relief. With all the 3 catalysts prepared, he should have no trouble pushing for a breakthrough to heavenly high immortal realm anymore. The only thing to do now was to see if he would be assassinated by the warriors of the Hall of Gods. So he backed out of the ethereal hall. He quickly set up multiple layers of defensive formations that would warn him of any approaching intruders and keep them at bay. Only after that did he take out the 3 catalysts and a bottle of semi-divinity realm blood essence. With a tap of his finger, the semi-divinity realm blood essence swiftly diffused into a powerful surge of spiritual energy that gathered around him like a tornado. while semi-divinity realm blood essence would be an invaluable treasure to any cultivator. He had no lack of it at the moment. To be exact, he had over 20 bottles of it in his storage ring. That was more than enough for him to splurge. He had managed to acquire that much through squeezing the bodies of Xianxia and the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods dry. Of course, he did not forget to cleanse it of the air of degeneration using Little Chick's chicken soup. In any case, Xianxia began driving his heaven's path divine art, and his cultivation began surging once more. Greater high immortal realm, earthly high immortal realm. In just an hour, he had already raised his cultivation to the heavenly high immortal realm. Due to the lack of semi-divinity realm cultivation techniques, this was the highest level he could reach at the moment. There's no way I will be able to compile a semi-divinity realm heaven's path divine art here. So the only way I can advance is to forge my own path ahead and create my own cultivation technique. Xianxia thought with a troubled look on his face. He knew of his own problems very well. The heaven's path divine art was indeed flawless, but ironically, this very trait of it was also its greatest flaw. It dawned upon him when his cultivation went berserk the previous time. There was no true perfection in this world. Even the heavens were flawed, so how could anything possibly be perfect? It was all just a matter of perspective. Nevertheless, it was true that cultivating the heaven's path divine art would guarantee him superior strength. It might not be as perfect as he thought, but it was the best that he had. But this very train of thought was poison to him. It made him dependent on the heaven's path divine art. The idea of cultivating something flawed disgusted him so much that he would retch for days on end. Even if he created something of his own, that lingering doubt that it was riddled with flaws would eventually become his greatest inner demon. So, this semi-divinity realm would surely be a huge hurdle for him to overcome. It was likely that he would have to create a semi-divinity realm cultivation technique with his own wisdom. It would be tough, but it was not impossible. Since others were able to do it, there was no reason for him not to be able to do it too. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia entered the cultivation chamber inside the Library of Heaven's Path. It was the manifestation of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn that Luo Ruoxin had installed within his Library of Heaven's Path before she left. Inside this unique cultivation chamber, the flow of time was 10 times faster than that of the Master-Teacher continent. Xianxia had thought that the flow of time inside the cultivation chamber would change according to the flow of time to the Forsaken continent, but to his surprise it remained the same as before. In other words, it was still 10 times faster relative to the Master-Teacher continent, which equated to 100 times faster than the time on the Forsaken continent. Even if he spent 100 days inside of the cultivation chamber, a single day would have only passed on the Forsaken continent. Even a mere hour in there would equate to 4 days on the Forsaken continent. Xianxia first went through the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula, which was the only semi-divinity realm cultivation technique that he knew of, before using it as a reference to further develop his Heaven's Path divine art. Just like that, he remained stationary for a very long while before he began to drive his Xianxia. But not too long later, he began coughing out blood. First try, failed. Unwilling to give up just like that, Xianxia tried once more. But it was still a failure. He continued 100 more times, but he was still unable to make any progress. It's indeed not easy to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. It was fortunate that he had Little Chick's chicken soup, allowing him to recover swiftly from his injuries. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he sustained severe internal injuries under all his reckless experimentation. Feeling drained from all the thinking and experimentation, he finally retracted his consciousness from the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. All in all, less than an incensus time had passed in the real world. Sighing deeply, Xianxia severed a slight will of his consciousness and placed it inside his Library of Heaven's Path to continue researching the development of a semi-divinity realm cultivation technique. After that, he walked out of the isolated chamber. With his cultivation reaching the heavenly high immortal realm, his strength was already comparable to that of an average semi-divinity realm cultivator. Feeling confident, he retracted the formations around him before heading out to take a look. To be honest, He was slightly surprised to see that the Hall of Gods did not make a move while he was cultivating. Was his guess wrong? Could it be that they were hesitant to make a move because he was currently in Starchaser Palace? The last 2 times he had been assaulted, he had only been attacked after he left the ethereal hall and stepped into a public area. This conjecture did not seem too likely given that the Hall of Gods had attacked Chuyin and First Elder Zhao Yu while they were at Starchaser Palace, but it was probably worth testing that out. So, Xianxia silently left Starchaser Palace without informing anyone and headed to a remote location above the ocean of exiled stars. With a flick of his finger, he dropped several water droplets into the ocean. Even though he had many means at his disposal, he would not dare let down his guard against the Hall of Gods. Xianxia sat on the surface of the ocean for over 2 hours, but everything remained quiet. Nothing happened at all. Could it really be that? Xianxia thought with a deeply worried look on his face. His initial deduction was that there was a faction of traitors in the ethereal hall that was giving away his location to the Hall of Gods when he entered. However, from the current looks of it, that did not seem to be the case. This left him no choice but to turn to the other deduction he had in mind. If this deduction turned out to be true, that could really be the worst-case scenario for them at the moment. I can only give it a try then. He quickly changed his disguise, soul aura, and bloodline once more with the disguise amulet before entering the ethereal hall. He walked up to the receptionist, passed the token that he had received from Kong Shi over, and said, "I want premier immortal pills. Bring me as many of them as possible. This token. Esteemed customer, please give me a moment. I'll prepare your premier immortal pills this instant," the receptionist said before hurriedly leaving the counter. An hour later, she returned with 2 jade bottles and said, "My apologies, but we are only able to gather 20 premier immortal pills at the moment." "It's fine," Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Just 20 premier immortal pills was enough to make even the richest man on the Forsaken Continent gasp. Superior immortal pills were worth 20,000 ethereal coins, and premier immortal pills were 100 times more valuable than that. In other words, what he had just received was worth an unbelievable 40 million ethereal coins. Even the elusive water of heavy silver was only worth 5 million ethereal coins. Xianxia retracted his consciousness form the ethereal hall and withdrew his premier immortal pills. He uncorked one of the jade bottles and sighed in awe at the hulking amount of spiritual energy that each pill contained. Even with his current cultivation realm, the premier immortal pills were still of great use to him. As long as I can figure out a semi-divinity realm cultivation technique, I will definitely be able to make a breakthrough with these pills. His current strength was already on par with semi-divinity realm cultivators, so their blood essence was no longer of much use to him. As such, he had been a little troubled over how he should push for a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. However, with these pills in his hand, there was no need for him to worry anymore. Xianxia stretched his back lazily before slowly rising to his feet. He took another look around him once more, but there was still nothing at all. "Of course, there's no way that could have been the case," he murmured with a hint of relief beneath his breath. Nodding in reassurance, he turned around to head back to Starchaser Palace. But right at that instant, the space around him suddenly began distorting. The brilliant sun seemed to have been plucked from the sky, plunging him into a dark world filled with stars. Hoo-hoo-hoo! An old man appeared before his eyes. This old man appeared to be in his 50s to 60s, and he was dressed in a simple gray robe. Just by standing quietly on the spot, he seemed like a phantom that wandered beneath the darkness of the night, drawing out the deepest fears in one's heart. "Are you from the Hall of Gods?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This was not good at all. The powerful old man before him was one thing, but what was more important was the fact that the old man had only appeared after he used Kong Shi's token in the ethereal hall. In other words, the token that Kong Shi had given him actually served as a GPS locator for the Hall of Gods. Based on what he had heard from Han Jianxiu, it appeared that Kong Shi had handed this token to him personally, so the chances of anyone tampering with it were very low. Could it be that the world's teacher had really colluded with the Hall of Gods? Or could it be a misunderstanding? Xianxia sighed deeply and shook his head. Regardless of the truth, It was good that he had sorted this matter out. At the very least, he knew who he had to be guarded against in the future. Then, he turned to look at the old man as he drove his Xianxia furiously. Astonishingly, even with his current cultivation realm, he was unable to see through the depths of the old man's cultivation. Up to this point, the strongest semi-divinity realm cultivators that he had met were Han Jianxiu, Fu Qinzi, and the middle-aged man. However, the old man before him was at a whole different level from them. The aura that he emanated seemed to swallow the very essence of the world. The darkness engulfing them was a result of his aura devouring the light in the area. Felt like there was no way to escape from him at all. Taming 4 semi-divinity realm beasts and slaying Fu Qinzi and Ying Chun. It's no wonder the master values you so highly, choosing to mobilize even me to deal with you, the old man remarked. It's really beyond my imagination how you are able to come this far within 10 short days. Even the current me would have some trouble trying to capture you. You know that I was the one who killed Fu Qinzi and the middle-aged man? Xianxia felt his body tensing up a little. It was likely that Ying Chun was the name of the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods who had made a move against Xianxia in the City of Collapse Space. But they had been in the City of Collapse Space when he killed the two of them, and he had even made sure to seal the surroundings in order to ensure that those two would not be able to send any messages out to the Hall of Gods. So, how could the old man before him know of this matter? Furthermore, no one should have known that he had tamed 4 semi-divinity realm beasts other than Xianxia. Given that he had tamed the blackback tortoise in his capacity as Lu Yang, did that not mean that the Hall of Gods was aware of the fact that he was the head of the 7-star pavilion? This was impossible. He did not think that he would be able to hide this matter forever, but he did not expect someone to figure it out so quickly either. There's nothing the Hall of Gods doesn't know about, the old man replied nonchalantly, as if it was nothing to make a fuss about. Come with me. You might have 4 semi-divinity realm beasts and a semi-divinity artifact, but you won't stand a chance against me. How will I know if I don't give it a try? Xianxia scoffed. With a flick of his wrist, he brought out the blackback tortoise and the 3 sharks, and the 4 of them charged furiously toward the old man. He then took out the semi-divinity artifact and the 10 heavenly high immortal tier swords and directed them to assault the old man as well. It felt like even the stars in the sky would be knocked down by such an overwhelming force. But for some reason, no matter how they charged forward, they simply could not reach the old man. It was just a short distance of several steps between them and the old man. But this small gap formed the greatest difference in the world. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Dimensional sand? He had encountered such a situation back when he was on the Master-Teacher continent as well. Back then, the space had been reduced to sand, such that no matter how quickly he was moving, he was unable to move forward at all. Could it be that the old man had comprehended such an ability as well? Through shattering the space before him into dust, those who stepped into the area would feel as though they were stepping into quicksand, preventing them from moving an inch no matter how powerful they were. Xianxia widened his eyes. No, that's not right. It isn't dimensional sand. It feels like that starry night in the surroundings is somewhat like his dominion. Those who step into this space have to obey his laws. All those who are weaker than him aren't able to approach him unless he allows them to. Not even dimensional sand would be that powerful as to completely halt even the movement of a semi-divinity realm expert. As long as a semi-divinity realm expert released their energy, they should be able to dispel the quicksand. However, the fact that the blackback tortoise and the 3 sharks were unable to do it hinted that there was an even greater power at play. In a sense, the old man was using an ability similar to Kong Shi's word of law. In other words, all those who were pulled into this space would have to obey his rules. How could Xianxia win a battle like this? It was at this moment that Xianxia realized that he had once again underestimated just what semi-divinity realm cultivators were capable of. So, he knocked on his tamed beast sack and asked, "Little chick, are you still dead at the moment?" The little yellow chick in his tamed beast sack was likely his greatest hope at turning the tables around. While the other party was scarily unreliable in battle, there was no doubt that it possessed miraculous powers. Hoo-hoo! The little yellow chick remained completely motionless in his tamed beast sack, not responding to his calls at all. Ever since it devoured the droplet of god blood back in the vacant sea, it had gone completely silent, not moving at all. Knowing that there was nothing he could do about it, Xianxia could only gnash his teeth in frustration. I guess I can only rely on myself since that fellow is out, Xianxia thought as he raised his gaze to assess the old man before him. The latter was standing quietly on the spot with a slight smile on his face, not moving at all. Xianxia felt as if he was looking at a picture. Yet, despite the lack of movements on the latter's part, the 4 semi-divinity realm beasts and the others simply could not reach him at all. It's futile. In this space, even if you wield the strength of a semi-divinity, you still won't be able to hurt me, the old man commented as he raised his hand and waved it. Pata! The black-backed tortoise and the others were immediately knocked down onto the surface of the ocean. They tried to regain their balance and get up, but for some reason, it felt as if the entire world was crashing down on them, preventing them from moving at all. After suppressing the 4 beasts, the old man raised his hand, and the semi-divinity metal chain immediately flew into his grasp. I'll be taking this back then. As soon as the old man's hand fell onto the metal chain, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Now! 2 semi-divinity realm corpses immediately materialized right in front and behind the old man. Boom! Boom! 2 resounding explosions occurred simultaneously, causing the surroundings to collapse inward from the sheer shockwave. As if a black cloth shrouding the sky was being forcefully pulled away, folds and cracks immediately appeared on the starry night sky above. Pooh! The old man did not expect Xianxia to be so vicious as to refine 2 semi-divinity corpses and explode them on him without the slightest shred of hesitation. Moreover, he even used a semi-divinity artifact as bait for him to lower his guard. Based on the sheer intensity of the explosion, it was likely that the artifact would have sustained damage severe enough to cripple it for good. In fact, if not for his dominion protecting him, he could have lost his life as a result of the explosion. His eyes crimson with rage, the old man bellowed with a savage glint in his eyes. You obnoxious brat. I could have spared you, but you are really testing my patience, aren't you? Despite being a sack of old bones, I must say that you are as resilient as a cockroach, Xianxia scoffed coldly. He had forged the corpses of Fuqinzi and the middle-aged man into soulless metal humanoids, thinking that they would be a useful trump card against the Hall of Gods. It was indeed fortunate that he had done so. He had been wondering how he could allow those 2 fellows to get close to the old man, and after some thought, he had eventually decided to use the metal chain as bait. The metal chain was an extremely rare semi-divinity artifact that could alter its form, granting it great flexibility in battle. Xianxia was confident that the old man would try to claim it for himself, and that would create a perfect opportunity for him to launch an attack. So, he had created a mini-folded space at the front and back of the metal chain and placed the 2 soulless metal humanoids inside. As expected, it had worked out well. It was just that he did not expect the old man to be so powerful as to survive the explosions from 2 semi-divinity realm experts at such proximity without sustaining any damage whatsoever. It was no wonder the Hall of Gods had only sent a single person this time to deal with him. It was apparent that they knew that it did not matter how many ordinary semi-divinity cultivators they sent at him, so they decided to send their strongest one instead. It was really lucky that he did not get arrogant and diligently made preparations beforehand, or else he might have been cornered. You bastard! I'll kill you! With a furious roar, the severely wounded old man charged toward Xianxia. But as soon as he made a move, the space around him began warping once more, and a black mist swiftly crept out of nowhere. Rather than mist, it resembled billowing smoke that rose from an inferno more. The earlier explosion had created cracks in the old man's dominion that allowed the black mist to creep in. Do you think that a confinement formation of such a tier will really be able to stop me? The old man sneered frostily. You underestimate me too much, brat. This is nothing at all to me. I'll kill those 4 beasts of yours and drag you before my master. Boom! The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward the old man, and his injuries began to heal at a visible rate. The old man seemed to have used some sort of secret art that allowed him to swiftly recover from his injuries. Your recovery ability is spectacular. I am very impressed, Your master must be much stronger than this. But don't you think that it's too naive of you to assume that this is just an ordinary confinement formation? Xianxia chuckled softly as he watched the old man's actions with composure. Is it not? The old man was taken aback. The next instant, his eyes widened, and his body began trembling in disbelief. It can't be. You brought the air of degeneration out of the city of collapsed space and infused it into the formation? You lunatic! I knew that I would require special means to deal with you persistent cockroaches. If you weren't injured, the air of degeneration would never have been able to harm you. In fact, I believe that you possess the means to suppress the air of degeneration and prevent it from seeping into your body with sheer strength. But what a pity! You were so anxious to capture me that you neglected your surroundings. You furiously absorbed the spiritual energy from the surroundings in order to quickly heal from your injuries. But that caused you to unwittingly take a massive amount of air of degeneration into your body. I wonder how much longer you have after getting so severely poisoned, Xianxia scoffed. Given how potent the air of degeneration was, how could he not gather some of it to use as a weapon? Most cultivators of the high immortal realm and above already possessed the ability to ward off the air of degeneration, so its effects would have been severely lacking if he had used it directly. Thus, Xianxia had known that he would have to find some way to severely injure the old man first before deploying it. Or better still, if he could force the old man into a position where the latter would take in the air of degeneration of his own accord, that would surely seal the latter's fate. Pooh! The old man spat out 3 mouthfuls of black blood consecutively as his body trembled nonstop. He felt as if his head was going to explode. He had gone there completely confident that he would be able to accomplish his mission without fail. He had known that the young man was a witty person, but he did not think that the young man's wits would mean anything before his strength. He had never thought that he would meet such an end. Tzzzz. As the air of degeneration flowed through the old man's body, his innards became more and more corroded. Slowly, his vision began to blur, and his body began to sway weakly. It looked as if he would faint at any moment. I have underestimated you, but even though I might be unable to apprehend you, you don't possess the means to kill me. Just you wait. Knowing that his mission had already failed, the old man clenched his teeth and flew into the distance. Given his current condition, his only hope was to quickly return to the Hall of Gods and seek the Master's help in dispelling the air of degeneration in him. Otherwise, in less than an hour, he would become a pitch-black corpse. Do you think that I would have prepared so much just to allow you to escape at the last moment? Xianxia laughed to himself. It's far too late for you to think about escaping. Boom! A halberd shot down from the sky, aimed right toward the old man's head. Alarmed, the old man tried to dodge, but it was too late. The halberd stabbed his shoulder, causing him to halt. The halberd was the offensive-oriented semi-divinity artifact that he had obtained from the middle-aged man. Naturally, he did not neglect to tame it on his way there, and the only reason he had not brought it out thus far was because he had planted it in advance to snipe down the enemy should the latter attempt to escape. If the old man had been at full power, there was no way such an attack would have worked. However, his severe injuries and the corrosion of the air of degeneration had reduced the old man's fighting prowess to less than 1/100th of what it was, not to mention that the old man had devoted the dredges of his strength to escape. Even though the old man had managed to avoid being skewered in the head, the halberd would still ensure that the other party would not be able to escape. Put on. Unable to withstand the impact of the halberd, the old man plummeted into the water, causing a tall pillar of water to rise into the air. Ooh! Witnessing this sight, the black-backed tortoise and the 3 sharks immediately went into action. The ocean was their battlefield, and their pride would not allow any land dwellers to best them on their home turf. The severe water swiftly turned choppy, and furious waves could be seen rising one after another. A few breaths later, a dying old man was dragged out from the surface of the sea by Shark 1. If Xianxia's means had shaved away 90% of the old man's health points, the encirclement of the 4 beasts had destroyed another 90% out of the remaining 10%. If not for the old man's resilient mind, he likely would have fallen into a coma due to the multiple traumas that he had sustained. Facing the old man, who was held firmly in place by the four beasts, Xianxia stared at the old man firmly in the eye and asked, "Who is your master? Why are you trying to kill me?" He was utilizing the means of a soul oracle in order to interrogate the old man. Through befuddling one's consciousness, it was possible to make one reveal one's deepest secrets. It was just that he was usually reluctant to use these means. "I finally understand why the master is so bent on capturing you. Your capabilities are truly formidable," the old man replied calmly, completely unaffected by Xianxia's means. "The winner takes it all. Since I have lost, the only fate that awaits me is death. You need not dream of trying to pry any information out of my mouth. Shit. Retreat." Before the old man could even finish his words, Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed in horror. He hurriedly pulled his four beasts together with him and dived into the depths of the ocean. Kaboom! A few instants later, an explosion of unbelievable proportions occurred. With a deafening rumble, overwhelming pressure and devastating heat waves swept across the ocean of exiled stars, threatening to vaporize everything. A humongous mushroom cloud could be seen rising in the air. The water that was within the area of the explosion scattered over a radius of several hundred li, causing a massive flash rain. Pu piu 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 piu. Blood spurted from the mouths of Xianxia and the four beasts, and it took them a long while before they came to. It was only 3 breaths between the moment Xianxia realized what the old man was going to do and the moment of the explosion. With the incredible speed of the semi-divinity realm aquatic beasts, they were able to dive tens of thousands meters deep within this short period of time. Nevertheless, they were still nearly blown to smithereens by the explosion. If they had been standing right next to the old man when he exploded his cultivation, their bodies and souls would have been obliterated on the spot. "And he dared to call me a lunatic," Xianxia murmured as he looked at the massive crater that had appeared on the surface of the ocean as a result of the explosion. Even the black-backed tortoise, who boasted near-invincible defense, could not help but shudder when it recalled how close it had just come to death. It had long heard that the Hall of Gods was filled with deranged individuals, but who would have thought that they would really off their rockers? To engage in suicide bombing without the slightest hesitation. Just the shock was enough to shave decades off its lifespan. That was really too terrifying. "It's a pity." Xianxia shook his head. "It's indeed a pity how someone as powerful as him came to such a tragic end." Shark One nodded in agreement. "That's not it. I find it a huge pity how I paid such a huge price to defeat him, only to receive nothing in return. Is there a greater tragedy than this in the world?" Xianxia cried out. The 4 semi-divinity realm beasts. Xianxia had really gone all out to defeat the old man. He had used 2 semi-divinity corpses and used up his heir of degeneration. Even his semi-divinity artifact had ended up sustaining severe damage as a result of the plan. He had thought that it would at least be worth it if he could trade all that for a more powerful soulless metal humanoid. But in the end, he had received nothing at all. To put it in simpler terms, he had invested heavily in the battle, only to reap no returns. It was inevitable that he would feel so stifled. But thinking about it again, given the opponent that he was up against, he was already lucky to still be alive. With a grasp of his hand, the tattered semi-divinity metal chain swiftly flew to Xianxia. He took out several bottles of chicken soup and soaked the metal chain with it. Tzzzzzzzzzz. It did not take long for the metal chain to recover to its original condition. Naturally, Xianxia had known that this was possible prior to the execution of the plan. Otherwise, he would have found it hard to part with such a useful semi-divinity artifact. "Let's return." Knowing that it was likely that the Hall of Gods would not dispatch anyone for him in the short term after losing such a powerful expert, Xianxia quickly moved the other 4 beasts back into the tamed beast sack, preparing to leave the area. At this moment, though, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Master, were you looking for me earlier? Is something up?" A little yellow chick leisurely waddled in front of him. Its small, feeble body was swaying from side to side, reminiscent of a drunkard who had just awoken from a long sleep. Just looking at this sight filled Xianxia with the urge to rush forward and give that little yellow chick a beating it would never forget. When he wanted its help earlier, that little yellow chick was sleeping like a dead log, but as soon as the enemy was defeated and the coast was clear, it popped up and asked if he needed help. It was almost as if it was mocking him. If not for his good temper and the possibility that he might not have been able to defeat it, he would have charged forward that very instant to pummel it. Your cultivation doesn't seem to have grown at all, Shark One asked with a doubtful voice. Xianxia was slightly surprised to hear that for a moment. He quickly turned his gaze over, and indeed, there was something amiss. He had thought that the little yellow chick, after devouring a droplet of the god blood, would experience a huge growth spurt and reach the same level as the blackback tortoise and the others. Yet, contrary to his expectations, it felt the exact same as before. There was no change to its cultivation, and even its physical appearance looked the same as before. It was as if the god blood was totally ineffective on it. But how could that be? Even if it was less than a droplet, that was still the blood of a real god. There was no way it could have just disappeared into the little yellow chick without making any difference at all. I don't really know why. I suddenly felt intoxicated after drinking that blood, so I slept for a while. That thing didn't seem to do anything except make me fall asleep. Little chick shook its little bottom as it spoke. It was also surprised to see things turning out this way. It had thought that consuming the god blood would allow it to become a powerful expert in an instant, but things did not happen as it expected. If even god blood did not work on it, how was it supposed to advance its cultivation to higher realms? All right then. Xianxia carried on asking a few more questions, and he even made sure to examine little chick closely, but there were really no visible changes. In the end, he had no choice but to shrug in exasperation. In the end, he stowed little chick back into the tamed beast sack together with the other 4 beasts before heading back to Starchaser Island. Nearly a day had passed since heading over, and it was about time for his inauguration as the new head of Starchaser Palace. As he had used an alias back at the Myriad Beasts Hall and the 7-Star Pavilion, everyone thought that they were different individuals, so the response had not been too intense. But this time, the very same Xianxia, who was known to be the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, was going to become the palace master of Starchaser Palace as well. Just thinking about how high profile it would be made him gasp a little. Most likely, the news should have already reached all the other sects, stirring a commotion of unprecedented proportions. Just as Xianxia thought, an uproar had indeed been stirred on Starchaser Island. I can't believe this. Why is our Starchaser Palace nominating an outsider as the next head? Where is our palace master? Why isn't she announcing the news? It seems to be a unanimous decision made by the first elder and the rest. Our palace master seems to be out at the moment. Are they making this decision without consulting our palace master? Isn't that equivalent to a revolt? Are you insane? How can you say those words aloud? Based on what I heard, our palace master left a will behind nominating sect leader Xianxia to take over her position. Such discussions could be heard throughout Starchaser Palace. As the indigenous population of the Forsaken Continent, they had never been on good terms with the other sections. Under normal circumstances, even if their palace master wanted to step down, she should have nominated one of her own people to take over her position. Yet, she actually chose to pass down her seat to the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion. Just the very thought of it was ridiculous. This was as good as trampling on the dignity and prestige of Starchaser Palace. An elder harumphed in displeasure. Shut your mouths. Our palace master has made an offering to a god, and it's under the will of the god that she made such a decision. Could it be that you think that your words weigh more than those of a god? Under the will of the god? Those who had voiced their doubts earlier swiftly shut their mouths fearfully upon hearing that. As the ones closest to the gods of the firmament, those from Starchaser Palace had always carried great deference toward the gods in their hearts. They did not think that the elder would dare make a false claim under the name of a god, so naturally, they dared not question her words anymore. On the other hand, however, it was proving a difficult feat to convince those of the other sects to accept this matter. In the main hall of Starchaser Palace sat a very confused Han Jianxiu. Just what in the world did our sect leader do to make Du Qingyuan willingly nominate him as her successor? He knew that Xianxia had been determined to make his way to the ocean of exiled stars. But what he did not expect was for the latter to squeeze Du Qingyuan out and take over her position within a few short days. Could this have been something that was planned beforehand? If that was the case, why did Xianxia claim that he was an unaffiliated cultivator? Regardless of the truth, this isn't necessarily a bad thing for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. It'll be good if we can forge a friendly relationship with Starchaser Palace, Han Jianxiu murmured with a frown. When he passed his position down to Xianxia, he had already resolved himself to follow the latter's directives. No matter what it was, as long as it did not compromise the welfare of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he would follow the young man's orders. It would be unbecoming if he, as an elder of the sect, attempted to overturn the sect leader's decision without a compelling reason. Who? Han Jianxiu, what happened? A shadow flashed through the air as a figure rushed right into the main hall. It was none other than Elder Qin Yuan from the Myriad Beasts Hall. I can't accept this. There's no way the 7-star pavilion can accept this. Unless you can give me a proper explanation for this matter, you can expect our 7-star pavilion to take necessary actions in retaliation. Elder Kuei Shao walked into the main hall right behind Elder Qin Yuan. They were all staring at Han Jianxiu intently, expecting him to explain what had just happened. How in the world did the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion end up becoming the head of Starchaser Palace as well? The 6 sects had always been independent existences, each of them reigning over a region of the Forsaken Continent. There had never been any official alliance within the 6 sects. It was this balance of power that had allowed for peace and harmony among them. As such, it was inevitable that the other sects would feel a little nervous upon hearing this news. I'm not sure what's going on either, Han Jianxiu replied with a troubled frown. You aren't sure? Elder Qin Yuan had always been extremely hot-tempered. Upon hearing how Han Jianxiu was intending to feign ignorance, he immediately flung his sleeves and bellowed, Do you think that we'll let this matter pass just because you don't know a thing? You are shaking the power balance of the 6 sects with this move. Did you think that your Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is the only one capable of making alliances? Very well. Just you wait. Our Myriad Beasts Hall shall make an alliance with the 7-star pavilion as well. Sect leader Zhang might have comprehended the God's sword intent, but he isn't the only genius on the Forsaken Continent. Elder Kuei Shao sneered. Our 7-star pavilion has Pavilion Master Lu Yang, whereas the Myriad Beasts Hall has Hall Master Zheng Yang. Shall we see if he can stand his ground even against the two of them? Han Jianxiu was unable to speak at all. He had heard of Hall Master Zheng Yang and Pavilion Master Lu Yang as well, and they were reputed to be extraordinary geniuses who only appeared once every several thousand years. People of their caliber would surely be able to stand against even Zhang Xian and his God sword intent once they matured. It would not be a wise decision to make enemies out of them. An alliance between the 7-star pavilion and the Myriad Beasts Hall would certainly be to the disadvantage of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Not to mention, he had not understood just how many benefits Zhang Xian had promised Starchaser Palace in order to convince Du Qingyuan to pass down her position to him. What a commotion! At this instant, hearty laughter suddenly echoed outside the main hall. Following that, 2 silhouettes walked into the room. The head of the Black Mirror Citadel, Bai Shenxing. The head of the evanescent immortal sect, Gu Zhuiyun. The appearance of these two caused the atmosphere in the room to become even tenser. With this, almost all the heads and ex-heads of the 6 sects were present in the room. Bai Shenxing had been recuperating all this while, and while he still appeared a little pale on the surface, his current condition would not affect his exertion of strength anymore. As for Gu Zhuiyun, he was a tall, lanky old man with a haughty look on his face. The two of you are concerned about our sect leader becoming the head of Starchaser Palace as well? Han Jianxiu asked with a deep sigh. Would you believe me if I said that I am unaware of this matter? Bai Shenxing shot a cold glance at Elder Kuei Shao before clasping his fist toward Han Jianxiu. Elder Han, I think you are misunderstanding our intention. We are here to meet sect leader Zhang Xian in order to discuss something with him. He did not manage to catch a clear glimpse of the faces of the culprits who had done him in at the Sea of Little Mirror back then. That being said, there was no such thing as a perfect secret in the world, especially when it came to a major operation like that. There were not too many diamond crystals of that brilliance in the world. All he had to do was track down the sect that had acquired such a diamond crystal recently. You wish to meet our sect leader? Han Jianxiu frowned. That matter concerns the future of the six sects. I want to hear Hall Master Zhang Yang and Pavilion Master Lu Yang's opinions on the matter, Gu Zhuiyun said as he glanced at Elder Qin Yuan and Elder Kuei Xiao. May I know what the matter you are referring to is? Han Jianxiu asked with a perplexed frown. It was apparent that Bai Xiansheng and Gu Zhuiyun were standing on the same line on this matter, whatever it might be. In fact, there was a good chance that they might have already forged an alliance with one another. We can all agree that semi-divinities are the strongest experts on the Forsaken Continent. A sect must have a semi-divinity realm cultivator in order to enjoy peace and prosperity in the long term. Gu Zhuiyun began explaining. The crowd nodded in agreement. The presence of a semi-divinity realm cultivator dictated whether a sect was able to prosper or not. Without the presence of a cultivator in the highest tier, it mattered not how many high immortals a sect had. It was also for this very reason that the six sects had been able to suppress the aquatic creatures all these years. Gu Zhuiyun continued. The Azure Bridge is going to descend very soon. Are those sect leaders of yours confident of defeating the warriors of the Hall of Gods to earn the qualifications to reach the semi-divinity realm? No one was able to say a word, not even Han Jianxiu. After all, who could possibly make such a declaration? There was no denying that sect leader Zhang Xian was powerful, but his cultivation was only at the heavenly true immortal realm at the moment. At that level, he would have difficulties trying to deal with ordinary heavenly high immortal realm cultivators, let alone the warriors of the Hall of Gods. The same went for the Myriad Beasts Hall and the Seven-Star Pavilion. While the unparalleled talents of their new heads sparked great hope within them, deep in their hearts, they were still uncertain if they would be able to overcome the Azure Bridge. They had challenged the Azure Bridge themselves many years back, and they knew just how difficult it was. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, the edges of Gu Zhuiyun's lips inched upward as he spoke up. However, our evanescent immortal sect and Black Mirror Citadel are confident of it. Confident? Han Jianxiu and the others looked at Gu Zhuiyun in disbelief. Just what in the world gave him the confidence to make a bold claim like this? Take a look at this, Gu Zhuiyun said as he flicked his wrist and took out a jade token. Han Jianxiu took the jade token and looked at its contents. A moment later, he raised his head to look at Gu Zhuiyun once more, this time with an even more confused look on his face, and asked, "What is this?" Recorded within the jade token were the battle techniques, moves, and flaws of a certain cultivator. It is the information of a warrior of the Hall of Gods who fought with the geniuses of our evanescent immortal sect, Gu Zhuiyun replied. The information of a warrior of the Hall of Gods? The other three immediately rose to their feet as they looked at Gu Zhuiyun in disbelief. If they could acquire detailed information regarding the warriors of the Hall of Gods in advance, they would be able to make preparations and design a battle strategy that would pretty much guarantee their victory. Hall Master Qin Yuan quickly took the jade token in order to browse through its contents. Then, with an agitated look on his face, he asked, "How did you manage to acquire something like that?" The information appeared to be legitimate, but he still found it hard to believe that the evanescent immortal sect was actually able to acquire something as precious as this. The Hall of Gods had always been a lofty existence. They rarely made a move, but when they did, there were never any eyewitnesses. As such, it was nigh impossible to gather any information regarding them. Of course, there's no way we would have the means to acquire something like this by ourselves. The one who compiled and gave us the jade token is the Ethereal Hall, Gu Zhuiyun replied. Hall Master Kong is indeed an extraordinary figure. He's the closest existence to a god among us all. He gave us all of this information and said that as long as the candidates cultivate according to his advice, they should be able to easily clear the Azure Bridge and reach the semi-divinity realm. Hall Master Kong? Han Jianxiu frowned in skepticism. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Why would Hall Master Kong risk offending the Hall of Gods to give this to us? Putting aside where Hall Master Kong had acquired the information from, assuming that the information was true, It would only be a matter of time before the Hall of Gods traced the leak of information to him. Once that happened, even with Hall Master Kong's superior strength, it was unlikely that he would be able to fare too well against the Hall of Gods. Of course, there's no way we wouldn't understand something as basic as that. In exchange for this information, Hall Master Kong requested to borrow our evanescent boots and Paragon Black Mirror for a month. Gu Zhuiyun replied with a chuckle. Han Jianxiu's complexion immediately turned grim. Even though the guardian artifacts of our sixth sex aren't semi-divinity artifacts, they contain the blood essence and energies of our predecessors. In a battle, they can exert might that surpasses even that of semi-divinity artifacts. Is it really fine for you to loan it out so easily? Just like how Starchaser Palace had an altar that could communicate with the gods, each of the six sects had their guardian artifacts as well. The guardian artifact of the evanescent immortal sect was the evanescent boots. It was said that the founder of the sect had forged them with celestial meteorite. After putting them on, one would be able to tread across space and cover millions of li within a single breath. On the other hand, the guardian artifact of the Black Mirror Citadel was the Paragon Black Mirror. It was able to seal a person's soul through its reflection, thus incapacitating that individual. These artifacts had not reached the semi-divinity realm yet, but they exerted a force that even semi-divinity realm experts would shudder to face. Putting everything aside, even Elder Qin Yuan would have to flee in the face of those artifacts. As for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, its guardian artifact was a sword left behind by its founder. Having been tempered by the god's sword intent, it wielded overwhelming might that could slay even semi-divinity realm experts with ease. The Myriad Beasts Hall had an Earth Wyvern ancestor. It was just that the latter had fallen into a deep sleep a long time ago, and it was unknown whether it was still alive. The Seven-Star Pavilion had a unique artifact known as the Seven-Star Chess. It was rumored to be a chess set once used by the gods. No one knew of its exact tier, but it was said to be an extremely profound artifact. Of course, due to the sheer power of these guardian artifacts, they could only be activated and used by semi-divinity realm cultivators. Otherwise, the six sects would be able to ensure their longevity just with these guardian artifacts. These guardian artifacts were the greatest trump cards of the six sects, but the Black Mirror Citadel and the Evanescent Immortal sect had actually loaned them out so easily over a mere possibility. Even though the Ethereal Hall's tracks had remained clean throughout the years, it was still unwise to place a tool that could dictate the fate of a sect in the hands of an outsider. It might not be my place to say this, but without these guardian artifacts, you will be powerless to protect yourselves if the Hall of Gods make a move on you, Hall Master Qin Yuan said with a deep frown. This was a particularly unwise move, especially since the Hall of Gods had become unnaturally active in recent days. To give away their greatest trump card in such uncertain times did not seem like a good idea at all. Powerless to protect ourselves? Do you think that we would fail to consider something this obvious? Gu Zhuiyun burst into laughter. With a flick of his wrist, a set of armor materialized around his body. This armor emanated a pressure reminiscent of a conqueror. That is a semi-divinity defensive artifact? Han Jianxiu and the others were stunned. Not a single one of the six sects had a semi-divinity artifact. So where in the world did Gu Zhuiyun manage to acquire one? That's right. It's a bestowment from Hall Master Kong. This artifact and the information regarding the warrior of the Hall of Gods is what Hall Master Kong paid in exchange for borrowing our guardian artifact. Gu Zhuiyun replied. Han Jianxiu and the others were flabbergasted. This was unbelievable. To give out semi-divinity artifacts and the information regarding a warrior of the Hall of Gods just to borrow their guardian artifacts for a month. Even with the vast wealth that the Ethereal Hall commanded, surely they could not afford to squander their fortune like that. If that's the case, it means that Citadel Lord Bai has a semi-divinity artifact too, right? I believe that Elder Kuei Xiao should know very well if I have a semi-divinity artifact or not. Bai Xianxia spat as he glared at Elder Kuei Xiao savagely. Me? How would I know something like that? Elder Kuei Xiao scoffed incredulously, as if he knew nothing about the matter. Of course, he knew the truth better than anyone else. He had been wondering where Bai Xianxia had acquired the semi-divinity artifact. But in the end, It turned out to be from an exchange with the ethereal hall. It was just that their pavilion master had robbed by Xianxia back in the Sea of Little Mirror, taking away the latter's weapons and storage ring. He knew that there was no way he could admit to this matter, or else there could be severe complications in the future. Don't bother putting on an act before me. The both of us know very well what happened in the Sea of Little Mirror. By Xianxia bellowed. He had realized that all his items had disappeared when he came to. It did not take him much thinking to figure out that the culprit was the one who had been hiding not too far away while he was fighting with the black-backed tortoise. And it stood to reason that the one who was hiding in the area was the one who had prepared the diamond crystal to lure the black-backed tortoise over in the first place. I don't know why you would make such a claim, but we can clarify the misunderstanding between the both of us later on. What I'm more concerned with is why Hall Master Kong would go to such lengths make a deal like this. Elder Kuei Xiao knew that it would only make things more awkward if they continued dwelling on the matter, so he decided to focus on the matter at hand. Aren't you concerned about what Hall Master Kong is going to use your guardian artifacts for? It had prospered for the past several thousand years after snatching a god character from the Hall of Gods, such that it boasted the greatest number of treasures in the world. Why would it pay such a heavy price just to acquire theirs? It was truly an enigma what Hall Master Kong was up to. Hall Master Kong has always been a mysterious person. He made his name several thousand years ago, reaching heights that are comparable to our founders. Our founders have already turned to dust, but he remains active in the world. It's truly hard to imagine just how far he has advanced in his cultivation, Gu Zhuiyun remarked. Given his standing, it's hard to imagine that he would renege on his words and steal our guardian artifacts. I don't see any harm lending it to him for a month. The sharp Han Jianxiu immediately realized what Gu Zhuiyun was getting at, and a deep frown appeared between his eyebrows. So, you are here to advise us to lend our guardian artifacts to Hall Master Kong too? Gu Zhuiyun nodded. Indeed, we are doing this for the collective welfare of the six sects. Our evanescent immortal sect and Black Mirror Citadel have already agreed to forge an alliance with one another. If we clear the Azure Bridge together, the number of semi-divinities that we have will far surpass that of the rest of you. Once that happens, there's no way you will be able to catch up to us anymore. Are you threatening us? Elder Kuei Xiao asked with a glint in his eyes. I'm just presenting facts, Gu Zhuiyun replied calmly. Han Jianxiu and the others fell silent. There was some truth in what Gu Zhuiyun was saying. The balance among the six sects was maintained by the fact that they only had a semi-divinity realm cultivator each, and none of them had any semi-divinity artifacts. Once the balance was broken, the future would become uncertain. Those in the weaker position could very well find their sects slowly being devoured by the others, thus becoming nothing more than words in the annals of history. If it's such a good deal, why did Hall Master Kong send you to persuade us instead of coming here himself? Elder Kuei Xiao asked. He had 5 words to describe the deal that Hall Master Kong was offering them. Too good to be true. Given that the guardian artifacts were part of the foundation of their sects, there was no way they could loan them out too easily. That being said, to receive a semi-divinity artifact and precious information concerning the Hall of Gods in return for lending their guardian artifacts for a month. This was a deal that was really moving, so much that it reeked of a scheme. Years of experience as the heads of their respective sects had taught them to look at things objectively. If something was too good to be true, that was likely the case. If he was really offering that good a deal, why did Hall Master Kong not approach them himself? Hall Master Kong has something more important to deal with at the moment, so he's unable to personally negotiate. That being said, he has promised that he will rush to the heaven-anchoring boulder prior to the descent of the Azure Bridge. However, it will be pointless to only acquire the information regarding the warriors of the Hall of Gods then. You will have lost precious time to make preparations in advance and exploit their weaknesses, Gu Zhuiyun replied. Even if the candidates knew the weaknesses of their enemies beforehand, there was still a huge gap between them and the warriors of the Hall of Gods. They would need to make preparations beforehand in order to bridge that gap and achieve victory. For that, they would need some time. You should hurry up and make up your minds. We'll have to make our way over to the heaven-anchoring boulder after sect leader Xianxia concludes the inauguration ceremony. I'll just take it as you aren't interested in the deal if you aren't able to come to a decision by then, Gu Jueyun said, standing up from his seat. That's all I have to say. Farewell. Having said his piece, he turned around and flew away. Bai Xianxia quickly followed behind him. After the two of them had departed, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy once more. Elder Kuei Xiao was the first one to stand up. Elder Han, I'll be taking my leave. Elder Qin Yuan swiftly rose to his feet and said, I'll be leaving too. Just like that, the two of them left the main hall. Seeing that everyone had left, Han Jianxiu pondered deeply for a moment before getting up. I should also quickly get in contact with our sect leader to discuss this matter with him. This matter could very well determine the survival of their sect in the long run. This was not something that he could decide by himself anymore. While Han Jianxiu was attempting to contact Xianxia, Elder Qin Yuan quickly caught up with Elder Kuei Xiao and stopped him for a conversation. It's likely that Starchaser Palace and the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion have received some sort of information that prompted them to nominate the same person as their sect leaders, thus sealing their alliance. The Black Mirror Citadel and the Evanescent Immortal Sect have also accepted the Ethereal Hall's deal, forming an alliance of their own through this. That leaves only us. We aren't in a good position at all, Elder Qin Yuan said with a bitter smile on his lips. That leaves only us. We aren't in a good position at all, Elder Qin Yuan said with a bitter smile on his lips. My thoughts exactly. Shall we form an alliance of our own? Elder Kuei Xiao nodded in agreement. As the heads of their respective powers, they had to be extremely sensitive to the power balance among the six sects, or else they might just end up getting devoured before they knew it. In the earlier meeting, they had found that they had been placed in a weaker position than the rest, and that had forced them to have to go along with the whims of the others. This was not a good position to be in. Since things have reached this point, I'll send a message to our hall master and urge him to come back quickly. It would be good if he could meet Pavilion Master Lu Yong face-to-face to discuss the details regarding our alliance, Elder Kuei Xiao said. I'll inform our Pavilion Master about the matter right away. Elder Kuei Xiao nodded. So, the two of them took out their communication jade tokens and began liaising with their newly inaugurated heads. Xianxia had been recuperating on his way back to Starchaser Island, and by the time he arrived at his destination, he had already recovered to his full strength. As he made his way over to Starchaser Palace, he flicked his wrist and took out a communication jade token. Sect Leader Zhang, please head to the accommodation of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as quickly as possible. There was a map below the words that indicated the position of the accommodation. It would be good to meet Han Jianxiu and ask him how in the world I ended up becoming the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Xianxia thought with a shake of his head. So he quickly flitted over to the location marked on the map. He had still been an ordinary elder when he left the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, so when in the world did he get promoted? To make matters worse, it seemed like the entire world, with the exception of him, knew of the matter. Barely after flying a few li, he suddenly flicked his wrist and took out another communication jade token. Hall Master Zhang, please head to the Changyuan gazebo. There are important matters that we need to discuss with you. The person who had sent the message was Elder Qin Yuan. Changyuan gazebo? Zhang Xian murmured beneath his breath. He did not think that two sects would look for him simultaneously. He took a look at the map indicated below and found that the Changyuan gazebo was not located too far from the accommodation of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. He pondered for a moment before bringing his clone out and saying, I need you to head to the Changyuan gazebo to check out what's going. But before he could finish his words, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. He flicked his wrist once more, and yet another communication jade token materialized in his grasp. There was a line of words on it. Pavilion Master Lu, come to the Green Fate quarters as soon as you receive this message. There are urgent matters that we need to talk about. The person who had sent this message was Elder Kuei Xiao. Zhang Xian was stunned. He had thought that he could head over to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's accommodation to meet Han Jianxiu, while his clone made his way over to the Changyuan gazebo to meet Elder Qin Yuan. But it turned out that all three sects wanted to meet him at once. How was he supposed to deal with this situation? Never mind. Let's deal with whatever we can at the moment. I'll head to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's accommodations, and you can head to the Changyuan gazebo. No, that won't do. Forget it. I think it'll be better if you come with me. Xianxia eventually dropped the idea of sending his clone over by himself. Even though his clone had originated from his soul, for some reason, it felt as if his clone was suffering from a dissociative personality disorder, taking on a completely different character from him. His clone was a compulsive braggart, making use of every chance it had to show off. It completely lacked humility and a low-profile disposition. How could someone like that be trusted to do great things? What if his clone caused trouble while meeting Elder Qin Yuan? That would only add to his burdens. Since that was the case, he might as well keep the other party with him. Thus, he returned his clone to his storage ring before rushing ahead. Half a minute later, he arrived at the accommodation of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Sect Leader Zhang. Han Jianxiu quickly stood up and bowed. He went through the earlier happenings in detail before asking, "What should we do now? Should we accept the Ethereal Hall's deal?" The Ethereal Hall is trading a semi-divinity artifact and information regarding the Azure Bridge for the right to borrow the Guardian artifacts of the Six Sects for a month. Xianxia was slightly bewildered by the news. Had it been in the past, he certainly would have accepted such a deal. Considering that it was the world's teacher of the Master-Teacher continent that he was dealing with, he could trust that the latter would not use the Guardian artifacts improperly. But now he dared not make such assumptions. It might still have been possible that Fuqinzi had colluded with the Hall of Gods behind Kong Shi's back. But he had proved that the token that Kong Shi had given him was actually the key that lured the experts of the Hall of Gods to him. It was apparent that something was amiss. This matter could have severe implications. I think it would be for the best to meet Hall Master Kong in person, so that we can better understand what he's trying to do, Xianxia said. If Kong Shi was indeed making this deal in order to help the Six Sects, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would be at a severe disadvantage if it turned down the offer. However, at the same time, given the bizarre movements from the Ethereal Hall recently, it was more important than ever to tread carefully. I understand, Han Jianxiu replied with a nod. Then, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, he continued asking, Sect Leader Zhang, did you receive some sort of important news that prompted you to become the new head of Starchaser Palace? That's a long story. Xianxia went through the details about how the Hall of Gods had forced Starchaser Palace to submit to them, how the Ethereal Hall had gotten involved in the matter, and how King Joyan had abruptly disappeared without a trace. He did not mention his identity as the new head of Seven Star Pavilion. After hearing the matter, a grim look appeared on Han Jianxiu's face. I am very familiar with Du Qingyuan. Her cultivation is very powerful, such that even I would have difficulties trying to defeat her. There aren't too many powers in the world that have the ability to make her vanish without a trace. Xianxia frowned. Who on the Forsaken Continent has the ability to do that? If there was not too big a gap in prowess, Du Qingyuan should have at least been able to send out a signal for help. Taking the old man he had encountered above the ocean of exiled stars not too long ago as an example, even though the other party possessed means far exceeding his expectations, if he wanted to, he would have been able to send out a signal. The fact that Du Qingyuan was unable to do so showed something. The Hall of Gods is an existence that towers over the entire Forsaken continents. It's an extremely powerful organization that could potentially be under the control of real gods. If there are real gods on the Forsaken Continent, there's no doubt that they would be the strongest existences here. Putting aside Du Qingyuan, even if all six sects joined hands with one another, we still wouldn't be able to beat the other party, Han Jianxiu said. Xianxia nodded in agreement. He had never met a god in person, but without a doubt, a real god would surely wield powers far surpassing that of semi-divinity realm cultivators. It would not be too surprising if Du Qingyuan was unable to do anything in the face of a real god. Other than the Hall of Gods, the next most likely person would be none other than the head of the Ethereal Hall. The fact that Hall Master Kong was able to snatch the god character from the Hall of Gods shows that he wields prowess far beyond our imagination. Even if he isn't a god, it's likely that he isn't too far away from them anymore. Xianxia nodded. Kong Shi's accomplishments on the Forsaken Continent served as evidence to his incredible means. As for the rest, I'm afraid I don't know that much either. Since the Forsaken Continent is the land abandoned by the gods, it's possible that there could still be some surprisingly powerful existences roaming these lands that we don't know about, Xianxia added. Those words brought a frown to Xianxia's forehead. He had never considered such a possibility before. Thinking about it, the Forsaken Continent had been a part of the firmament in the past. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for there to be even more powerful life forms roaming these lands. They continued chatting for a bit longer, and through the conversation, Xianxia found out that the Forsaken Continent was far more complicated than he had thought. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell too much on it and instead asked, "By the way, I heard rumors that I am the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. May I know what that is about?" With a smile on his lips, Xianxia explained about the declaration he had made shortly after Xianxia's departure. "I see." Xianxia nodded with a bitter smile on his lips. So, the other party had done it in order to protect him. It was just that it was not working at all. Even after learning that he was the heads of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, the Seven-Star Pavilion, and the Myriad Beasts Hall, the Hall of Gods had still made a move on him without any hesitation. "All right, I'll be taking my leave first. There are still some matters that I need to attend to." After asking everything he wanted to know, Xianxia quickly left the accommodation of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and began making his way over to where Elder Qin Yuan was. "Hall Master Zhang." Upon seeing Xianxia, Elder Qin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly filled the other party in regarding the details. Having learned of the matter from Xianxia, Xianxia was not too surprised by the news. With a contemplative frown on his forehead, he asked, "Elder Qin, what's your view on the matter? Since the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is already allied with Starchaser Palace, I was thinking that we could try allying ourselves with the Seven-Star Pavilion. At the very least, we'll be able to have each other's backs and have more say on issues." Elder Qin Yuan replied, "If you don't mind, I can bring you over to meet the newly inaugurated Pavilion Master Lu Yang of the Seven-Star Pavilion. I heard that he's a young genius, so the two of you might be able to get along well with one another." Get along well. Veins popped out on Xianxia's temples. He would have to suffer from dissociative personality disorder to be able to get along well with himself. Elder Qin Yuan noticed the grim look on Xianxia's face and proposed, "If you aren't too comfortable with the matter, I can postpone the meeting with Pavilion Master Lu." Xianxia was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "There's no need for that. Let's head over and meet Elder Kuei-Shao. It happens that there's something I would like to inform the two of you about." If he wanted to, he was confident that he could continue his disguise for much longer. However, given the forceful measures that the Hall of Gods had used against Starchaser Palace, it was becoming apparent that the six sects would have to gather together and coordinate with one another in order to survive this ordeal. So, it was about time for him to reveal his identity as the head of four sections. With the stakes he had in four sects, he was in a good position to push for an alliance among the six sects. The only issue with that was that he was not too certain that these people would be able to take the blow. "Sure. Let's head over right now." Elder Qin Yuan was not sure what Xianxia was going to talk about, but the grim look on the latter's face suggested that it was something of the utmost importance. Thus, he quickly led the way forward. The place where the Seven-Star Pavilion resided, the Green Fate Quarters, was not too far from the Changyuan gazebo. 5 minutes later, they were already standing right before Elder Kuei-Shao and the others. Elder Qin Yuan took one step forward and introduced Xianxia proudly. "This is our new hall master, Zhang Yang. He does look like an outstanding individual." Elder Kuei-Shao nodded in agreement. He had been wondering if the new head of the Myriad Beasts Hall might actually be Lu Yang, the new head of their Seven-Star Pavilion, in disguise, but from the looks of it now, there was indeed no relations between the two of them. Their pavilion master was currently only at Lesser High Immortal Realm, whereas this Zhang Yang had already reached the Heavenly High Immortal Realm. Furthermore, the latter's foundation seemed to be extremely firm, and he seemed ready to achieve a breakthrough at any moment. "May I know where Pavilion Master Lu is at the moment?" Elder Qin Yuan asked with a frown. We have already brought our hall master here, so don't you think it's a little rude for your pavilion master not to come out and greet us? We have already sent the message out, so our pavilion master should be returning very soon. I'll have to ask you to wait patiently for a moment, Elder Kuei Xiao said. Following that, he took out his communication jade token and began writing on it. Seeing that Elder Kuei Xiao had begun sending messages over to Pavilion Master Lu Yang _ Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a communication jade token. The communication jade token soon lit up, indicating that there was a message. However, he simply held on to it quietly in his hand, not bothering to check it at all. Elder Kuei Xiao swiftly noticed the light flickering on the communication jade token in Zhang Xian's hands. Knowing that it would be rude to peek at the other party's private message, he politely said, "Hall Master Zhang, it seems like someone is trying to contact you." "That does seem to be the case." Zhang Xian nodded. "Elder Kuei, you need not pay me any heed. Feel free to continue sending messages to your pavilion master." "I see. All right then." Elder Kuei Xiao had no idea what this hall master Zhengyang was trying to pull off. Nevertheless, he continued sending messages to Lu Yang, and surprisingly, the communication jade token in hall master Zhengyang's hand continued glowing brilliantly. This left him feeling deeply perplexed. Thus, he sent 2 more messages, and the communication jade token in the other party's hands glowed even more brilliantly. It was almost as if it was resonating with his movements. An ominous feeling arose in Elder Kuei Xiao's heart. He gently took the communication jade token that was placed atop Hall Master Zhang Yang's hands and looked at it. His body immediately stiffened. With a doubtful tone in his voice, he called out, "Pavilion Master?" Zhang Xian nodded. Put on." Elder Kuei Xiao nearly fainted on the spot. His deduction actually turned out to be accurate. Lu Yang was indeed Zheng Yang. You even tried to deny it back then. Elder Qin Yuan was bewildered by the abrupt development. He turned his gaze over and asked, "What's going on? Take a look at this, and you should be able to understand what's going on." Elder Kuei Xiao passed his communication jade token together with the one that he had taken from Zhang Xian over. Elder Qin Yuan looked at the two, and his body suddenly stiffened on the spot. "Hall Master Zheng, you are actually Lu Yang." Zhang Xian nodded in response, confirming Elder Qin Yuan's doubts. The 2 elders stared at one another for a very long time before bitter smiles emerged on their faces. Eventually, a sigh of resignation escaped their lips. "I guess this isn't too bad. After all, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace have a common leader as well. Such a relationship allows for greater intimacy between 2 sects. Even if chaos befalls the Forsaken Continent, with such a connection between both of our sects, we'll be able to support one another through times of difficulty without any worries," Elder Qin Yuan said. The situation had come to a point where it was impossible for a sect to survive alone. What had happened to Starchaser Palace was a warning to the rest. But even if 2 sects allied with one another, if they could not trust each other, this partnership would be for naught. However, if they centered themselves around a leader who had equal stakes in both sects, they could be assured that there would be no backstabbing or the like. With a tight collaboration between the 2 sects, they would be able to stand their ground against the others. Furthermore, their leader was skilled in both beast taming and battle techniques. With such capabilities, would they have to fear the heavenly true immortal realm Zhangxian? With this, what did they have to fear? Even the Hall of Gods would have to think twice before crossing them. Since that's the case, let's make a declaration to inform the world about our alliance. With this, the others won't dare act so smugly anymore," Elder Kuei Xiao remarked with a relieved smile. By making a declaration about their alliance, they would be confirming the stand of both of their sections. This would grant them a greater say when it came to matters concerning the 6 sects. There's no need to send out a declaration. Isn't the inauguration ceremony of sect leader Zhang Xian about to begin? Most likely, the other sects will dispatch their top echelons over to witness the ceremony. It'll be much more effective and impactful to announce the news there, Elder Qin Yuan said. The way in which the news was disseminated made a difference as well. If the 2 of them made the announcement right before the top echelons of the 6 sects, the effects would be much more pronounced. That sounds like a good idea. Elder Kuei Shao nodded in agreement. At this moment, the heavy chiming of a bell echoed across Starchaser Island. It's starting. Let's head over now, Elder Kuei Shao said as he stood up. Xianxia had intended to fully explain the matter, but he knew that he was unable to explain the full situation in a moment's time. So, he could only follow the rest into Starchaser Palace quickly. The inauguration of a new palace master for Starchaser Palace was a major affair. So the place was filled with huge crowds of people. Every single one of them was excited to meet the first person on the Forsaken Continent to take over a leadership role in 2 of the 6 sects. In the largest square of Starchaser Palace, there was a high seat that was located right in the middle of the crowd. Han Jianxiu, Kuei Shao, and everyone else were standing in the area with their bodies upright, making the atmosphere look particularly dignified and solemn. I heard that sect leader Xianxia has comprehended the God's sword intent. Even though his cultivation is only at the heavenly true immortal realm, his fighting prowess is nowhere beneath that of heavenly high immortals. Indeed, someone who is able to catch the eye of both Han Jianxiu and Du Qingyuan is bound to possess extraordinary capabilities. I'm interested to see what kind of person he is. There have been many rumors going around regarding him, but Xianxia remains an elusive figure on the Forsaken Continent. This is probably the first time he's coming into public eye. Hushed discussions could be heard beneath. When the news that a single person was going to be the heads of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace, a huge uproar was stirred across the entire Forsaken Continent. Overnight, Xianxia had become a figure admired by countless citizens. I would like to see if this Xianxia is more capable than our Hall Master Zheng. Elder Qin Yuan chuckled softly beneath his breath. Later on, after the inauguration ceremony concludes, we'll usher our pavilion master Lu up to announce the fact that he's the head of both of our sects and that both of our sects are going to forge a formal alliance with one another. That news will surely make the jaws of the others fall off, Elder Kuei Shao said. Just thinking about the bewildered expressions that would appear before him made him want to dance in joy. After all, there was nothing more enjoyable than passing down one's shock to another person. Alternatively, we can have our Hall Master Zheng challenge Xianxia to a fight. Surely a true immortal realm cultivator won't be a match for him. Elder Qin Yuan smiled, but halfway through his words, he suddenly froze on the spot. Hall Master Zheng, what are you doing? Elder Kuei Shao turned his head over as well, only to see their pavilion master flying straight for the centermost seat in the square. I was joking when I said that you should challenge him to a duel. This is the inauguration ceremony of Starchaser Palace. We can't afford to cause trouble here. Otherwise, we'll be turning the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace against us, Elder Qin Yuan exclaimed. He was nearly scared out of his wits. He had said those words as a passing remark, but who would have thought that their hall master would take them seriously and actually head right for the centermost seat? That would really incur the wrath of those 2 sects upon them. It was true that they were confident in their alliance, but still, there was no reason to make the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace their enemies for nothing. What should we do? Elder Qin Yuan turned to look at Elder Kuei Shao anxiously. What better chance was there to speak of collective responsibility than right now? Calm down. Something doesn't seem to be right over here. Take a look over there. Elder Kuei Shao was surprised by the happenings as well, but he knew that Xianxia was not a reckless individual, so he was not as anxious as Elder Qin Yuan. Hearing those words, Elder Qin Yuan quickly looked ahead of him. On the way of heading to the centermost seat, the leader of those 2 sects swiftly changed into a 20-year-old young man, who, sitting down upon the highest seat, the young man emanated an imposing aura that commanded the deference of the crowd before speaking loudly. I am Xianxia. Looking across the crowd around him imposingly, the young man continued. You can also address me as Zheng Yang or Lu Yang. Zheng Yang, Lu Yang. Aren't those the names of the heads of the Myriad Beasts Hall and 7-Star Pavilion? Wait a moment. Does that mean that he's the head of 4 sects then? In an instant, the surroundings quietened down completely. It was already unbelievable news to them that the head of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion was going to become the leader of the Starchaser Palace as well. But to think that he would announce that he was Xianxia and Lu Yang as well, just what in the world was going on here? The bewildered Han Jianxiu quickly turned his gaze toward the first elder of the Starchaser Palace, only to see that the latter was utterly taken aback as well. She had no idea what was going on either. He moved his gaze toward Elder Kuei Xiao and Elder Qin Yuan, and the two of them were flabbergasted too. Over the past half a month, the six sects had been announcing one after another that they had found suitable successors to take over themselves, and there was a great deal of bragging and fawning that followed suit, but in the end, all of them turned out to be the same person. It felt almost like an extremely bad joke. This, contrary to the shocked faces all around, Bai Xiansheng and Gu Zhuiyun's faces turned utterly livid upon hearing the news. If those four sects had a common leader, wouldn't that mean that they were going to form a tightly knitted alliance with one another? If so, it wouldn't be that easy to borrow their guardian artifacts anymore. Let's inform Hall Master Kong of the matter. The two of them glanced at one another and nodded slightly. Hall Master Kong had entrusted them with the task to convince the other four sects to accept his deal. They thought that given how attractive the deal was, the others wouldn't hesitate to accept it. After all, there was no sect that would risk lagging behind the others and becoming irrelevant. However, it would be a different matter if the four sects were united by a common head. If that was the case, the bargaining power they had against the other four sects would be greatly reduced. Zhao Yu, Han Jianxiu, Qin Yuan, and Kuei Xiao, I need the four of you to follow me. As the inauguration ceremony came to an end, Zhang Xian listed the names of these four figures before gesturing them toward a guest room not too far away. Sect leader, you are really Zhang Yang and Lu Yang? Han Jianxiu asked agitatedly. Zhang Xian nodded in response. Han Jianxiu and Zhao Yu stared at one another. They could hardly believe what they had just heard. The same went for Kuei Xiao and Qin Yuan as well. It took a long while for everyone digested this shocking fact. Elder Kuei Xiao was the first one to speak up after the prolonged silence. This isn't necessarily something bad. At the very least, I think we can all agree that there's a greater threat ahead of us, and there's a need for us to stand together in order to overcome this crisis. If Zhang Xian can become the binding factor that pulls us together, we'll be in a much stronger position than before. Zhang Xian nodded slowly before adding on. The Hall of Gods has already attempted to assassinate me thrice, and they have openly made a move on the Starchaser Palace, and Palace Master do as well. I don't know what the Hall of Gods is up to, but one thing is clear, they aren't going to remain as spectators anymore. Things could go horribly if we were to continue standing divided at a time like this. Thus, I hope that our four sects could combine our forces and advance and retreat alongside one another. He didn't have much interest in accruing power, but even an outsider like him could sense that a storm was brewing in the background. If the six sects were to continue acting independently of one another, it would only be a matter of time before they were destroyed one after another. You have been assassinated thrice? The crowd turned to look at Zhang Xian with shocked looks on their faces. So, Zhang Xian quickly explained the happenings that had caused him to be assassinated those 3 times. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd widened in disbelief. They would have never imagined that the lofty Hall of Gods would be so persistent in attempting to claim a person's life. It actually went to the extent of dispatching a semi-divinity realm expert in order to deal with him. What was even more unbelievable was that the young man was actually able to survive their assassination attempts and even subdue the enemies that had come for him. One must know that even they would have trouble dealing with the warriors of the Hall of Gods. It seemed like the young man was far stronger than they had thought. Hall Master Zhang, you mentioned earlier that you have tamed 4 semi-divinity realm beasts? Elder Qin Yuan asked. Zhang Xian had briefly talked about the blackback tortoise and the 3 sharks earlier in his explanation. For many years, the Myriad Beasts Hall had never been able to tame a semi-divinity realm beast. But within such a short span of time, Zhang Xian actually managed to tame 4 of them by himself. Was this for real? Yes, they are all from the ocean of exiled stars, Zhang Xian replied. With a thought, he summoned the blackback tortoise and the 3 sharks out, and a powerful aura immediately suffused the entire room. This is. Everyone narrowed their eyes in astonishment. With glowing eyes, Xianxia muttered excitedly, "If that's the case, wouldn't that mean that our alliance consists of the forces of the ocean of exiled stars as well?" "You're right." The crowd widened their eyes in realization. The Hall of Gods was an existence that had towered over the Forsaken Continent for many years. Even with the combined prowess of their four sects, they still weren't confident of victory. However, it would be a different matter if they had the aquatic creatures of the ocean with them as well. The ocean was vast and expanse, and the life forms that existed within it were countless. Put together, they would be able to form a power that was greater than that of any of the sects on land. If they could tap into this power effectively, it would be equivalent to having the entire six sects or even more behind them. The three sharks have already managed to unite most of the ocean together. They have several hundred heavenly high immortal realm aquatic creatures directly under their command. And once the order is issued, they would swiftly rally the entire ocean to launch a decisive strike. Xianxia replied. Shark 1 was intending to build an underwater empire, and it had pretty much managed to pull most of the major powers in the ocean over to its side during the meeting at the cavern back then. Once it gave its order, the entire ocean would move together. Realizing that they were far more powerful than they had thought, they couldn't help but look at the young man before them in deference. While they did require a leader figure to unite the sects together in this period of turmoil, they were still worried that someone as young as Xianxia would be unable to do the job well. After all, there were still some differences among, and they would need someone decisive and powerful to keep each of the sects in check. However, it turned out that Xianxia possessed the strength of a semi-divinity realm cultivator himself, and he had 4 semi-divinity realm beasts and 2 semi-divinity artifacts with him. On top of that, he had the entire ocean backing him as well. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his influence was comparable to even that of Hall Master Kong. With such might under his command, only a fool would attempt to turn against the alliance and risk getting on the bad side of Xianxia. Pavilion Master Lu, the Azure Bridge is about to descend soon. It's about time for us to head to the heaven anchoring boulder. As the head of 4 sects, how do you think we should allocate the slots? Elder Kuei Shao asked. Their initial thought was to have their respective heads challenge the Azure Bridge, but as it turned out, their 4 heads were actually a single person. In other words, they suddenly had 3 additional slots. I'll be using the Starchaser Palace's slot. As for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, 7-Star Pavilion, and the Myriad Beasts Hall, you will each nominate a qualified candidate to accompany me onto the Azure Bridge, Xianxia said. The reason why he made such a decision was because the Starchaser Palace had acquired the Godblood, which meant that they possessed the means to produce semi-divinity realm cultivators. In fact, aside from Du Qingyuan, there was already another one in the sect at the moment. As such, the Starchaser Palace wasn't as desperate as the other sects. That shouldn't be too difficult, but the only issue is that the warriors of the Hall of Gods are too powerful. Currently, we don't have any candidates that stand a good chance of surviving against them, Xianxia said with a deep frown. After all, if the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and 7-Star Pavilion had a reliable candidate to count on, they wouldn't have gone to the extent of nominating an outsider whom they had just met as their new head. It was true that they could simply push new candidates forward to fill up the additional slots, but if the candidates stood no chance at success at all, that would be no different from pushing them to their deaths. Xianxia pondered deeply for a moment before saying, Choose your candidates and send them to me. I'll teach them personally. There isn't much time before the Azure Bridge descends, but as long as they put in their all into learning, I believe that they will still be able to stand a chance. It might be last-minute preparations, but that didn't mean that it was meaningless. Especially since he was the one doing the teaching over here. Putting aside his deep understanding of battle techniques and cultivation techniques, having fought the warriors of the Hall of Gods on multiple occasions, he was probably the person of the 6 sects who boasted the greatest understanding of their fighting style. After that, Xianxia continued laying out some of the future directions regarding the 4 sects. While he wasn't interested in dealing with such matters, that didn't mean that he didn't have the ability to do so if he wanted to. He was, after all, the man who had stood at the very zenith of the master-teacher continent, and the innumerable books he had browsed through had built on his knowledge. He could offer deeper insights and newer perspectives in certain matters, thus allowing better decisions to be made. The four elders had initially wondered if he was too young to take on such a role, but the maturity and alacrity in his thoughts left them feeling deeply impressed. The ideas that he proposed were considered from multiple perspectives, and every single one of them was very intentional in their outcome. If they were to follow Xianxia's directives, the four sects would become more deeply integrated with one another, allowing them to support one another in their growth. With time, they would truly gain the strength to stand independently and oppose the Hall of Gods. After drafting up the future plans for the four sects, Xianxia took out dozens of jade tokens and passed them over. Here is a set of cultivation techniques from ancient sage to high immortal that I have modified from your existing cultivation techniques. Feel free to impart it to qualified disciples. It should allow them to advance their cultivation swiftly. He had studied the cultivation techniques of the four sects and modified them accordingly. While these cultivation techniques weren't simplified heaven's path divine art, they were indeed much stronger than what the disciples of the sects were cultivating at the moment. It should prove to be invaluable in enhancing the fighting prowess of the individual sects. The four elders took the jade tokens over, and after taking a look at the contents, they fell utterly silent. A moment later, their shoulders began to tremble. The cultivation techniques which Xianxia had come up with was truly a work of ingenuity. If they were to pass it down to their disciples, it could be foreseen that the overall strength of their sects would surge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect would be the ones who were left behind instead. That's all for now. Let's hurry up and get on with what has to be done for now. Xianxia dismissed the group with a wave of his hand. The elders quickly left the room. After their departure, Xianxia couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The elders were aware of the dangers lurking in the Forsaken Continent at the moment, so they knew the importance of uniting together. As such, they were still willing to acknowledge him as their sect leader. However, it would be difficult to convince the disciples of the matter. After all, they were not privy to the confidential secrets of the continent, and to them, the honor and pride of their sect came before everything else. Thus, he would have to resort to other means in order to win them over to his side. And through passing these cultivation techniques down, not only would he be proving his strength to the disciples, he was also painting a bright future of where the new heights that their sect would reach under his leadership. That would help stabilize his current shaky position. Gia. The door suddenly opened at this moment, and an adolescent youth walked into the room. "Young master!" The adolescent youth bowed down and cried out, "Wu Chun, you are fine." Xianxia's eyes lit up in agitation. The person who had just entered the room was no other than the ex-sovereign Chen Yong of the master-teacher continent. Who could have thought that Du Qingyuan would really manage to save him and even forge a new body for him? "Yes, young master. I managed to survive," Wu Chun replied with reddened eyes. Despite the conflicts between the otherworldly demonic tribe and the human race on the master-teacher continent, there was no doubt that this young man had saved him on many occasions. "How are you feeling at the moment? Have you managed to recover your cultivation yet?" Xianxia asked. Taking a look at Wu Chun, he surprisingly found that he was unable to see through the latter's cultivation at all. "Yes, I'm fine right now. After Palace Master Du brought me here, she used an invaluable artifact to forge my body, and she even bestowed me with a droplet of god blood. As such, not only have I managed to recover from my injuries, I was even able to advance my cultivation all the way to semi-divinity realm." Wu Chun swiftly went through the happenings after he arrived at the Forsaken Continent. After that, he released his aura, fully showcasing his might as a semi-divinity. Back when he was still on the master-teacher continent, Luo Ruoxin had imparted him with a disguise technique. As such, even though his cultivation had already reached semi-divinity realm, unless he were to willingly reveal his own aura, no one would be able to discern the extent of his strength. Xianxia was shocked. When Wu Chun was brought away by Palace Master Du, his cultivation was only at Ancient Sage 3 Dan consummation. He was still some way off from reaching Dimension Shatterer realm. Who could have thought that within such a short period of time, he would actually rise straight to the top. It seemed like Palace Master Du wasn't making empty promises. She really fulfilled his request and did it to the best of her abilities. "You have been following Palace Master Du all this while?" Xianxia asked. As there was a time difference between the two worlds, the date which Wuxian had arrived on the Forsaken Continent wasn't too much ahead of him. "That's right," Wuxian replied as he suppressed his cultivation once more. "A few days ago, we received news that you have managed to become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. So Palace Master Du and I went over to look for you." "The two of you tried looking for me?" Zhang Xian was stunned. Wuxian quickly filled Zhang Xian in on the details. After hearing the entire story, Zhang Xian could only shake his head bitterly. He didn't think that he would miss Du Qingyuan just like that. But again, he didn't know that Du Qingyuan was the deity whom Wuxian had summoned back then. So there was no way he would have known that she would have come for him. With a deep sigh, Zhang Xian continued asking, "Since you were by Palace Master Du's side all along, do you have any news regarding Luo Ruoxin?" If there was anyone other than Du Qingyuan who knew anything about Luo Ruoxin in the Forsaken Continent, it would definitely be Wuxian. Wuxian was the one who summoned Luo Ruoxin to the Master Teacher Continent back then, and he was the one who had accompanied her on her journey all along too. "Milady has already returned to the firmament," Wuxian replied. "She's the spirit god of the firmament, and she returned to the world she belongs to after acquiring what she needed from the Master Teacher Continent. Based on what I know, Milady sustained significant injuries when she was descending to the Azure. The dimension barrier between the firmament and the Forsaken Continent is simply too resilient, such that she isn't able to freely move across the dimensions despite being the revered spirit god. She needed someone to summon her from the Forsaken Continent in order to overcome the barrier. Back then, Palace Master Du and I summoned her simultaneously from the Forsaken Continent and the Master Teacher Continent in order to allow her to descend from the firmament. Unfortunately, the dimension barrier was far stronger than we thought, and she ended up sustaining severe injuries on the way down. It was also then that Palace Master Du acquired the godblood which she used in order to allow me to achieve a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm," Wuxian explained. It was roughly the same as what he had deduced when he heard the story from Shark One as well. "Do you know what's her motive for heading to the Master Teacher Continent?" Zhang Xian asked. Even with his current strength, he was still unable to break through the current dimension barrier to descend to the Master Teacher Continent, let alone the fact that Luo Ruoxin was breaking through two dimension barriers at once. The difficulty in doing so was truly unimaginable. Just what in the world would have prompted her to go to such lengths, even sustaining such severe injuries in the process? "I don't really know for sure, but it seems to be related to the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn," Wuxian replied. Zhang Xian wasn't too convinced by that. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn is indeed powerful, but it shouldn't warrant her to go to such lengths for it. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was indubitably one of the most valuable treasures of the Master Teacher Continent. However, there were already treasures that were on par with it on the Forsaken Continent, let alone the firmament. The fact that Luo Ruoxin was able to pass through two-dimension barriers simultaneously hinted at her unfathomable cultivation. For someone of her caliber to go that far for a treasure that couldn't even be considered to be powerful by her standards, that really didn't make sense at all. "I don't know the details either. I asked about it back then as well, and Milady said that there was someone whom she wanted to deal with. That person wields incredible means that she has trouble coping with. So she had to acquire the treasure at all costs in order to decipher his skills." Wuxian pondered for a moment before replying. Zhang Xian frowned. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was an artifact that controlled space and time. Could it be that the person whom Luo Ruoxin wanted to deal with specialized in the laws of spacetime? I dared not to probe any deeper than that. A mortal like me is unqualified to learn the secrets of the gods, Wuxian added with a hint of respect in his voice. Then, do you know of any way I could contact her? Palace Master Du is able to establish a connection link with the firmament through the altar of the Starchaser Palace. However, it will take a lot of offerings in order to do so, and it's not guaranteed whether we'll be able to reach Milady or not, Wuxian replied. Altar. A glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. Thinking back, the reason why the Hall of Gods made a move on the Starchaser Palace first was probably to prevent Du Qingyuan from using the altar to inform the spirit god about their movements. Perhaps the Hall of Gods didn't want the gods of the firmament to learn of their movements. In any case, he would have to quickly find the missing Du Qingyuan and the altar. Wait a moment. Is it possible for the Hall of Gods to get into contact with the firmament then? Xianxia asked. Given that the Hall of Gods was to existence closest to the firmament on the Forsaken Continent, they might just be able to establish a connection link with the firmament. In fact, there were some rumors that it guarded the gateway leading to the firmament. However, Wuchun simply shook his head to express that he wasn't too sure about the matter. Other than the centennial descent of the Azure Bridge, the Hall of Gods rarely appeared in the Forsaken Continent. As such, there was very little that was known about it. Zhang Xian continued asking a few more questions, but because it hadn't been too long since Wu Chan had come here, he didn't know too much either. Forget it. The Azure Bridge is about to descend, and most likely, I should be able to find the answers I seek there, Zhang Xian thought. Until now, he still had no idea why the Hall of Gods was so determined to capture him. But he had a feeling that everything would be unraveled at the Azure Bridge. That would be their last chance to strike, after all. Otherwise, once he successfully achieved a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm, putting aside the Hall of Gods, even this world wouldn't be able to confine him any longer. By then, the tables would be turned, and he would become the one hunting down the Hall of Gods instead. Knowing how important it was for him to acquire greater strength, Zhang Xian immersed his consciousness into the Library of Heaven's Path, where the chamber made out of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was at, and continued to decipher a plausible semi-divinity realm cultivation technique for himself. Half a day later, the 3 candidates from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and 7-Star Pavilion were brought before him. They were all beneath 100 years old, but their cultivation had already reached heavenly high immortal realm. Elder Hong Wu of the 7-Star Pavilion was amongst the 3 candidates too. You called us? Other than Elder Hong Wu, the other 2 were assessing Zhang Xian with a sharp gaze in their eyes. They had heard that this young man had become the head of the 4 sects, but they couldn't help but wonder if he truly had the capabilities and credentials to take on such a role. 10 breaths. Use all means at your disposal to make me take half a step backward. If you are able to do so, you will still have a chance at defeating the warriors of the Hall of Gods. Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and said, You want us to push you half a step back? The trio was a little perplexed. Given that they were of the same cultivation realm, even if Zhang Xian's comprehension of swordsmanship and battle techniques were above theirs, as long as they worked together, they should be more than capable of pushing him half a step back. Indeed, Zhang Xian replied. However, if you can't even make me take half a step back, I want the 3 of you to cultivate however I tell you to prior to the descent of the Azure Bridge. I will not tolerate any complaints or whining at all. The fact that the 3 of them were chosen by the 3 elders to challenge the Azure Bridge meant that they were decently skilled. However, if they were to be complacent with their current abilities and refuse to heed his instructions, it was unlikely that they would be a match for the warriors of the Hall of Gods. There was only one way to swiftly win them over and make them heed him instructions. Beating them into submission. If we still aren't any match for you even with our prowess combined, you can be assured that we'll heed your commands without any complaints. As candidates to the Azure Bridge, they were potential successors to the leadership position in their respective sects. But the sudden appearance of this young man had dashed their hopes. It would be a lie if they were to say that they didn't harbor a grudge toward the young man. Boom! Right after those words were spoken, the trio made their move simultaneously. Elder Hong Wu channeled his strength into a palm and executed his strongest battle technique. The genius from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion brandished his sword furiously, executing an incredibly powerful sword art. As for the genius from the Myriad Beasts Hall, he decisively brought out his tamed beasts, heavenly high immortal realm Black Tiger Beast twins. Watching the moves of the 3 youths before him, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. In terms of fighting prowess, they could indeed be considered to be above average. However, compared to the warriors of the Hall of Gods, they were still severely lacking. Even he was nearly done in by the warriors of the Hall of Gods. It would take more than above average to deal with that lot of fellows. Without drawing his sword, Xianxia simply waved his hand lightly, and the three of them immediately felt as if they had been plunged into an endless desert. No matter where they tried to head to, they weren't able to escape from this desert. Then, Xianxia brought his palm down lightly. Pada! A sword collapsed to the ground. A battle technique was dissipated, and two immortal beasts groaned in pain. Just like that, the three geniuses collapsed to the ground, completely helpless before the absolute might before them. How could a heavenly high immortal be so powerful? The lips of the trio quivered in disbelief. As fellow heavenly high immortals, they thought that even if Xianxia was stronger than them, it wouldn't be too much. But after crossing blows, they realized that the difference in their strength was in the order of magnitudes. Even their semi-divinity realm ex-leaders might not necessarily be a match for the young man before them. "Do you admit defeat?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "We admit defeat." With this single blow, Xianxia crushed their complacency and won their respect. "These are the cultivation techniques I have created based on your cultivation. As long as you practice it diligently, you should be able to raise your fighting prowess significantly within 3 days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Xianxia took out 3 jade tokens and infused his thoughts into them before passing them over to the trio. The trio took the jade tokens, and after browsing through the contents, they found themselves shocked beyond words. "Don't waste this opportunity one have given you," Xianxia said before dismissing them. Once they had left, he immersed his consciousness back into the library of Heaven's Path and continued studying the way he could advance to semi-divinity realm. In the history of the Forsaken Continent, there were many experts who had attempted to push for a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm, and a huge number of them had penned down their precious experiences and insights regarding it. It was just a pity that it was impossible for anyone to reach the realm without challenging the Azure Bridge. Most likely, there must be some quality lacking in the atmosphere of the Forsaken Continent that prevents one from reaching semi-divinity realm. Xianxia arrived at an answer. It was not that the cultivators on the Forsaken Continent were lacking in talent. The situation was actually very similar to why cultivators on the Master-Teacher Continent were no longer able to reach Ancient Sage. He suddenly remembered Elder Kuei-Shao mentioning the aura of divinity a while back to him. If Xianxia's guess was right, the god character contained the aura of divinity which a cultivator required to overcome the final hurdle and reach semi-divinity realm. It was likely for this reason that the Ethereal Hall was able to nurture semi-divinity realm cultivators without challenging the Azure Bridge, while it was the vice versa for the other sex. Coming up with one's own cultivation technique was no easy feat. There were simply too many aspects to consider, and even the most minor of details could make the greatest difference. As such, it was not something that could be accomplished in the short term. Knowing this as well, Xianxia had no intention of rushing the process. Several days passed by quickly, and soon, it was time for the descent of the Azure Bridge. Early in the morning, Xianxia led a large group of people toward where the Heaven Anchoring Boulder was at. The Heaven Anchoring Boulder was located not too far away from Starchaser Island. Riding on the blackback tortoise, it took them roughly 4 hours before a massive boulder-like island came into sight. This boulder-like island rose from the depths of the water like a massive pillar surging into the sky. It was impossible to see the ends of it at a single glance. Legend has it that the heavens have once collapsed countless years ago, resulting in a huge catastrophe for the life forms on the Forsaken Continent. In the face of this crisis, a powerful expert severed the 4 limbs of a humongous tortoise and used them as pillars to prop up the heavens. As time went by, the 4 limbs slowly hardened to become rocks, turning into what we currently see before us. Han Jianxiu remarked as he looked at the towering pillar ahead of him. "That is nothing more than a legend. This island is at least tens of thousands of meters high. How could there be such a massive tortoise in the world?" Elder Kuei-Shao shook his head. "Besides, if the heavens were to really collapse, there is no way the mere limbs of a tortoise would be able to prevent them from falling." Indeed, the crowd chuckled slightly. Every world had its own legends and folklores. Those stories were crafted to make sense out of the seeming aberrance in nature, and the Forsaken Continent was no exception either. Xianxia took a closer look at the heaven-anchoring boulder. He knew that it was nigh impossible for the pillar to actually be the four limbs of a tortoise, but nevertheless, it was indeed bizarre for a structure this tall to remain standing over so many years. Xianxia activated his eye of insight to examine it closely, and soon, he noticed that something was amiss about it. At first glance, it would appear that the heaven-anchoring boulder was nothing more than an ordinary rock structure, but its surface was densely filled with formation inscriptions. It was these inscriptions that allowed it to survive the batter of the wind and erosion of the ocean, thus surviving across the ages. What profound formation inscriptions! To his astonishment, Xianxia actually found that he was unable to decipher these formation inscriptions even with his current mastery of formations. This is the place that bridges the forsaken continent to the Hall of Gods? Xianxia asked. That's right, Han Jianxiu nodded in response. As the group chatted with one another, they began ascending up the towering pillar through circling it like a spiral. As their altitude increased, Xianxia found the pressure weighing down on his body growing heavier and heavier. It was as if there was a massive hand above trying to push him back to the ground, preventing him from exploring the secrets of the heavens. Seeing the faces of the heavenly high immortals turning pale, Han Jianxiu shouted, "Everyone, make sure to hold on. Ascending the heaven-anchoring boulder is part of the trial as well." Such pressure meant nothing to a semi-divinity realm expert, but to heavenly high immortals, it was still a relatively difficult obstacle for them to overcome. The purpose of it was to sieve out the eligible candidates. That being said, the candidates who were chosen by the six sects to represent them were usually able to overcome this obstacle, albeit with a little bit of difficulty. It's rather similar to the Temple of Confucius, Xianxia thought with a reminiscent smile. The pressure above was indeed a little stifling, but it was nowhere enough to make him halt his movements. He had encountered something similar at the Temple of Confucius back then. There was a crushing pressure from the sky that prevented cultivators from flying up high. High immortals were more than capable of flying tens of thousands of meters, but the heaven-anchoring boulder was filled with unique inscriptions that formed a formation of its own, hindering cultivators that attempted to scale it. Pooh! While Xianxia was deep in thoughts, the sound of someone spurting blood suddenly echoed in the air. Turning his head around, he saw an elder of the seven-star pavilion succumbing to the pressure and falling down. "We aren't even at half of the distance yet. Elder Kuei Shao, it seems like the elders of your sects are getting weaker over time." Elder Qin Yuan chuckled softly. On the other hand, instead of responding to Elder Qin Yuan's remark, Elder Kuei Shao simply glanced downward with a deep frown on his forehead. After falling some distance, the elder managed to regain his balance. He anxiously gasped for air as he looked upward with a fearful look in his eyes, not daring to climb any higher. As a high immortal capable of flight, it was extremely unlikely the elder would have fallen to his death. It was just that no one expected him to be unable to even reach the halfway mark. Those who were qualified to become elders were usually the experts of the sect, and by past experience, even the weakest elder should have been able to fly up to 70% of the distance before succumbing. Pooh! While everyone was still harboring some doubts in their mind, yet another elder spurted a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. It was an elder from the Myriad Beasts Hall this time around. "You?" Elder Qin Yuan's face turned livid. Barely after he mocked the seven-star pavilion's elder for being weak, an elder from his Myriad Beasts Hall ended up falling as well. It was almost as if karma had come back around to bite him. "The pressure from the heaven-anchoring boulder is greater than usual," Han Jianxiu remarked solemnly. Elder Kuei Shao and Elder Qin Yuan quickly perceived their surroundings, and their eyebrows shot up right after. "You're right." As semi-divinity realm experts, they weren't too affected by the pressure coming from the heaven-anchoring boulder, so they didn't pay it much heed. However, now that they were taking a closer look, they realized to their astonishment that the pressure was actually twofold of what it should have been. Under normal circumstances, the pressure would only reach such a level at the 70% mark of the heaven-anchoring boulder. The trial of the heaven-anchoring boulder has never changed for the past several thousand years. Why would an anomaly only start happening now? Elder Qin Yuan murmured in disbelief. It must have something to do with why the Azure Bridge is descending in advance as well, Han Jianxiu said contemplatively. No matter what it is, it's a fact that the heaven-anchoring boulder is far more dangerous than what it used to be. You must make sure to gather your focus and don't let your guard down. Only by scaling up the heaven-anchoring boulder will you be qualified to challenge the Azure Bridge and reach semi-divinity realm. Such a chance will not come twice for you. Elder Kuei Xiao turned to the candidates and instructed grimly. Due to the rules of the Azure Bridge, all cultivators would only be able to take on the trial once in their life. If they were to fail here, they would be doomed to never reach semi-divinity realm. We understand. Knowing the severity of the matter, the group dared not to take things lightly anymore. With focused looks on their faces, they continued scaling up the heaven-anchoring boulder. However, the number of victims only continued to rise as they flew higher and higher. Members of their groups fell one after another. By the time they reached the 70% mark, there were less than 20 of them left. The three candidates who were going to challenge the Azure Bridge alongside Xianxia had undergone special training over the past few days, causing their fighting prowess to rise significantly. If not for that, it was likely that they would have already caved in by now too. Xianxia turned to the three candidates behind him and saw that their clothes were drenched with sweat. With a solemn voice, he asked, "Are you still able to hold on?" "Yes. We'll hold on no matter what happens," Elder Hong Wu said with gritted teeth. So, the group continued to advance forward. By the time they reached the 80% mark, only Elder Kuei Xiao, Elder Qin Yuan, Han Jianxiu, Xianxia, and the three candidates were left. While Elder Qin Yuan and the others were still able to move leisurely due to their superior strength, Elder Hong Wu and the others were already reaching their limits. Their bodies were trembling nonstop, and their limbs seemed to have turned limp due to the immense pressure. They felt like they would fall from the sky at any moment. Will they really be unable to even scale up the heaven-anchoring boulder? Xianxia thought with a frown. There was still a distance of several thousand meters ahead of them, but they weren't able to hold on anymore. At this rate, there was no way they could persevere till the Azure Bridge. It seemed like he had underestimated the Hall of Gods once more. "The three of you wait here. I'll be heading up in advance to see what has happened for the pressure to have grown so strong." Xianxia turned to the three candidates and instructed. Even if he were to train them on the spot, it was still unlikely that they would be able to grow strong enough to reach the top. Since that was the case, the only thing he could do to help them was to try to alleviate the source of the pressure. Thus, he sped up and rushed up the heaven-anchoring pillar, and the pressure around him swiftly grew more and more intense. It was to the extent that the air around him was starting to become frighteningly viscous. So, he began to channel his god's sword intent around his body, morphing into a sharp sword. Voila! He tore right through the viscous air around him, and with a swift upward dive, he landed on the very top of the heaven-anchoring boulder. The top consisted of a flat platform that was roughly 100 meters in diameter. There was nothing on it at all. The sky above was completely pitch black, and the so-called Hall of Gods was nowhere to be seen. Keeping up the platform, Xianxia tried to venture into higher grounds, but he swiftly found himself hitting onto a ceiling. Rather than calling it a ceiling, it might be more accurate to describe it as the boundary of the world. No matter how he drove his Jinqi, he was unable to bypass it. In other words, he was unable to reach the Hall of Gods by himself given his current cultivation. So, he returned back to the top of the heaven-anchoring boulder and took a look around the area. He found that the ground was also filled with the same inscriptions along the sides of the boulder too. As long as I resolve the inscriptions, the pressure should disappear, right? Even though Xianxia couldn't completely understand the meaning behind the inscriptions, it was most likely the reason why the heaven-anchoring boulder was still standing even after many millennia. The chances were that the pressure that was weighing down on everyone originated from the inscriptions as well. Go! With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out the Tongshang sword and directed it right toward the inscriptions. A furious outpour of sword qi gushed out like a ferocious dragon, swirling around the peak before eventually diving right into the inscriptions. Wang! A brilliant light flickered from the top of the platform, as if something had been brought to life. As expected, The pressure in the surroundings changed along with the flickering of the light, proving Xianxia's deduction. So, he decisively brought out 9 more heavenly high immortal tier swords and formed a unique sword formation around him. Break! Xianxia infused the god's sword intent into the 10 swords before ordering them to wreak havoc all around the platform. While he didn't know the exact meaning behind those inscriptions, through his eye of insight, he was still able to decipher the flaws in the formation. Naturally, those were also the exact spots that were devastated by his swords too. Boom! With a bright outburst of light, the massive pressure in the air abruptly vanished with a pop. Hoo-hoo-hoo! A huge gust of wind echoed from beneath as Xianxia and the others made use of this opportunity to rush upward and get onto the peak of the boulder. Wang! Barely after everyone arrived, the destroyed inscriptions swiftly reformed, and the overwhelming pressure began crushing down on the surroundings once more. It had only been 2 breaths since the moment the pressure disappeared to the moment it reappeared. If not for the crowd moving swiftly, they wouldn't have been able to make it up here in time. These inscriptions actually have the ability to self-repair? Xianxia was shocked. He thought that the formation would be completely ruined after his devastation, but who could have thought that it would be able to revert back so quickly? As expected of the doorstep leading to the Hall of Gods, it was indeed not ordinary at all. The pressure in the surroundings had been overwhelming while they were climbing the heaven-anchoring boulder, but once they reached the top, the pressure was reduced significantly. Elder Hongwu and the other 2 candidates immediately slumped onto the floor weakly. They had to push themselves to their limits in order to reach the top. So, they quickly swallowed some pills in order to recover their strength. On the other hand, Han Jianxiu and the rest took a look around them with complicated emotions in their gazes. Many years ago, they had been here too. They had to put their lives on the line and undergo a life-and-death battle before they managed to climb to their current heights. Where's the Azure Bridge and the Hall of Gods? Xianxia asked. The entire area was barren, and there were no signs of the so-called Azure Bridge or Hall of Gods to be seen. The Azure Bridge is right above us. When the time arrives, it'll descend and become the connection point between the Hall of Gods and the heaven-anchoring boulder. All those who are of 100 years old and below would be able to step onto the Azure Bridge and challenge the warriors of the Hall of Gods guarding the pathway. Han Jianxiu pointed upward as he spoke. Xianxia lifted his gaze and looked into the sky of deep darkness, but there was nothing to be seen at all. Unless the Azure Bridge descends, it's impossible for a person to set foot onto the Hall of Gods. That's because it's impossible for any cultivator to breach the Azure Barrier. The Azure Barrier is something left behind by the gods, so not even semi-divinity realm cultivators like us are able to phase it at all, Han Jianxiu said. As if to prove his point, he gathered his sword qi at the tip of his finger and stabbed upward. This simple move harnessed his full strength and his deep understanding of swordsmanship. It gushed forward with the deep rumbling of thunder, almost as if a roaring current was charging forth. But barely after it traveled 10 meters upward, it abruptly dissipated with a light pop. It disappeared so quickly and easily that it almost seemed as if it had never existed before. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. If even an attack of full might from Han Jianxiu was unable to breach the Azure Barrier, he would stand even less of a chance to do so. Despite the powerful pressure coming from the heaven-anchoring boulder, there are still many cultivators on the Forsaken Continent who are able to make their way up here. Most heavenly high immortals, when they were going to reach the end of their lifespan, would visit this area in hopes that they would be able to change their fate. However, not once had anyone succeeded before. As time went by, no one bothered coming over here anymore. Elder Kuei Xiao added on. Since it was nothing more than a futile attempt, most cultivators thought that it would be more worth it to spend their remaining time accompanying their family members instead. After all, every second they had left of their remaining life was incredibly precious. Xianxia raised his head once more. Even though he was unable to see the ends of the Azure Barrier set up by the gods, he could still feel an overpowering pressure coming from above. This pressure was one that he wasn't confident that he could overcome even if he were to reach semi-divinity realm like the rest. The Azure Barrier induced a feeling of helplessness within him, reminiscent of a mortal standing before a god. Even if he were to use every means at his disposal, he still wouldn't be able to move the barrier at all. An ant would simply never be able to shake a tree. This is the strength of the gods. Xianxia thought in alarm. It was no wonder why the Hall of Gods was able to remain a supreme existence which none could shake. Just this barrier was more than enough to destroy anyone's confidence. It was truly a wonder how the founder of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion and Kongshi managed to overcome its trials. I must say that I'm really surprised that you are able to come up here. While Zhang Xin's mind was wandering about, a cold sneer suddenly echoed in the air. Turning around, they saw the Black Mirror Citadels by Xianxia and the evanescent immortal sex Gu Zhuiyun flew up from below. Two middle-aged men quickly followed behind them. They were probably the geniuses participating in the Azure Bridges trial. The lot of you are able to withstand the pressure? Elder Qin Yuan frowned. All of the heavenly high immortals in their groups were unable to proceed on any further from the 80% marks onward. It was only due to Zhang Xian heading forward and halting the pressure for 2 breaths that they were finally able to make their way up. Given so, how did the 2 geniuses from the Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect manage to get up so easily? When did the disciples from those 2 sects become so powerful? Of course, such level of pressure means nothing to our geniuses. Bai Xianxing harumphed smugly. Barely after those words were spoken, Zhang Xian's voice sounded in the air. It's their armor. The crowd quickly turned to the 2 middle-aged men to take a closer look, and they realized that the pitch-black armor on them was exceptionally eye-catching. There were some bizarre patterns inscribed on their armor that somewhat resembled the inscriptions on the heaven-anchoring boulder. It was due to the armor that allowed them to remain impervious to the pressure coming from the heaven-anchoring boulder. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Bai Zuangsheng took a deep look at him before remarking sarcastically, as expected of the great sect leader Zhang. Paying no heed to Bai Xuanqing's provocation, Zhang Xian turned to take a closer look at the 2 geniuses. Even though the 2 middle-aged men were at the same cultivation realm as Elder Hongwu and the others, their auras felt much sharper and imposing, almost reminiscent to that of the warriors of the Hall of Gods? Zhang Xian thought with a frown. There were some differences, of course, but the feeling that they gave him was still strikingly similar to that of the warriors from the Hall of Gods. Since sect leader Zhang has such discerning eyes, may I trouble you to point out the culprit who stole my treasures back at the Sea of Little Mirror? Bai Xianxing continued on with a wintry voice. Zhang Xian turned to look at Bai Xianxing and said calmly, You were about to be killed by the black-backed tortoise when Elder Kuei Xiao and I saved your life. However, we aren't saints either. Given that we have saved your life, isn't it right for you to compensate us for our service? Bai Xuanqing's eyes immediately narrowed menacingly. He had a feeling that Zhang Xian was involved in the matter as well, and to be honest, he didn't think that they would admit to it. After all, it wasn't a very honorable action. Yet, who could have thought that the young man would actually admit to it so openly? After stealing my possessions, you still dare to talk about it so openly as if you are bragging about it. Do you have no sense of shame? Sect leader Zhang, you should also know that there's a symbiotic relationship amongst the 6 sects. You stole Citadel Lord Bai's artifacts and his storage ring, and that can be viewed as an act of aggression. You are sullying the harmony amongst the 6 sects and possibly inciting a war even. Gu Zhuiyun said deeply. What do you think we should do then? Zhang Xian asked calmly. First and foremost, you should return everything you have taken from Citadel Lord Bai. Afterward, you should apologize to him, Gu Zhuiyun said. Apologize? Zhang Xian repeated before nodding slowly. Sounds fine by me too. After that, he waved his hand grandly. Who? The black-backed tortoise immediately materialized before Zhang Xian and charged right toward Bai Xianxing. He was still wondering how he should broach the subject about the Evanescent Immortal sect and Black Mirror Citadel colluding with the Hall of Gods, but since the latter was the first one to pick a fight, there was no reason why he should shy away. What are you planning to do? Bai Xianxing was stunned. It was just a moment ago that the other party said he was going to apologize, so why did the other party suddenly bring out the black-backed tortoise? Well, I'm just reversing what has happened. I'll make sure to apologize to you properly if you survive this. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. If I hadn't fallen for the black-backed tortoise's trap, Do you think that it would have been able to injure me given its prowess? Bai Xianxia sneered. Raising his palm, he charged right toward the black-backed tortoise once more. If not for the mayflies in the Sea of Little Mirror, there was no way he would have ended up getting cornered. Furthermore, the black-backed tortoise was disadvantaged fighting on land. It would be a huge embarrassment if he couldn't win against it under such conditions. With a furious roar, wind currents raged around his palm strike. The black-backed tortoise hadn't reverted back to its original body, so its current size was only roughly 2 meters long. The strength of its ram was significantly reduced due to its smaller size, but in exchange it was able to move with greater agility. Take 3 steps in front and attack from your right, Xianxia said. It had been many years since Bai Xianxia had reached semi-divinity realm. Under normal circumstances, it would have been difficult for the black-backed tortoise to triumph against him. However, it would be a different story when it had Xianxia's guidance. In less than a minute, Bai Xianxia's face was already swollen. His body was crushed under the massive tortoiseshell, and he had multiple ribcage fractures. Sect leader Zhang, are you trying to start a fight over here? Gu Zhuiyun couldn't bear watching by the side anymore. Isn't there already a fight over here? Do I even need to start one? Zhang Xian replied coldly. Since I'm returning the artifact to him, I think it's only fair for me to be able to retract my act of saving him too. Back then, Citadel Lord Bai was knocked out by the black-backed tortoise when I stepped in to save him, and it doesn't seem like he's near there yet. Don't worry, I'll make sure how to interfere this time, or else you might just demand me to apologize to him again. Even if he passes away from this ordeal, you can be assured that I'll return the semi-divinity artifact back to the Black Mirror Citadel and apologize to him before his tombstone. Those words caused Bai Xianxia to spurt a mouthful of fresh blood. What was the use of getting his semi-divinity artifact back after he was dead? You? Gu Zhuiyun's face darkened. Do you think the consequences of killing the head of the Black Mirror Citadel? You are turning the entire Black Mirror Citadel against you. Turning them against me? Why would I do something like that? After Bai Xianxia is dead, I'll head over to the Black Mirror Citadel and take over Bai Xianxia's position. It happens that his sect leader token is in my hand too. In order to avoid any unnecessary conflicts, I'll send out the word that he has passed his seat down to me as well. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. As someone who cares so deeply about the peace of the world, I trust that sect leader Gu wouldn't expose me and risk plunging the world into chaos. Right? When Zhang Xian took away Bai Xianxia's storage ring back at the Sea of Little Mirror, the token of the Black Mirror Citadel was inside as well. He was intending to return it initially, but if Bai Xianxia was really in collusion with the Hall of Gods, it would be a whole different story. As long as he had the sect leader token in his hand, it shouldn't be too difficult to convince others that Bai Xianxia had passed down his position to him. He was already the head of the 4 sects anyway. He didn't mind bringing the Black Mirror Citadel under him as well. You? Gu Zhuiyun didn't expect this young man to be so vicious. With narrowed eyes, he stepped forward to save Bai Xianxia from the black-backed tortoise, only to feel a chill running down his back in the next moment. Turning his head to the sides, he saw Han Jianxiu, Kuei Xiao, and Qin Yuan looking at him with a sharp look in their eyes. Sect leader Gu, this is a personal affair between the two of them. I don't think that it's appropriate for an outsider like you to get involved. Knowing that the 3 of them really make a move on him if he were to interfere, Gu Zhuiyun had no choice but to halt his footsteps. They were all semi-divinity realm cultivators, so there was no doubt that he would end up in the same state as Bai Xianxia if he had to face the 3 of them simultaneously. Sect leader Zhang, save me. I was wrong. I won't ask you to apologize to me anymore. I don't want those treasures anymore. They are all yours. Seeing that he would really get killed by the black-backed tortoise at this rate, the severely injured Bai Xianxia cried out. He could tell that Zhang Xian really had no qualms about killing him and taking over his position as the Citadel Lord. If the latter were to succeed, he wouldn't suffer any backlash for his actions at all. You want me to save you? Zhang Xian looked at Bai Xianxia with a conflicted look in his eyes. Well, I am only a heavenly high immortal realm cultivator. It would be really tough for me to fight against the semi-divinity realm black-backed tortoise. Furthermore, I don't have anything to gain from this either. If you have anything of value to offer to me, perhaps I might still be able to consider doing so. You are still trying to rip me off. Bai Xianxia was stunned for an instant before nearly bursting into tears. Is it really okay for a person to be so shameless? The black-backed tortoise is already your tamed beast. All you have to do is to get it to stop, and you are still trying to ask me for rewards? Not to mention, you were the one who told it to attack me in the first place. If only I knew that you were such a shameless human, I would have never tried to get back my stuff in the first place. 2 minutes later, Xianxia looked at the severely wounded Bai Xianxia in satisfaction and said, Citadel Lord Bai, if you still want your things back, feel free to tell me. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Bai Xianxia didn't even want to talk to Xianxia anymore. The other party extorted 3 whole heavenly high immortal tier artifacts from him before finally signaling for the black-backed tortoise to stop. If he were to dare continue asking for his artifacts back, wouldn't the cycle just repeat again? He had started this argument with the intention of using the harmony amongst the 6 sects to pressure the other party to return the semi-divinity artifact that the other party had taken from him. But things ended up more awry than he could have imagined. Losing 3 heavenly high immortal tier artifacts was just the least of his worries. What was more important was that he nearly lost his life. Citadel Lord Bai. After Xianxia kept the black-backed tortoise, Gu Zhuiyun rushed forward to help Bai Xianxia up. I'm fine, Bai Xianxia replied as he swallowed a pill and recuperated from his injuries. With gritted teeth, he sent a telepathic message over to Gu Zhuiyun. Let them relish in their glee for the time being. Once the Azure Bridge opens, we'll move according to plan. They'll eventually pay dearly for their actions. Gu Zhuiyun nodded with a vicious glint in his eyes. Despite their subtle movements, the sharp-eyed Xianxia still caught sight of their interaction and chuckled softly beneath his breath. Up till this point, he hadn't fully understood why the ethereal hall was intent on claiming the guardian artifacts of the 6 sects. However, one thing was for sure, Bai Xianxia and Gu Zhuiyun were definitely not on their side. If anything, it was likely that they would become enemies with one another. Of course, despite the threats he had made, he knew that there would be a lot of implications if he were to kill one of the heads of the 6 sects without a valid reason. If things were to go wrong, it might even incite a war, and that was not what Xianxia hoped to see. Thus, his intention was simply to teach Bai Xianxia a lesson and make use of this opportunity to force Bai Xianxia to reveal any trump cards he had. Fortunately, it didn't seem like the latter didn't have any semi-divinity artifact other than the metal chain. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening rumble echoed in the sky, heralding the arrival of a storm. The crowd raised their heads, only to see a massive bridge slowly descending from the pitch-black veil in the sky. The Azure Bridge is descending, Han Jianxiu muttered beneath his breath. The bridge was slowly extending down from the seemingly endless void above. It was made out of a marble-like material, emanating an icy-cold glint. Even as it was still in the midst of its descent, one could already feel its powerful presence. The crowd was forced to retreat to the edge of the heaven-anchoring boulder. The Azure Bridge descended onto the heaven-anchoring boulder and lodged itself onto it. As if a process that had been done many times before, the inscriptions on the heaven-anchoring boulder simply flickered for a while before eventually returning to calm. The Azure Bridge will only remain connected for a single day. Sect leader Zhang, you should quickly head up, Han Jianxiu urged. Head up? Xianxia frowned. Even though it was termed as a bridge, it would be more accurate to describe it as a vertical pillar descending right from the sky. It was hard to imagine how one was supposed to walk on it. You'll know once you try stepping on it, Han Jianxiu replied as he ushered Xianxia forward. Nodding slightly, Xianxia beckoned Elder Hongwu and the others over before moving over to the Azure Bridge. The 2 geniuses from the evanescent Immortal sect and the Black Mirror Citadel quickly followed suit too. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia raised his foot and placed it on the bridge. His body couldn't help but stagger a little as the world around him disoriented a little. Before he knew it, the bridge was already right beneath his foot. He was standing right on top of it. When he turned his head around to take a look, he saw the heaven-anchoring boulder extending from the sides, perpendicular to where he was standing. It felt like Han Jianxiu and the others were simply hanging off the heaven-anchoring boulder. It was a mysterious sight. My center of gravity changed? Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. It was similar to how no matter where one was standing on the earth of his previous world, one would still feel as if one was standing upright due to the gravity pulling people inward into Earth's core. The fact that he was able to get a stable footing on the Azure Bridge despite it being perpendicular to the ground of the Forsaken Continent showed that the center of gravity had likely changed. Not only so, there was also a good chance that they had already stepped into another dimension, making them impervious to the Forsaken Continent's gravity. The others who stepped onto the Azure Bridge were also mystified by this different experience, and they couldn't help but assess their surroundings in wonderment. Nevertheless, knowing that their time was limited, they quickly proceeded forward. Before long, they were already completely swallowed by the darkness of the sky. It felt like there was no end in sight, and the only thing they could do was to continue making their way forward. A void where nothing existed. The area would have been deathly silent if not for the careful breathing coming from the group of 6. They knew that the warriors from the Hall of Gods could appear at any moment, so their bodies remained utterly tensed up. They didn't dare to let themselves get careless even for the briefest of moments. All of a sudden, amidst the darkness, 5 fully armored silhouettes could be seen walking over from the opposite end of the Azure Bridge. They were all at heavenly high immortal realm. Only by defeating these warriors will we be able to proceed forward and claim the opportunity to reach semi-divinity realm. Elder Hong Wu muttered to himself as he clenched his fists in determination. At the same time, the others around him also narrowed their eyes as they examined the 5 warriors carefully. They had known the rules of the Azure Bridge in advance. 6 challengers against 5 warriors. Usually, 5 of the challengers would charge forward to hinder the 5 warriors, creating an opportunity for the final one to rush through. Sect Leader Zhang will hold them back and create an opportunity for you to get through, Elder Hong Wu said as he gathered his Xinqi. Sect Leader Zhang will be counting on you. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Over the last few days, they had become filled with admiration for this young man. They were convinced that the young man would be the person who would bring the 4 sects to greater heights. Do whatever you want. We'll be going ahead first. While they were chatting with one another, the 2 geniuses from the Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect charged ahead, arriving before the 5 warriors of the Hall of Gods in an instant. 2 of them walked forward to confront the 2 geniuses, whereas the other 3 remained firmly on the spot, awaiting Zhang Xian and the others to come over. Pong pong pong. There was a clear disparity of strength between the 2 geniuses and the 2 warriors of the Hall of Gods, but the 2 geniuses managed to stand their ground by making preemptive strikes. It was as if they knew what the 2 warriors were going to do in advance, allowing them to suppress the latter. Within 3 blows, they managed to push the 2 warriors back, forcing them to stagger several steps backward. So, making use of this momentary opening, the 2 geniuses quickly rushed through their blockade and escaped ahead. The 2 warriors fighting with them were about to chase them when one of the 2 geniuses said, "There are still 4 of them back there. If you were to chase us, you'll be giving them an opportunity to slip through the cracks." Upon hearing those words, the 2 warriors hesitated for a moment before returning back to their positions, waiting for Zhang Xian and the others to make a move. Those 2 fellows, not expecting to encounter such a situation, the faces of Elder Hong Wu and the others darkened. The situation had just turned for the worst. From a 6 against 5, it had become a 4 against 5. Had he known that this would happen, he would have dashed forward with the 2 of them. We would have been in an even more vulnerable position if we had advanced together with them. They are aware of the flaws of the 5 warriors, so they could have found some ways to turn the warriors against us while we were fighting, Zhang Xian remarked. It would be one thing if the 2 of them were trustworthy allies, but that was clearly not so. It would be dangerous to entrust your back to someone who could possibly turn against you at any moment. Sect Leader Zhang, what should we do now? The genius from the Myriad Beasts Hall turned to Zhang Xian and asked worriedly. Since they are able to charge their way through, there's no reason why we can't do so as well. Rest assured, just fight to the best of your ability. The warriors of the Hall of Gods aren't as scary as you think they are, Xianxia said with a light chuckle. Of course, he could have defeated the 5 warriors of the Hall of Gods easily himself, but he wasn't going to do that. He knew very well that the Azure was just a temporary stop for him. Once he had a chance to enter the world of the gods, the firmament, he would definitely clinch that opportunity without any hesitation. That meant that he would have to pass down his current positions to others in the near future, and he had no intention of doing it sloppily. It would be the last thing he could do for these sects as their temporary head. In order to become the heads of their respective sects, these candidates would need to have absolute confidence in themselves. If they would cower in the face of the warriors of the Hall of Gods, how could they possibly take control of their own sect and bring it to greater heights in the future? This was not just a trial of their strength. If they could overcome this challenge, they would gain the confidence and credentials for them to lead others. We understand. Elder Hong Wu nodded before rushing toward one of the warriors. Ferocious wind currents blared deafeningly in the surroundings. Executing all of his battle techniques desperately, Elder Hong Wu surprisingly managed to gain the upper hand against the warriors of the Hall of Gods. The other two were slightly stunned by the sight. The techniques which Elder Hong Wu was executing were the ones that Xianxia had imparted to them previously. If Elder Hong Wu could stand his ground against them, the two of them surely stood a chance as well. With such thoughts in mind, they quickly rushed forward as well. As the start, their movements still felt a little awkward as they didn't have time to test out their newly acquired skills in a practical battle yet. However, as the battle continued on, their movements swiftly became more and more fluid. Even though sect leader Zhang has never told us the flaws of the warriors of the Hall of Gods before, the battle techniques which he has imparted to us somehow seem to suppress the maneuvers of the latter precisely. The trio was taken aback. Over the past few days, Xianxia had only imparted to them a couple of combat techniques. He told them to focus on building up their jinqi instead of worrying about how they could deal with the warriors of the Hall of Gods. They couldn't really relate to it then, but at this very moment, they could finally see the rationale behind his actions. All of a sudden, the undefeatable warriors of the Hall of Gods didn't seem as frightening as they thought them out to be anymore. So I actually improved so much over the past few days. The three of them came to a realization. Had it been in the past, the warriors of the Hall of Gods would have likely been able to defeat them within 3 blows. The fact that they could stand on equal grounds with the warriors and even suppress them was unthinkable to them. They had been so focused on their cultivation that they hadn't realized how much they had grown. However, seeing the refined control over their jinqi, the sharpness of their judgment in battle, and the swiftness of their reflexes, how could they possibly still remain oblivious to it? They were already no longer the same people as before. This all thanks to sect leader Zhang. The trio thought. Such a change couldn't have come naturally. Without a doubt, Xianxia must have put a lot of thought into helping them grow. Furthermore, the fact that they were able to stand on par with these warriors of the Hall of Gods at the moment made it apparent to them that it wouldn't take much effort for Xianxia to subdue them too. They realized that Xianxia could have easily cleared the trial by himself, but he still spent time and effort trying to train them. It was clear that he was doing all of this for their growth. Only with the experience of overcoming the warriors of the Hall of Gods would they be able to go further as a semi-divinity realm cultivator. Let's defeat them together. Feeling a huge boost of confidence, the three of them executed their strongest moves simultaneously. Pong pong pong. With 3 dull thuds, the 3 warriors of the Hall of Gods were pushed back. Put on. Put on. Put on. Several minutes later, the 3 warriors of the Hall of Gods slumped onto the floor, having breathed their last. Whew! The trio heaved a sigh of relief at having accomplished what was expected of them. At this moment, they suddenly recalled that there were supposed to be 2 more warriors remaining, so they quickly turned their heads over in astonishment. However, what they saw was that the 2 warriors were also lying incapacitated on the floor, and Xianxia was looking at them not too far away from a faint smile. Even though Xianxia had made a move later than them, he had managed to defeat the other 2 faster than them. What was even scarier was that they didn't even see how he made a move. Well, the ones who felt that way weren't just them. Prior to their deaths, the 2 warriors of the Hall of Gods were also horrified. They didn't even manage to see what was coming at them when they had already been pushed down to the ground, awaiting the embrace of death. Let's go! Having dealt with the 5 warriors of the Hall of Gods who stood in their path, the group of 4 proceeded forward. The duo who had rushed ahead of them was nowhere to be seen at all. The azure bridge seemed to pierce through the endless darkness, extending beyond the horizon. They walked along the bridge for a while before there was finally a change in the sight ahead of them. A circular platform reminiscent of a gazebo gad appeared by the side of the azure bridge. The genius from the Black Mirror Citadel was seated at the center of the circular platform. A unique aura was rippling from the platform. The pores of the genius widened as he voraciously absorbed the unique aura, inducing a swift rise in his cultivation. Felt like he was already on the verge of a breakthrough. He's pushing for a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm, Elder Hong Wu exclaimed. Based on the records of the predecessors, after overcoming the 5 warriors of the Hall of Gods, there would be various places atop the Azure Bridge where the challengers could attempt to achieve a breakthrough. As long as one was already at heavenly high immortal realm, the chances of reaching semi-divinity realm were extremely high. This circular platform was likely to be one of these places. Since this place has been taken up, let's move ahead to see if there are other circular platforms, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. He didn't have a good impression of these 2, but he didn't think that there was a compelling reason for him to hinder them either. Since the predecessors of the 6 sects had been able to achieve a breakthrough on the Azure Bridge, there should be more of such circular platforms around as well. Otherwise, the genius from the evanescent immortal sect would have been here as well. Nodding in agreement, the group of 4 was just about to proceed ahead when a deep cry echoed behind them. A pillar of Jinchi burst forth from the genius on the circular platform, rising right into the voids above. Boom! He has managed to achieve a breakthrough? Stunned, the crowd quickly turned around to take a look, only to see that the disposition of the middle-aged man had changed greatly. Divine energy was revolving around the surface of his body like a dragon coiling around him. He floated quietly atop the circular platform, as if he had been freed from the restraints of gravity. Absorbing all of the energy into his body, the middle-aged man finally opened his eyes. A brilliant light shot out from his eyes. Feeling the explosive energy surging through his body, the lips of the middle-aged man curved up. His sight fell upon Xianxia and the others, and a hint of surprise surfaced in his eyes. However, he quickly stood up and spoke. The fact that you are able to come this far means that you have been able to defeat the warriors of the Hall of Gods. However, this is where your good luck comes to an end. You won't be able to proceed any further than this. So, in the next instant, he appeared right in front of the group. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but frown in displeasure. It would have been better if you have died in the hands of the warriors. It's meaningless if all of us were to successfully reach semi-divinity realm together. We would just be returning back to square one. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. The reason why they had unhesitatingly worked together with the Ethereal Hall was to ensure that their 2 sects would have a greater number of semi-divinity realm cultivators, thus putting them in a higher position than the rest of the 6 sects. However, if all of them were to succeed, wouldn't that render their efforts meaningless? So, you intend to kill us here? Xianxia asked nonchalantly. He had known that these 2 sects were up to no good, but he hadn't really expected them to go this far. The middle-aged man replied coldly, "Casualties are almost guaranteed on the Azure Bridge. The world would only know of what happened here from the words of the survivors. Given the high death toll of the Azure Bridge, no one would be able to blame him if Xianxia and the others died here. Even if Han Jianqiu and the others were to harbor some suspicions, they wouldn't be able to do anything without concrete evidence unless they desired to incite a war." Seeing the confident look on the other party's face, Xianxia couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What makes you so certain that you are able to defeat us? I know that you have tamed the blackback tortoise, but the Azure Bridge is an existence created by a being that far surpasses our imagination. Do you think that you are able to bend the rules of the Azure Bridge so easily?" The middle-aged man replied with a cold smile. "If there were truly any loopholes in the Azure Bridge, our predecessors would have long uncovered it by now. Hearing those words, Xianxia tried to extend his consciousness into his tamed beast sack, only to find that it had been sealed with some kind of mysterious power. He was unable to bring out the black-backed tortoise and the others at all. However, he was still able to bring out the other heavenly high immortal tier beasts inside. It was just that the azure bridge was narrow, and the beasts he had were rather massive in sizes. If he were to summon them here, it would just hinder their movements. It seemed like the gods had thought things through before they constructed the Myriad Beasts Hall. They wouldn't allow anyone to sully the sanctity of this trial. Haven't you thought about why I was able to tame the black-backed tortoise in the first place? I have no idea how a semi-divinity realm fledgling like you could possibly imagine that you would be able to kill me. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. He might have been unable to tap on the strength of the 4 semi-divinity realm beasts, but given his current cultivation realm, he was more than a match for a fellow who had just barely tiptoed his way into semi-divinity realm. What if I were to join the fight as well? At this very moment, another voice echoed from ahead. The genius from the evanescent immortal sect appeared at the other end, encircling the group. Similar to the genius from the Black Mirror Citadel, he had reached semi-divinity realm as well. With the two of them exerting their auras simultaneously, they cast a heavy pressure upon Elder Hongwu and the others, causing their faces to warp hideously. Xianxia might still have been able to defeat a single semi-divinity realm cultivator, but if he had to face 2 of them at once, the chances of victory were extremely slim. Furthermore, the 2 of them were top-notch geniuses on the Forsaken Continent. Even if they had just achieved a breakthrough, their strength was not to be underestimated. Aren't you worried about stirring a storm on the Forsaken Continent by making a move on us? Xianxia asked calmly. Don't worry. After you are dead, our Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal Sect will slowly annex your sections. Those so-called Starchaser Palace, Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and 7-Star Pavilion, they would just become nothing more than relics of the past. With a cold harumph, the middle-aged man from the Black Mirror Citadel abruptly charged forward. He appeared right before Xianxia in an instant and thrust his palm forward. The middle-aged man's strength was as heavy as a crushing mountain. His might as a new semi-divinity realm cultivator poured forth like a relentless current. Elder Hongwu and the others wanted to help, but they felt as if their bodies had been bound by the pressure in the air, preventing them from taking a step at all. So, this is a semi-divinity realm cultivator? Elder Hongwu felt his heart sinking. He had met Elder Kuei Xiao many times before, but he had never seen the latter exerting his true prowess before, so he had no idea just how powerful semi-divinity realm cultivators were. It was only at this moment that it dawned upon him that it was impossible for a heavenly high immortal, no matter how powerful, to possibly reach up to a semi-divinity. That was also the reason why the presence of a semi-divinity realm cultivator in a sect was so important. In a direct confrontation, even if the 3 of them were to collaborate with one another, they wouldn't be able to last too long against the other party. Sect Leader Zhang. Elder Hongwu anxiously turned to look at Xianxia, frightened that the hope of the 4 sects would really lose his life here. However, what he ended up seeing was a sight that he would never forget. The young man before him whipped out a sword, and without any hesitation, he pierced the sword right through the other party's palm. Puha! Puha! With 2 consecutive moves, the genius of the Black Mirror Citadel had been decapitated. At the point of his death, his eyes were completely dilated, as if he couldn't believe such a thing was truly happening. Isn't being alive a wonderful thing in itself? I really don't understand why you are so intent to seek death. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. His cultivation was only at heavenly high immortal realm, but his fighting prowess was on par with that of most semi-divinity realm cultivators. It might still take him a bit more trouble for him to deal with the semi-divinity realm experts of the Hall of Gods. But against this semi-divinity realm fledgling, it was really a walk in the park. You! The genius from the evanescent immortal sect would have never fathomed that he would see such a sight in his life either. Utterly horrified, he turned around and fled. He knew that he wouldn't be too much stronger than his comrade, and the fact that Xianxia was able to kill his comrade so easily meant that the young man could do the same to him too. He had received orders in advance that if Xianxia was able to defeat the warriors of the Hall of Gods, they would have to make a move to kill the young man. He thought that it would have been an easy mission, but who could have thought that the person he was up against was an unbelievable monster? For a heavenly high immortal to actually be able to kill a semi-divinity with such ease, it would be no joke to say that the young man was as powerful as their own sect leader. Faced with such an opponent, what else could he possibly do other than to run? The reason why I took my time to ask you so many questions is to ascertain if you are really intending to kill me. Don't you think that it's too late for you to only think of running away now? Xianxia uttered those words softly under his breath, but due to the overwhelming silence in the area, his voice echoed clearly in the area. Wang! A sword pierced right forth swiftly and pierced right through the heart of the genius from the evanescent immortal sect. Puha! Just like that, the middle-aged man came to the end of his life as well. His body tumbled and crashed heavily onto the floor of the Azure Bridge. From the moment from their breakthroughs to their deaths, they didn't even last for 3 minutes. They were likely the most short-lived semi-divinities on the Forsaken Continent. Xianxia threw the bodies of the 2 semi-divinities into his storage ring before gesturing for the stunned trio to proceed ahead with him. Not far away, another warrior of the Hall of Gods, also at the heavenly high immortal realm, appeared before them. After defeating him, another circular platform appeared before their eyes. Xianxia turned to Elder Hongwu and said, "This is an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. You can take this one." "Thank you, sect leader Zhang." Elder Hongwu nodded in gratitude as he stepped onto the circular platform. Taking a seat, he swiftly began his cultivating. He could feel a unique aura inducing the energy in his body to billow, pushing him closer and closer to a breakthrough. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the group pressed on, and they soon found 2 more circular platforms. Those 2 circular platforms were each guarded by a warrior of the Hall of Gods. 2. If it had been anyone else, they would have been unable to proceed. But that was not the case for Xianxia's group. After slaying the warriors, Xianxia beckoned for the 2 geniuses from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and the Myriad Beasts Hall to cultivate on the circular platform before advancing alone. He soon encountered another circular platform, and he headed up and sat down in the middle of the platform. Closing his eyes and focusing on his cultivation, he could feel a unique aura rippling in his surroundings. It was vastly different from the spiritual energy that he absorbed on the Forsaken Continent. His heavenly high immortal cultivation pulsated in response to this aura, seemingly expressing its desire to surge to new heights. It's a pity that I haven't finished deducing a feasible semi-divinity realm cultivation technique yet. Xianxia sighed deeply with a shake of his head. He had spent days immersing his consciousness inside the great codex of spring and autumn, trying to come up with a semi-divinity realm cultivation technique. However, he could not find something that was suited for him. He could choose to force his way through, and there was a good chance that he would succeed. However, if he did so for this major hurdle, it could lead to some complications that would hinder him from advancing any further in the future. Thus, he raised his hand and stuffed the aura suffusing the circular platform into a jade bottle before stashing it away in his storage ring. After entering the circular platform, he had become certain that this unique aura was the key to achieving a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. It was similar what the Aeon of Ancient Sage was to those attempting to make a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. With it, he would be able to push for a breakthrough as soon as he finished coming up with his cultivation technique. So, Xianxia got off the circular platform and continued ahead. It seemed like there were quite a number of circular platforms along the Azure Bridge. It did not take long for him to stumble upon another. After dealing with the warrior guarding it, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before bringing out his clone. A few moments later, his clone successfully made a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. As he continued, the Serpentine Dragon, 9-headed Fiery Phoenix, and the others also successfully made breakthroughs. For the remaining circular platforms, he placed the heavenly high immortal tier swords that he had in there in order to nourish them. By doing so, there was a chance that they could become semi-divinity artifacts. But where in the world is the Hall of Gods? At this rate, I won't be able to reach it within a single day. No matter how far he walked, the path ahead was still shrouded in darkness. He could not see the end of it. The Azure Bridge would only remain open for a single day. At this rate, he would not be able to snatch the Xianxia God_character. Those circular platforms could only be accessed via the Azure Bridge, which appeared once every century, but the God character was something that he could take back to the Forsaken Continent. If he could acquire it, the cultivators of the Forsaken Continent would be able to freely reach the semi-divinity realm and even forge semi-divinity artifacts, just like the ethereal hall. They would no longer be restrained. It was just that he had some concerns. The Hall of Gods had expressed their desire to capture him, and they had even assaulted him numerous times before. Would he be walking into their trap by making his way over himself? The Azure Bridge only appears once every 100 years, and the Hall of Gods is likely to be the key to entering the firmament. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to take the risk. The next moment he vanished from the spot. He had warped into a green streak, flitting forward at an unbelievable speed. Even if he could reach the semi-divinity realm, he was not confident that he could reach the Hall of Gods without the Azure Bridge. Thus, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Before long, he reached a point where there were no longer any circular platforms in sight. It seemed like the number of circular platforms was limited. Only the front two circular platforms were unprotected, which basically meant that the Hall of Gods implicitly only allowed 2 candidates of the 6 sex to reach the semi-divinity realm. Beyond there, unless one was an expert on the same caliber as the founder of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion or Xianxia, it would be impossible to get this far. For the past several thousand years, more often than not, only a single person of the 6 sex would manage to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, within this period of time, only a few dozen circular platforms had been formed. Of course, the thrifty Xianxia made sure to take away all the unique aura contained in these circular platforms before forging ahead. All in all, while helping his tamed beasts achieve breakthroughs and gathering the unique aura within the other circular platforms, 6 hours had passed. If he did not hasten his footsteps, it would be impossible for him to enter the Hall of Gods. Driving his god's sword intent to the limits, Xianxia was able to travel at a speed that far surpassed that of ordinary semi-divinity realm experts. But despite that, the Azure Bridge was simply too long. He flew for 6 hours straight after that, but the scenery remained unchanged. This is impossible. If the Hall of Gods is truly that far away, how can anyone enter and return from the Hall of Gods within a day? Xianxia shook his head in disbelief. All in all, he had been traveling for 12 hours, but the end was nowhere in sight. Was it impossible for him to reach the Hall of Gods with his current strength? Based on the records, if one did not return to the heaven-anchoring boulder before the Azure Bridge disappeared, one would fall into the dimension rifts, where even semi-divinity realm cultivators would be unable to survive. I'll just fly for another 2 hours. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He did not rush at full speed for the first 6 hours, so if he immediately turned back, it would take roughly 8 hours for him to return to the heaven-anchoring boulder, which meant that he only had 2 more hours to play with. If he still could not find the Hall of Gods within the next 2 hours, he would have to return. Thus, driving his Jinshi to the limits, Xianxia sped up further and rushed ahead. An hour later, there were finally some changes at the very end of the Azure Bridge. Amid the dark void, he could vaguely see a massive castle. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia could not help but murmur, "It sure is far away." The fact that the founder of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion and Xianxia were able to reach the Hall of Gods means that they were no weaker than me when they challenged the Azure Bridge. For someone who possessed superior cultivation and had comprehended the God's sword intent to have to fly for more than 12 hours in order to reach the Hall of Gods, the length of the Azure Bridge was truly fearful. Since Xianxia and the founder of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion had been able to successfully snatch a God_character from the Hall of Gods, they must have gone through the same path. Given so, they must have been extremely powerful individuals. The massive castle floated quietly in the air, serving as a backdrop to the dark void. It took Xianxia roughly 15 minutes to arrive at its entrance. Jia. Sensing the arrival of a living being, the doors of the castle slowly creaked open. Knowing that there was no time to lose, Xianxia quickly made his way in. Shortly after he entered, the doors behind him closed, plunging him into darkness, following which, innumerable torches lit up, illuminating the surroundings. Hoo. 10 silhouettes appeared in the area simultaneously. Their auras felt steady yet unfathomable, making it impossible to gauge the depths of their cultivation. They were all semi-divinity realm experts. The Hall of Gods was indeed a formidable entity. It was rare to meet even a single semi-divinity out on the Forsaken Continent, yet 10 of them had appeared simultaneously. You sure are bold, Xianxia. You knew that the Hall of Gods intends to capture you, but you still had the guts to walk here of your own accord. There was a towering figure seated on the throne at the very center. The position he sat at was even higher than where the torches could illuminate, resulting in his face being cloaked in shadows. His voice was ice-cold, seemingly devoid of feelings. Xianxia had expected to encounter such a situation right from the start, so he was not taken aback at all. Instead, he looked at the silhouette seated on the throne and said with a frown, "The Forsaken Continent is full of talented individuals. I'm curious as to why you are biting onto me like determined dogs. Is it really because of the God's sword intent?" He had made sure to maintain a low profile ever since he arrived at the Forsaken Continent, but he had still been assaulted thrice. He really could not understand the intentions of the Hall of Gods. God's sword intent? The silhouette on the throne scoffed coldly. Just that thing isn't worthy of prompting the Hall of Gods into action. What are you up to? Xianxia asked with a deep frown. Despite the crackling of flames from the torch, the surroundings felt incredibly cold and lifeless. You are from the Master Teacher Continent, aren't you? The silhouette asked. You know of the Master Teacher Continent? Xianxia was shocked. Without bothering to respond to Xianxia's question, the silhouette waved his hand and said, I want him alive. Voila! The 10 semi-divinity realm warriors immediately charged forward and encircled Xianxia. It won't be that easy for you to capture me, Xianxia replied coldly. Since he dared step into the Hall of Gods, he was prepared to face the dangers in there. Who? He brought out the corpses of the 2 semi-divinity realm cultivators from the Azure Bridge. Boom! In an instant, the 2 bodies exploded simultaneously. On his way there, he had forged the 2 into soulless metal humanoids. Humph! But before the shock waves of the explosion could ripple outward, a cold harumph echoed. Right after, a burst of light flickered through the interior of the Hall of Gods, binding the power of the explosion. With a light pop, the explosion dissipated on the spot. Xianxia's face darkened. He had thought that the explosions of the 2 semi-divinities would at least buy him some time, but it seemed like there was a formidable defensive formation around the Hall of Gods. It was actually able to completely neutralize the force of the explosion. This won't do. I need to escape. Xianxia took out the Tongshang sword and channeled his god sword intent toward the tightly sealed door of the Hall of Gods, intent on knocking it down. The Tongshang sword was an existence that was only a step away from reaching the semi-divinity realm. On his way there, he had already made use of the unique aura from the circular platform to help it achieve a breakthrough, making it far stronger than before. When used together with his god sword intent, the might that he commanded would be able to slay ordinary semi-divinity realm cultivators within a single strike. Ding ding ding. But as the sword chi fell on the door, a metallic clang echoed in the air. Astoundingly, not even a scratch was left on the door. Is the door a semi-divinity artifact as well? Xianxia could hardly believe his eyes. The might that he had exerted was enough to overpower even Han Jianqiu in an instant. Yet, despite facing such an attack, the door remained completely unharmed. Stir was far beyond his imagination. Futile! Having expected such an outcome, the 10 semi-divinities chuckled as they rushed forward simultaneously. A massive net made of Jinqi fell from the sky, sealing all possible routes of escape for Xianxia. Shatter! Xianxia brandished his sword, releasing a barrage of sword chi toward the massive net. However, the sword chi did nothing to stop the massive net. It was as if they were existences of 2 different planes. The massive net simply passed right through the sword chi and bound Zhang Xian's body tightly. At the same time, Zhang Xian sensed that his Jinqi had been sealed, preventing him from exerting his strength. Seal his cultivation. Seeing that they had managed to catch Zhang Xian with the massive net, the semi-divinities unwittingly heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. One of the semi-divinity realm warriors stepped forward and tapped his finger on Zhang Xian, intending to seal off Zhang Xian's cultivation. "I've been waiting for you," Zhang Xian murmured with a faint smile. 3 swords suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and with a set of profound movements, they pierced right through the warrior's back. Then, with a vertical motion, the warrior was sliced into 2. As soon as the warrior was killed, Zhang Xian could feel the massive net loosened a little. It was as if a formation had lost one of its core sources of energy, resulting in some degree of instability. Alarmed, the remaining 9 semi-divinity realm cultivators swiftly infused their energy into the massive net, hoping to stabilize it. But as fast as their reaction was, none of them could have been able to move faster than Zhang Xian, who was waiting to seize this opportunity. He immediately dashed out of the massive net, leaped into the air, and brandished his sword furiously, raining a powerful current of sword chi down on one of the semi-divinity realm warriors. Even though all 10 of those warriors were at semi-divinity realm, they weren't of equal strength to one another. Zhang Xian was able to tell that this person was the weakest one of the remaining 9. By using his own body as bait, he was able to swiftly get rid of one of his enemies. After that, he made use of the lapse from the crowd's shock to assault the weakest one. Despite his swift movements, his head was constantly calculating what was the best move he could take in order to maximize his chances of eliminating his enemies. If he wasn't confident of his abilities, why would he take the risk to come here? Puha! The might of 4 swords augmented with the god sword intent formed a force far beyond what the weakest semi-divinity realm warrior could deal with. In an instant, he was sliced into multiple pieces. None of the warriors could have expected 2 of their comrades to be killed so quickly. Everything happened so quickly that a hint of fear was arising from the depths of their hearts. This fear wasn't just directed toward Zhang Xian but toward their leader too. It was a huge failure of their part to display such unbecoming results before their leader. Boom, boom, boom. 8 hands fell onto the floor simultaneously, and a powerful outburst of energy froze the space in the Hall of Gods. Every single movement came with humongous resistance. With a roar, Zhang Xian tried to bring out the blackback tortoise and the 3 sharks to assist him, but just like the Azure Bridge, he was unable to open his tamed beast sack in here as well. With veins popping from his temples, he forcefully brandished the Tong's Hang sword. At the same time, he brought out the metal chain and the halberd as well to disrupt the formation created by the remaining 8 semi-divinities. With the 3 semi-divinity artifacts moving together, as if a boulder had been thrown into a pond, a black rift swiftly rippled through the surroundings, blasting open the frozen space. It's the end. Zhang Xian had put all of his efforts into blasting the frozen space open, only to realize that one of the enemies had managed to sneak up on him. The other party raised his palm to strike down on him. Pong! There was no time for Zhang Xian to dodge at all, so he could only channel his energy to the front of his body in hopes of diverting the attack. However, the palm strike was simply too powerful. That single strike fractured 3 of his ribcage bones, and he fell from the sky. If it was 3, 4, or even 5 semi-divinities, he would still have been able to handle the situation. However, to face 10 of them simultaneously, not to mention that all of them were experts from the Hall of Gods at that, it was inevitable that it would still be difficult for him to stand his ground despite his superior skills. Crashing heavily onto the floor, blood seeped out from the corners of Zhang Xian's lips. He tried to quickly return to his feet, but a metal chain swiftly wrapped around him, binding him tightly. A semi-divinity artifact? Zhang Xian could feel the metal chain digging tightly into his skin. Even with his current strength, he was actually unable to free himself at all. An encirclement of 10 semi-divinities, but you were still able to kill 2 of them. That explains why you were able to survive even though I have sent so many people for you in the past. I would have expected nothing less from a person chosen by the heavens. The silhouette above the flames glanced down at Xianxia coldly as he spoke. He didn't seem to be frustrated or angered because Xianxia had killed 2 of his subordinates. A person chosen by the heavens? Knowing that it was impossible for him to get away, Xianxia gave up on struggling altogether. Instead, he focused on driving his Jinqi to heal his injuries as he asked with a tight knit on his forehead. Indeed, you are someone who harnesses the heavens within you. Isn't that so? The silhouette remarked impassively. Those words caused Xianxia's body to stiffen. He had never expected anyone to ask such a question. The fact that he had the Library of Heaven's Path in him should have been something that only Luo Ruoxi knew of. No one else should have been aware of it. Yet, the words of the silhouette seemed to be hinting at the same thing as well. Did the chief of the Hall of Gods know something about the Library of Heaven's Path? Or could it be that the gods had the ability to see through the Library of Heaven's Path? As the Hall of Gods had attacked him after he comprehended the god sword intent, he had thought that it was simply afraid that he would attempt to steal a sun god one character from it after he had grown up. However, it was apparent that he couldn't be more wrong than that. So what if he had comprehended the god's sword intent? A person who had comprehended the god's sword intent still wouldn't stand a chance against 10 semi-divinities. Not to mention, the Hall of Gods should have plenty of the unique aura required for one to achieve a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm. Even if he were to snatch the god character from them, it shouldn't warrant them to make a move. Everything would make sense if its goal had been Library of Heaven's Path right from the start. That would also explain why the warriors who had been sent to apprehend him had been strictly ordered to capture him alive. Xianxia tried to conceal his expression, but the silhouette still caught a hint of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. With a light chuckle, the silhouette said, "You seem to be a little bewildered. Are you wondering how I knew that you harnessed the heavens inside of you?" Instead of responding, Xianxia simply glared at the silhouette coldly. Paying no heed to Xianxia's silence, the silhouette continued speaking. Only a person chosen by the heavens would have the ability to rise to the Forsaken Continent and advance from ancient sage to heavenly high immortal realm within less than a month. Not to mention, you are able to stand on equal grounds with ordinary semi-divinity realm cultivators as well. It's through your superior talent that you were able to convince 4 of the 6 sects to toss aside their prejudice and unite together under your leadership. Isn't that so? With narrowed eyes, Xianxia asked, "What are you planning? You are holding on to something you are unqualified for. If you continue keeping it on you, it'll eventually lead to a disaster. It would be better if you pass it on to someone else before tragedy strikes," the silhouette said with a wave of his hand. Hula! The semi-divinities in the surroundings raised his hands simultaneously, channeling their energy toward Xianxia and wrapping him amidst it. Xianxia's body began rising to the air uncontrollably before flying to the side. His body eventually landed not too far away on a stone step. Looking upward, he saw an average-sized circular platform. Upon seeing the circular platform, Xianxia's face darkened. The altar of the Starchaser Palace? So, you really are the one who captured Palace Chiefdu. He had seen a replica of the altar in Zhang Yao's hands before, allowing him to recognize the altar in an instant. Begin the ritual. The silhouette couldn't be bothered to respond to Xianxia's question, so he raised his hand and hollered. Innumerable treasures swiftly descended atop the altar. Following that, a lady walked into the room and began chanting in a mysterious language. Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw that the lady was no other than the deity, whom Sovereign Qinyong had summoned back then. The ex-head of the Starchaser Palace, Du Qingyuan. It would appear that Du Qingyuan had lost her will. Even though she was moving and speaking, her eyes were tightly shut and her voice was completely devoid of emotions. It felt like there was someone controlling her body instead. Xiong xiong. Along with her chanting, the blue flame on the altar continued to burn furiously. Above the Hall of Gods, a massive black hole began to form, as if a connection link was being formed with a higher dimension. "Rise!" Du Qingyuan exclaimed. Xianxia's body immediately rose up before landing lightly on top of the altar. The flames of the altar converged and dived right into Xianxia's body. He thought that he would be burned, But to his surprise, the flames didn't feel hot at all. On the contrary, it felt warm and soothing. What are they trying to do? Xianxia frowned. Having read all of the books in the Starchaser Palace, he had gained a deep understanding of the various rituals conducted by the otherworldly demonic tribe. However, he had never come into contact with such a ritual before. Normal rituals would require one to offer treasures to a god in order to obtain greater power or information. However, this ritual clearly deviated from the norm. If anything, it felt like he was being used as the tribute in order to achieve an insidious goal. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As the flame continued burning, the illusory silhouette seated on the throne, the chief of the Hall of Gods, slowly became more and more corporeal. Are they trying to absorb my power? Xianxia's eyes narrowed in astonishment. He finally understood the intention behind the ritual. This was not a ritual to summon a god to gather more power. Instead, the other party was trying to take his power and implant it into himself, thus replacing him. Is he trying to take the library of heaven's path away from me? Xianxia thought in alarm. It was no wonder why the other party needed the altar of the Starchaser Palace, not hesitating to snatch it over. It seemed like he was intending to use the mysterious altar to conduct a ritual, so as to replace him as the owner of the library of heaven's path. Even though he didn't know how the altar really worked, he could feel energy slowly seeping away from his body. It felt like there was a chance that the other party would really be able to take the library of heaven's path away from him. Wang. Slowly, Xianxia's body grew fainter and fainter as a result of the flame burning inside of him. At this rate, the ritual might really claim his life. At this crucial moment, the pendant around his neck suddenly released a brilliant light. Pooh! The silhouette on the throne suddenly staggered a little. At the same time, the flame on the altar began to flicker weakly, almost as if it would disappear in the next instant. What's going on here? The silhouette quickly looked at Xianxia intently before flitting over with light footsteps. He forcefully grabbed the pendant around Xianxia's neck and held it up. Tzzzzzzzz. Arg! However, as soon as the silhouette came into contact with the pendant, black smoke immediately began rising from his body. And shit! The silhouette cursed beneath his breath as he hurriedly released his grip on the pendant. He tried to grab the pendant again several times, but the searing heat emanating from it made him dare not approach at all. I'm not going to be foiled by a darned pendant at this crucial moment. Let's see how it can protect you after I take your life. The silhouette roared. The flames on the altar were already on the verge of being extinguished. At this rate, the ritual would really be foiled. The silhouette knew he had to do something in order to salvage the situation. Hoo-hoo! The 8 semi-divinities immediately received the order and made a move simultaneously. Channeling their might together, they executed a powerful surge of sword chi aimed right at Xianxia's throat. If the strike were to really land, Xianxia would be a goner without any doubt. Boom! At this crucial moment, the door of the Hall of Gods was blasted open by an overwhelming force. A figure rushed right into the Hall of Gods and tapped his finger ahead of him. Pong! The sword chi created by the 8 semi-divinities dissipated in an instant. The faces of all 8 of them paled as fresh blood spurted from their mouths. You! Upon seeing the newly arrived figure, the silhouette widened his eyes in anger and struck downward to fend against the figure's assault. Pong! As the two forces collided with one another, the two of them were forced to retreat a step each. The newly arrived figure turned his sight to Xianxia, and with a grasp of his hand, he wrapped the young man around with his energy and pulled the young man over to him. Let's go! The figure quickly sent Xianxia out of the Hall of Gods, and before leaving himself, he turned around and exerted a powerful palm thrust which devastated the interiors of the Hall of Gods. Then, with a light footstep, he swiftly flitted away together with Xianxia. In just a few instants, the two of them had already vanished on the Azure Bridge. Chase them! An aggrieved voice echoed from the Hall of Gods in their wake. A gale echoed in Xianxia's ears as he watched his surroundings swiftly disappearing behind him. What incredible speed! Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The person who had saved him was actually able to travel at several times his speed despite bringing him along. Even the strongest semi-divinity realm cultivator shouldn't have been able to move this quickly. Is he a god? The semi-divinity realm warrior of the Hall of Gods, whom he had forced to explode back in the ocean of exiled stars, could probably be considered the strongest of all. But even he was nothing compared to the person who had just saved him. While Xianxia's mind was still wandering around the place, the other party said, "I haven't reached the level of a god yet. The reason I'm able to move so quickly is due to the evanescent boots." Evanescent boots? Xianxia lowered his head to take a look, and he noticed that the other party was equipped with a pair of striking golden boots. These boots were emanating a unique power that allowed him to cover dozens of li with every step, making it seem almost as if he was teleporting from one spot to another. That should be the guardian artifact of the evanescent immortal sect. Could you possibly be? Xianxia's body stiffened up as a person surfaced in his mind. We'll talk about it later. The Azure Bridge has already begun retracting. If we don't hurry up, we could lose our lives here. The other party said with a light chuckle as he continued flitting forward with a slightly grim look in his eyes. The Azure Bridge has already begun retracting? Xianxia was appalled. He lowered his head and noticed that the Azure Bridge was indeed slowly retracting to the Hall of Gods. With a confused look, he asked, "I thought that the Azure Bridge lasts for an entire day, so why would it suddenly retract before the time is up?" All in all, Xianxia had only spent 14 hours getting to the Hall of Gods, and he had spent less than an hour inside. Why would the Azure Bridge suddenly begin retracting at that moment? Could it be that the descent and retraction of the Azure Bridge could be arbitrarily decided by the chief of the Hall of Gods? "A day has already passed," the other party replied bitterly. "There's a difference in the flow of time between the Hall of Gods and the Forsaken Continent by 110. You didn't notice it? Difference in the flow of time? Xianxia was shocked. He had come under the attack of 10 semi-divinities as soon as he entered the Hall of Gods, such that there was no time for him to think too deeply into the matter. After that, he had been taken to the altar, and a ritual had been conducted on him. As he thought back, there was indeed some difference in the flow of time in the Hall of Gods and the Forsaken Continent. A ratio of 110. It said that the flow of time of the firmament is a tenth of that of the Forsaken Continent. The same goes for the Hall of Gods, the other party replied. I see. Xianxia nodded slowly. By a 1:10 ratio, the 1 hour he had spent in there would equate to roughly 10 hours. Going by this calculation, it had indeed been a day since the Azure Bridge descended, so it was only expected for it to retract. Seeing that Xianxia understood, the other party smiled lightly before stepped on the ground forcefully. All right, enough talking for the time being. Use your Jinqi to protect your body. I'll be conducting spatial traverse. In an instant, his speed reached a new peak, causing the space around him to become warped. Sila. Even space was torn down as a result of the movement. Naturally, Xianxia was under a huge amount of pressure as well. It felt like everything was collapsing in on him, squeezing him tight and leaving him breathless. Kacha! If not for the Jinqi barrier that Xianxia had reinforced around him, his body might have been squashed to a pile of minced meat. Whew! All of a sudden, the pressure vanished. Panting deeply, Xianxia took a closer look around him and found that he was no longer on the Azure Bridge. Instead, what appeared before him was a massive palace floating amid the clouds. Xianxia straightened his body as he asked, "Where are we?" He could tell that even though he was still in the Azure, he was not on the Forsaken Continent anymore. It felt like he had leaped from the Forsaken Continent into a folded space. "This is the headquarters of the Ethereal Hall," the other party replied with a smile as he turned around to face Xianxia. Only then did Xianxia get a good glimpse of the other party's appearance. The other party looked the exact same as the person who was worshipped in all of the master-teacher pavilions. He had a tall physique with a flowing beard. Between his brows, one could see a hint of benevolence and compassion for the world. Junior Xianxia pays respects to Kong Shi. Xianxia bowed deeply. He had already guessed who the other party was, but only after seeing the other party's appearance and disposition in person was he finally able to confirm the matter. The person standing before him was none other than the world's teacher, who had created the Master-Teacher Pavilion and united mankind against the otherworldly demonic tribe, Kong Shi. He had encountered the other party's soul fragments several times, but this was his first time meeting the man in person. The other party was more amiable than he had expected. His presence felt like a warm breeze during the onset of spring. "Rise," Kong Shi said with a smile as he reached out to help Xianxia up. "Is the Master-Teacher Pavilion still doing fine?" "Yes, the Master-Teacher Pavilion is still following your teachings. They have worked hard to protect mankind over the years," Xianxia said before recounting the happenings of the Master-Teacher Pavilion after Kong Shi's departure. "I see." Kong Shi stroked his beard slowly. "Mankind will have to remain united in order to survive against the other races and leave its mark on the world. The reason I created the Master-Teacher Pavilion was for all men to become powerful, and it seems like my efforts weren't in vain. It was difficult for all men to be powerful, but through the selfless impartation of knowledge of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, mankind would continue to build on the knowledge of their predecessors and advance to greater heights. Indeed, the enmity between the otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind is also slowly being repaired. Even though it's impossible to sever the chains of hatred right away, I believe that, with time, all scars will eventually fade," Xianxia said as he explained the current situation with the otherworldly demonic tribe as well. Kong Shi smiled a little as he looked at Xianxia and asked, "You have been to Starchaser Island, right? Did you notice that the indigenous population living there are very similar to the otherworldly demonic tribe?" "Yes, I did notice it." Xianxia nodded in response. "Do you know the story behind it?" Kong Shi nodded. "In truth, the otherworldly demonic tribe and the indigenous population of Starchaser Island come from the same origin. They are gods who have been exiled." "Gods who have been exiled?" Xianxia frowned. "Hold on a moment. I heard from Elder Han Jianqiu that those living on Starchaser Island are the indigenous population of the Forsaken Continent. Is that not true? Aside from Starchaser Palace, the cultivators of the six sects proclaimed themselves as gods who had been exiled, whereas those living on Starchaser Island were the indigenous population. Why was Kong Shi saying the opposite?" Hearing Xianxia's response, Kong Shi smiled a little and said, "The other five sects are just trying to give themselves a better name, if they are truly the exiled gods. Isn't it odd that only Starchaser Palace has an altar to hold rituals to connect with the firmament?" That question stumped Xianxia. He had never thought about it like that. Kong Shi's argument was perfectly logical. Kong Shi shook his head before continuing. "A better background and reputation go a long way to developing a power. As time passes, what is false eventually becomes viewed as the truth and vice versa. Who can differentiate between statements that can hardly be verified anymore?" Xianxia fell silent. It was similar to how kings would proclaim themselves as beings chosen by the gods and embed all kinds of legends to their rule, making it seem as if they were the true son of heaven. Legitimacy could be a powerful tool indeed if people believed in it. It seemed like the same had happened to the Forsaken Continent as well. Those of the other five sects proclaimed themselves as the exiled gods, and as time passed, people began to believe these falsehoods. In the end, they even labeled the true exiled gods as the indigenous population. But if they are gods, why would they carry such overwhelming killing intent within them? Xianxia asked doubtfully. In truth, it did not matter to him who the true exiled gods were. After all, he was not taking any sides, and he viewed himself as a mere passerby in the azure. "It probably has something to do with the firmament. That's beyond the scope of my knowledge." Kong Shi shook his head. "I see." Xianxia nodded slowly before raising his head to look at Kong Shi once more. "I still have some questions that I hope you can clarify for me." "Speak your mind." "Kong Shi, you have been in the azure for several thousand years now. Are you unable to break free of the dimension barrier and ascend to the firmament?" This was what had confounded Xianxia deeply. There was no doubt about Kong Shi's talents and capabilities. Even he, in less than a month since his arrival, was able to reach a level where he was just a single step away from reaching the semi-divinity realm. Given so, How could the world's teacher possibly remain bound there for several thousand years? Reaching the firmament isn't as easy as you think. Furthermore, when I entered the Hall of Gods alone and clashed with the gods back then, while I did manage to acquire a sun god character, I ended up sustaining significant injuries as well. I had to go into a coma in order to recover, and it was only recently that I managed to regain my consciousness. Kong Shi halted his words there with a conflicted look on his face. It seemed like he was unwilling to speak about the past anymore. If it's not convenient for you to speak, I won't inquire any more about that, Xianxia said. However, there is one matter that I would like to seek clarification from you about. You gave me a token that allowed me to purchase any cultivation resources from the Ethereal Hall for free a while ago. However, why is it that I encountered an attack from the Hall of Gods each time I used it? This was the matter that made Xianxia deeply doubtful about Kong Shi. If he could not clarify this issue, he would never be able to fully trust Kong Shi. Regarding that, I'll have to apologize to you. It's an unforgivable oversight on my part, Kong Shi said apologetically. In the years that I was in a coma, the influence of the Hall of Gods managed to seep into the Ethereal Hall, and many of my subordinates have secretly pledged loyalty to the Hall of Gods. The one whom I entrusted to forge the token was a deeply trusted confidant of mine, but it turns out that he was in collusion with the Hall of Gods all this time. I sentenced that confidant to death after learning of this matter. Over the past few days, I was busy trying to track down and apprehend the spies of the Hall of Gods, which was also why I was unable to meet you at the heaven-anchoring boulder prior to the descent of the Azure Bridge. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen into the trap of the Hall of Gods. Xianxia contemplated for a moment before nodding slightly. He could not find any logical loopholes in Kong Shi's story, and the latter appeared deeply earnest. Since you are currently the head of 4 sects, you should have heard about how I have borrowed the guardian artifacts of the evanescent Immortal Sect and Black Mirror Citadel, right? Kong Shi asked. Xianxia nodded in response. I have my own plans for borrowing those artifacts. I'm hoping to use them to free the Forsaken Continent from the rule of the Hall of Gods. I heard that you have clashed with the Hall of Gods on several occasions, so I believe you are aware of their strength. I knew that I would need more trump cards up my sleeves. While the guardian artifacts of the 6 sects haven't reached the semi-divinity realm yet, they harness the thoughts and wills of countless experts from the past several thousand years, granting them astounding prowess, Kong Shi explained. If that was really true, it would have been a huge misunderstanding from his part. Now that I have clarified all of the questions you have, there are some important things that I have to tell you. Kong Shi looked at Xianxia grimly as he spoke. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly activated an isolation formation to sever the space around them from the real world before he spoke further. Do you know that you are already nearing the end of your life? Nearing the end of my life? Xianxia was completely mystified by Kong Shi's abrupt words. The only threat he was facing at the moment was the Hall of Gods. Why was he nearing the end of his life then? Indeed, Kong Shi said. He placed his hands behind his back as a glint flashed in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you have a fragment of the heavens in you, right? You? Xianxia was shocked by what he had just heard. The Library of Heaven's Path had been his greatest secret all this while, but it felt like it was getting exposed far too easily in recent days. First the chief of the Hall of Gods, and now it was shown that Kong Shi knew about it as well. He felt as if his secrets were being laid bare to the world, and this left him feeling deeply uncomfortable. A slight frown made its way onto his forehead. You are wondering how I knew of the matter, right? A little amused by Xianxia's bewildered face, Kong Shi chuckled a little before he spoke. There's no need to be too nervous. The truth is that I'm just like you. I have a fragment of the heavens within me as well. You also have the library as well. Xianxia's eyes nearly bulged from his eyes. When he heard about Kong Shi's experiences on the Master-Teacher continent, he had wondered if Kong Shi had the Library of Heaven's Path as well. That would have explained why the latter was able to come up with perfect cultivation techniques and advance his cultivation so swiftly. However, thinking that the chances were incredibly slim, he eventually dropped the idea. Library? Kong Shi was slightly taken aback by Xianxia's question. No, that's not it. What I have acquired is the space-time jurisdiction of the heavens, otherwise known as the heavens order. Heavens order? Just like how the noon sun falls and the full moon wanes, all beings in the world have to obey a certain order. When it comes to order, the very foundation of it lies in that of space and time, Xianxia said. Space and time were the very fundamental elements required to create order in this intrinsically chaotic world. They served as the very basis of the development of natural cycles, and they were required for life to blossom. Without them, the world would have been nothing but chaos. As such, space and time were viewed as the most primordial law of the entire world, otherwise known as the First Order. That would explain why Xianxia was able to come up with the great codex of spring and autumn, which harnessed both the powers of time and space. Even when placed in the library of Heaven's Path, it was still able to form its own individual chamber. It was likely that the Heavens Order was an ability that wouldn't pale in comparison to the library of Heaven's Path. Previously, when he saw Xiao's word of law bloodline ability in person, he was filled with curiosity as to just what the ability Xianxia had comprehended was. After hearing this, everyone immediately clicked together perfectly like puzzle pieces. It was out of Xiaoxia's desire to bring order to the world that he created the Master-Teacher Pavilion and organized the unique occupations and their heritage. Due to that, mankind enjoyed persistent growth over the past tens of thousands of years, granting them the power to stand against even the innately powerful otherworldly demonic tribe. Without order, it's impossible to build anything significant, Xianxia nodded in response. Following that, he looked at Xianxia with confusion in his eyes as he asked, "Could it be that the fragment of the heavens you have acquired has nothing to do with order? You mentioned a library earlier, right?" Despite knowing that Xianxia had a fragment of the heavens, he had no way of knowing what was the ability that the young man wielded. The heavens were vast and all-encompassing, such that it was nigh impossible to comprehend their entirety. Yes, that's indeed what I mentioned earlier. While I said that it was a library, if I'm not mistaken, I think it should be Heaven's Imperfections. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. Those were the words that surfaced in his mind when he first awakened the Library of Heaven's Path. It was due to this ability that the Library of Heaven's Path was able to see through the flaws of all beings and uncover the most correct path forward. He had come a long way together with it. Heaven's order and Heaven's imperfections, Xianxia muttered contemplatively before his eyes lit up. I see. Xianxia, you mentioned earlier that I'm coming to the end of my life. Does that have something to do with my Heaven's imperfections? Xianxia asked. Indeed, Xianxia nodded. Receiving a fragment of the heavens is a huge fortuitous encounter. It's something that all cultivators would dream of. However, this power comes at a huge cost. As you use it more and more often, you will slowly be assimilated by the heavens, thus eventually losing your own will. Xianxia was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing before. However, one thing he did notice was that the Library of Heaven's Path was getting stronger and stronger with time. On top of that, he had also become extremely reliant on it, such that it was difficult for him to proceed on if he didn't have any Heaven's Path divine art with him. Could this be an effect of the assimilation of the heavens? The power of heavens always exists as a double-edged blade. When there's gain, there's bound to be loss as well. You are able to cultivate swiftly with the fragment of the heavens, but that doesn't come without a cost. If I'm not mistaken, the technique you cultivate should be a cultivation technique of the heavens, right? Xianxia asked with a stern look in his eyes. You have come a long way with it, but have you realized that there's a pitch-black gaseous substance that is lurking in the depths of your body? No matter how you try to purge it, be it through heavenly flames or lightning, it simply wouldn't budge at all. Those words made Xianxia stunned for a moment before he nodded. I did notice something like that. Are you referring to the thing hidden in the innate fetal poison? One of your soul fragments mentioned it to me back at the Master-Teacher continent. Xianxia was initially a little worried about the matter, but as nothing happened all this while, he decided to pay no heed to it, and eventually, he forgot about it even. It was only when Xianxia mentioned it once more did it finally strike him once more. Thinking back, Xiaxia's soul fragment did warn him about the matter, just that there was no time to go into details back then. With a grim look on his face, Kong Shi said, "Indeed, take a closer look at it right now. Do you notice anything different about it from the last time you paid notice to it?" "Different?" Xianxia immediately channeled his consciousness into his body to take a closer look. A moment later, his body stiffened. "It seems like it has gotten much bigger than before. Furthermore, it's no longer pitch black anymore. Rather, it appears to be a little grayish instead. Previously, the gaseous remains were only about a finger's length. As it was simply too small, Xianxia wasn't able to catch a clear glimpse at it, so it looked black to him then. However, with it growing twofold the size of before, it somewhat resembled a tiny snake coiling within his body." "That's exactly it," Kong Shi nodded. "Did you notice any anomalies regarding it previously?" Xianxia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That thing had been in his body for a very long time now, but he had never been able to make sense as to what it really was. Naturally, he didn't notice anything anomalous regarding it. It didn't hinder his cultivation nor his flow of Jinqi at all, so he didn't think that it was harmful to his body. "Try to use the ability of your heaven's imperfections. Make sure to focus your attention on the grayish gaseous substance," Kong Shi said. "I'll give it a try," Xianxia thought as he turned to the formation which Kong Shi had just set up and willed, "Flaws." "Who?" The library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a book filled with the details of the formation was materialized. Xianxia casually scanned through the details, and he had to admit that he was really deeply impressed. Kong Shi's comprehension of formations had reached an incredible level, such that he was able to set up an impeccable formation so casually. This was something that even the current him was unable to pull off. "How is it? Do you notice any difference?" Kong Shi asked. Xianxia had been paying attention to the gaseous substance all along, and he couldn't help but frown. "There doesn't seem to be any changes at all." "No, that's not right. It seems to have grown by a little. It's stronger than before." The increment was extremely slight, such that it was imperceptible through one's eyes. Nevertheless, Xianxia was still able to notice a very small difference after he used the library of Heaven's Path. "Indeed, it should have grown by a little," Kong Shi nodded in response. "Every single time you use the Heaven's imperfections, the gaseous substance would bulk up by a bit." Xianxia was slightly taken aback by this bizarre situation. "But why didn't I sense anything before then?" Those at his cultivation realm were extremely sensitive to the changes in their bodies. Under normal circumstances, no matter how slight the increment was, he should have still been able to notice it. Kong Shi answered the question. "The battle techniques and artifacts on the Master-Teacher continent are relatively weaker, such that even if you use the Heaven's imperfections on them, the growth of the gaseous substance would be insignificant. However, it's different now that you are on the Azure. As your ability grows, the side effects will become more and more severe. The side effects have been insignificant so far, but they will start showing as you proceed on to semi-divinity realm and beyond. To use an analogy, it would be similar to the difference of pulling an empty cart and pulling a cart filled with all sorts of objects. It went without saying that one would wear out faster pulling a heavier cart. The items on the Azure were of a much higher tier than that of the Master-Teacher continent, so it was more demanding on his library of Heaven's Path too. As a result, the grayish gaseous substance was produced in greater amounts as well. "Is the grayish gaseous substance fatal?" Xianxia shuddered a little as he asked. "It would be a blessing if it's only fatal," Kong Shi said with a bitter smile. "What's even more frightening is that the grayish gaseous substance will only continue building up within you, and there's nothing that can be done to erase it. As time goes by, it will assimilate you into a part of the heavens, making you lose your sense of self." Xianxia's body stiffened up. His gut feeling told him that what Kong Shi had told him was very likely to be real. He had tried many means to remove the gaseous substance in the past, but to no avail. Given so, it would only continue to build on in his body, causing him to fuse together as one with the library of Heaven's Path. Eventually, he might become a being devoid of feelings and consciousness. If so, how would he be different from being dead? "Could it be that you are also?" A thought flashed across Xianxia's mind, and he quickly turned his gaze back to Kong Shi once more. The person standing before him also possessed a fragment of the heavens as well, wielding the ability of heaven's order. Furthermore, based on what he had heard from the other party back on the Master-Teacher continent, it would appear that the other party was bothered by grayish gaseous substance as well. Indeed, I was in the same plight as you as well. I didn't have the ability to get rid of the grayish gaseous substance, and I nearly lost my sense of self as a result. It's fortunate that I noticed it before it was too late and successfully resolved the problem, Kong Shi replied. You managed to resolve the issue? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. He quickly clasped his fist and said, I beseech you to impart to me the method of overcoming this problem. I'll be deeply grateful to you for it. He deeply appreciated the ability of the Library of Heaven's Path. It had saved him on many occasions, and it had allowed him to grow at an exponential rate as well. However, it would be all meaningless if he were to lose his life as a result of that. No matter what, he had to cure himself of the gaseous substance. It seemed like it would be best for him to avoid using the Library of Heaven's Path in the short run. The solution is surprisingly simple. Kong Shi looked at Xianxia with a deep gaze as he spoke. It's just a question of whether you are willing to make a sacrifice or not. What kind of sacrifice would I have to make? Xianxia asked. The reason behind the accumulation of the gaseous substance in your body is because it's against the laws of nature for a human to wield the might of the heavens, Kong Shi explained. As long as you are willing to sever your connection with the Library of Heaven's Path, you'll no longer face the threat of being assimilated by the heavens. Sever my connection with the Library of Heaven's Path? Indeed, the heavens are not an existence that humans are able to control with their strength. If you continue keeping it within your body, it's only a matter of time before you become a puppet of the heavens, Kong Shi said. You said that the ability you have acquired is heaven's imperfections, but why are the cultivation techniques you practice flawless then? Isn't that a loophole in itself? Those words struck a deep chord with Xianxia. This paradox had indeed been weighing on his mind for quite a while now. If even the heavens were flawed, how could the Heaven's Path divine art be truly flawless? No, that's not it. It appears flawless to me now, but it doesn't mean that it would remain so in the other worlds, Xianxia thought. His cultivation had gone berserk once due to this matter, and it was Luo Ruoxin's pendant who had saved his life then. Perfection was a concept that could only be applied in a limited context. Across different worlds, there would be different laws of nature. Naturally, flaws that didn't exist before might have started appearing. As such, the Heaven's Path divine art couldn't be said to be a completely perfect cultivation technique. At the very most, it could only be said to be the cultivation technique that was most aligned with the heavens in the world he currently was in. Xianxia didn't say those words aloud, choosing to ask another question instead. Kong Shi, does this mean that you have severed the heavens order from you? Indeed. I have torn the heavens order out of my body, similar to how I rejected my title as the Celestial Master Teacher back then. One has to give up something in order to gain something. Only by paving your own way will you be able to ascend to greater heights, Kong Shi said as he looked into the distance with a deep look in his eyes. Then, he turned to look at Xianxia and smiled. I believe that you already have an idea of what you should do. Xianxia fell deep in thought. Back then, if he hadn't rejected his identity as a Celestial Master Teacher, he wouldn't have successfully advanced to become an ancient sage, and naturally, he wouldn't have managed to come to where he was either. Xianxia was skeptical about the notion of abandoning the Library of Heaven's Path, but there were some grains of truth in what Kong Shi was saying. Was this the path he had to take in order to not be limited by the heavens and advance to greater heights? With many doubts bubbling in his mind, Xianxia turned to Kong Shi and asked, The heavens' imperfections is intricately connected to me as a being. How can I sever my connection with it? The Library of Heaven's Path was connected to his soul, which was why he was able to use it even in his soul form. Even when he severed his soul to create his clone back then, the entirety of the Library of Heaven's Path still remained with him. Given so, he couldn't imagine any way how he could possibly sever the Library of Heaven's Path from him. Aren't I a living example of its feasibility? Kong Shi chuckled. I have been through the process, so I am familiar with the procedures. It might sound unbelievable to you at the moment, but the procedures are actually extremely simple. In fact, you have just encountered something similar to it earlier. You are referring to the ritual which the chief of the Hall of Gods used? Xianxia asked as his eyes widened slightly. Indeed, Shi nodded. I used that method to sever the heavens order away from me back then, and I suppose that's how the Hall of Gods figured out that it's possible for them to do the same to you in order to take away your heaven's imperfections. If there is such a huge loophole in the power of the heavens, why would the chief of the Hall of Gods desire to acquire my heaven's imperfections? Xianxia was slightly stumped. Just as what Shi had said, a person who harnessed the heavens would eventually be assimilated, losing his sense of self. Most people would try to stay away from something as dangerous as that, so it didn't seem to make sense for the chief of the Hall of Gods to go to such lengths in order to acquire it. It's always those that we don't have that appears to be the best for us. Besides, everyone has their own pursuits. You and I, what we are aiming for is to ascend to the firmament and view the world from a higher angle. On the other hand, the chief of the Hall of Gods hopes to consolidate power on the Forsaken Continent. Given the differences in our goals, it's inevitable that what we hope to acquire would be different as well, Shi explained. I understand. Xianxia nodded. The scope of one's ambitions would eventually dictate one's altitude. Those with greater ambitions would continuously strive for higher grounds, whereas those with humble dreams would limit themselves to what they could see and what was currently within reach. But the altar is currently with the Hall of Gods at the moment, right? It won't be easy to take it away from them, Xianxia said with a deep frown. If the method of removing the Library of Heaven's Path was the same as what the chief of the Hall of Gods used, it was likely that they would need to make use of the Starchaser Palace's altar, and they would also need Du Qingyuan around to conduct the ritual. Given that those two were currently in the hands of the Hall of Gods at the moment, they wouldn't be able to do it at least in the short term. That's a needless worry. Look at what I have over here. With a light chuckle, Shi flicked his wrist. Who? An altar immediately materialized in the room. You took the altar from the Hall of Gods. Xianxia could hardly believe his eyes. While fending against the assault of the 8 semi-divinities to save him, the other party was actually still able to take away the altar as well. The other party's capabilities were truly terrifying. But just having the altar isn't sufficient. Based on what I know, the rituals are extremely intricate, and something of that level would surely require Palace Master Du. I have learned the ritual myself back then, and I'm confident that I would be able to carry it out even more smoothly than her. Shi replied confidently. Is that so? I guess there's nothing for me to nitpick anymore then. Shall we begin? Xianxia burst into laughter before nodding in agreement. Shi nodded. With a light wave of his hand, a pile of treasures fell on top of the altar. Muttering a huge chunk of obscure chants, a blue flame came to life on the altar. You may head over now, Shi commanded. Xianxia nodded as he began walking toward the altar. However, in the next moment, Shi suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. I need you to pass the pendant you are wearing over to me first. My pendant? Xianxia halted his footsteps to look at Shi. I saw it during the ritual earlier. There is something off about the pendant you are wearing. It's binding the Library of Heaven's Path to you, preventing anything from severing its connection to you. I'm worried that it might hinder the ritual. Don't worry. I'll just hold it for you for the time being, and I'll return it to you at the end of the ritual, Shi explained. Xianxia was a little hesitant, but eventually he took out his pendant and passed it over. Taking the pendant away from Xianxia, Shi's lips crept up into a smile as he kept it into his storage ring. Then he urged Xianxia to quickly make his way over to the altar. Xianxia took a step forward, but in the next moment, he turned around with a hint of worry and asked, Will I be fine after the Library of Heaven's Path is removed from my body? He was well aware that the Library of Heaven's Path had become a part of himself. Even though Shi had reassured him that he was fine, he still couldn't help but worry about the matter. The fact that I'm standing here before you should answer your question. I understand your worries, but you'll be fine, Kong Shi replied. Hearing those words, Xianxia finally leaped up and landed above the flames. To prevent any accidents from happening, I'll have to seal you in place for the time being. It's to prevent the backlash of the heavens, Kong Shi said as he raised his hand. Boom! Right after those words were spoken, a powerful might descended from the heavens. Chains similar to that of the Hall of Gods wrapped themselves rightly around Xianxia before he could even react, binding him tightly against the altar. Caught off guard by that move, Xianxia frowned. I'll be starting the ritual. With a smile on his lips, Kong Shi flicked his hand once more, and another identical altar appeared beneath his feet. Blue flames rose from the altar too, swallowing Kong Shi whole. No, that's not right. You are intending to take my library of heaven's path and implant it over to your body, Xianxia exclaimed. After seeing what Kong Shi was doing, how could he possibly still remain oblivious to what the other party was up to? You realized it? However, it seems to be a little too late. Kong Shi laughed coldly before he started chanting once more. The flames on the two altars swiftly intensified, growing brighter and brighter. Why? Didn't you say that the heavens would assimilate and turn one into a puppet? Xianxia struggled, but he found that he was tightly bound to the altar. It was impossible for him to escape at all. I wasn't lying when I said that. However, without a stepping stone like that, how can one rise to greater heights? Do you think that it's really possible for an individual to become a god based on just his talents alone? How naive must you be to believe that one can tear open the doorway to the firmament that easily? Kong Shi scoffed coldly. You are deluding yourself. I have been foiled once, and I am not going to make the same mistake again. Back then, I left a sliver of my will back at the Qiu Wu Palace in order to capture you. You were weak then, and I should have been able to succeed easily, but that darned woman beside you interfered with my plans. The Qiu Wu Palace? Xianxia was stunned. Memories were slowly floating back to him. Back then, in the crystal ball that controlled the Qiu Wu Palace, he encountered the will left behind by Kong Shi. The latter was in the midst of giving him a warning when he suddenly raised his palm. But before anything could happen, Luo Ruoxin suddenly called for him, bringing him back to the real world. Back then, he had a lingering suspicion that Luo Ruoxin had done it intentionally in order to prevent him from hearing what Kong Shi had to say. However, he eventually chose to trust Luo Ruoxin on that matter, so he chose not to think too much into it. But based on what he was hearing right now, it turned out that Luo Ruoxin was trying to save him. If not for Luo Ruoxin snapping him out of it, he might have had his library of Heaven's Path taken away from him back then. It might have been the end of him if that were to happen. His cultivation was still very weak back then, such that the ritual could have very well caused the dissipation of his soul. Several other thoughts swiftly arose in Xianxia's mind, and he quickly asked, does that mean that the descent of the ancient sage Forden deity on the Kungsu domain back then was your doing too? Back then, when the ancient sage Forden deity crawled down from the azure, he had mentioned something about a sect leader. After learning of the existence of the six sects, he had been wondering if the culprit had been one of them. After all, breaching the dimension barrier was no easy feat. Even if it had been weakened, an ancient sage Forden cultivator shouldn't have been able to do it so easily, especially when there was no ritual on the other side to summon him. However, as he went from one sect to the other, none of them seemed to have been behind this matter, and that had left him a little puzzled. However, if the ethereal hall was the one behind it, everything would make sense. After all, as someone who had come from the master-teacher continent, Kong Shi definitely knew about the pathway leading to the Kungsu domain. That could also be why the deity was so interested in acquiring Kong Shiyao's bloodline, which was said to be the purest bloodline from Kong Shi over the past tens of thousands of years. If that deity had succeeded, his talents would surely have been brought to greater heights, and he would have been even more highly regarded by Kong Shi himself. You are quite sharp. I was indeed the one who dispatched him to guard that entrance. Kong Shi admitted to the matter. But on the other side of the passageway are your students and descendants. Do their life and death mean nothing to you at all? Xianxia was unable to believe what he was hearing. The man before him was known to have used even the body of his students in order to prevent the mercury-like spiritual energy from falling onto the master-teacher continent and causing great devastation. Not only so, he also tasked the 100 schools of philosophers to guard the Kungsu domain as well. The reason why he did so was to ensure the better development of mankind. So, why would he go the extent of dispatching someone down to kill even Kong Shiyao? Xianxia could understand why Kong Shi wanted to deal with him. After all, the Library of Heaven's Path was an invaluable treasure. If the other party could acquire it together with the Heaven's Order, he would have nothing to fear anymore. It would provide him with the impetus he required for push a higher level. Perhaps, he might even be able to break open the dimension barrier and ascend up to the firmament. It would be expecting too much of Kong Shi to presume that he was completely selfless. However, it didn't make sense that he would leave his offspring and disciples to the lurch. As the world's teacher who was known for his benevolence on the master-teacher continent, it was unthinkable for him to change so much just because he had headed to the Azure. It was almost as if he was a different person. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. You aren't Kong Shi. Atrocious. How dare you say that I'm not Kong Shi? Casting aside the refined disposition he had been putting on till now, Kong Shi looked at Xianxia with an expression warped with savagery. Why am I not him? Why don't you tell me just what is it that makes me so different from him? Kong Shi is someone who embraces the entire world with his benevolence. He would never do those things you have done. Xianxia shook his head as he replied. He had never met Kong Shi in person before, but his deeds and beliefs clearly created great ripples across the world, allowing one to fathom who he was as a person. It was indeed possible for a person to put on a persona, but it was impossible for someone to maintain a persona for so many years, especially when one had reached the peak of the world. Embraces the whole world with his benevolence? Ha ha ha! What a joke! Even if I kill you right here and right now, the whole world would still think of me as a benevolent man. Kong Shi sneered coldly. Kong Shi hastened his chance, inducing the flames on the altar to crackle furiously. Felt like Xianxia was going to be swallowed whole. However, instead of panicking, Xianxia calmed down instead. With a look of pity in his eyes, he sighed. All along, I thought that you were someone worthy of respect. I guess I was wrong. Whatever library you have in you will be mine very soon. Once you lose your control over the heavens, you will suffer the backlash of the heavens and be crushed by it. Your flesh and bones will be ground to dust. Say all you want, but nothing will change the outcome anymore. Kong Shi replied with a smirk, paying no heed to what Xianxia was saying at all. Xianxia was someone who cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art. It was with the protection of the Library of Heaven's Path that the heavens had been unable to do anything about this aberrance of nature. However, the moment Xianxia lost his Library of Heaven's Path, he would immediately be crushed by the rules. There was no way he would be able to survive this. Is that so? A nonchalant voice echoed in the air. Kong Shi was taken aback. He could see that the voice wasn't coming from Xianxia at all, so who could be the one speaking then? Alarmed, he quickly turned around, only to see another Xianxia standing not too far away with a disappointed look on his face. All along, while he did not share the same reverence for Kong Shi as the rest on the master-teacher continent, the other party was indeed someone that he had respected deeply. To think that the other party turned out to be such a person instead. You! On the other hand, Kong Shi would have never expected that another Xianxia would appear all of a sudden. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. The Hall of Gods has been trying to capture me all along. How could I possibly not prepare a hand before stepping in its trap? The one which you have been trying to extract, the Library of Heaven's Path, has been my clone all along. Xianxia replied with a shake of his head. Prior to entering the Hall of Gods, he swapped places with his clone, choosing to house himself temporarily inside the storage ring. It was for this reason that he was able to remain unharmed even while Kong Shi was jumping through dimensions with him. The reason why he had his clone to go along with whatever Kong Shi was doing was to uncover the true answer from him. It was just that he didn't think that the answer he received would be so disappointing. Very well. Very well. I would have expected nothing less than a person chosen by the heavens. Of course, it should have never been so easy. It couldn't possibly have been so easy, Kong Shi murmured with a frenzied expression on his face. But it doesn't make a difference at all. Did you think that I would allow you to leave this area safely, especially now that you have appeared before me on your own accord? Boom! With a light step, Kong Shi walked out from the flames, and a powerful aura rippled across the entire hall. It felt like the surrounding space would cave in at any moment and collapse on them. Kong Shi had single-handedly defeated 8 semi-divinities back at the Hall of Gods, which meant that he was at least several times stronger than Xianxia. Don't you think that it goes both ways? Why would I appear before you just to run away? Xianxia scoffed. Since everything is pretty much out now, why don't you satisfy the final curiosity of mine? Has the Hall of Gods already fallen under your control as well? From Fuchenzi to the illusory chief of the Hall of Gods, the silhouette of Kong Shi could be seen all around the Hall of Gods. I have massacred the chief and the warriors of the Hall of Gods. They are pawns which the firmament has dispatched here in order to suppress the azure, so all of them deserve to die. I will create a new world in the azure. I will lead this world to unprecedented greatness. The Hall of Gods and the Ethereal Hall are both under my control, so no matter where you run to, you will never be able to escape from me. Kong Shi laughed. The current chief of the Hall of Gods was him, and the one who kidnapped Du Qingyuan was also him. The main reason behind that was because he wanted to steal Xianxia's library of Heaven's Path and make it his own. I don't have any more questions, Xianxia said. Then, he turned to his clone on the altar and shouted, "What are you fooling around for? Hurry up and get down here." Yes, yes. The body of the clone immediately became as flimsy as noodle strands, allowing him to slip through the metal chains that bound him and move over to Xianxia's side. At the same time, the clone drove his Jinqi as well, causing a powerful aura to burst forth from him. Just like Kong Shi, he had reached semi-divinity realm as well. Hula! After that, Xianxia brought out the blackback tortoise, the 3 shark brothers, the serpentine dragon, and the others, as well as all of the weapons he had in his possession. Clap, clap. Wonderful. You sure have prepared many trump cards in advance. Kong Shi nodded as he clapped his hands resoundingly. However, it's still far from sufficient. I am the man who was known as the world's teacher. As he spoke, he took a step forward and pressed his palm downward. The blackback tortoise, the 3 shark brothers, and the other beasts were immediately forced to the ground, unable to take a step at all. They were all at semi-divinity realm, but these beasts were simply far too weak compared to Kong Shi, such that they weren't even worth a fight. They aren't enough in your eyes, but in my view you aren't anything either. The clone burst into laughter. So, it dashed forward and sent a punch right toward Kong Shi. Pung pung. As the clone traded blows with Kong Shi, the surrounding space immediately began shattering under the immense strain. Even when they were at the same cultivation realm, Xianxia was no match for his clone, not to mention that his clone had already reached semi-divinity realm. In terms of strength, his clone was nowhere weaker than that of Kong Shi. Furthermore, the clone's indestructible body made it a huge headache to deal with. Despite Kong Shi's overwhelming strength, he actually found himself unable to do anything about the clone in the short term. How can a clone like you possibly be so powerful? Kong Shi could hardly believe his eyes. He had been paying close attention to Xianxia ever since the latter ascended to the azure. Even though the various attempts he had made to capture Xianxia eventually ended in failure, he still had a rough gauge as to just how powerful Xianxia was, but he was never aware that Xianxia actually had a clone, and he would have never imagined that his clone would be so powerful at that. Having lived for several thousand years, he could be considered as a man who stood at the very peak of the azure, making him an existence unrivaled by the others. Otherwise, there was no way he could have managed to massacre the experts of the Hall of Gods and replace all of them, but despite so, he actually found himself unable to do anything about this clone. Just what in the world was happening over here? Get him together! Paying no heed to Kong Shi's shock, Xianxia waved his hand and undone the formation that weighed down on the beasts in the area, allowing them to return to their feet. Hong Long, The 8 semi-divinity realm beasts and the dozen semi-divinity artifacts formed a massive formation that constantly attacked Kong Shi's blind spots. Kong Shi was already fighting a close battle with the clone, so how could he cope with a bunch of disruptors eyeing him closely from the sidelines to constantly disrupt him whenever he revealed an opening? In just a few moments, he was already struck squarely in the chest, causing him to be pushed back before crashing heavily onto the ground. Kill him! With a strike finally connecting, the clone immediately rushed forward to follow up with another punch. The might of his strike felt strong enough to rip the space into two. You bastards! If not for the fact that I have been suppressed by him for several thousand years and haven't fully recovered yet, did you think that the likes of you would have been able to injure me? Humph! There's no way I'll be killed by the lot of you on my own home ground. Who? With a quick leap, Kong Shi instantaneously traversed through space and disappeared from the spot. Quick, we need to leave! Along with Kong Shi's disappearance, Xianxia immediately sensed that something was amiss, so he swiftly kept all of the artifacts and beasts back into his storage ring and tamed Beast Sack respectively before entering his own storage ring himself. Who? Carrying the storage ring, his clone swiftly dashed in a certain direction. That was where the weakest point of the guardian formation of the ethereal hall. Xianxia had told his clone about it earlier through their telepathic connection. Boom! But before his clone could tear through the formation and leave, the entire ethereal hall suddenly burst apart, causing devastating infernos and powerful shockwaves to sweep into the surroundings, threatening to tear the world apart. The clone that had yet to leave was immediately sliced into two by one of the spatial rifts rippling into the surroundings. Who? The two halves of the clone quickly linked back together before continuing to rush his way out. It was fortunate that the one who was struck was the clone. If it had been Xianxia instead, that single strike would have really killed him through and through. After escaping to safe grounds, Xianxia came out of his storage ring. Looking back at the tattered space where the ethereal hall used to exist, Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. That bastard actually set up so many destructive formations in his own base of operations. He's far more vicious than I have thought. If not for his swift reaction, all of them could have been obliterated along with the ethereal hall. Quick! Take a look around the area to see where he has gone to. We mustn't allow him to escape, Xianxia instructed. Nodding his head, his clone quickly searched the area. Along with the explosion, the headquarters of the ethereal hall was pretty much wiped off the face of the world. It was hard to tell whether it was empty from the start, or that everyone inside had died along with the explosion. He has probably escaped. The clone had searched the area, but he was unable to find Kong Shi. As powerful as Kong Shi was, he was only able to equal Xianxia's clone in prowess. If he had to face so many semi-divinity realm beasts and artifacts on top of that, there was a good chance that he would be the one to be defeated at the very end. Thus, after exploding the Hall of Gods, he immediately fled the area. This left Xianxia feeling deeply helpless. He tried scanning the area with the Eye of Insight as well, but he was unable to find any traces of Kong Shi around. It was indeed very likely that the latter had managed to escape. He had thought of many possibilities beforehand, but he didn't think that Kong Shi would actually run away from him. That was the world's teacher, the strongest existence of the master-teacher continent. He was someone whom no one dared to disrespect for the past tens of thousands of years. He couldn't imagine just what had happened for the other party to become like this. In fact, if he were to send the news back to the master-teacher continent, it was likely that the master-teacher pavilion and 100 schools of philosophers would view him as their greatest enemy for besmirching Kong Shi. Your pendant! The clone turned to look at Xianxia. Kong Shi had escaped, but the pendant was still in the other party's hands. That's a fake. After finding out that Fuchenzi was colluding with the Hall of Gods, I have been suspecting that there's something wrong with the ethereal hall. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had you substitute me before entering the Hall of Gods, Xianxia replied. He had never spoken his thoughts aloud, but that didn't hinder speculations from arising in his mind. Since he doubted Kong Shi's intentions, why in the world would he entrust Luo Ruoxin's pendant to the other party's hand? Luo Ruoxin had instructed him sternly to not take off the pendant no matter what happened. He wasn't so foolish as to hand it over just to bait Kong Shi. You managed to fool Kong Shi with a fake? The clone was slightly surprised. Even he was unaware of this matter. Xianxia had kept this a secret from him as well. In fact, Xianxia had never shared any information regarding Luo Ruoxin with him before. I was also perplexed about that as well. My guess is that he doesn't know where the pendant comes from and what kind of strength it wields either. Xianxia shook his head and said, to be honest, all he did was to place his blood essence inside the fake pendant. He had fully expected Kong Shi to see through it, but the latter simply took his word for it. Most likely, unlike the Library of Heaven's Path, the Heaven's Order that Kong Shi possessed was unable to discern the authenticity and flaws of objects. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Xian's mind. Have you not noticed it? The person who spoke was Vicious, who had just reached semi-divinity realm through cultivating on the circular platform too. Noticed it? Zhang Xian frowned. That fellow, he isn't the real Kong Shi. Vicious replied. Those words made Zhang Xian frown. Their soul auras are identical, and his comprehension of battle techniques has reached the same level as Heaven's Path battle techniques too. Zhang Xian didn't want to believe the other party was the world's teacher from the depths of his heart as well. But no matter how he looked at it, they were indeed the same person. It might be possible for someone to copy Kong Shi's soul aura, but surely there should be no way for one to copy the latter's comprehension of battle techniques as well? If not for his clone's breakthrough and the aid of so many semi-divinity realm beasts and artifacts, victory might not have been theirs to claim. To put it in other words, the other party was no weaker than him, who had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art. If the other party wasn't the real Kong Shi, honestly, Zhang Xian could think of no one else who could be so powerful. Furthermore, he was unable to peer through the other party's real identity through the Library of Heaven's Path as well. Other than someone who possessed the Heaven's Order, who else could possibly conceal themselves before the Library of Heaven's Path? I have crossed hands with Kong Shi many times in my lifetime, so I know very well just what kind of person he is. Even though the person whom you have encountered earlier appears to be identical to Kong Shi, I am certain that that fellow isn't him. If he was really Kong Shi, there's no way your clones and tamed beasts would have been able to defeat him so easily, Vicious said. Those words immediately sent Zhang Xian deep in thought. Back then, I captured a disciple of his quietly in order to lure him into a trap. He could have simply feigned ignorance so as to not put himself in danger, but he still charged right into my trap without any hesitation. Despite knowing that there was a real threat of death, he was still willing to charge forward bravely. He has been my nemesis for my entire lifetime, but at the same time, I respect him deeply for his character. There's no way he would have did earlier, Vicious said. Furthermore, if what that fellow said is true, there's no way he would try to take your heaven's imperfections when he already has the Heaven's Order. He would be digging his own grave if he tries to acquire two fragments of the heavens at once. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Even the threat from a single fragment of the heavens was enough to put one in great danger. If Kong Shi were to acquire the heaven's imperfections on top of that, there was a good chance that he would end up being assimilated by the heavens. But if the other party wasn't Kong Shi, who else could he possibly be? There's no point thinking so deeply into it. For the time being, I should focus on saving Du Qingyuan. She should know a little more about the matter. The altar had been taken away by Kong Shi, so there was no reason for him to linger in the area anymore. Zhang Xian quickly found the exit to the folded space and left this so-called headquarters of the ethereal hall, returning back to the Forsaken Continent. When he finally stepped through the passageway, he found that his surroundings were surprisingly familiar. He was floating in the midst of the ocean, and roughly 200 li away, there was a towering pillar, the heaven-anchoring boulder. Who could have thought that the headquarters of the elusive ethereal hall would actually be located so close to heaven-anchoring boulder? It was probably because none of the six sects had thought that such a thing would be possible that they had never tried checking the vicinity. Zhang Xian quickly made his way over to the heaven-anchoring boulder and scaled to its peak. Just as he had expected, the azure bridge had already vanished, and the faraway Hall of Gods had disappeared into the depths of the dark sky. Sect leader Zhang, you are fine? Seeing that Zhang Xian had returned alive, Han Jianxiu, Kuei Xiao, and the others were slightly stunned for a moment before heaving a deep sigh of relief. By the time the Azure Bridge retracted, Elder Hongwu and the others, who had successfully advanced to semi-divinity realm, had already returned back to the heaven-anchoring boulder. However, no matter how they waited, Zhang Xian simply didn't appear. They thought that the young man had encountered some kind of danger and was gone for good. But who could have thought that he would appear from the bottom of the heaven-anchoring boulder instead of from the Azure Bridge? It's a long story. Where is Bai Xiansheng and Gu Zhuiyun? Zhang Xian scanned the area and asked. Those two heads, who had defected to the ethereal hall, were nowhere to be seen on the heaven-anchoring boulder. They left hurriedly not too long after you have gotten onto the Azure Bridge. They didn't specify the details of where they are heading to, so we aren't too sure either, Han Jianxiu replied. They left shortly after we got onto the Azure Bridge? From the looks of it, it seemed like those two, one way or another, found out that he had managed to kill the geniuses of their sex, so they made sure to escape in advance. Given that more than 20 hours had passed since then, it would be impossible to find them again now. Do you know what other ways there are to enter the Hall of Gods other than through the Azure Bridge? Zhang Xian asked. The others shook their heads in response. If they knew, they wouldn't have to resort to waiting 100 years for each opportunity. There must be other paths to the Hall of Gods other than the Azure Bridge, Zhang Xian thought deeply. The fact that Kong Shi was able to enter the Hall of Gods and massacre the Hall of Gods showed that he had a way of entering the Hall of Gods without going through the Azure Bridge. Just the fact that he appeared earlier to save him was an anomaly in itself. The Azure Bridge shouldn't allow anyone whose cultivation had reached semi-divinity realm and was over 100 years of age to step onto it. But in any case, since the Azure Bridge had disappeared, there was no longer any point in remaining in the area. So Zhang Xian and the others quickly flew down the heaven-anchoring boulder. Before they could return back to the sea level, Wu Chun suddenly approached them. In order not to reveal his strength, he didn't scale to the top of the heaven-anchoring boulder together with the others. Instead, he had been standing guard here. Seeing Wu Chun, a thought suddenly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, and he asked, Wu Chun, has Palace Master Du ever mentioned any other ways into the Hall of Gods other than the Azure Bridge? Han Jianqiu and the others might be unaware of the other possible routes, but Du Qingyuan might just have a clue. She has never mentioned anything like that before. Wu Chun shook his head. Zhang Xian could only sigh helplessly. It seemed like he was pinning his hopes too much on Du Qingyuan. If the latter really knew that much, the Starchaser Palace should have long risen to an existence above the Sixth Sex. At the same time, it wouldn't have been so helpless when the Hall of Gods attacked it as well. Then, other than the evanescent boots, do you know any ways one could traverse through space? Zhang Xian turned to Han Jianxiu and the others and asked. Now that he thought about it, Kong Shi was wearing the evanescent boots when he traveled from the Hall of Gods back to the Ethereal Hall's headquarters. Perhaps the key to getting through the barrier left behind the gods and entering the Hall of Gods lay in it. Traversing through space. It's said to be a feat which only gods are able to pull off. Han Jianxiu and the others replied. A feat that only gods are able to pull off? Zhang Xian sighed deeply once more. If it was possible to reach the level of gods on the Azure, that Kong Shi would have surely long achieved it. He wouldn't have to bother resorting to stealing his library of Heaven's Path. After been through the Azure Bridge, he realized that reaching the level of the gods didn't just bank on one's talents. Most likely, this world was lacking in a certain quality that was required for one to make the final breakthrough. Without that quality, semi-divinity realm would be the invisible ceiling. No matter how much one cultivated, it would be impossible to overcome this limitation. Just as Zhang Xian was still helpless as to how he could return back to the Hall of Gods and save Du Qingyuan, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. Actually, I think I know of a plausible solution to do it. The one who had spoken was no other than Wu Chun. Zhang Xian immediately turned his gaze over and said, Tell me about it. Wu Chun began speaking. Under normal circumstances, it's indeed impossible to traverse through space. However, if you were to tap into the mysterious powers of a ritual, it might be possible to pull it off. That was also how Milady managed to overcome two-dimension barriers simultaneously back then. That answer made Xianxia slap his own face. How could he possibly have overlooked it when the answer had been right in front of him all along? In terms of overcoming dimension barriers, what could possibly be more efficient than the rituals of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Even Luo Ruoxin, as the spirit god, resorted to using such a method in order to traverse through the dimension barriers of the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent. Considering how he was using it to traverse through space in the same world, the difficulty should be much lower. Wu Chun pondered for a moment before adding on. However, such a method would require an altar on both sides. The trick is basically to establish a connection link between the two altars so as to send a person from the location of one altar to the other. Back when Xianxia was on the Master-Teacher continent, while he was dealing with the copper-masked Qingtian Emperor, he used this trick in order to send people from one altar to the other. If that's the case, it might really be possible to pull it off. It could be possible for us to enter the Hall of Gods even without the Azure Bridge. Xianxia said excitedly. He had no idea where Kong Shi would escape to, but out of safety considerations, there was a good chance that he would return back to the safe Hall of Gods. If so, Xianxia would be able to create a direct route to teleport him right over there. No matter what, it would be too dangerous to keep that Kong Shi alive. Who could predict when the latter would make his next move against him? Let's head to the Starchaser Palace. Xianxia instructed without any hesitation. Before long, Xianxia was already in the Starchaser Palace, and Elder Jiang Yao was standing right before him. This is the altar I used in order to impersonate our palace master, Elder Jiang Yao said as she took out the altar, as well as the various offerings required to hold a ritual. As a close aide of Du Qingyuan, she knew a lot about the rituals of the otherworldly demonic tribe. It didn't take long for the offerings to burn up, and a unique aura drifted forth from the altar. Xianxia quickly made his way to the top of the altar, waiting for the moment that he would be teleported to the Hall of Gods. However, even as all of the offerings were burned to cinders, he still remained standing on the same spot. The ritual didn't work. Elder Jiang Yao quickly tested it another time, but it didn't work out either. In the end, she shook her head and said, "It seems like only our guardian artifact is capable of pulling off teleportation. The other altars can still be used for conducting minor rituals, but the more major rituals are beyond its capability." The altar that Kong Shi had taken away was the guardian artifact of the Starchaser Palace. It went without saying that it wielded unique abilities. Considering how their goal was to transport a heavenly high immortal across a barrier created by the gods, they would definitely require something more than an ordinary altar. That won't work. It's very likely that the altar is in the Hall of Gods right now. Xianxia's posture slumped a little from disappointment. If that was the case, it would mean that their plan of getting to the Hall of Gods through a ritual wouldn't work out. "Young master, I know where we can find an altar that could be used to hold the ritual. If we return to the Master-Teacher continent and bring the altar used by the spirit tribe over, I believe that we should be able to conduct the ritual fine." Wu Chun suddenly interjected. "You are referring to the altar that you used to summon Palace Master Du back then?" Xianxia was stunned. Indeed. Given that the altar was able to bring Luo Ruoxin from the Azure to the Master-Teacher continent, even if it was not up to par to the guardian artifact of the Starchaser Palace, its effects should still be spectacular. If they could bring it over to the Azure to hold the ritual, it might just be possible to teleport him into the Hall of Gods. It was just that the altar was still in the Master-Teacher continent, so how was he supposed to get it? Back then, Luo Ruoxin only managed to descend to the Master-Teacher continent through a ritual summoning her. Furthermore, despite being a god, her cultivation still plunged all the way to Saint Realm as she fell to the Master-Teacher continent. Considering how he was only at Heavenly High Immortal Realm at the moment, even if he knew that it was possible to use that altar, there was no way he could head down to the Master-Teacher continent. That's right. And in fact, it might not be that difficult to return back to the Master-Teacher continent anymore too, Wu Chun said. Xianxia immediately looked toward Wu Chun. When Milady first descended to the Master-Teacher continent, the pathway between the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent was sealed. There was no route for her to get to the Master-Teacher continent, so she had no choice to barge her way through the dimension barrier. However, after the emergence of the Temple of Confucius, the spatial seal that blocked the passageway between the two worlds began eroding. In fact, when you were making your way over to the Azure, the passageway has already been reestablished. As long as you return via the pathway you used to come here, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to head back down to the Master-Teacher continent. Xianxia nodded. Thinking about it for a while, there was indeed some truth to what Wuchun was saying. The spatial passageway that linked the Master-Teacher continent to the Azure had been sealed by two things, namely the Temple of Confucius and the Great Formation in the Kungsu domain that made use of the corpses of Kong Shi's direct disciples. Under normal circumstances, the passageway was so tightly sealed that it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was non-existent. However, when the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn emerged, the seal of the Temple of Confucius unraveled. That inadvertently weakened the seal in the Kungsu domain, thus resulting in the deity being able to force his way into the Kungsu domain. That was also how Xianxia had managed to bypass the dimension barrier and enter the Azure. As long as he found the passageway once more, it would indeed be possible for him to return to the Master-Teacher continent. With the resilience of his current body, the spatial turbulence of the passageway was no longer able to affect him. However, it probably won't be too easy to find the entrance, Xianxia said. Even if he knew the general location, it was likely that Kong Shi had hidden it in some kind of folded space, making it incredibly difficult to find it unless he knew the exact location. After all, Kong Shi's very ability of Heaven's Order granted him incomparable skills in manipulating space. It would indeed be difficult to find the entrance in the Azure, but young master, you should know where the entrance is from the Master-Teacher continent's side, right? Wuchun asked with a smile. Of course. Xianxia nodded. It was in the Kungsu domain where the 100 schools of philosophers resided. Since that's the case, we can always find a way to communicate with the current sovereign Chen Yong and have him hold a ritual. Through the power of the summoning ritual, we'll be able to find the entrance and return to the Master-Teacher continent, Wuchun said. Yes, you're right. Xianxia nodded in agreement. That was indeed the most feasible plan that they had at the moment. As for how we can communicate with the incumbent sovereign Chen Yong, that isn't an issue at all. Starchaser Palace should have a unique communication channel, Wuchun added. So, Xianxia quickly called Elder Jiang Yao and First Elder Zhao Yu over and filled them in on the details. After understanding what Xianxia wanted to achieve, First Elder Zhao Yu replied, "We do have a way to communicate with the Master-Teacher continent. However, without an altar, we'll only be able to send messages over. That's enough. This is the message that I want to send over to the current sovereign Chen Yong. Tell him to hold the ritual a month from now," Xianxia said as he sent a sliver of thought over. First Elder Zhao Yu clasped her fist and said, "I'll have it done right now." Starchaser Palace would often communicate with the otherworldly demonic tribe of the Master-Teacher continent. It was their tight coordination that had allowed Luo Ruoxin to successfully overcome the two-dimension barriers one after another. After settling this issue, Xianxia beckoned Wuchun over and said, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Wuchun asked in confusion. "I was in the territories of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion when I first regained consciousness after reaching the Azure, so I believe that the location of the Dimension Passageway is in that area. This way, we'll be able to quickly make our way over once Sovereign Chen Yong conducts the ritual." Xianxia was not too sure of the exact location of the Dimension Passageway, but the first place he was at when he regained consciousness was in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's Xinjiang city. If his guess was not wrong, the Dimension Passageway should be somewhere around there. With the exception of the Serpentine Dragon and the 9-headed Fiery Phoenix, Xianxia left all of his tamed beasts at Starchaser Palace. This way, if Kong Shi attempted to attack while he was gone, they would at least have some forces to protect themselves. After this was done, Xianxia and Wuchun rode on the Serpentine Dragon and the 9-headed Fiery Phoenix and quickly headed toward the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The Serpentine Dragon and 9-headed Fiery Phoenix had reached the semi-divinity realm, and they were beasts that specialized in speed. Thus, riding on them was much faster than traveling on their own. Within just 3 days, they had already entered the territory of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Xianxia had originally taken almost 20 days to make his way over to Starchaser Palace, but riding on the Serpentine Dragon, he took only 3 days. The speed that semi-divinity realm beasts were able to move at was frightening. "We have finally arrived at Xinjiang City," Xianxia muttered. Putting the 2 tamed beasts back into his tamed beast sack, Xianxia and Wuxia made sure to conceal their cultivation before strolling along the wide streets of Xinjiang City leisurely. A month had only passed since Xianxia was last there, so there had not been many changes on the surface. After Shuigan's death, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had nominated a new person to serve as the Lord of Xinjiang City. "Have you heard? The friend which joined the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion together with Dan Xiaotian seems to be called Xianxia as well." "Wait a moment. Are you saying that Dan Xiaotian's friend has become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Starchaser Palace, the Myriad Beasts Hall, and the 7-Star Pavilion?" "That's exactly what I'm saying. My little uncle's second aunt's third cousin's uncle is a menial disciple at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I met him at the Ethereal Hall just yesterday, and he told me all about it personally. He said that the current sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is none other than Dan Xiaotian's friend. If I recall correctly, he's only in his early 20s, right? Yet he's already the head of 4 sects. My gosh, why is Dan Xiaotian's luck so good?" "That's exactly what I was thinking. I heard that Dan Xiaotian has already acknowledged Xianxia as his teacher. He simply saved a random man off the streets, and that man eventually turned out to be the head of 4 sects. Wow, I really want to go out there and start saving some people. Ha ha ha. My neighbor Zhang Yuanwei really did just that. Inspired by the story, he recently picked up a few severely injured people off the streets and treated them, hoping dearly that the same thing would happen to them. So far, he has saved 4 girls and 5 boys, and all of them happen to be in their late teens. I saw them when I visited their house, and hell, those girls are really gorgeous. Even the guys look valiant and dashing. I was almost convinced that they would achieve great things in the future too." "Oh? How's their cultivation?" "I don't really know about that. I heard that they are currently very feeble due to the severity of their injuries. It has been a few days since I visited my neighbor, so I don't know what the latest news is. It's probably impossible for them to be as talented and capable as sect leader Xianxia, but I guess it's still worth a try. There's always that little chance that you might just luck out. Well, I really should start walking around the area and help out those in need. Duh. If you keep yourself cooped up at home for heavens know what, you'll never get around to achieving anything great." Such discussions could be heard in the vicinity. Hearing these vibrant conversations around him, Xianxia could not help but smile a little. It was a wondrous feeling, returning to the leisurely pace of life after dealing with the Hall of Gods and all those troublesome issues. That being said, news seemed to spread really fast on the Forsaken Continent. It had been less than 10 days since his inauguration, but even a remote place like Xinjiang City had already caught wind of the matter. "Young master, where are we heading to next?" Wuxia asked, completely unaffected by the chatters around them. He was already used to it. It felt like the young master would naturally become the center of attention no matter where he went. It was that way on the Master-Teacher continent, and it seemed like it would be no different in the Azure. "We'll just wait around for the time being. I told First Elder Zhao Yu to instruct the Spirit Tribe to hold the ritual in a month, which is roughly equivalent to 3 days here. We should be receiving the summons soon. For the time being, let's find a quiet place to rest," Xianxia said. There was a 110 difference in the flow of time between the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent. A month on the Master-Teacher continent would roughly equate to 3 days here. Wuxia took a look around the area before pointing in a certain direction. "Why don't we head over to the mountain over there?" Xianxia nodded in agreement. Xinjiang City was very close to nature. There was a river and a mountain range not too far away. So the two of them left the city and scaled the mountain. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia took out a large handful of formation flags and planted them all around. The formation that he had set up was a sensory formation that he had specially designed on his way there. It was somewhat similar to the signal towers in his previous life. It served to locate and amplify the summoning energy coming from the altar on the other side so that he would be able to find his way around more easily. After setting up the formation, Xianxia took out a halberd and planted it at the direct center of the formation. Then he tied a ribbon around it. With a stomp of his foot, the formation whirred into action. The red string simply drooped downward quietly, not moving in the least. Let's just wait around. I reckon that the ritual hasn't started yet, Xianxia said. It was impossible to sustain the ritual for too long due to the staggering amount of tributes one required. Furthermore, even if they were able to sustain the ritual for 3 days on the Master-Teacher continent, that would only equate to roughly 7 hours in the Azure. As such, it was important for him to make preparations accordingly so that he could locate the spatial passageway as quickly as possible. Sitting quietly on the spot, Xianxia continued to work on the cultivation technique that he was developing for his breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Meanwhile, in a spacious residence in Shenzhen City, a young lady with delicate features slowly opened her eyes. "Young miss, you are finally awake," a maid exclaimed in relief. "Where is this place? Where am I?" The young lady frowned slightly. She struggled to get up as she scanned her surroundings warily. The residence looked extremely foreign. It was unlike what she had seen before. "You are in Shenzhen City. Our old master, Zhang Yuanwei, saved you and brought you all here," the maid replied. "You all?" The young lady was stunned for a moment before her eyes lit up in excitement. "You found the others that were with me? Where are they?" "There are 8 people with you. They are still unconscious at the moment, so we laid them down to rest in the other rooms," the maid replied. "All 8 of them are here?" The young lady heaved a sigh of relief. She immediately struggled out of the bed and said, "Quick! Bring me to see them." "This." The maid felt that the young lady was still a little too weak to be moving around, but the young lady seemed to be very insistent on the matter. Thus, she carefully supported the young lady out of the room. Barely after they walked out of the room, they saw that the severely injured, unconscious group of 8 had all awakened, and they were currently standing in the courtyard. "Senior." Upon seeing the young lady, all of them quickly clasped their fists and greeted her. Let's take a seat over there, shall we?" the young lady said as she gestured for everyone to take a seat in the cooling gazebo. "It's great that we managed to survive the ordeal, but our injuries are more severe than we thought. I took a look at my internal condition earlier, and there are signs of spatial tears in my body. It'll be hard for me to recover to full health without several years' recuperation," the young lady said grimly. "It's the same for me. I guess we are all in the same plight." The 8 of them quickly checked their conditions, and they replied with solemn voices. "Our teacher must have sustained the same injuries when he entered the Azure a year ago. I wonder if he has recovered from his injuries, yet how should we go about looking for him?" Knowing the conditions of her body, the young lady could not help but mutter worriedly. "Our teacher is a person of great capabilities. I believe that he'll be fine," another young lady in the group replied to her concerns. "Indeed, our teacher is a person of great capabilities." The young lady nodded in agreement. "Wait a moment. I sense that something is amiss. There seems to be some difference between the flow of time in the Azure compared to that of the Master-Teacher continent," one of the young men in the group suddenly said with a deep frown. "There's a difference in the flow of time?" The crowd was stunned by that remark. That young man's bloodline ability was related to time, so he had exceptional innate sensitivity toward the temporal laws of the world. Give me a moment. I'll do a quick calculation," the young man said as he closed his eyes. Roughly 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes once more and said, "There's a difference of roughly 10 times in the flow of time between the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent. In other words, a day in the Azure equates to 10 days on the Master-Teacher continent. If Xianxia was there, he would have surely recognized those 9 people. They were the direct disciples whom he had taken in back when he was still on the Master-Teacher continent. Zhaoye, Lu Yang, Wang Ying, Zheng Yang, Yuan Tao, Lu Chong, Wei Ruyan, Zhang Zhouxiao, and Kong Shiyao. It had been slightly more than a month since Xianxia entered the Azure, and in the meantime, a year had already passed in the master-teacher continent. Within such a long period of time, everyone had managed to cultivate up to ancient sage Fordan consummation, and they had found that they were not able to advance any further. On top of that, there was absolutely no news from their teacher, which stoked their worries. Eventually, they could not sit still. Thus, they gathered together in the Kungsu domain to look for Kong Shiyao, and they decided that they would enter the spatial passageway and head to the azure. The person whom everyone greeted as senior earlier was naturally Xiaoya, and the one who had noticed the time difference between the azure and the master-teacher continent was Zhang Jiuxiao. A difference of 10 times? In other words, it has only been roughly a month since our teacher arrived in the azure. Xiaoya remarked contemplatively. If that's the case, it's likely that our teacher hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. Perhaps he might even be in Shenzhen City at this very moment. They were well aware of their teacher's talents. If he had a year or so, he would have surely been able to recover from his injuries, and perhaps he might have even made a name for himself too. However, considering the severity of the injuries caused by passing through the spatial passageway, it really seemed improbable for him to be able to walk out of Shenzhen City within just the passing of a single month. Furthermore, they were in a brand new world. Back at the master-teacher continent, ancient sage Fordan cultivators were existences who could make the world tremble with a single word. But here, they were mere fishes in a massive ocean. Let me find someone to ask about that matter. With this thought in mind, Xiaoya turned to the maid not too far away and asked, "May I trouble you to relay our wish to meet the old master? My juniors and I would like to express our gratitude to him." "Yes, young miss," the maid replied as she left the area. Not too long later, a middle-aged man walked in with widened strides, and upon seeing the group of 9, he remarked in astonishment, "You all have regained consciousness so quickly despite being so heavily injured?" He didn't know much about medicine, but he had the physicians in the residence to specially take a look at them. Under normal circumstances, those who had sustained injuries to that extent would take at least several months before they could wake up. Yet, barely a few days had passed and they had all regained consciousness. It looked like there were more to them than he thought. Could it be that, just like Dan Xiaotian, his luck had arrived? "We are extremely grateful to you for saving our lives." The 9 of them stood up and clasped their fists together. "You're too polite. I'm just doing what any other person would have done," Zhang Yuanwei replied with a smile. After trading a few pleasantries, Xiaoya got straight to the point. "Our memories are currently a little befuddled due to the injuries we have sustained. So may I ask, which power does Shenzhen City fall under? And is there a master-teacher pavilion or anything similar here?" "Master-teacher pavilion?" Zhang Yuanwei blinked his eyes. "I'm afraid that I have never heard of something like that before." Then, he paused for a moment before replying to the first question. "Shenzhen City is under the jurisdiction of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, one of the 6 sects. "One of the 6 sects?" "Indeed. The Forsaken Continent is ruled by the 6 sects, and they are namely the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall." Zhang Yuanwei began going into the details. The group of 9 widened their eyes in realization. It seemed like they had really arrived on the azure. This was clearly a world completely different from that of the master-teacher continent. Speaking of the 6 sects, something shocking happened just a few days ago. As Zhang Yuanwei began on that topic, he couldn't help but recall the various exciting news he had heard recently, such that he was slowly getting more and more into the conversation. "Have you heard of the new hall master of the Myriad Beasts Hall, Zhang Yang?" "Zhang Yang." The group was stunned for a moment. 8 of the 9 youths turned their gazes to the young man sitting amongst them. "He shares the same name as me?" Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly. "Your name is Zhang Yang as well?" Zhang Yuanwei was slightly surprised by the coincidence as well. A moment later, he burst into laughter and said, "There are plenty of people who share the same name in the world. This is not a cause for concern at all. Given the scale of the Forsaken Continent, there must be at least thousands of people who were known as Zhang Yang here. I understand. It's just that I'm slightly surprised to hear that such a powerful expert would share my common name," Zhang Yang replied. "Common? If you are talking about the most typical, run-of-the-mill name, There's probably no one who can compete with the new pavilion master of the 7-star pavilion, Zhang Yuanwei remarked with a smile. Oh? A name that's even more common than Zhengyang? Just how horrible must it be for you to describe it as run-of-the-mill? Lu Yang chirped in as he glanced at Zhang Yang playfully. Indeed, the pavilion master goes by the name of Lu Yang, Zhang Yuanwei said. Lu Yang. Seeing how the gazes of the youths had centered around the young man who had just spoken, Zhang Yuanwei realized that something was amiss with their expressions. So he asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that you don't find this name common and run-of-the-mill enough? If you were to ask me, I think Lu Yang sounds a lot more awful than Zhengyang. Do you all not agree?" "Ah, please don't misunderstand me. It's not that I'm trying to insult your name, Brother Zheng. It was just a passing thought." Lu Yang's face darkened as he said, "Well, I share the same name as the pavilion master. I am Lu Yang too." Zhang Yuanwei was stunned. Did he just pick up a den of sect leader impersonators? He looked at the 9 youths before him and hesitated for a moment before asking carefully, "Then, by any chance, are any one of you called Zhang Xian?" "You know Zhang Xian." Xiaoya was stunned. "Indeed, there's no one on the Forsaken Continent who wouldn't have heard of this name," Zhang Yuanwei replied as a matter-of-factly. "He's the sect leader of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." "The sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion?" Xiaoya and the others fell into deep thoughts. Could it be just another person going by the same name? Our teacher has only arrived here a month ago. How could he manage to become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Even for our teacher, such a feat doesn't seem too likely. Zhang Yuanwei also mentioned earlier that the minimum requirement to becoming the head FO, the 6th sex, is for one's cultivation to reach heavenly high immortal realm. Earlier, while they were chatting, Zhang Yuanwei also mentioned the various cultivation realms. He was unaware of the existence of the semi-divinity realm, but he still had some knowledge about the pseudo-immortal realm, true immortal realm, and high immortal realm. In order to become the head of a sect, one's cultivation would have to be at heavenly high immortal realm at the very minimum. It was already a huge question whether their teacher would be able to recover from his injuries when he had only arrived a month ago, let alone advance his cultivation so far. Xiaoya pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know how sect leader Zhang looks like?" "He's a dashing young man, probably still in his early 20s. I had the honor of meeting him once. Speaking of that, he shares a deep fate with our Xinjiang city. Around a month ago, our city's Dan Xiaotian found sect leader Zhang severely injured in the vicinity. So he brought the latter back to his house and treated him. Then, before any one of us knew it, the news that he has become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion began spreading all over the Forsaken Continent." As Zhang Yuanwei spoke of Zhang Xian's happenings, his eyes glittered in reverence, similar to how a hardcore fan would react when his #1 idol was mentioned. Not only so, do you remember the Hall Master Lu Yang and Pavilion Master Zhengyang I have mentioned earlier? I actually haven't finished the story yet. The truth is that they are all aliases of sect leader Zhang. To put it in other words, he is currently the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, 7-star Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and Starchaser Palace right now. That is 4 out of the 6 sects. Do you know what that means? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's currently the most powerful man in the world. He's the head of 4 sects? The most powerful man in the world? In this instant, all 9 of the youths were stunned. Wang Ying's face was twitching. Xiaoya was clutching her hair frenziedly. Yuan Tao had bitten his tongue, but he didn't even realize it. At this point in time, no matter how slow-witted they could it was obvious that this Zhang Xian was really their teacher. It was one thing for the various heads of the 6 sects to share their names, but surely it would be too much of a coincidence if a single man known as Zhang Xian were to use their names as aliases. They were still thinking a moment ago that it was impossible for their teacher to fully recover from his injuries given that he had just arrived a month ago. They couldn't help but clutch their hearts tightly. Wasn't their teacher's rate of cultivation impossible? To advance from Ancient Sage 4 Dan to Heavenly High Immortal Realm over the span of a single month? And that was not all. He even somehow managed to find the time to take on leadership positions in 4 of the sects. thus becoming the most powerful man on the Forsaken Continent. It seemed like their teacher was still the same as ever. No matter how diligently they trained, he still remained a person whom they could only look up to. You are acquainted with sect leader Zhang? Seeing the dazed looks on the faces of the 9 youths, Zhang Yuanwei sensed that something was amiss with the atmosphere, so he asked with a slight frown. If my guess is not off, I think that he might very well be our teacher, Xiaoya said with an awkward smile. Your teacher? Zhang Yuanwei was taken aback by what he had just heard. Pardon me, but may I trouble you to bring us over to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Xiaoya asked. The group of 9 asked a few more questions after that, and it didn't take long before they were confident that the so-called sect leader Zhang was indeed their teacher. That's easy. I'll have it done right away, Zhang Yuanwei replied before rushing out of the room. He did harbor some doubts about the story of the 9 youths. But if, by any chance, what they said turned out to be true, and that they were really sect leader Zhang's direct disciples as their savior, he would surely be handsomely rewarded for his deeds. At the top of a mountain in the vicinity of Shenzhen City, Zhang Xian and Wu Chun waited for an hour before the red string on the halberd began floating up. It was pointing toward a certain direction. Zhang Xian immediately rose to his feet. The direction which the red string was pointing toward was where, surprisingly, Shenzhen River located. It's no wonder I was unable to find the entrance. Zhang Xian had asked Dan Xiaotian where the latter had found him, and he had made sure to examine the place earlier after he arrived at Shenzhen City. However, he was unable to find anything there at all. In the end, it turned out that the entrance of that spatial passageway was actually in Shenzhen River. The flow of water would mask the pulsations of spiritual energy that usually came from a formation. Considering the vastness of the river, if a formation was set up within it, it would indeed be difficult for even the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to notice it. Zhang Xian quickly kept his formation flags and the halberd back to his storage ring before heading to the area where the red string was pointing toward. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the river and swam downward. Shenzhen River was rather deep. Its seabed was roughly 100 meters below water level. Nevertheless, it didn't take long for Zhang Xian to reach the bottom. However, a frown soon formed on his forehead. Based on his observation, everything within a diameter of several hundred li of him appeared to be perfectly normal. He couldn't sense any anomalies at all. Young master! Wu Chun was unable to find anything as well, so he turned his head over to look at Zhang Xian questioningly. Did something go wrong with the formation earlier, leading them to the wrong place? Hold on for a moment, Zhang Xian said. He pricked his finger with a tiny surge of sword qi and flicked out a droplet of his blood. Wang! With a resounding buzz, the silt that was deposited at the bottom of the seabed immediately rose up, revealing a stone door beneath. Zhang Xian walked over and pushed on it gently. The stone door opened with a bit of resistance, revealing a dark passageway. Zhang Xian was about to walk in when he saw Wu Chun looking at the stone door with a look of incomprehension on his face. With a light chuckle, he explained, "This passageway was sealed by Kong Shi back then, in order to prevent the mercury-like spiritual energy FO the azure from leaking over. My bloodline is different from that of Kong Shi, but as fellow celestial master teachers, our powers still resonate to a degree with one another. Through my bloodline, I was able to activate the hidden formation. Otherwise, there's no way we would have been able to find it. In fact, the resonance wasn't just because they were celestial master teachers. More importantly, both of them carried fragments of the heavens within them. It was just that Zhang Xian didn't feel like sharing it with others. On the other hand, Wu Chun widened his eyes in realization. Heading down the passageway, it didn't take long for Zhang Xian to arrive at a spacious hall. There were 8 ancient sage Fordan guards in the hall, and they were currently drinking with one another. What's the difference between imprisonment and guarding this area? It's too boring. Borori. I heard that those living in the world on the other side are extremely weak. They are weak, but the entrance is completely sealed. There's no way we can head down there, the 8 guards muttered as they gulped down their wine. They must be the guards Kong Shi has dispatched to guard the passageway, Zhang Xian thought as he listened to their conversation. He waved his hands lightly, and before the guards could even react, they had already turned into dust. They were only guarding this area under Kong Shi's commands, but them lingering in this area would pose a huge threat to the 100 schools of philosophers and the master-teacher continent. Out of safety concerns, he had no choice but to get rid of them. With his current strength, he could easily completely vanquish a person's existence from the face of the world. At the very center of the hall was a massive spiral. Surges of mercury-like spiritual energy were drawn into the spiral, disappearing into an unknown land. The two doors by the sides of the spiral were inscribed with some sort of bizarre patterns. Taking a closer look, the patterns were rather similar to that of the Starchaser Palace's altar. It seems like Kong Shi was worried that someone would blockade the entrance, so he designed the formation to be so that anyone traveling to the Azure from the Master-Teacher continent would be teleported straight to a random place near Xinjiang City. Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw contemplatively. Due to these inscriptions, even though these gates looked like a door, if someone were to really pass through the spatial passageway, he would be silently transported to a random place around Xinjiang City. Otherwise, given how he had been unconscious when he passed through the spatial passageway back then, there was no way he would have survived after being caught by this group of people. This place can only be activated with Kong Shi's and my bloodline, such that even semi-divinity realm cultivators wouldn't be able to find it either way. Yet, he still dispatched his subordinates here. Just who is he trying to guard against? Zhang Xian was getting a little confused. The secrecy of the spatial passageway was definitely top-notch, even by the Azure standard. It was likely that Kong Shi had designed it specifically in order to make sure that no one from the Azure would be able to find it. Even if someone were to find it, they would be unable to harm those coming over from the Master-Teacher continent. Thus, it was contradictory for Kong Shi to instruct his subordinates to guard the spatial passageway. It was as if he was trying to eliminate anyone coming over from the Master-Teacher continent. If that was really true, wouldn't that also mean that he was unable to read the inscriptions and didn't know that those who entered the spatial passageway would be randomly teleported away? It is very likely for what Vicious said to be true. That man is likely to be a fake Kong Shi. Previously, he still harbored some reservations when he heard those words from Vicious, but at this moment, he was starting to see some sense to it. If the Kong Shi he had faced was real, there was no way the other party wouldn't know about the various mechanisms he had installed in place. Unless the other party lost his memory one way or another, just like a certain little yellow chick. Thinking about the little yellow chick, a sigh escaped from Zhang Xian's lips. He had fed the unique aura of the Azure Bridge to the little yellow chick, but for some reason, the latter was unable to achieve a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm. He had tried all kinds of means to further its cultivation, but nothing worked at all. He was really unable to comprehend just what were the criteria required for it to make a breakthrough. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian moved forward to check the condition of the spatial passageway. Seeing that it was still working fine, he took out the disguise amulet and used it to suppress his cultivation. At the same time, he turned to Wu Chan and said, "Let's suppress our cultivation down to Ancient Sage 4 Dan before entering the spatial passageway." Ancient Sage 4 Dan was the limit of what the Master-Teacher continent could withstand. If it had been any other semi-divinity or high immortal, even if they were to suppress their cultivation, they would still be rejected by the world if they attempted to descend to Master-Teacher continent. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had the disguise amulet, whereas Wu Chan had the disguise method imparted to him from Luo Ruoxin. Using these to conceal their cultivation, they would be able to fool even the heavens of the Master-Teacher continent. After all, Luo Ruoxin also used the same method to enter the Master-Teacher continent back then. It was only because she revealed her true strength during the fight for the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn that she was eventually rejected by the heavens and was forced to leave the Master-Teacher continent. Entering the spatial passageway, Zhang Xian saw the chaotic spatial currents raging in the surroundings. All kinds of spatial turbulence flew in his direction, threatening to slice him apart. Any other ancient sage 4 Dan in his place would have likely lost consciousness before long. However, both Wu Chun and Zhang Xian were top-notch experts of the Azure. Even if they were to compress their cultivation, they still had their powerful soul energy and physical body to protect them. As a result, the spatial turbulence striking on them dealt no damage at all. At the same time, their speed was also much faster than before. Previously, Xianxia took half a month before he finally reached the other end of the spatial passageway. But this time around, he could also see the exit when he had only been traveling for less than 2 hours. A massive coffin was floating peacefully in the air, sealing the space around the exit. It had fused as one entity with the exit, sealing it off entirely. Zhang Xian placed his finger lightly on it, and the formation immediately unraveled. He leisurely passed through the exit together with Wu Chun. The glaring rays of the sun shone on his face. The familiar scent of the master-teacher continent tingled his nose. He had returned. Zhang Shi. Barely after Zhang Xian landed on the ground, he heard a shout coming from not too far away. Shortly after, ancient sage Yan Qing appeared before him. Over a year of absence, the latter had managed to advance his cultivation significantly. At the same time, he didn't look as feeble as before anymore. Zhang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. He turned his gaze to the side and saw someone standing before an altar, chanting endlessly. A furious flame was blazing atop the altar, emanating a sinister glow. This was the ritual that had guided their way back to the master-teacher continent. However, the person conducting the ritual was an unfamiliar face. Who is he? Where's Lu Yang? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Wasn't the current sovereign Qin Yong his direct disciple, Lu Yang? Why would the one conducting the ritual be an otherworldly demon whom he didn't recognize instead? This person over here is the new sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Xianxia. He's Lu Yang's direct disciple, ancient sage Yan Qing replied. Lu Yang's direct disciple? So, he's my grandstudent. Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. It felt weird for him to have a grandstudent when he was only in his early 20s. That's right. Ancient sage Yan Qing nodded. If he has become the sovereign of the otherworldly demon, then where is Lu Yang? Where are Kong Shiyao, Zhaoya, and the others? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. He had told First Elder Zhao Yu to send a message down to the incumbent sovereign Chen Yong to hold the ritual. Even though he didn't explicitly state that he was planning to descend to Master-Teacher Continent, it was still very likely that Lu Yang and the others would be interested to watch the proceedings of the ritual to the Azure. Zhang Shi, your 9 direct disciples have entered the Azure through the passageway you took 3 months ago. Ancient sage Yan Qing replied. They went to the Azure too? Zhang Xian was stunned. If they entered the Azure 3 months ago, that would equate to roughly 9 days in the Azure. Back then, he was at the Ocean of Exiled Stars teaching Elder Hongwu and the others. I'll have to look for them after I return to the Azure, Zhang Xian remarked with a deep sigh. Considering how they had left some time ago and that he didn't encounter them in the spatial passageway, it was very likely that they were already at Xinjiang City. So, he decided not to think too much into the matter. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly spotted 2 silhouettes flying over hurriedly from the horizon. They were his parents, the Xingming Sword Saints. Xian'er, Sword Saint Meng called out in agitation. Seeing that her son was fine, her eyes reddened slightly as she breathed out deeply. I'm glad that you are fine. The Azure was fraught with dangers. Ever since her son left for that place, there had never been a single day that she didn't worry for him. There was completely no news from him at all, and this had been weighing on her mind over the past year. It was only after seeing that Zhang Xian was fine was she able to heave a sigh of relief. Seeing the Xingming Sword Saints, Zhang Xian smiled gently and said, Mother and Father, I'm fine. His parents had managed to make significant breakthrough in their cultivation during his absence. They, too, had managed to reach ancient sage Fordan. Zhang Xian inquired about the current situation on the Master-Teacher Continent. The Master-Teacher Continent had been developing well, and the reforms Yang Shi pushed for were being implemented well. As for the otherworldly demonic tribe, there hadn't been any problem ever since Lu Yang took over as the next sovereign Qin Yong. There was still some tension, but the situation was peaceful. The 100 schools of philosophers had managed to lower the concentration of the mercury-like spiritual energy to a level where even human cultivators could absorb them without too much problem. At this rate, the chances of a war happening would keep lowering. Heading to the main hall where the 100 schools of philosophers host its guests, Xianxia saw a bunch of familiar faces. The head of the Luo clan, the head of the Jiang clan, Master Teacher Pavilion's Xianxia. Just like the Xingming Sword Saints, their cultivation had reached ancient sage 4 Dan. If those warriors blocking the spatial passageway were to attempt to invade the Master Teacher Pavilion once more, it was likely that they would simply get killed on the spot. They began chatting with one another to catch up with one another. Halfway through the conversation, Luo Xianqing suddenly looked at him worriedly and asked, "Xianxian, did you see my younger sister while you were in the Azure?" "Your young sister?" Xianxian was taken aback. "Isn't Chi-Chi on the Master Teacher continent?" He had left alone back then, and it was certain that he hadn't seen Luo Chi-Chi anywhere on the Azure either. "A year ago, shortly after you left for the Azure, she said that she'll head there as well to look for you?" Luo Xianqing shook his head and sighed. "Look for me? Did she enter the Azure through the spatial passageway as well?" Xianxian asked with a frown. "That's not it. She used the dimension silencer to break open the dimension barrier of the Master Teacher continent," Luo Xianqing replied. Xianxian was stunned. With his current cultivation, he would be able to break open the dimension barrier as well. He was no longer that reliant on the spatial passageway to return back to the Azure anymore. However, the Luo Chi-Chi from a year ago, no matter how powerful she could have been, at the very most, she could only have been at ancient sage 4 Dan. How did she manage to break open the dimension barrier of the Master Teacher continent? "Do you know why she called herself Chi-Chi?" Luo Xianqing suddenly asked this question. He knew that there was already a massive gap between the two of them, so his desire to compete with the young man standing before him had already died down. All he hoped was for the young man to find his younger sister and take care of her. Isn't the reason why she called herself Chi-Chi because she has 6 older brothers in front of her? Xianxian seemed to have recalled something like that before. Indeed, she has 6 elder brothers in front of her. "I am in the 6th place in terms of seniority, and my 5 elder brothers have all passed away. Given that the Luo clan's standing and power on the Master Teacher continent, don't you think that it's weird that all 5 of my elder brothers have passed away prematurely?" Luo Xianqing asked. Xianxian was stunned. He had indeed been a little curious about it back then, but he chose not to probe too deeply into the matter. Given the Luo clan standing on the Master Teacher continent, even if the otherworldly demonic tribe were to launch an assault, there was no way they would have been able to kill all 5 sons of the esteemed clan head so easily. "It's because of the dimension silencer," Luo Xianqing suddenly said. "It's an artifact that our predecessor acquired, and it harnesses an unbelievable amount of power within it. You should have heard about how my younger sister was able to assimilate it shortly after her birth because of the sheer purity of her bloodline. That isn't entirely true. More than that, it's because of my 5 elder brothers that she was able to do so. Back then, something triggered the dimension silencer, and it was on the verge of tearing open the dimension barrier and escaping. If that were to happen, the Luo clan would slip from the position of the 3 premier sage clans. In order to prevent the decline of the family, my 5 elder brothers sacrificed themselves and fed the dimension silencer with their blood essence before the latter finally calmed down. As a result of that, the spirit within the dimension silencer also slowly began awakening, and she eventually became the Chi-Chi you know of." "Wait a moment. You are saying that Chi-Chi is actually the weapon spirit of the dimension silencer?" Xianxian narrowed his eyes in shock. "The spirit slipped into my mother's womb, and my mother eventually gave birth to Chi-Chi. She is the spirit of the dimension silencer, but at the same time, there's no doubt that she's my younger sister as well. After all, her flesh and blood originate from our Luo clan," Luo Xianqing said. Xianxian nodded slowly. He had seen many different kinds of weapon spirits, and he had tamed many of them before. However, none of the spirits were able to leave the confines of their main body, and that applied to even semi-divinity artifacts too. Thus, it was inconceivable that the spirit of the dimension silencer was able to leave its body and reincarnate as a human. "How did she tear apart the dimension barrier? How did you know that she was heading to the Azure?" Xianxian continued asking. "Shortly after you left, her will to follow you to the Azure grew stronger and stronger. In resonance with her emotions, the dimension silencer emanated overwhelming energy that allowed her to overcome the limitations of ancient sage for Dan. She reached an unfathomable level, which resulted in her being rejected by the heavens of the master-teacher continent. Eventually, she was squeezed out of the world together with the Dimension Silencer, Luo Xianxia said. The experts of our Luo clan did everything that we could, but we weren't able to stop her from leaving. Zhang Xian fell silent. That was also rather similar to how Luo Ruoxin left back then. They were squeezed out by the space of the master-teacher continent, a bit similar to a wooden log in the face of water. No matter how hard one pressed the wooden log down into the water, the moment the force was released, it would simply float back to the surface of the water. Given the situation, it was very likely that Luo Qiqi had been forced into the Azure. All right, I'll take a look around when I return to the Azure later on. If I were to find her, I'll relay the news to the sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Zhang Xian said. Zhang Xian made sure to jot the matter concerning Luo Qiqi in his mind. The Forsaken Continent was massive, but as the head of 4 sects, it still shouldn't be too difficult for him to uncover the whereabouts of an individual. After parting from Luo Xianqing, Zhang Xian chatted a while with Xianxia and the others to catch up with time before imparting to them the cultivation techniques and battle techniques he had newly compiled so that the Master-Teacher Pavilion could share the knowledge with the world. Just like that, a day passed in a flash. The main reason why I returned this time around is to borrow the altar. There are still a lot of things I have to deal with back at the Azure, so I won't be staying here. Zhang Xian knew that he was tight on time, so, after he received the altar, he called Wu Chun over. He was intending to break open the dimension barrier directly and return back to the Azure right away. At this moment, though, a voice suddenly cried out, "Young master, bring me with you." Sun Chong rushed forward as he looked at Zhang Xian with pleading eyes. Shortly after Zhang Xian left, he swiftly realized that his indolence was going to cost him the opportunity to rise to higher grounds. He was made aware of the painful fact that he was no longer able to keep up with Zhang Xian anymore. Thus, over the past year, he trained desperately. In view that he used to be Zhang Xian's butler, the Master-Teacher Pavilion and the Zhang clan also provided him with ample resources for his cultivation. Just like that, he actually managed to reach Ancient Sage 4 Dan primary stage as well, just like the rest. You wish to head to the Azure as well? Zhang Xian asked with a questioning frown. Yes, I wish to follow you, Sun Chong replied in determination. He was aware of the fact that he was materialistic, and he enjoyed exploiting his influence and reputation as Zhang Xian's butler and an ancient sage. The respect and admiration that others showered him with swelled him up with pride. But for some reason he felt as if something was missing, leaving him with an odd feeling of emptiness inside. Those should have been the things that he desired all his life. But now that he had acquired it all, he found himself reminiscing about the old days. Remembering those exciting days where he confidently berated experts far beyond his league made his heart thump with excitement. He realized that those were actually the golden days of his life, and he missed them dearly so. He didn't want to limit himself to a boring life in this small world. He wanted to follow the young master. He knew that only then would he be able to experience the vibrant life he had before. We are intending to break open the dimension barrier directly to enter the Azure. It's too dangerous for you at the moment, and I don't have the confidence that I'll be able to protect you like this. However, if you really wish to follow me, you can enter the Azure through the spatial passageway. Here are some medicine. Swallow them before you enter the spatial passageway. They should heal your injuries and prevent you from losing consciousness. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian took out a bottle of chicken soup and a protective artifact before passing them over to Sun Chong. Then, he looked at Sun Chong and said, "After you arrive at the Azure, head to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and report my name. Someone will bring you to me." The pressure of passing through the dimension barrier directly was extremely great, such that it was unlikely for even an ancient sage 4 Dan cultivator to survive the journey. Sun Chong nodded his head in agitation. After dealing with everything that he had to, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly released the seal on his cultivation, causing a resounding echo in the air. Following that, he felt the entire world rejecting his existence. An unknown force was trying to push him out of the world. Who? Xianxia allowed the force to push him out without resisting. In a few moments, he was already out of the master-teacher continent's dimension barrier. However, the danger wasn't over yet. Amidst the space in between the two worlds, Xianxia could see spatial turbulence raging in his direction, threatening to rip him apart. He quickly drove his Jinqi to form a protective barrier around him so as to ward off the spatial turbulence. At the same time, he allowed the force of rejection from the master-teacher continent to continue propel him forward. Soon enough, light returned to his sight. With a slight shake, he was squeezed out of the void and landed in the air right after Xinjiang City. "We were indeed able to return easily," Xianxia remarked with a light chuckle. He turned to look at Wuqian, and the latter seemed to be a little surprised by the matter as well. From the looks of it, it seemed that even though moving from a stronger world to a weaker world was extremely difficult, returning back to a stronger world from a weaker world was much easier in comparison. They had to rely on Luo Ruoxin's disguise amulet and disguise art in order for them to conceal themselves from the heavens of the master-teacher continent. Otherwise, if they were to just suppress their cultivation, there was no way they could have fooled the heavens of the master-teacher continent. They would have likely been pushed out before they could even enter the world. "Let me first take a look around to see if Xiaoya and the others are still around," Xianxia said as he extended his consciousness all around Xinjiang City. At his level of cultivation, as long as he willed so, he could even sense the slightest flutter of one's eyelashes all over Xinjiang City. "They are there." A moment later, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was worried that his direct disciples would have already left Xinjiang City given that it had been 9 days since they arrived. He was glad to see that they were still around. However, he also realized that the residence they were in was preparing aerial beasts. It looked like they were preparing to set off. So, Xianxia quickly headed over without any hesitation. "Zhang Yuanwei, why are you in such a hurry to borrow my aerial beasts? Is there something that you need to do?" A pot-bellied middle-aged man walked over and looked at Zhang Yuanwei doubtfully. There weren't too many clans in Xinjiang City who had the power and wealth to rear aerial beasts, but the middle-aged man, Wu Jiangcheng, happened to be one of them. After the downfall of the Shui clan, the aerial beasts of his clan became the strongest and fastest ones of the entire city. It was for this reason that Zhang Yuanwei paid a visit to him in hopes of borrowing his aerial beast. "Do you remember the group of youths whom I have saved?" Zhang Yuanwei asked with a smile. "I remember that. Are you going to try your luck just like Dan Xiaotian?" Wu Jiangqing asked with a chortle. Dan Xiaotian's encounter was one of a kind. No one could hope to emulate what he had done. After all, there could only be a single sect leader Xianxia in the world. Surely someone like Zhang Yuanwei wouldn't be so naive as to think that he would strike gold just by saving a couple of people off the streets? How could something that good happen so easily? If that was the case, he wouldn't bother doing anything anymore. He would simply devote his time to saving people out there. "To be honest with you, I think that Lady Luck really shone on me this time around," Zhang Yuanwei replied with a mysterious smile on his lips. He was on good terms with Wu Jiangqing, so he had no intentions of hiding the matter from the other party. "Is it?" Wu Jiangqing was slightly surprised to hear those words from Zhang Yuanwei. "Don't tell me that you have saved a sect leader or an elder. Even if you want to joke with me, there should be a limit to it. There can't be that many sect leaders or elders who are in a dire situation in the world." "Haha, of course not. You are thinking too much into it." Zhang Yuanwei looked around him warily before leaning closer toward Wu Jiangqing. "I'll only be telling you this. The 9 people whom I have saved are actually the direct disciples of sect leader Zhang Xian." "The direct disciples of sect leader Zhang Xian? Ha ha ha. You really are good at kidding around." Wu Jiangqing burst out laughing. "Sect leader Zhang Xian is the head of 4 sects, the strongest man in the world. There are countless people in the world who desire to come under this tutelage. Just walk around the streets and you will easily find a handful of people who want to become his student, and some might even go to the extent of proclaiming that they had learned something from him before. Are you sure you want to take those words for real? Just a few days ago, I caught a horse from the wilderness, and that fellow actually used his hooves to ride out that he's a student of sect leader Xianxia. Even a horse is doing that too? Zhang Yuanwei was stunned. Indeed. It's not that I want to shatter your dreams, but you really shouldn't pin your hopes on this. It's almost guaranteed that those youths you have captured are trying to scam your money, and only a fool like you will fall for their tricks. Wu Jiangqing harumphed. Just think about it. As the head of 4 sects, who would dare to offend Zhang Xian's direct disciples and injure them? And how could it be so coincidental that all of them would be saved by you as well? It's obviously a planned scheme. Zhang Yuanwei was rendered speechless. There was so much sense to what Wu Jiangqing was saying that he had no idea how to refute the other party's words. Thinking back, the only evidence he had regarding their claim that they were Zhang Xian's disciples came from their words. And it was too easy to spout falsehoods from one's mouth. Could he have really been scammed? Let's head over to meet them together. I'll expose the true faces of those liars for you. Seeing the conflicted look on his good friend's face, Wu Jiangqing tucked in his tummy, though it didn't make much of a difference, and spoke vehemently. I'll be troubling brother Wu then. Zhang Yuanwei heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly led the way to the courtyard where Xiaoya and the others were residing in. You are the ones who claim to be sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples? Upon arriving in the courtyard and seeing a bunch of feeble-bodied young men, Wu Jiangqing was even more convinced of his thoughts, and he sneered coldly. On the other hand, Xiaoya and the others swiftly sensed Wu Jiangqing's hostility, and a slight frown appeared on their faces. Every single one of them were existences who could make the master-teacher continent tremble with a stomp of their foot. As such, they were displeased to see someone acting so disrespectful to them when it was only their first meeting. Why aren't you saying anything? Wu Jiangqing looked at the frowns on their faces and scoffed. Do you know what's the crime for impersonating sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples? Putting aside heading to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, if I were to just report you to the city lord right away, the 9 of you will be immediately thrown to the jail. Those words caused the hot-tempered Yuan Tao to take a step furiously. The others were also glaring at Wu Jiangqing coldly, as if they were going to pummel his head into the ground. Afraid that they would really come to blows, Kong Shiyao stood forward and clasped her fist. We aren't impersonators. Zhang Xian is indeed our teacher. Who doesn't know how to spout a couple of words from their mouths? Do you have any evidence to prove the matter? Wu Jiangqing sneered. Kong Shiyao fell silent. It was impossible to bring their storage rings or anything else with them through the spatial passageway, so they had nothing that could prove their identity with them at the moment. Furthermore, even if they could bring it out, there was no way the other party would be able to recognize it either way. Did Cat get your tongue? Why aren't any of you talking anymore? With a grand wave of his hand, Wu Jiangqing's voice suddenly became much louder and sharper. How dare you try to impersonate sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples? Just what gave you the audacity to do something as ridiculous as this? We really are Zhang Xian's direct disciples. Kong Shiyao frowned in displeasure. Enough! I'm not like Zhang Yuanwei who would easily fall for your lies. If you are really sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples, I would be his teacher then. Man! Wu Jiangqing harumphed coldly. With a raise of his hand, he beckoned for his subordinates to capture these fraudsters and bring them over to the city lord manor. But at this moment, a faint voice echoed in the air. You said that you are my teacher? Why don't I know about it? Who is it? Taken aback, Wu Jiangqing quickly raised his head, only to see 2 figures floating quietly in the air. One of them was gazing downward with a faint smile on his lips. Sect leader Zhang Xian. Wu Jiangqing's body stiffened up on the spot. His knees knocked together from fear, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He watched Dan Xiaoyan's court proceedings at the City Lord Manor back then, and there, he had the honor to meet sect leader Zhang Xian in person. The person above him shared the same appearance as sect leader Zhang Xian, and the very fact that he was flying in the sky meant that he was at least a high immortal. If so, there wasn't much to be said about the other party's identity. Teacher. Contrary to Wu Jiangqing's shock, upon seeing the figure in the sky, the eyes of Xiaoya and the others reddened, and they quickly kneeled onto the ground. It has been hard on you all. Seeing how far his direct disciples had grown in his absence, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he passed 9 jade bottles to them. "Drink it." "Yes, teacher." The 9 of them gulped down the chicken soup inside the bottles, and in the next moment, they felt incredible energy washing through their meridians. In just a few moments, their injuries had already vanished. They are all ancient sage 4-dan cultivators. Wu Jiangqing and Zhang Yuanwei nearly passed out from shock. This was especially so for Wu Jiangqing. He really wanted to burst into tears at this very moment. Even the city lord, the most powerful man in Shenzhong City, was an ancient sage 4-dan cultivator. Yet, these young men and women had actually reached that level as well. It was fortunate the sect leader Zhang came in time. Otherwise, given what he had just said, these 9 youths would have surely wrangled his neck out of rage. Zhang Xian looked at his direct disciples intently. It was only a month for him, but it had been more than a year for them. He could see hints of maturity and determination on their youthful faces. At the same time, they had also advanced their cultivation significantly too. They hadn't let him down on his teachings. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, all 9 of them flew into the air simultaneously. Zhang Xian touched his tamed beast sack with his finger lightly, and the serpentine dragon materialized in the air. It grew along with a powerful gale, and in the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 meters long. Zhang Xian and his disciples quickly got on top of it. A pseudo-dragon? Such a life form actually exists in the world? Innumerable people of Shenzhong City saw the appearance of the dragon. From the initial shock, they quickly kneeled onto the ground one after another, not daring to raise their heads. Pseudo-dragons had only appeared once in the history of the Forsaken Continent. It was expected that it would cause such a huge impact when it appeared once more. Pseudo-dragon. Wu Jiangqing felt even more like crying. The appearance of this being reinforced the fact that it was indeed the most powerful man of the Forsaken Continent right in front of him. He actually had the guts to question the other party's direct disciples. Not to mention, he even audaciously claimed that he was the other party's teacher. At this rate, he really should just find a brick and knock himself out with it. Wu Jiangqing trembled in fright, fearing that sect leader Zhang Xian would harbor a grudge against him for his insolent behavior earlier. At this moment, the voice in the air sounded once more. "Zhang Yuanwei, you have my gratitude for saving my 9 direct disciples. As long as your descendants arrive at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion with this token in hand, you can be assured that they would be entitled to the top resources of our sect." A token fell from the air and landed quietly atop Zhang Yuanwei's palm. "Thank you, sect leader Zhang." Zhang Yuanwei bowed deeply in gratitude. This token was pretty much a token of invulnerability in Shenzhong City. No power or clan would dare to provoke him. At the same time, once he sent the descendant he had chosen to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion with the token, it was guaranteed that his clan would rise to greatness. Understanding the deep significance behind the token, Zhang Yuanwei clutched onto it tightly with his fingers as he raised his head. However, he found that there was nothing in the sky anymore. The pseudo-dragon had disappeared along with the others. Kindness goes around in a circle. I must do more good deeds and generate more positivity in the world, Zhang Yuanwei thought as he kneeled onto the floor and kowtowed deeply. It was true that he had saved those 9 with ulterior motives in mind, but to be honest, he didn't expect to be repaid like this. After all, even he knew that the chances of what that had happened to Dan Xiaotian happening to him were extremely slim. Yet, it still happened in the end. He didn't think that he would be rewarded in such a manner. "Brother Zhang, you have really changed your fate. Everything will be different from today onward," Wu Jiangqing remarked in envy as he looked at his food friend. Just the favor of having saved sect leader Zhang's direct disciples was enough to pave his way to greatness. "My luck was really good. However, I think what's more important is for us to view the world as kindness and do more good deeds." Zhang Yuanwei smiled. To celebrate his fortuitous encounter, Zhang Yuanwei hosted a banquet that night, and of course Wu Jiangqing joined in the festivities as well. But as he returned home from the night banquet, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. It feels like I have gotten too caught up with vying for power and wealth in this world that I started viewing the world with skepticism. I forgot about the core that makes me human, Wu Jiangcheng remarked with a bitter smile. He couldn't help but recall how his first response after hearing Zhang Yuanwei's words was utter skepticism. He didn't think that his skepticism was unjustified, but it felt like he had lost the trust for the world that he did in the past. Perhaps it was time for him to make a change? Put on. While he was deep in thoughts, a dull thud echoed in the bushes not too far away. Alarmed, Wu Jiangcheng turned his head over and saw a fatty lying on the ground. The fatty's head was filled with dry grass. That friend over there, are you fine? Wu Jiangcheng quickly rushed over to help the fatty. On the other hand, the fatty rubbed the back of his head and he leaped to his feet. With a hint of wonderment on his face, he asked, "Is this the Azure?" Azure. Wu Jiangcheng blinked his eyes blankly. "Since you are from the Azure, have you ever heard of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion?" the fatty asked. "I have heard of it." Wu Jiangcheng nodded in a daze, unsure of what the fatty was getting at. "Wonderful. Our young master is currently serving as the sect leader there. I need you to bring me over to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. As long as I can find our young master, you can be assured that you'll be handsomely rewarded for your service." The fatty patted off the dust from his robe as he looked at Wu Jiangcheng with his head tilted upward. "Your young master is serving as the sect leader? Could it be that—" Wu Jiangcheng's pupils dilated to round circles. "Are you related to sect leader Zhang Xian?" "That's right. I am sect leader Zhang's butler," the fatty replied proudly. This fatty was Sun Chong, who had entered the Azure through the spatial passageway. He had taken some time to pass through the spatial passageway, but due to the time difference it had only been several hours on the Azure. As he had consumed the chicken soup Zhang Xian had given to him, he managed to overcome the spatial turbulence without any trouble. With his ancient sage 4-dan cultivation perfectly intact, he would definitely be considered as a powerhouse in Xinjiang City. "You are sect leader Zhang's butler?" Wu Jiangcheng was still unable to come to terms with the current situation. "That doesn't seem right. I have heard of sect leader Zhang's butler, and he is an ex-bandit named Chao Qingli. I don't recall Chao Qingli being such a plump individual." Chao Qingli. It looked as if Sun Chong's world had suddenly collapsed. With a pained expression on his face, he clutched his chest and exclaimed to the sky, "Young master, it has only been a single month and you have already replaced me with someone new. I, Sun Chong, will not accept this. Where the heck is that Chao Qingli? I'll go castrate him this instant." Wu Jiangcheng. While Sun Chong was raging at the fact that someone had replaced his role, Zhang Xian and his direct disciples had just arrived at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. "Teacher," Dan Xiaotian rushed forward to greet Zhang Xian. These are your seniors over here." Zhang Xian looked at Dan Xiaotian and gestured. After that, he turned to Zhao Ye and the others and said, "This young lad over here is a disciple whom I have taken in here, Dan Xiaotian. Junior, you have our deepest gratitude for having saved our teacher." Along the way, Zhao Ye and the others had heard about their teacher's happenings after he had arrived at the Azure. If not for Dan Xiaotian saving their teacher at the very start, it was hard to tell how their teacher would have been right now. So, the 9 of them bowed deeply to Dan Xiaotian in order to express their gratitude. "Seniors, there's no need for this. Please, you are too polite." Astonished, Dan Xiaotian quickly bowed again and again in a fluster to the seniors as well. "Here are some superior immortal pills and cultivation technique manuals. I have designed the cultivation techniques specifically to suit each of your constitutions. Cultivate them and aim to reach high immortal as soon as possible so that you can lend me a hand too," Zhang Xian said as he took out a couple of pills and jade tokens. Given his current identity, he had no lack of cultivation resources at the moment anymore. If he willed so, he could easily gather hundreds of superior immortal pills. After receiving their teacher's bestowment, the crowd quickly left for their own accommodations so that they could start cultivating. Zhao Ye and the others possessed great potential, and that allowed them to advance their cultivation swiftly as well. Soon after, Bai Ruanqing returned back to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as well. She had been out on a mission together with her grandfather earlier. At this very moment, her cultivation had already reached heavenly true immortal realm. She was only a step away from reaching high immortal realm. Xianxia imparted his modified high immortal realm cultivation technique to her and instructed her to raise her cultivation swiftly. After dealing with the affairs concerning his students, Xianxia was in no hurry to leave with Wuxia. Instead, he looked for a silent chamber and began cultivating. He had managed to acquire the otherworldly demonic tribe's altar, which meant that he could conduct a ritual and teleport over to where the Starchaser Palace's altar was. However, he didn't think that the timing was right yet. Putting aside Kong Shi, the Hall of Gods had plenty of experts in their ranks. Furthermore, they were bound to have some trump cards at their home ground too. If he wanted to save Du Qingyuan and solve all trouble, he would definitely have to raise his cultivation to semi-divinity realm at the very least. Only then would he be able to fight on equal grounds with Kong Shi and save Du Qingyuan. However, he didn't have a proper cultivation technique for that yet. He would have to forge his own path if he wanted to reach greater heights in the future. It was just that creating one's own path was no easy feat. Xianxia had already immersed his consciousness in the great codex of spring and autumn for many days so far, but he still had no directions as to where he should focus on at all. Sighing deeply, Xianxia brought his consciousness into the great codex of spring and autumn as well, and he began contemplating over all of the insights he had received over the last few days. Slowly, he got into a state of deep concentration. As someone who has cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, my body won't be able to practice cultivation techniques that are too inferior. Putting aside whether an inferior cultivation technique would be able to spur the growth of his exceptionally powerful cultivation and body, even if it was able to, it wouldn't raise his fighting prowess by too much. Thus, I can't compromise too much. Even if the cultivation technique I have created won't be able to reach the level of Heaven's Path divine art, it must at least be close to that level. This was also Xianxia's bottom line as well. If he was going to do it, he was determined to do it to the best of his abilities so that he wouldn't have any regrets in the future. Kong Shi said that he has comprehended the heaven's order, whereas I have comprehended the heaven's imperfections. The more often I use my library of Heaven's Path, the more reliant I would be on it. Eventually, I would be assimilated by the heavens. Xianxia pondered. Granted that those words were spoken by the enemy, even after he pondered over the matter, he still thought that there was a high possibility that it was the truth. Similar to the celestial master teacher, the power of the heavens definitely granted him incredible growth. However, if he wanted to surpass the heavens, he would have to eventually sever his connection with it. Otherwise, his reliance on the heavens would eventually cap his growth, causing him to eventually stagnate. Heaven's order and heaven's imperfections. I wonder what else there are. As thoughts filled Xianxia's mind, he gradually lost track of time. Regardless of whether he was reliant on the Heaven's Path divine art or not, it was a fact that it would become more and more difficult for him to gather cultivation technique manuals as his cultivation advanced. Besides, he couldn't allow the grayish gaseous substance to continue growing either, or else he would eventually become a puppet of the heavens. Thus, he knew that he had no other choice but to embark on this route. For 3 days straight, he sat motionlessly on the same spot, not eating or drinking at all. 3 days in the azure equated to roughly 300 days in the great codex of spring and autumn. Unknowingly, almost a single year had already passed for Xianxia. Within this single year, Xianxia didn't rest a single wink. His exhaustion had caused his eyes to turn scarlet. If not for the fact that his cultivation had reached heavenly high immortal realm, he would have already suffered a breakdown by now. This doesn't work. This isn't working either. Just a bit more. Why am I always off by just a bit? Just like that, another 7 days passed in the azure. In this period of time, Xianxia had come up with at least 10,000 possible ingenious cultivation technique manuals, but they were either infeasible for his current body or that there was still something lacking with it that he was dissatisfied with. Eventually, he had no choice but to give up and return his consciousness to his physical body. It had only been 10 days in the real world, but he had already spent nearly 3 years in the great codex of spring and autumn. Working intensely throughout this period of time had left his mind deeply withered. He felt desperate. If he couldn't create a cultivation technique, he wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough. And if he were to head to the Hall of Gods in his current state, he would only be courting his own death. Sighing deeply, he walked out of the silent chamber to first deal with the matters he had at hand. He quickly found one of the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and asked, "How is the search going on? Have you found her yet?" After returning from the Master-Teacher continent, he had the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to inform the Seven-Star Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and Starchaser Palace to look into Luo Qiqi's whereabouts. Considering that 10 days had passed, they should have some results by now. Sect Leader Zhang, the four sects have dispatched several 100,000 disciples to comb through all of the cities in the Azure, but no one has seen or heard of Miss Luo Qiqi. The elder clasped his fist and replied, "There's no news at all?" Zhang Xian frowned. Since Luo Xianqing said that Luo Qiqi had overcome the dimension barrier of the Master-Teacher continent to ascend to a higher world, there should be a good chance that she had come here, so how could there be no news on her at all? Zhang Xian trusted the competency of the information network of the four sections. If they weren't able to find her within 10 days, there was indeed a good chance that she wasn't on the Azure then. If she didn't come to the Azure after ascending from the Master-Teacher continent, where else could she be? I'll have to think about this matter carefully later on, Zhang Xian thought. There was nothing he could do about this matter at the moment, so he shook his head and headed to where his disciples were cultivating. Over the past 10 days, his disciples had made great advancements. Xiaoya, Zhangyang, and the others had managed to reach true immortal realm within this period of time. Even Yuan Tao, who tended to lag behind the others, managed to reach heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. As for Bai Wanqing, she had successfully achieved a breakthrough to high immortal realm, making her one of the strongest experts in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion of her generation. Seeing that they were cultivating diligently, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, with a heavy heart, he began trudging his way back to the silent chamber to go into seclusion once more when he suddenly heard a commotion not too far away. "Young master, you must redress my grievances. I, your beloved Sun Chong, has been accompanied you for so many years. We have been together since our time in Tianxian Kingdom. You can't possibly be thinking of replacing me with this darned bandit, right?" A particularly exaggerated exclamation sounded in the distance as a fatty ran into the courtyard. It went without saying that this fatty was Sun Chong. Over the past 10 days, he had managed to make his way from Shenzhong City to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. With Zhang Xian's weapon serving as a symbol of his identity, it wasn't too difficult for him to gain entry. And alas, he eventually had his fated meeting with the bandit Chao Qingli. The two of them proclaimed themselves as Zhang Xian's one and only butler, and the argument got so heated that they even came to blows with one another. While Chao Qingli was an expert of the Azure, his cultivation had also only reached Ancient Sage 4 Dan 2, which was roughly the same level as Sun Chong. As a result, the battle was inconclusive. However, none of them was contented with leaving things just like that. So, when they heard that Zhang Xian had come out of seclusion, they immediately ran over Godspeed. "Young master, this fellow popped out of nowhere and claimed that he is your butler. Not only so, he even dared to make a move on me." Chao Qingli was a feisty man who wouldn't back down in the face of an argument. The already exhausted Zhang Xian felt like his head was ringing from all of the shouting going on. He waved his hands in irritation and said, "It's just a mere butler position. Is there a need for the two of you to fight like that? Don't you find it embarrassing? Things aren't as simple as that. As a butler, we must be sharp on our feet in order to tend to our young master's every need. Too many soups would only spoil the broth. If we were to come to a disagreement as to what to do, who should we listen to then?" Sun Chong exclaimed indignantly, "Young master, I have followed you for so long, and I dare say that there's no one in this world who knows you better than I do. There's no way this half-baked rascal who popped out of nowhere will be able to service you better than I do. You," Chao Qingli gritted his teeth in fury. "Young master, this fellow is obviously unreliable with just a single glance. As a butler, we have to make sure to keep the big picture in mind so that we can share your burden. I don't believe that this fellow is up to the task at all. Seeing how these two were bickering with one another yet again, Xianxia could only rub his glabella to ease his pulsing headache. To be honest, he really didn't want to choose between either of them at all. Sun Chang was a darned braggart down to his bones. No matter what he was faced with, regardless of what kinds of troubles that would ensue as a result of his actions, his topmost priority was always to satisfy his desire to brag first. With that fearless character of his, there was no doubt that he would bring him a lot of trouble in the future. On the other hand, the bandit Chao Qingli was a person driven by his lower body. Satisfying his lust seemed to be his top priority, making him an even more unreliable person than Sun Chang. He would have never thought that someone as reliable like him would end up taking these two troublemakers as his butler, and to make things worse, these two fellows were even bickering over this position at this moment. Unable to take the noise any longer, Xianxia eventually cried out, "Enough! Sun Chang shall be my butler." Understood. If he really had to choose between these two, Sun Chang was definitely the more reliable one. At the very least, that fatty had never disappointed him when it came to information gathering and uncovering monetary opportunities. But Chao Qingli immediately panicked upon hearing that verdict. "I'll task you with the responsibility of taking care of Dan Xiaotian and my other direct disciples instead," Xianxia said. A moment later, he quickly added, "Know that I'll hold you responsible if any of them were to go astray. Considering how hot-blooded Zheng Yang, Yuan Tao, and the others were, it would really be tough if Chao Qingli were to lead them astray." "Yes, I understand." Chao Qingli quickly nodded his head. At the current moment, he was only glad that the young master wasn't trying to drive him away. Xianxia pondered for a moment longer before he turned to Sun Chang and instructed, "Since you are here, I need you to look into Chi-Chi's whereabouts. Based on what I have heard, she should have already arrived in the Azure." "Miss Chi-Chi is in the Azure too?" Sun Chang was slightly surprised to hear the news. He quickly patted his chest confidently and said, "Young master, leave it to me. As soon as she appears, I'll bring her over to you." "Good." Xianxia nodded. He felt a lot more assured and trusting this task to Sun Chang. As an ex-businessman, Sun Chang was exceptionally capable at networking in order to get things done. After being entrusted with the job, Sun Chang didn't leave right away. Instead, after hesitating for a brief moment, he finally asked, "Young master, I hope you don't blame me for probing too much into your affairs, but Miss Chi-Chi has really done a lot for you. Do you really feel nothing for her at all?" As someone who was probably the closest to Xianxia in his days at the master-teacher continent, Sun Chang was well aware of Luo Chi-Chi's feelings toward Xianxia. For Xianxia, she was willing to turn against her own clan members and even sacrifice herself, yet Xianxia showed no signs of reciprocating her feelings at all. Xianxia was silent for a moment before he shook his head solemnly. "I don't." Ever since his days at Tianxian Kingdom, there were many ladies who were interested in him. Shen Bairu, Mou, Zhao Feiwu, Hu Yaoyao, Yu Feier, all of them were stunning, outstanding ladies, but he felt nothing for them at all. The same went for Luo Chi-Chi too. It was probably cliché to say this, but his heart seemed to only beat for Luo Ruoxin. There was just something about her that drew him in, and despite the short time they had spent together, he was unable to forget about her at all. His heart was simply too filled at the moment to house another person. "She's such a nice lady, but you have no feelings at all. What a cold-blooded man," Sun Chang murmured quietly beneath his lips. Even though he was Zhang Xian's butler, he couldn't help but feel bad for Luo Chi-Chi. Cold-blooded man? Zhang Xian's eyebrows rose up in fury when his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. A thought struck his mind. Was he really a cold-blooded man without feelings? Definitely not. His sentiments toward his parents were still a little awkward, but they were definitely existent. His care of his students and those around him were definitely genuine as well. He wasn't a very expressive person, but he didn't consider himself as someone who didn't have feelings either. But thinking back on it now, ever since he transcended over and obtained the Library of Heaven's Path, his desire for romance seemed to have died out. He was only an ordinary librarian in his previous life, and he had died as a single too. Under normal circumstances, he should have been excited by the notion that there were beautiful ladies who were interested in him, but he felt nothing at all. Furthermore, other than affairs relating to Luo Ruoxin and his direct disciples, he found that he was able to remain perfectly rational under most circumstances. It was not that he didn't feel emotions, but his emotions rarely trh over his rationality. More often than not, even in the direst of situations, he was always able to analyze everything rationally with a calm mind. He thought that it was the effect of comprehending heart of tranquil water previously, but from the looks of it now, things weren't as simple as he thought. Could this actually be a side effect of the Library of Heaven's path? There was a saying in his previous world that the heavens would have withered if they had feelings. Be it the heavens' order or the heavens' imperfections, they were abilities built on logic. Emotions and feelings had no place with the heavens at all. This discompassionate nature of the heavens was what allowed all beings to be equals in their eyes. No matter how unjust happened in the world, it was none of the business of the heavens at all. The natural cycles of the world wouldn't stop for anyone, not even in the slightest. All along, Xianxia hadn't thought much of the matter. It was only after hearing Sun Chang's words that he came to a realization. It made him question if the Library of Heaven's path had gradually chipped away at his emotions. After all, there was no denying that Luo Qiqi had done a lot for him. If it had been anyone else in his place, his heart would have probably softened by now. Yet, he remained completely unfazed, almost as if he was devoid of emotions. In fact, now that he thought back, it always felt like he was looking at this issue from an outsider's point of view, allowing him to analyze it with solely reason and logic. He couldn't help but wonder if the other emotions he felt would slowly die out as well as the grayish gaseous substance grew within his body. Would his feelings for Luo Ruoxin die out as well once he became assimilated by the heavens? With such a thought in mind, a realization came to Xianxia. Heaven's order commanded all beings to follow a certain law of nature, whereas heaven's imperfections dictated that all beings are flawed and incomplete. Only feelings didn't obey any logic and reason at all. It compels people to do all kinds of things that are beyond reason. There were many things in this world that had certain laws that one had to obey. But were emotions something that necessarily obeyed laws too? Of course not. If feelings were logical back then, when the world needed him to marry Luo Qiqi in order to save the world, he should have fallen in love with her. Yet, he ended up becoming fond of Luo Ruoxin instead. There were all sorts of illogical things in the world that occurred as a result of uncontrollable emotions. If a person was really able to control his emotions, who wouldn't want to keep this unstable factor in reign? It was just a pity that the one thing that was hardest to control in the world was emotions. It was a unique state of mind that entranced people yet leaving them helpless so. Were emotions flawed? Did love have imperfections? That was probably the case. But at the same time, it was also what that gave life colors as well. Innumerable people devoted themselves to the pursuit of love, and they were willing to condemn themselves in hopes of achieving romantic fulfillment. If so, perhaps emotions shouldn't be considered as a liability but as a wonderment of life instead. I see. A sharp glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. The heavens would have withered if they had feelings. If feelings are something which even is beyond the jurisdiction of the heavens, what do I have to be conflicted over? So, the cultivation technique which I have been searching for has been here all along. In the 3 years that Xianxia had spent in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, he ended up cornering himself. He had been trying to find a way to surpass the heavens. But how could he possibly outdo the already flawless heaven's path divine art? No matter how great and refined his creation was, the best that he could have done was to create a cultivation technique equaling it. There was no way he could have surpassed it. That was also the reason why he hadn't been able to succeed despite 3 years of effort. It was only at this moment did he realize that he had been walking down the wrong route right from the start. All along, he already had something that surpassed the heavens right inside of him. There were those whose love transcended all logic and reason, lasting for thousands of years. There were those who were willing to give their lives away for the sake of protecting those whom they cared about. Kinship, friendship, romance. Luo Qiqi was willing to give in so much to him without any regrets. Zhang Hongtian was willing to give even his final breath to protect humanity without asking for anything in return. Ancient sage Yan Hui was willing to leave his corpse behind so as to seal off the spatial passageway to the Azure for tens of thousands of years. Be it the master-teacher continent or the Azure, there were simply too many decisions in life that were made out of sheer emotions instead of reasons. Tens of thousands of years had passed in the master-teacher continent, but it wasn't enough to erase Kong Shi's greatness. The heavens had killed generation after generation of people, but the deep respect that the people felt toward Kong Shi remained firm and unwavering. Not even the rationality of the heavens can subdue the irrationality of emotions. Boom! Zhang Xian's body jolted as a surge of energy began surging up his dantian. He could feel the bottleneck to semi-divinity realm was swiftly unraveling itself. Sun Chong, thank you. Zhang Xian looked at Sun Chong and burst into laughter. After that, he turned around and returned back to the silent chamber. Seeing how the young master thanked himself instead of flying to a temper despite his deeply disrespectful words, Sun Chong blinked his eyes in bewilderment. Did the young master go mad? On the other hand, Chao Qingli's mouth was twitching after seeing the sight before him. Back then, just because he had unintentionally offended the young master, the latter made it so that he had no choice but to leap back into their accommodations. Yet, when this fatty insulted him, not only did the young master not berate him, he even thanked him. Thinking back, the young master never seemed to show any interest toward the ladies before. Could it be that he only had feelings for Sun Chong? Chao Qingli immediately turned to look at Sun Chong, only to heave a deep sigh in the next moment. Just how heavy must the young master's taste be to actually like this fellow?